A generation of social leaders returns to 2010. Will he repeat his past mistakes and continue to live in society? Or will he abandon his younger brothers and take the bright road? No. I don't choose, in this life. I, Qin Jiang, will lead my younger brothers on the road to light. No, you said he was a serious businessman. Which businessman has hundreds of brothers under him? Even if a copper coin falls from the sky in Songjiang, it will be named Qin. What kind of background does Qin Jiang have? Qin Jiang, no, I am a decent businessman and I never break the law. Why do you all call me Big Brother? Chapter 1, Rebirth of Vocational University and Recreation of Glory? Matsue, Kita Ward, in front of the university, the yellow-haired young man sat on the stone with a dull look in his eyes. The students passing by on both sides walked around him, not daring to approach him, and seemed a little scared. The yellow-haired young man ignored him and stared at the picture reflected on the black screen of his phone. Young, yellow hair, one-eyed, no, the left eye is covered by the bangs. I am reborn. After a long time, Qin Jiang finally confirmed that he was reborn, and went directly back to 2010. Then he looked up at the school gate. Frowny face. Songjiang Vocational and Technical University. It's called a university, but it's actually just an ordinary college. Damn, who would still go to a vocational university after being reborn? Looking at this time period, I think he failed the college entrance examination. After coming to Songshan from the county to study at a vocational college, he started his ups and downs and rough life here. Previous life, he rose to prominence here and became a well-known boss. The ending was also good. Tears behind bars. After they were released, some of their brothers died, some became disabled, and they became depressed, frustrated, and regretful. They asked Qin Jiang to donate all his property to the welfare home, and he died in depression and did not die a good death. No. Qin Jiang shook his head firmly. I can't go down the old path of my previous life. There is no future in society. Even if you were successful in your previous life and had a lot of property, you still ended up miserably and couldn't escape punishment. I can't make the same mistake again in this life. Just as Qin Jiang was thinking, crash, about 30 or 40 people came over. They were scattered in groups, with colorful hair. They were not good people at first glance. The two people in the lead were very distinctive. On the left is a burly man, over 1.9 meters tall, with a sturdy build, a buzz cut, and a strong sense of oppression. On the right is a handsome man with long hair tied in a pigtail, waving a folding fan in his hand. Seeing this group of people, they hurriedly gave way, fearing them like a tiger. Some ruffians also stepped forward to greet the two leaders, Brother Sijou, Brother Zhang. Soon a group of people came to Qin Jiang. The sturdy man clapped his hands and dozens of people behind him stopped talking. Xiaobian closed his fan and said, call someone. Brother Qin. Brother Jiang. For a while, there were all kinds of names. The young man with pigtails scolded, what did I just tell you to do? Stand in line. Call me Brother Jiang from now on. Brother Jiang. X dozens, this time it's neater, the young man with pigtails said to Qin Jiang. Brother Jiang, these people were selected little by little. They are brave and willing to fight. They are good seedlings and should be trained. They also have many brothers under them. It is no problem to get 100 or 200 people with just a shout. After integrating these, we will have a complete foothold on Shuiyuan Road, and then expand to other schools, build some internet cafes and KTV industries, become bigger and stronger, and create brilliance together. Listening to the endless chatter of the pigtailed youth, Qin Jiang's head was spinning. What the hell, become bigger and stronger and enter the classroom, create brilliance together, brothers will die together. Zhen. Zhen. His real name is Zhu Zhang. He was the first person to fight with him in his previous life. He was also a military strategist in the team. He was unruly and had the nickname Zhu Beizhang. He was very smart. It can be said that he played a big role in Qin Jiang's rapid rise in his previous life. However, he died tragically in the gunfight. Brother Jiang. Xu Zhang looked at Qin Jiang with a suspicious expression and asked, what happened? Qin Jiang did not answer him but looked to the left at a man who was over 1.9 meters tall and looked like a towering figure. 49. His real name is Wei Biao, a childhood friend of Qin Jiang. He was a top fighter and also Qin Zhang's bodyguard in his previous life. He is tall and very strong, and got his nickname, for 9 because he wears special size 49 shoes. I was also a vegetable in my previous life, brush. He continued to look at the others. Tao. Wang Tao, in my previous life, I could only make a living by selling pancakes. Feng Er is dead. Zhao Laosen is useless. The brothers who had fought with him in their previous life regarded him as their boss, and went through fire and water for him without regrets, but ended up in misery or even death, appeared before him again, making Qin Zhang feel mixed emotions as Zhu Zhang looked at Qin Zhang with a puzzled expression, but he was in a state of excitement and didn't care. He continued, Brother Jiang. Crouching Tiger Village called and asked us to send 50 people to stand guard. They need them urgently and the salary is increased to 200 per person. It's a big job. But they specifically asked Sijio to be there. A car will be sent to pick us up tonight and bring us back tomorrow morning. We will provide meals. Would you like me to arrange it right away? No. Qin Zhang rejected it immediately before Zhu Zhang finished speaking. Zhu Zhang was a little confused. Sijiyuding didn't understand why Qin Zhang said he didn't want to go. You have to know that this place is the newly developed North District Shuayuan Road, and there are many villages nearby. These villages were also in the process of being prepared for development, and coupled with competition for interests, conflicts between villages often occurred. In order to appear to be numerous and powerful, they often came to College Road to look for students to make up the numbers. Normal price is 100 per person, the highest point is only 150. The price of Wohu Village offering 200 and providing meals is definitely high. Moreover, most of the fights do not turn into physical fights, but just involve shouting and cursing, drawing lines, looking for peacemakers, and distributing benefits. Brother Jiang. Zhu Zhang said, it's almost 10,000 yuan in total. There aren't many lucrative jobs like this. Qin Zhang's expression was firm. Crouching Tiger Village, in a village fight, each man costs 200, his memory was fully restored. In his previous life, he personally led people there. Although there were no casualties when a fight broke out, the scale of the fight was so large that it attracted the law enforcement department and he was directly detained for 15 days. It was this criminal record that made Qin Zhang embark on a path of no return. In this life, he decided not to repeat the same mistake and naturally could not fail at the very beginning. After being reborn, who would still make money by fighting? We will not participate in this gathering. Zhang, you should call Crouching Tiger Village directly to refuse. Even if you offer more money, it won't work. Okay. Even though Zhu Zhang didn't know why Qin Zhang made this decision, since he had appointed Qin Zhang as his eldest brother, he would trust him unconditionally. After all, this would be the first time for armed fights. At this moment, Qin Zhang looked at the eager eyes of dozens of brothers looking at him. That unconditional passion made him overturn all the plans he had just decided on. What's the point of restudying for the college entrance exam? What a down-to-earth life. What do you mean by being law-abiding and not making trouble? Fuck her all. Qin Zhang could just walk away, but what about his brothers who fought for him in his previous life? Seeing them continue to live in prison and sing Tears Behind Bars, what would be the meaning of his rebirth? Bang! Qin Zhang clenched his fists and said, since I have a new life, I will bring my brothers to subvert my life together. Enter the house. Xiao Bai's new book is launched. If you like urban life, you can read more. If you don't like it, don't force yourself. Thank you. Chapter 2, Blue Dragon on the Back? Heavenly Eye, go back first. Qin Zhang planned to go back and make new plans for the future. At least he would still be able to go to vocational college. Who would still go to vocational college after being reborn? Me. Qin Zhang, crash, a boy with acne on his face was passing by and the fruit bag in his hand broke. 3 apples and 2 pears in it rolled to the ground, and one of them fell right in front of Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang looked at him subconsciously. A gulp of the acne-ridden boy shuddered and stammered in panic. Qin, brother Qin, I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. I was wrong. Do you want to eat some fruit? As he spoke, he hurriedly picked up the fruit on the ground and was about to put it in front of Qin Zhang. Seeing this, a Tao was about to step forward. Brush. Qin Zhang waved his hand and said, nothing. Seeing this, A Tao shouted, get lost. You'll have to suffer the consequences next time you fool around. The acne-ridden boy shuddered again. He didn't dare to pick up the fruit on the ground and turned around to run away. Seeing this, the other students on both sides didn't dare to get close to Qin Zhang and his companions. They clenched their hands tightly while holding things for fear of dropping them. They hurried in and out of the school. That's enough. Qin Jiang frowned and said, if you have the ability, go out and use it. There's no need to show off to your classmates. Atao smiled awkwardly, distanced. In front of the teaching building. A girl holding a book was walking forward. She was tall, beautiful, with picturesque eyebrows, frameless glasses on her delicate nose, and a light yellow long skirt that gave her an elegant temperament. She seemed to be in her early 20s. She heard a noise coming from the front, and then saw Qin Jiang and others entering the campus and the scene just now, bullying classmates like this on campus. And dyeing hair colorfully. How can this be? As he was about to step forward, he was stopped by a female teacher on the side. Lu Yao, you just came here for internship and don't know the situation. This place is either a university or a junior college. These people come here to live without any future. The one just now is the big gangster in our school, Qin Jiang. He has dozens of little brothers under him. They are all small gangsters who are not afraid of anything. There is no need for you to get into trouble. Why should porcelain clash with earthenware jars? Just hang out here for a few months. Hearing the female teacher say this, Lu Yao calmed down. She was not naive and had heard about the chaos in the workplace. She just wanted to take care of it subconsciously because she had changed from a student to a trainee teacher. Knowing the environment she was in, she could only give up and watch Qin Jiang and others go away with complicated eyes. Vocational college, it seems to be more chaotic than I thought. Night dormitory, 401.6 people gathered here. The core one was Qin Jiang, the others were military advisor Zhu Zhang, Sizhou, Atao, and the other two core figures of the group. Zhu Zhang was the first to speak. Brother Jiang, I have already rejected Crouching Tiger Village. The other party's attitude is not very good. I think it will be difficult to deal with it next time. Ah Tao snorted coldly, there are so many villages around, who cares if he is the only one left? He really thinks he is the boss by hanging a few gourds in his house. Qin Jiang didn't care. No matter what his future plans were, at least he could no longer be a thug for others. He immediately waved his hand to indicate that this matter was nothing. Zhu Zhang continued, the tattoo artist has already made an appointment. The tattoo will be all over my back with the words Qinglong Zilia and Songjiang number 1. Brother Jiang can go there tomorrow. The location is in the South District. Qin Jiang was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then he realized that he had gotten the tattoo around this time in his previous life. Fullback Blue Dragon later, he tattooed Neza on his left arm and Guanyu on his right arm. He felt very domineering, until he was nicknamed Parrot in prison, and then he realized that it was not the tattoos that truly demonstrated his strength. Atao said, I heard that the third eye and the old domineering tattoo are popular recently. Why don't we all get one? It will definitely be more energetic. As soon as these words came out, Qin Jiang's mouth couldn't help twitching, and the scene of dozens of young men with sky eyes walking appeared in front of him. Well, absolutely spirited, boy, it feels like 6 people can't even afford a meal of spicy hot pot. He immediately interrupted, put aside the tattoo for now and talk about other things. He organized this gathering to recall some things and see if he could recall the important nodes. After all, no one can remember clearly everything that happened decades ago, except for the major events. TSK, I'm really impressed by how those who have been reborn remember it so clearly. Zhu Zhang said again, everyone is here today. Brother Jiang, how about we establish a name and a gang name? 49, Atao and others' eyes lit up. Create a gang. This is definitely an exciting thing for them, because it means they are truly on the right track. When they go out, they can say they are helping someone. It's so impressive, just like the gangsters in the movies. Atao was the first to speak, how about calling the Sky Eye Gang? Others also spoke up, the Killer Gang is great. The Mighty Gang is also okay. Big Knife, more than a dozen names that sounded a bit too immature were brought up. Zhu Zhang took out a notebook and wrote down all the names. He took it very seriously and kept saying, once the gang name is determined, we can set up the gang rules, 3 knives and 6 holes, and so on. Then we will occupy the territory, starting with internet cafes. After accumulating strength, we will move to large venues such as KTVs and bars. When the scale is larger, as he spoke, he looked at the notes in his hand. Brush, Qin Jiang snatched the notebook away directly. There were various plans densely recorded on it, many of which were extremely familiar. Not only were they familiar to me in my previous life, they were also very similar to the plots in many young and dangerous movies. Did you write this? Qin Jiang looked at Zhu Zhang in surprise. He had never seen this notebook in his previous life. Of course, it was also because he didn't care about these things at that time. Zhu Zhang looked slightly embarrassed. A lot of that was borrowed from movies. I think it's very practical. If you continue to develop in this way, you can make a name for yourself on Shuiyuan Road in less than 3 years. Qin Jian looked him straight in the eye and asked, and then? Then we will replicate it and establish ourselves in the northern district. Then what? Then in the entire Songjiang. Then what? Well, Zhu Zhan was a little speechless. His plan only went as far as the North District. He didn't even think much about Songjiang, let alone what happened next. Bang, Qin Jiang threw the notebook back. I'm telling you, the next step is to be arrested, sentenced, and separated from my family. What? Sijio and the others were all stunned. They had never thought that their brother Jiang would say this. Zhu Zhan was the most surprised. He looked at his plan and thought for a moment and said, Brother Jiang, is there something wrong with my plan? It can't be done? I have checked it, no problem. Qin Jiang gave a positive answer. It was nonsense that was verified in the previous life. It was these plans that helped Qin Jiang to get ahead step by step, but the ending was holding a steamed bun in his hand. There was not a drop of oil in the dish. What is that? Zhu Zhang was even more confused. Different regions. Qin Jiang said directly, this is the mainland, not Hong Kong, so the system is naturally different. According to the future development trend of the environment, it is the general trend to crack down on gangsters. If you join the gang now, you will be punished by being arrested. You will definitely die, there is no way out. Chapter 3, Dog Licking? That's impossible. Rebirth, no love, there is no way out in the underworld. If you hang out in the underworld, you will surely die, Brother Jiang. Zhu Zhang's body trembled and he said with some difficulty, Are you going to quit? As soon as these words came out, Wang Tao and others also trembled slightly. Qin Jiang is the backbone of them. They are so powerful now because of Qin Jiang. Moreover, the strongest fighter Sijio is the most loyal follower of Qin Jiang. Without Qin Jiang and Sijio, what are they? I am afraid they will fall apart in an instant. Jianghu, not everyone can mix it up. For a moment, I was very confused. How could the meeting go from being bigger and stronger to falling apart? You're overthinking. Qin Jiang said directly, You are my brothers. You were my brothers yesterday, today, and in the future. As long as you don't leave on your own initiative, you can stay with me forever. Brother Jiang. We will follow you forever. Wang Tao and others breathed a sigh of relief and quickly expressed their loyalty. Qin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. These brothers were loyal to him in his previous life, otherwise they would not be reborn and still unwilling to give up. If he left, there was no doubt that these brothers would most likely repeat the same mistakes or even be worse off than in their previous life. So I can only keep these brothers around me. Who says having many brothers can only help you get along in society? In the context of the impending economic takeoff, many industries have emerged that are 100 times more profitable than working in society. In such an environment, having many brothers is an advantage. Is it difficult to raise dozens of brothers? Donggu has raised hundreds of thousands of brothers. Of course, he may not be considered a brother. Qin Jiang asked Zhu Zhang and others to go back and discipline the brothers and make some simple arrangements for future plans. At this moment, betrayed my love, forced me to leave, and finally, the cell phone on the table vibrated and rang. Wang Tao, who was closest to Qin Jiang, immediately stood up and handed the phone to Qin Jiang, saying, Brother Jiang, it's my sister-in-law. Then he answered the call. Qin Jiang picked up the phone and frowned slightly. The caller ID showed 2 big words, Goddess. Immediately, a voice came from the phone. Qin Jiang, why can't I swipe money into my card? Didn't I ask you to deposit 6,000 yuan into it this morning? I'm already in a mobile phone store, and you're embarrassing me. You can't even do such a simple thing. What else can you do? I think you are useless. Qin Jiang, send me the money right now. Hearing the arrogant voice coming from the other end of the phone, Qin Jiang's face darkened. He guessed who the other person was. Lu Ruyan, the high school goddess. Qin Jiang's white moonlight in his previous life made Qin Jiang fall in love with her without hesitation the first time they met. He pursued her for 2 years, and even got into a group fight for her, delaying his studies and having to go to a vocational university. However, for some reason in his previous life, he thought that since he was studying at a vocational university, he was not worthy of a good girl like Lu Ruyan, so he spared no effort to show his affection to her. "Give it to me if you want it, just do it," she let Lu Ruyan, an ordinary family, live a life like a daughter and get in touch with a higher level. After graduating from university, she said to him, "I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. He's a lawyer. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Don't contact me again, I'm afraid he will misunderstand." However, he actually let go and stopped bothering her. He thought he was innocent and that she was still his perfect love. It was not until he was imprisoned for many years that he finally figured it out. What white moonlight, what a gifted one. If he hadn't provided for her, how could she have such a life? How could she marry into a wealthy family, just based on her beauty? Pity, it's too late. Fortunately, he has a chance to start over. He wants to see what this damn white moonlight is without his support. "Hello, did you hear me? I asked you to send me money right now, otherwise." Lu Ruyan was interrupted by Qin Jiang before she finished speaking. "Beat your mother's balls. Lu Ruyan, from now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Don't even think about taking any money from me. Besides, all the money I transferred to you before is considered a loan. You have 1 month to pay it back or you will be issued a subpoena." After saying that, he hung up without waiting for Lu Ruyan to react. This, Zhu Zhang, Sijou, Atao and others looked at Qin Jiang in disbelief, as if they suspected they were hallucinating. What's going on? Doesn't my brother Jiang treat Lu Ruyan like his lifeblood, taking good care of her and giving her whatever she wants? Today, what's going on? Why is your attitude so tough? Qin Jiang put down his phone and said disdainfully, "She is just a woman who is just pretending to be a saint. Who does she think she is? Xu Zhang, go and get the money I transferred to him and find a lawyer. If she doesn't pay me back in a month, send her a lawyer's letter directly." "Ah. Okay." Zhu Zhang nodded blankly. "Betrayed my love, forced me to leave." The cell phone rang again. Boom. Qin Jiang chose to hang up and block the call, and changed the incoming call ringtone to his own. What's the point of loving or not loving? Who still loves after being reborn? He has nothing else to think about now, just one word: making money. Inside a mobile phone store, Lu Ruyan was furious as she heard the beeping sound coming from the phone. "Qin Jiang, you dare to scold me and hang up on me? Okay. Now you hang up on me. I, Lu Ruyan, swear that I will never call you again from today on. I really give you face, I am so mad at you." Behind the sales counter on one side, the salesperson smiled and repeated, "Beautiful lady, your iPhone 4 has been packed and we will give you a power bank as a gift. Total, 5,999. Excuse me, card or cash?" Hearing the salesperson's smiling words made Lu Ruyan look even more embarrassed. She wanted to swipe the card, but there was no money in her card. Didn't she just swipe it and there was no money left? Both sides. Several girls who came with Lu Ruyan said, "Ruyan, did you take the wrong card? Ruyan, your royalties have arrived, haven't they?" Like smoke, each question made Lu Ruyan look even more embarrassed. She maintained the image of a goddess and a talented woman in school, and bought all kinds of expensive products, saying that she earned money from writing books. Today, she deliberately pretended in the dormitory that her royalties had arrived and she wanted to buy the latest iPhone 4, but she never thought that Qin Jiang did not give her money, which put her in such an embarrassing situation. "Qin Jiang, call," he cursed inwardly for a long time before saying, "I really took the wrong card. I'll go back and get it first." Then he was about to leave, but the salesperson stopped her directly. "Beauty, you have already opened the box to check the phone and you can't leave without paying. If you took the wrong card, you can ask your classmate to go back and get it for you." Lu Ruyan clenched her hand holding the phone so tightly that her fingers turned a little white. She wanted to go back and get her card, but she didn't have it. She didn't want to lose face by confronting him, and she was not in the right either. She could only take her phone and walk aside to make a call. She doesn't believe it, there won't be enough people to attract so many lickers. Well, it's really hard to collect money. A college freshman doesn't have much money. Basically, each person can only collect 300 to 500 yuan. Not if there were really more than 10 people, how would Lu Ruyan maintain her image? She couldn't help but get even more angry. "Qin Jiang, just wait for me." But his hand was very honest and called Qin Jiang again. "Beep. Sorry, your call is temporarily unavailable." Chapter 4, School Battle? Xin Jiang arrives, everyone becomes quiet. 401. It is a bed for 8 people, with 4 bunk beds. Xin Jiang was lying on the lower bunk by the window on the left side, planning for the future. It was not easy to get dozens of brothers to change their careers. The first thing is making money. After all, few people are born to be in the underworld, and most of them have no choice. Those who can come to vocational schools don't have to worry about the basic level of learning, and can only do odd jobs when they graduate and find a job. Those who are unwilling to give up can only find another way, while those who are bold will naturally go down a path of no return. It's not a bad thing. Xin Jiang murmured, now the dozens of brothers under my command are all bold and dare to think and act. As long as the route is correct, they will be a very good team, which will give me more choices. The next 10 years will be an era of economic boom. The internet, finance, real estate, short videos, none of them can reach the top. Unfortunately, getting involved in these fields requires a lot of money, so he must plan his first few pots of gold carefully. Etc. Xin Jiang glanced in a certain direction subconsciously. If I remember correctly, that place will be demolished soon. After a moment of excitement, Xin Jiang calmed down again. Demolition can certainly make you rich, but the prerequisite is that you have to get to the demolished area first. So, it also requires some funds. It seems that if you don't want to miss out on this wealth, you have to earn your first pot of gold as soon as possible. Click. The dormitory lights were turned off at 10 o'clock. Xin Jiang also thought about how to make his first pot of gold, and soon fell into a deep sleep. He had just been reborn today and had spent too much energy on it. The next morning, crunch, the door of dormitory 401 was opened, and a young man tiptoed in with a look of deep fatigue on his face. Who? Xin Jiang suddenly stood up, his body tense and his eyes coldly stared at the person who came, and his hand subconsciously reached to the side. As soon as the movement came out, Sijou, Zhu Zhang, Wang Tao and others also suddenly woke up and stood up to look at the dormitory door. After seeing who was coming, Tao cursed, "Monkey, what the hell are you doing so early in the morning? Did you book the dormitory again? Can't you be quieter when you come back?" The young man called Monkey looked aggrieved. He made very little noise just now and should not have woken up many people, but seeing that his eldest brother Qin Jian was awakened by him, he did not dare to refute, and hurriedly changed the subject. Brother Jiang, I just saw another school fight in the south on my way back. It seems that the engineering school and the biology school fought, and there seemed to be more than 100 people. Listen to this. As Zhu Zhang and others looked calm, as such school fights were not uncommon on Shuiyuan Road. Most of the schools on Shuiyuan Road had just been established, and most of them were colleges and vocational schools. The large-scale expansion of enrollment had resulted in a mixed bag of students, and not only did students fight each other, but even schools fought each other. A little fight every 3 days, a big fight every 5 days. They used to participate frequently, but as their status grew and their fame became more famous, they no longer cared about these things. Just when Zhu Zhang and others were about to lie down again, but Qin Jiang stood up with a gleaming look in his eyes, and said as he put on his clothes, "Zhan, Sijou, I'm going to go." East side of College Road, Hulala, a group of dozens of people were walking away with resentment on their faces. Damn it, Yun Laoer, you are a loser. Didn't you say you are a good fighter? You got yourself a beating today. That's right, you have a bald head. I thought you were the best fighter. Can anyone have this hairstyle? You guys are good, but you also let others beat you and make you cry. It was the group that failed in the school construction, the engineering school, and several ruffians in the school started to vent their anger. When I walked to an internet cafe on the east side of Shuiyuan Road, I saw a little girl with green hair walking out of the internet cafe with sleepy eyes and a lollipop hanging from her neck. Wait, which school are you from? The second brother, who was blamed all the way, shouted at the purple-haired little girl wearing the very familiar school uniform. It's biological. The little girl rubbed her eyes and answered subconsciously. Fuck. Yun Laoer cursed and rolled up his sleeves, waving his hands, surround them. Hulala, when the others heard the little gangster girl expose the school, they also looked unhappy and quickly stepped forward and rolled up their sleeves. What are you going to do? The little girl also noticed something was wrong and asked nervously. At the same time, a voice came from the back. What are you doing? Lu Yao, who was holding a pancake in her hand, happened to pass by and saw the surrounded female students and stepped forward to stop them. I am a teacher at Songjiang Vocational University. Are you guys going to have a fight, teacher? All the students stopped what they were doing when they heard this. Yun Laoer cursed. She is not a teacher in our school. If we pull her aside, we will be in the biology school. Damn it, I'll beat up anyone I see in the biology school. Listen to this, the anger of those who were about to withdraw from the group was rekindled. They had just been beaten several miles away by the biology school and now they had to take revenge. Several students stepped forward to pull Lu Yao away and the others were about to start fighting. The little gangster must pay back for her mischief. Now, not to mention the little girl, Lu Yao was also confused. She was a senior student who came here to intern as a teacher. She had never experienced such a scene right at this moment. A slow and steady voice came from behind. Who gave you the guts to not take the teachers from the vocational college seriously? Who? Yun Laoer and others turned back subconsciously. 3 figures walked out from the corner. They were Qin Zhang, Zhu Zhang, and Wei Biao, 49. God of War Si Jiu. Someone blurted out the name as he looked at Wei Biao's iconic height and bald head. Others also recognized Si Jiu at first sight, as a height of over 1.9 meters was not common. Many people could not help but take a few more glances at him, as he had a legendary record of chasing more than 20 people and became a god in one battle. I also recognized Zhu Zhang with his pigtails. So, Qin Zhang's identity is self-evident. Furthermore, Yun Laoer and others already knew Qin Zhang. Brother Jiang. Yun Laoer hurriedly nodded and greeted with a smile. Both sides, several other idiots also shouted, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Although they are not from the same school and are not in the same league with Qin Zhang, they are still the shadow of the charming and famous Triad most. They can only show off their power in their respective schools, but Qin Zhang has a number on Shuayuan Road. Who just said that? Qin Zhang ignored him and just said calmly a gulp. Yun Laoer and the others' expressions changed slightly. Everyone looked at Yun Laoer at the same time. Seeing this, Yun Laoer was furious. Damn it! How can you be brothers like this? What? I put you in my pocket and you kicked me into the ditch. Seeing Qin Zhangsen looking at him coldly, Yun Laoer could only smile awkwardly. Brother Jiang, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Apologize. Qin Zhang uttered 2 words calmly, sorry. Yun Laoer immediately apologized to Qin Zhang with a smile, but Qin Zhang pointed at Lu Yao. Yun Laoer looked hesitant and then saw Si Jiu stretching his neck and hurriedly said to Lu Yao, Teacher, I'm sorry. What about you guys? Qin Zhang looked at the others and spoke calmly, sorry. A large group of people apologized to Lu Yao. Firstly, they couldn't afford to offend Qin Zhang, and secondly, it was not shameful to apologize to the teacher role. Qin Zhang scolded, there was no need to be nice to these thugs, their future had nothing to do with him. He was reborn to save his brothers, not to be a goody-goody. After Yun Laoer and the others left, Lu Yao and the little gangster girl finally recovered from their panic. Saving the two was intentional and a plan for the future. It was not because he couldn't walk when he saw a girl. Chapter 5, Money-Making Plan, Card Reader, and going to Hangzhou right now. Qin Zhang looked at the 2 people, or more precisely, at the little girl, who was wearing standard moccasins, tight pants, and had exquisitely dyed hair. An absolute product of the times, spirited little sister. Even with this kind of attire, you can vaguely tell that the other person has an extraordinary appearance, but it is covered up by heavy makeup such as eyeshadow. He came here for the other party. In his previous life, a big event happened on this day. A girl who stayed in an internet cafe was beaten to death by a group of students. It caused a great sensation and many people were arrested. Later, he accidentally heard that the girl had a strong background and her brother was the captain of the security investigation team in the area. But he never expected that the person involved was actually a little gangster. All I can say is that the trend of the times is terrifying. He came here specially to make connections. As the saying goes, there is no gain without pain. Even if he does not plan to mix in the underworld in the future, it is always good to know some official people in this era. As for Lu Yaoqi, he didn't care. She was just a teacher with outstanding appearance. But the other party's appearance gave him a reasonable excuse. Walk. Qin Zhang didn't talk to the 2 of them, a little gangster girl and a little teacher. They were both too young and there was no need to waste words on them. Wait, Lu Yao wanted to go up and say something, but she didn't know what to say. Plus, it was getting late and it was her first day at work today, so she couldn't be late, so she had to leave and go to the vocational school. The little girl looked at Qin Zhang's back with stars in her eyes. So cool, so majestic, so domineering. Follow Qin Zhang and the other 2 into the internet cafe. Inside the internet cafe, Qin Zhang said to the network channel, give me a card reader. 5 yuan. The network administrator quickly threw out a black card reader. Holding the card reader in his hand and looking at it, Qin Jiang showed a barely perceptible smile. One side, Sijou asked, "Boss, do you want to download something? I happen to have a 64G memory card." "Nothing." Qin Jiang shook his head calmly. "Then what?" "Make money." "Make money." 49. Xu Zheng looked at the card reader and didn't know how to make money. At this time, the little gangster girl, Bai Lu, rushed into the internet cafe and came to Qin Jiang and asked excitedly, "Are you from the underworld? Can I hang out with you? Please accept me as your younger brother, and I can pay the gang fee." As he said this, he took out a few $100 bills from his pocket. Obviously, he comes from a good family. Qin Jiang ignored them and took Xu Zheng and Sijou out of the internet cafe with the card reader. He took a taxi and left without waiting for Bai Lu to catch up. "Let's go to Jiangnan Songhua Shopping Mall." An hour later, Qin Jiang came to the barber shop in Songhua Shopping Mall, sat on the barber chair, and subconsciously shook his hair. Otherwise, my left eye won't be able to see the light of day. The barber was surprised and said, "Dye it back to black, shave it shorter, leave 1 centimeter on the sides, and on top." Half an hour later, Xu Zheng and Sijou were shocked to see Qin Jiang's new hairstyle. It looked very energetic, but not fashionable anymore. "Brother Jiang, you are..." Sijou pointed at Qin Jiang's hairstyle and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Qin Jiang did not explain. How could he explain that his previous hairstyle was too ugly? Not to mention that non-mainstream is currently popular. He also said that he has no habit of scolding himself. "You gonna cut it or not?" Qin Jiang looked at Xu Zheng. Xu Zheng subconsciously took a step back and touched his pigtail. "I think it's pretty good." Qin Jiang didn't say much. Even in 10 years, the pigtail hairstyle would still be considered a relatively outstanding head shape. As for Sijou, he has no hair. Let's go buy some clothes. Without waiting for the two to ask any more questions, Qin Jiang went straight to the mid-range brand clothing area on the second floor. There was no show of contempt or pretense from the service staff. Qin Jiang spent 5,000 yuan to buy himself a set of clothes, and also bought a new set for Xu Zheng and Sijou. Looking at the 3 new faces in the mirror, Qin Jiang finally nodded with satisfaction. Finally, they look like human beings. If we say that the 3 of them just now were just thugs, now they are at least considered half elites. After leaving the mall, Sijou kept pulling at her clothes, obviously feeling a little uncomfortable. On the contrary, Xu Zheng was more natural. "Sijou, you don't understand. This is how most people dress when they grow up." "How do you know?" "It's a Hong Kong movie." Qin Jiang didn't say much about Xu Zheng's persistence in hanging out in the underworld. Some things can only be learned imperceptibly. "Ah Zheng, how much money do we have?" "Linlin, a total of more than 50,000. Xu Zheng thought for a moment and answered directly. This money was accumulated over the past 6 months, most of which was earned by selling food in the school dormitories. It can be said that there is a simple warehouse opened by them on every floor of the vocational school dormitory. More than 50,000, not enough. Qin Jiang frowned and said, "Take out all the reserve funds from each warehouse and collect a total of 100,000. At least 80,000 is needed. If it is not enough, ask your brothers to collect it. Collect it before noon today." "Okay." Xu Zheng nodded seriously. Even though he didn't know what Qin Jiang was going to do, he still trusted Qin Jiang unconditionally. "Sijou, go and book 3 tickets to Hangzhou and Yiwu today." "Good." Sijou nodded and went to buy a ticket. Online ticket purchase was not popular in 2010, but there were ticket sales agencies in many places. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At Songjiang railway station, Qin Jiang, Xu Zheng, and Sijou have boarded the train to Hangzhou Yiwu. As for now, we are in class, huh? Isn't it normal to skip classes in vocational colleges? In the sleeper, Qin Jiang and his 2 companions were playing cards to kill time. A female college student in her 20s on the upper bunk opposite them was holding her luggage and looked at the 3 of them from time to time, biting her lower lip, especially looking at Sijou. Boom. Boom, the security guard knocked on the door twice and came in. "Show me your ID." Sijou handed 3 ID cards to the security guard, who looked at Sijou's ID card twice before handing it back. He asked a few questions and said, "Welcome to this bus. Our security guards will patrol 24 hours a day. If there is any trouble, we will rush to arrest and send the suspect to the detention center. Your safety is absolutely guaranteed. After saying this, the security guard turned and left. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijio all looked calm. They naturally heard that the conductor was warning them not to cause trouble. The three of them had long been accustomed to this. After all, Sijio was over 1.9 meters tall, fat and bald, and had a fierce temperament from years of fighting. No one could see him as a good person. After that, the security guard would patrol this room every once in a while, take a few glances before leaving, and often say 3 words: "Don't make trouble, Sijio. Why do these police officers keep coming into our room?" Qin Jiang, "It's all because of you, 49, why?" Zhu Zhang, "Just your looks are enough to get 3 auxiliary police officers promoted to regular positions." "Why do you think that is, 49, night?" The girl sitting on the upper bunk was holding her luggage and didn't sleep. She even asked the flight attendant to transfer to another room, but unfortunately there was no vacant seat, so she had to give up. She just stared with her eyes wide open and didn't sleep all night. In the meantime, 2 young men with shifty eyes passed by and saw Sijio in the box and turned around and left without stopping. "Damn, I came here to steal something, not to get beaten." Chapter 6, Purchasing Card Readers, Quadruple Profit. Siwu, Electronic Street. Qin Jiang and the other 2 walked into a store, scanned the area, picked up a card reader from the left wall and asked, "How much?" The boss looked up and glanced at Qin Jiang and the other 2, $2.50 each. "If you buy more, you can get a discount. If you buy more than 1,000, I can give you $2. 2 yuan. Zhu Zhang looked at the card reader and thought to himself, "I remember this thing was sold for 5 yuan in the internet cafe. It is said that the cost is at least 3 yuan. The profit is not low." Qin Jiang asked, "Are there any cheaper ones?" The boss said in a different tone, "Cheap? How much cheaper do you want? 50 cents, 50 cents. Just come and have some fun." After saying this, the old man simply lowered his head and continued to fiddle with the phone without paying any attention. "See here." Qin Jiang didn't care and went to a shop and handed a cigarette to the owner who was basking in the sun. He asked, "Hey, do you know where the third kid's shop is? It sells small electronic devices." 3 boys? The shop owner was also a warm-hearted person. He took the cigarette and thought for a long time before saying, "You mean 3 electronic devices, right? This street matches what you said, and that's his house. Just go straight ahead and it's at the second intersection." "Thank you." Qin Jiang thanked them without any embarrassment and left with the 2 of them. In front of the 3 electronics store, the boss was lying on the armchair, humming a song, when he suddenly felt it getting dark and opened his eyes to see a fierce face. "A fuck." The boss almost fell off his chair. 49. Qin Jiang shouted. Sijio walked 2 steps slowly, and the young man slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Qin Jiang and the other 2, especially Sijio, and couldn't help but said, "You are here to collect protection money? I'm telling you, my second uncle's cousin's brother-in-law is the police station chief. Believe it or not, I'll report it." Qin Jiang interrupted him, "Doing business?" "Boss, I only do legitimate business." "Zhu Zhang, what are you talking about? Who are you calling indecent?" "Sijio." Qin Jiang stopped Zhu Zhang and the other man, and said to the young man who was retreating in fear, "I heard that you have a batch of card readers." The boss looked at Qin Jiang in surprise. "Card reader? You mean?" Qin Jiang got straight to the point, "Sheep, you know." The boss stared at Qin Jiang for a long time and then looked at Sijio. After confirming that the 3 of them were not here to have fun, he said, "I have a batch of cheap goods, but I won't sell them because the quantity is small." Qin Liang held up 2 fingers, 200,000. "How much? 200,000? The boss was stunned, and then his expression changed from confusion to a smile. "Look, there was a misunderstanding just now. Come in and have some tea. Wife, take out the good tea leaves, Longjing, it must be Longjing." Qin Jiang stopped him. "Let's get straight to the point. Where is the card reader? Check the goods. This place is too smoky and I don't want to stay any longer." The boss once again looked at Sijio and Zhu Zhang, who were standing on Qin Jiang's left and right like bodyguards, and at Qin Jiang's decent but not expensive clothes. He had some guesses in his heart. Probably a second-generation businessman came out to gain experience. This situation is not uncommon. Many wealthy young people will try to start a business when they are young. First step, basically accumulate funds by reselling. He took Qin Jiang and the other two to the warehouse in the backyard without any delay, opened the rolling door, and saw many wooden boxes neatly placed inside. Tier, the boss tore off the tape on a box, revealing a large number of card readers inside. He also took out a laptop and a memory card from the room. You can inspect the goods on the spot. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Zhu Zhang and Sijou began to inspect the goods. The card reader was very simple and all it did was insert the card to check whether it could download anything and convert the memory card. Zhu Zhang then selected a few boxes, opened them, and took out the card readers from them for verification. See here, the boss said with a little attention, since you want 200,000 at a time, I'll give you a fair price, 80 cents each, a total of 160,000. But I have to say this in advance, my card reader will only be maintained for 1 month, and I won't be responsible if there are any problems in the future. Zhu Zhang blurted out, it's only guaranteed for 1 month. This is a defective product. The boss retorted, it can't be sold at this price if it's not defective. Ask around the market and see who won't sell for more than 2 yuan. Qin Jiang, 4 cents. Boss, what? Qin Jiang, 4 cents. You pay for the postage. This is just the first time we work together. To be honest, I have distribution channels in the Northwest. If we work well together this time, I can come back to buy more goods within a month. The boss's eyes lit up, but he complained, brother, I really don't make any money. 8 cents is a loss, and it seems that you are honest. If you don't give me 40 cents, I won't give you 80 cents either. Just 60 cents. I'll pay for the postage. For hair. Brother, please don't insist on the price. I really can't sell it. I've already lost a lot of money. Just 40 cents. Why are you still so stubborn? Fuck, how dare you talk about my boss? Who are you talking to? 49, just 1 sentence, no need to beat me to death. 10 minutes later, the boss compromised. He found that Qin Jiang looked young, but his words were too old-fashioned to be controlled at all. A final transaction price, 40 cents. Shipping not included, Qin Jiang didn't waste any time. He took out 80,000 yuan from his bag and signed a simple agreement with the boss to conclude the deal. He then called a transportation company to send a 200,000 yuan card reader to Songjiang. Before leaving, the boss specially gave him a business card. Looking at the 3 people leaving, the lady boss asked, is what he said true? He has distribution channels in the Northwest. This young man looks impressive. He may become a big customer in the future. The boss shook his head and said, of course it's fake. Didn't you notice that the delivery address he filled in is Songjiang? That's in the Northeast, not the Northwest. It doesn't matter whether it's a big customer or not. I feel that the card reader will soon become obsolete. Besides, our quality is average, so we need to sell all the stock as soon as possible and not let it get in our hands. On the train back to Songjiang, before Zhu Zhang could say anything, Sijou couldn't help but ask, boss, are you planning to sell the card reader? Qin Jiang nodded, you can see this thing, the retail price in Songjiang is 5 yuan, their purchase price is 3 yuan, and even in the county below, the purchase price is 3.5 yuan. And our cost of this batch of goods is only 40 cents, and the transportation fee is negligible. Zhu Zhang calculated on the spot, that means the goods can be sold for 2.5 yuan after being shipped back, or even 2 yuan. Songjiang is very large and there are many counties under it. At worst, there are other cities and counties. The major internet cafes in our province alone can buy this batch of goods. By then, we can sell it for at least 400,000, which means we can make 4 times the profit, and the channel will be opened. Speaking of, go and look at the boss's business card on the table. However, Qin Jiang casually threw the business card aside, and said to the 2 people in confusion, this is a one-time transaction. Songjiang and the nearby markets can take so much goods at once, but it will take some time to digest. Moreover, this business is not large in scale, but the profit is several times higher. Do you think no one will do it? We are not the only one with such channels. Yiwu is not a mystery, besides, I don't even care about such a small business, I'm just preparing for the transition. Chapter 7 Qin Jiang's charm and news dissuasion. Zhu Zhang understood and realized that although this business was not big, there would be people doing it, and even if the purchase price was higher than theirs, it would not be much higher. If they wanted to do long-term business, they would definitely have to engage in a price war with the other party, and the profit would be greatly reduced, which would not be worth it, Qin Jiang said, so this transaction must be unexpected. After returning, gather the people and have the brothers go to the major counties as soon as the goods arrive. Make sure to sell all the goods within 2 days and make a quick decision, good. Zhu Zhang nodded. Sijou stared at the security guard, who listened for a long time but didn't understand what he was saying, so he had to leave. At the same time, he whispered into the intercom, "No abnormalities have been found so far, and there is no alcohol in the room. It looks safe for the time being." The intercom replied after a long pause, "Stay alert at all times." One day and one night later, Qin Jiang and his 2 companions returned to Songjiang at night and found a hotel to sleep in. They didn't sleep well in more than 2 days, and they didn't wake up until noon the next day before returning to school. Vocational college canteen. As soon as Qin Jiang came in, he heard bursts of noise and bustle, and what caught his eyes was a dense crowd of people carrying lunch trays walking back and forth. There were quite a few people in Songjiang Vocational University, with at least several thousand students alone, and it was lunchtime, so naturally there were many people. Many students were stunned when they saw Qin Jiang, staring blankly at his new hairstyle. If it weren't for Sijou, who was always standing next to him, they would have been a little afraid to recognize him. After a long time, he spoke, "Brother Jiang." "Brother Jiang." Of course, most students chose to avoid Qin Jiang or pretended not to see him and just lowered their heads to eat. Wang Tao was stunned for a moment when he saw Qin Jiang after finishing his meal. After reacting for a moment, he quickly greeted him, "Brother Jiang, you're back." He was also a core member of the team and naturally knew that Qin Jiang and the other 2 went to Hangzhou, but he was not sure what they were going to do. "Go get 2 meals." Qin Jiang didn't hesitate and just found an empty seat to sit down. As he sat down, the students who were eating on both sides of him quickly finished their meals, took their plates and left. Soon, there was a large empty area around him, which stood out in the crowded cafeteria. Qin Jiang was indifferent. What can I do? Who gave him the title of campus big brother? Maybe it seems a bit of a reputation in 10 years, but now it has a huge deterrent effect. At least students dare not touch it. A moment later, Wang Tao returned with 2 sumptuous plates. He gave the slightly smaller one to Qin Jiang and the other one, which was piled as high as a hill, to Sijou. This guy could eat a pound of rice alone. "Brother Sijou, I made mushu persimmon soup especially for you." "Okay." Sijou took the plate and started eating. Many students in the distance looked towards Qin Jiang's location intentionally or unintentionally. Most of them were girls. Campus big brother, yellow hair. Now gone, a little money. With so many buffs combined, Qin Jiang never lacks girls chasing after him. Who doesn't want to be a big sister-in-law? Unfortunately, in his previous life, Qin Jiang was completely focused on Lu Ruyan and ignored everyone else. Over time, most girls gave up on him, but he was still the focus of the school. Characteristics of the times, no way. Qin Jiang changed his hairstyle. Although it looks weird without the yellow hair, I think I like his looks. It's over. I was so lonely as my sister-in-law, my heart is rekindled again. If anyone has his number, I will send him a color photo. No, I want to break up with my boyfriend. He is good for nothing except studying hard and getting into a key university. It can be said that at this moment in the university, even the rich bachelor is not as attractive as Qin Jiang. To put it in words, 10 years later, 3 people couldn't even get $10 in their pockets, but 1 phone call could call a dozen girls. It's the charm of the times. What's more, Qin Jiang monopolized the school dormitory business, so he was definitely wealthy in the school, and his only shortcoming was also made up. Now Liu Yao and her intern best friend, Lu Lily, also saw this scene while having dinner not far away. Lu Lily curled her lips and said, "Humph, a little rascal can only show off in school. What will he be after graduation and entering the society? The best ending is to work as a screwdriver in a factory. He will probably end up in jail sooner or later, and there's a chance he'll get shot. Only these young girls who haven't been in society yet can be interested in him." Speaking of, she glanced at the positions of many girls with disdain. She graduated from a prestigious university and came here for an internship. He was used to seeing elites and looked at Qin Jiang as if he were a clown, not presentable. "It's ridiculous to look at the sky from a well." Then he said, "Lu Yao, I heard that there is a rich second generation chasing you, driving a BMW, Lu. What are you doing? Where are you going? Before she finished her words, she saw Lu Yao carrying a plate and walking straight towards Qin Jiang and sitting opposite him. This scene would attract a lot of attention in the cafeteria. Teacher, student, to be precise, trainee teacher versus campus big brother. Wow, the picture is quite impactful. Lu Yao looked at Qin Jiang and introduced herself. Hello, Qin Jiang. My name is Lu Yao, and I am a trainee teacher from the 10th class of the vocational school. Thank you for what I did last time. Qin Jiang looked up and down at Lu Yao. Seeing Qin Jiang's unscrupulous look, Lu Yao was slightly startled. As one of the top 10 beauties in the school, she naturally had no lack of experience in interacting with boys. It can be said that there were many boys around her every day, but those boys were all polite and generous. Even if they had ulterior motives in their hearts, they were absolutely gentlemen on the surface. There was absolutely no one as unscrupulous as Qin Jiang. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Lu Yao gave in and picked up her chopsticks to pretend to eat, while quickly opening her phone to play the video news. Nanhua City has just cracked down on a criminal gang led by and arrested 35 suspects. A group fight occurred in the suburbs of our city. All suspects have been arrested and will be punished by law. Leader of the city, Qin Jiang frowned as he listened to the news. What, just open it in person? What do you mean? Qin Jiang asked straight to the point. Lu Yao turned off her phone. Qin Jiang, you may be young and don't know how dangerous society is. Qin Jiang frowned even more and had an even worse impression of Lu Yao. Damn it, I saved your life, and you call me small. Who are you following? Seeing Qin Jiang's unfriendly expression, Lu Yao hurriedly asked, do you have any plans for your future? You can also go from a junior college to a bachelor's degree. At worst, learn a skill in school so that you can have a skill when you graduate in the future. It's better than, although she didn't finish her words, her meaning was clear. She was advising Qin Jiang not to continue messing around. Qin Jiang was speechless. He could tell that, whether because he had accidentally saved her last time or because of her status as a teacher, she was trying to persuade him not to continue messing around, so she released the news and talked about her future plans. He looked at Lu Yao again. He had to admit that Lu Yao was very beautiful and had a scholarly air about her, but he didn't have the time to waste on her. He had to quickly earn his first pot of gold before he could move forward. This kind of person. Qin Jiang murmured, although good people are always troublesome. No, I don't have the time to deal with her. I have to get rid of her once and for all. Just see, Qin Jiang smiled dangerously. Seeing this, Zheng Kuku Xin Fan Sizhou stopped. He knew that Qin Jiang's smile meant that someone was going to be in trouble. Really? Qin Jiang looked at Lu Yao with a playful look in his eyes. How are you planning my future for me? You are not trying to pursue me, are you? Okay. I'll give you a chance. So, there is a 7 days in outside the school. Chapter 8 Sales Start, Lucrative Business Snap. Lu Yao dropped the chopsticks in her hand onto the plate. She looked at Qin Jiang angrily and stood up. Then, under Qin Jiang's playful gaze, she stormed out. Seeing this, her best friend hurriedly followed her. Lu Yao, what's wrong? Did he bully you? I told you long ago that he is not a good person. There is no need to bother with such a scum. Just ignore him. Nearby, seeing this, many students murmured, good guy, he is indeed the big brother of the school. He can even make the teacher run away. Keep your voice down, or you'll be caught as a bastard if someone hears you. Introduction: Catch a Bastard is a way for school hooligans to beat people for fun. After school, they pick someone they don't like and beat him up. It's common in vocational schools in many places and was popular 10 years ago. Now, Qin Jiang watched Lu Yao leave without paying any attention. He had established a relationship with the spirited girl Bai Lu in the past, so Lu Yao was just a bonus. He asked, how is Bai Lu doing recently? Bai Lu? Ah. Brother Jiang, which little girl are you talking about? Wang Tao was slow to react and said, she has been coming to school to see Brother Jiang almost every day recently. I have followed your instructions and have neither driven her away nor paid any attention to her. Qin Jiang nodded. Okay, don't be too deliberate. Even though it was just a matter of convenience, how could he help without expecting anything in return? Saving people cannot be in vain. Not after all, he is not some saint. At this time, Zhu Zhengjin came to Qin Jiang and whispered, the goods from the south have arrived. The people sent there have inspected the goods and they are normal. Qin Jiang, benefit, does this sound familiar? No, it's just a legitimate business of reselling. Why do you make it sound like it's some shameful thing? Gather the brothers. Those who are capable can go to a county town individually. Those who are not capable can go to a county town in pairs. Tell them to ship the goods tomorrow afternoon. Be quick and decisive. Yes. Zhu Zhang nodded and left to make arrangements. In fact, all these had already been arranged for him, and he just came to report that he understands the ways of being superior and inferior, and he believes that for a group to rise, the leader must have the supreme position. Those who cross the border shall be expelled. Immediately, Qin Jiang told Atao a few more words and turned to leave. He liked his current situation very much and murmured, "Fortunately, I didn't choose to leave, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to go to college and start a business." This is what a reborn person should do, where they only need to make decisions and then have someone else do the work. Who wants to fight alone after being reborn? Yin County, an internet cafe. The space inside is not big, but there are 20 or 30 computers, and there are students working hard in front of each computer. From time to time, a voice came, "Network administrator, give me a bowl of instant noodles with sausage and egg." Network administrator, give me a bottle of Coke, a large one. The network administrator is here to take care of Hontishan. The network administrator was walking back and forth carrying the freshly soaked noodles. Bang! The door of the internet cafe was pushed open, and two yellow-haired young men with lazy looks on their faces, who were obviously not good students, walked in carrying a large package. "See here." The network administrator was not surprised at all. There are a few good students who can come to the internet cafe, and most of those who can surf. The internet, there are idlers and are not very good. There are no machines. There are not many people booking accommodation tonight. A spot may become available in about an hour. If you can wait, then wait. If you can't wait, then go somewhere else. The network administrator quickly said to the two. A yellow-haired man came forward and asked, "Where's your boss?" "What do you think?" The network administrator said impatiently while eating instant noodles. The young man realized that the network administrator was the boss, and this was the most common thing in internet cafes in the county. Immediately, he stepped forward, put his arm around the network administrator's shoulders and whispered, "Boss, I want to discuss a business deal with you." "Do you want a card reader?" "Card reader?" The network administrator frowned and said, "I have a supply channel, so I don't need this thing. You can go to other stores to have a look." As he was about to break free, he saw the yellow-haired man holding him tighter. "Boss, it makes sense to drive the god of wealth away these days. To be honest, we are factory workers from the south. Our boss ran off with his sister-in-law and has no money to pay wages. We workers are using goods from the factory to pay off our debts. Card readers, genuine goods, 2.5 yuan each. How many do you want?" "South, the boss ran away with his sister-in-law. Why does it sound so familiar, etc." $2.50 each. The network administrator immediately grasped the key point and looked at the yellow-haired man to confirm, "Are the goods authentic? Can I inspect them?" "No problem." The yellow-haired man took out 3 or 4 card readers from the package and handed them to the network administrator. "Go ahead and check them. These are for the boss. Whether you buy them or not, consider it as making friends." The network administrator didn't waste any time and verified the card reader on the computer. To confirm that it was real, he had to be smart. You have to know that his card readers are purchased at 3.5 yuan, which is basically a 1 yuan difference from the cost. Card readers are hard currency, and his internet cafe can sell more than 10 on average every day, which means a profit margin of more than 10 yuan. "I can earn more than 300 yuan more a month. Is it too little? Well, it's not much. But this thing is not a small amount of money. Who would look down on small money when doing small business?" Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Would you like some instant noodles, brothers? I'll give you some sausage." Yellow-haired A, "No, do you want to give me a word?" Network administrator, "If you want it, this is the price." Huanmao, "If you want more than 1,000, I'll give you a 20-cent discount. If you want more than 2,000, I'll give you a 40-cent discount. Network administrator, "I don't need that much." A few minutes later, the network administrator directly purchased 1,500 card readers at a price of 2 renminbi and 20 cents, and the transaction was completed on the spot, with both payment and delivery settled. Walk. After counting the money in his hand, Huang Meojia took Huang Mei and the package and left directly to the next internet cafe. Bang! The network administrator threw the card reader package on the counter and continued to make instant noodles, humming a song in a good mood. I'll send you away, thousands of miles away, night. 12 o'clock in the morning. The two yellow-haired guys squatted in front of the Yun County bus station, smoking Zhonghua cigarettes, unable to hide their excitement. Huang Maojia took a deep puff of his cigarette. Good cigarettes are different, they don't make your throat ache. Do you have the money ready? Yellow-haired B blew out a smoke ring and said, don't worry, I stuffed it into my pants. It's absolutely safe and won't get lost. Yellow-haired man, fuck, you don't mind the taste. Yellow-hair B, I'm not afraid of any mishaps. It's 30,000 yuan. How can I not be careful? That's right, the two of them went to all the internet cafes in the county today and sold out all the card readers, earning more than 30,000 yuan. In 2010, more than 30,000 yuan was not a small amount of money, especially for these gangster students. They usually can only smoke the cheapest cigarettes, and only occasionally when they hang out with Qin Jiang can they have a good meal. Huang Meojia, how come Brother Jiang is so awesome? He has only been in school for more than half a year and he has already made a name for himself in the school, which makes us popular. Now he has even started a card reader business. He has made 30,000 in one county alone, plus other counties. Huang Maui said firmly, at least 400,000. 400,000, the two yellow-haired men were silent. They had heard Zhu Zhang say that this batch of goods was very cheap and the profit was at least half to I. In just one night you can get a net profit of more than 200,000. Silence. Both yellow-haired guys were silent, a long time. Bang! Huang Maojia threw the cigarette that was about to burn on his finger to the ground. Damn, from now on, I will follow Brother Ding Zhang. Yellow-haired B, yes, I feel like we can definitely make a name for ourselves by following Brother Jiang. Grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Chapter 9 is called, Black Dragon, Principal, Y Dormitory, 401. Any students passing by the dormitory door did not dare to make any loud noise because Qin Jiang was sleeping inside. He slept very soundly that night. In his dream, he led his brothers onto the right path and reached the top. When it's critical, Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang. Xu Zhang, Sijio, and Atao ran in quickly from outside, with Sijio holding a large package in his hands. Bang! Atao closed the dormitory door and covered the glass with a bedsheet to prevent anyone from seeing the scene inside. Qin Jiang was awakened and opened his eyes to look at the three people. When he saw the package in Sijio's hand, he basically guessed the situation. Sure enough, Sijio threw the package on the table at the side, and Xu Zhang opened the zipper. Crash! Several stacks of $100 bills fell out, and at the same time, dozens of densely packed bundles of $100 bills also appeared in front of him. Call. Xu Zhang and Atao panted and stared at the banknotes. 450000. After a moment, Xu Zhang calmed down and said, Brother Jiang, most of the brothers we sent out came back this morning. They alone brought back 450,000 yuan. In addition, the few who didn't come back also reported that they brought back more than 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. This time, the card readers sold for nearly 500,000 yuan. As soon as these words came out, just as he recovered, Wang Tao began to breathe heavily again. Joked, he is a left-behind child. He has only seen $100 bills a few times since he was a child. Now, hundreds of thousands of cash suddenly appear in front of him. The shock can be imagined. Only two people are the calmest. The first one, Sijio. His brain does not allow him to think too much and he has no concept of money. The second one is naturally Qin Jiang. Just kidding, in his previous life, he had seen not only 400,000 but also 4 million in cash. Of course, that was many years later. He was not so rich when he was a student, but being a human being in two lives made him very calm. Seeing Qin Jiang calm, Wang Tao was even more impressed and felt that his decision to follow Qin Jiang was absolutely the right one. Zhu Zhang was also excited. In his opinion, this is what a big brother should be like, who would remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. Anyway, all the big brothers in Young and Dangerous are like this, that's enough. Qin Jiang waved his hand and said, take out 50,000 yuan of this money to reward the brothers who are going out to run away this time. Give some money to the rest of the brothers too, and tell them that if they are with me, Qin Jiang, they will not be treated unfairly. Yes. Xu Zhang nodded. See here, Qin Jiang himself frowned a little, feeling that the scene just now was still very similar to being in the underworld. Damn, take it step by step and change your habits slowly, as long as the steps are correct, the rest doesn't matter. Xu Zhang, go take my information and register a company. Registered company right. Qin Jiang said calmly. Also, collect the ID cards of the brothers. The company is based on a shareholding system. I own 70% and have the right to speak. You and Sijio each own 5%. The rest of you will only own dividends from the shares according to the mixed system. Xu Zhang looked puzzled when he heard this and quickly took out a notebook to write it down. After all, he didn't know much about this. Brother Jiang, Xu Zhang said after recording, it's fine to register a company, but why should we have shares? Just count them all as Brother Zhang's. Qin Jiang shook his head. Just do as I say, I have my own reasons. Hearing Qin Jiang's unquestionable tone, Xu Zhang no longer refused but asked, what should we name the company? Black Dragon. Black Dragon, good. Xu Zhang and the other two couldn't help but applaud. They thought that the name was very domineering and sounded very social. It was in line with their expectations and was even more domineering than they had imagined. Qin Jiang, however, remained calm. Previous life. He deliberately named himself Bailong just to show it to others, but it was of no use in the end. He still fell into the abyss. He wanted to understand whether a group member is successful or not is not determined by the name, but by what he does. That being the case. So what if we call it Black Dragon? Pop Qin Jiang casually threw the package containing money under the bed. This scene of this also made it Tao even more shocked. He treated hundreds of thousands of cash as dirt. He and Brother Jiang must have an extraordinary life. Just as he was about to leave, Xu Zhang became more resolute in his heart. Only those who are not swayed by small amounts of money will have a brighter future. Only by following such a team can we achieve further development and have the Godfather style like the movie version. Only. Sijio's face was calm. He didn't care about these at all. The only thing he cared about was following Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang asked, how is the investigation going? Wang Tao stepped forward and said, we have checked almost everything. The place is currently in ruins. The next day. Vice Principal's office. The Vice President slammed the table and stood up, saying in disbelief, what did you say? You want to set up a company and you need support from the school. Just see opposite him, Qin Jiang sat on the sofa, pouring himself some tea and nodded calmly. How do you want to support me? Give you money? The vice president was so angry that he laughed and looked at Qin Jiang with disdain. Just a slacker student. If the vocational college was not currently in its development stage and was rapidly enrolling more students, and if it were not for the fact that it believed that a slacker was not presentable and was nothing, he would have been expelled long ago. Now he dares to ask for support in front of me. He is like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Overestimate your abilities. He wanted to see what Qin Jiang could say. If he dared to show off again, he would ask the security guards to remove him or even fire him. Qin Jiang looked at the vice president and said calmly, I heard that many universities have recently started supporting student entrepreneurship projects. Some schools have already implemented it, so why don't vocational schools keep up with the times? Listen to this. The vice president looked at Qin Jiang in surprise. He had just received news that many college students in first-tier cities had started their own businesses and made a name for themselves, and many of their companies had even grown to a certain size, bringing great influence to their schools. As a result, many local schools had also begun to flourish, and Songjiang City was no exception. Not to mention those famous universities. Even the president of a vocational college told him yesterday that he wanted to give it a try. Certainly, for vocational universities, it is nothing more than a formality. After all, if other schools do it and you don't, wouldn't you be different? However, vocational universities are in the development stage and funding is very difficult. It is impossible for them to really spend money to support students' entrepreneurship, so they just do it for show. Think of this. The vice president looked at Qin Jiang with disdain again. I don't know where you got the news, but I can tell you clearly now that the vocational college is not prepared to support. What if I don't want the school to pay a penny? Qin Jiang interrupted him before he could finish his words. No money. The vice principal's eyes changed as he watched Qin Jiang. He was a little confused about Qin Jiang. Yes. Qin Jiang said straight to the point, I just need the empty rooms on the west side of the school to be used as office space. In the future, when the company develops, I promise to donate a certain amount of money to the school. Even if it is used to build a library or teaching building for the school, it will be very profitable. After listening, the vice principal pondered for a moment and was a little moved, but still subconsciously asked, why? Chapter 10, Successful Negotiation, Preparation for Setting Rules. Why? Qin Jiang said calmly, I just set up a company and took in all the bad students in our school. I can guarantee that they will not continue to be idle or do anything out of line. It also ensures that if a fight occurs in the school, all students will abide by the law. As soon as these words came out, Principal Wu Yu wants to say you are talking nonsense, but thinking that it was Qin Jiang who said this, he had to believe that the other party had the capital to say this. Wu Yu, can you guarantee that you can do it? Qin Jiang, of course. Wu Yu, okay, I can give you an office space. I hope you can keep your word, otherwise you know the consequences. The school will be tolerant of students, but it will not condone them. If you insist on not learning well, his threat was self-evident. He had been planning to target these people in the next step, but since they were willing to correct their mistakes, he would give it a try. They were students. If he could avoid expelling them, he would expel them as little as possible. Moreover, expelling too many students at once is not a good thing for vocational colleges. Qin Jiang nodded, he was naturally aware of the consequences. This master was swift and decisive. In his previous life, he began to rectify the school shortly afterwards. Qin Jiang and others were the first to be expelled, and they were completely on the road of no return. The reason why Qin Jiang came here today to ask for an office location was secondary. He also wanted to ensure that his brothers could have diplomas. Diploma, still very useful in the 21st century. What's more, he wants to walk the right path in this life, so naturally he doesn't want his brothers to have any stain. Not soon. Qin Jiang briefly discussed office matters with Wu Yu and other matters for a few hours before leaving the office. In watching him leave, Qin Jiang murmured, I hope you're not here to make fun of me. There's no future in society. I don't want my students to fall into the abyss. Back playground. Zhu Zhang and the others had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Qin Jiang coming, they all looked over and shouted in unison, Brother Jiang. This scene matched the aura Qin Jiang cultivated in his previous life, and he exuded a domineering aura like a social gangster, making people feel dazed. Qin Jiang looked at the dozens of excited brothers in front of him and did not discourage them, telling them that this was childish. Some things take time to change. Besides, such situations also have a certain catalytic effect on development. As long as everything is developing in a good direction, the rest can proceed steadily. Of course, if we want our brothers not to repeat the same mistakes, the most important thing is to set rules. Rule. This is the foundation for whether a business group can develop smoothly and normally. As the saying goes, there is no order without rules. Qin Jiang suddenly saw a very familiar figure at the back of the team, moccasins, tights, Bai Lu. She was also very excited standing at the back of the team. When she saw Qin Jiang looking at her, she did not move closer but instead hid to the side as Zhu Zhang whispered, Brother Jiang, she's chasing us too closely, and I accidentally let it slip that I agree to her joining us. If you don't like her, I'll kick her out right away. Qin Jiang looked at Zhu Zhang with a half-smile. How could this guy, who was always strict in his words and deeds, do such a thing? He must have seen that he cared about Bai Lu, which was why he did this. Consider what it does not say anyway. It won't do any harm for him if the other party joins voluntarily, and even the other party's reconnaissance captain can't do anything about it. Instead, he looked at everyone and said, from now on, you are employees of the Black Dragon Company. The company's rules and regulations will be issued soon. I hope you can abide by them. Those who dare to violate the company's rules will be expelled from the company and will bear the consequences at their own risk. Chapter 11. The rules are criminal law, license in hand. Yes. Everyone shouted with great momentum. They had no complaints. After all, that group had no rules, while the young and dangerous gang still followed the rule of 3 cuts and 6 holes. It can be said that when these people learned that Qin Jiang was going to set up the Black Dragon Company and would allow them to get equity dividends, they became extremely convinced of Qin Jiang, if not completely devoted to him, who let the most important thing in the underworld is loyalty and righteousness. Good. Qin Jiang nodded and turned to leave. Rear dozens of people followed closely, extremely domineering. Well, at least that's how it looked in the students' eyes. I don't know how many female students felt weak all over and excited. There are only 5 words in my heart. I want to be the eldest sister-in-law, Brother Jiang. Zhu Zhang asked in a low voice, how do you set the rules? Do you have any rules? Rule. Qin Jiang said directly, go buy some criminal law books first. Everyone who joins the Black Dragon Company will be given a copy. Tell them that this is the rule of the Black Dragon Company and that everyone must memorize it and understand its meaning. What? Criminal law? Zhu Zhang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted. Yes, as long as they memorized the criminal law, their team's development would definitely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. Hi. Xu Zhang couldn't help but give Qin Zhang a thumbs up. That's great. I admire Brother Zhang's foresight. Qin Zhang, who was being flattered, had no idea that Zhu Zhang had misunderstood his meaning again. Of course, even if he understood, there was no way to correct it. Some things can only be done step by step. North District. A mahjong parlor crash. The interior was filled with smoke, making it difficult to see the faces of the people inside. The only sound one could tell was that there were a lot of people inside. Was the shuffling of cards and the noisy cheers. A bang! A skinny young man with yellow hair ran in quickly and went straight to a private room at the back and opened it. There were 5 or 6 people playing cards. Among them, there was a bald man sitting in the main seat, with a face full of flesh and a hideous scar on his bald head. There was a scorpion tattooed at the end of the scar. He was a very famous gangster leader of this generation, and he had a scar on his head due to a war he had in his early years. Therefore, a nickname, Scar. Now that he looked at the breathless yellow-haired young man who rushed in and cursed, "Damn it, you little bastard, did your father die or your mother die? Who the hell let you in? No wonder I have bad luck today. It's all because of you. It seems like I haven't taught you the rules for a long time." The continuous cursing frightened the yellow-haired young man so much that he trembled. He was just Scar's little brother, so how could he not be afraid? Huang Mao looked at Scar's unfriendly eyes and said hurriedly, "Brother Dao, our business has been taken away by someone." What? Bang! Scar slammed the table and stood up. What did you say? The business was taken away. What business? Someone went to the bar to cause trouble, and there was a problem in the game hall. Neither. The yellow-haired young man hurriedly shook his head. Is it a card reader? Card reader? Scar was stunned for a moment before he realized, it's the little thing that downloads things from the computer. Seeing the yellow-haired young man nod, Scar cursed in a low voice, sat on the chair again, and said while looking at the cards in his hand, "Go on." The yellow-haired young man said, "Our people went to sell card readers as usual, but found that most internet cafes didn't want them. At first I thought their sales were not good, but later I found out that they had just received a large batch of goods some time ago, which were cheaper than ours. The quantity was enough for those internet cafes to use for half a year." Hearing this, Scar played his cards and cursed, "Find out which little jerk did this?" No, the yellow-haired young man shook his head. Those people said he was a stranger and had no idea where he was from. But he said his accent was from the northeast, so I don't know anything else. Useless. Scar pointed at the yellow-haired man and cursed, "You can't find out who did it, so you can't check the source of the goods. Tell Shuesi that if you can't find out who did it within 3 days, he will know the consequences himself." Roll. The yellow-haired young man didn't dare to say anything more and turned around and ran away. Shuesi was his eldest brother, who was in charge of the card reader business. Scar snorted coldly, looked at the cards in his hand and put them down. "I don't want to play anymore. I'm not in the mood today. Let's go." Several card-playing friends didn't dare to say much and just left. Although the card reader business is not big, it can bring him hundreds of thousands of profits a year. Moreover, if his business is taken away and he cannot get it back, he will lose some prestige. Thinking of this, he became even angrier and shouted directly to the outside, "Nana, Nana, come here." Soon a charming woman walked into the box, then Scar's deep voice came from inside, "I'm a little angry today." Kneel down. North District Security Investigation Team, captained by Meng, the detective, had just returned from reporting a case when a young man came over and whispered in his ear, "We've investigated the matter. Not long ago, Bai Lu was stopped by a group of student hooligans, and was rescued by a man who happened to be a college student named Qin Zhang. He is the biggest gangster in the vocational college. He has dozens of subordinates. He usually makes money by standing in line for others. Recently, Bai Lu has been skipping classes to go to the vocational college. It is said that he is very close to his people." Speaking of that, he also took out a photo from his pocket. The photo was a group photo of more than 10 people, and the one leading the group was Qin Zhang, and it was Qin Zhang from his yellow-haired days. See here, Bai Meng's face was as gloomy as water and looked frighteningly ugly. After all, anyone who knew that his own sister was related to Huang Mao would be furious. He even imagined the scene in his mind. My sister brought the yellow-haired Qin Zhang home. Lao Dang, is it safe for me to park my motorcycle outside? Old Deng, you're going to be a grandfather soon. Lao Deng, moment, this scene made by Meng shudder. He didn't dare to think whether his father would cut Qin Jiang into pieces and tell him, this man came in pieces. He immediately picked up the phone. Toot, Bai Lu, no matter where you are now, no matter what you are doing, go home immediately, elder brother. If you don't come back, I will transfer you to another school tomorrow. Bang, he hung up the phone and said, call him and tell him I want to see him. Brother Meng, don't be anxious. The young man said, he is just a gangster. There is no need to bother with him. That group of students got into trouble later, so that guy can be regarded as saving Bai Lu. Just scare him, he kept persuading Bai Meng, not because he really cared about Qin Jiang, but because he was afraid that Bai Meng would do something impulsive. Snort. Bai Meng snorted coldly, I hope he is sensible, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. I will never forgive anyone who dares to touch my sister. Besides, I must meet him and warn him in person. Now, Qin Jiang was very relaxed at school and had no idea that two groups of people were targeting him. He was very excited. Because Zhu Zhang has brought back the company license. Chapter 12 Black Dragon Base, Xianhe's Visit Heilong Company, Limited. Corporation, HTI, registered capital of 100,000 yuan, registered address, number 65, Shuiyuan Road, Songjiang North District, business scope, investment, construction. Qin Jiang was very satisfied looking at the business license in his hand. This speed was definitely fast in 2010. Brother Jiang, why are you in such a hurry? Zhu Zhang asked. According to the normal process, it only takes a month. It's really a waste of money just to speed up the process. Of course it's useful. Qin Jiang stood up and walked outside and said, come on, follow me to the guardhouse. One side, Sijou, who was lying down and sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, following Qin Jiang very neatly like a shadow. A brown bear, guard the house. It is the abbreviation of Songjiang Nursing Technology College, and is located next to the vocational school. Behind the guardhouse, there is a factory, or to be more precise, an abandoned factory, which was originally a chemical factory. Due to the planned relocation of Shuiyuan Road, the factory was completely abandoned. After the establishment of Huyuan, it was assigned to the other party, but because Huyuan has not been developed, it has been idle. At this time, planned entrance, Qin Jiang stood there quietly. Zhu Zhang was confused and had no idea what he was doing in the abandoned factory. Open! Qin Jiang said directly. Bang! Sijou stepped forward, picked up a stone and hit the factory gate lock several times. A boom. Boom, click, the rusty iron lock was broken. Sijou pushed open the door, and Qin Jiang walked in with big strides. The factory was very empty and even some scrap iron had been taken away and sold, leaving only some dispensable junk. The floor area was not very large, only a few thousand square meters. There are two factories. Soon after walking around, Qin Jiang said, go find Yizhe and tell him I want to see him. I want him to meet me at the company tonight. Yizhe? Zhu Zhang asked in doubt. It's the captain of the guardhouse and school, Yizhe. Yes, it's him. Qin Jiang nodded. Tell him there is a business deal to discuss. Night. The three rooms in front of the vocational school were brightly lit, and a huge plaque was erected above the three rooms, reading a Black Dragon. The students passing by couldn't help but stop to take a closer look and whispered to each other, if these hooligans really formed a gang, the Black Dragon Gang, it sounds pretty impressive. The city is different from the countryside. Where we live, we do things in secret, but in the city, people dare to put up signs. You said that they occupied these houses and the school didn't care. Are the teachers afraid of them? Teachers, staff and security guards were also surprised. They looked at the brightly lit area of Black Dragon. What the hell is that? You think that bastard has taken over a few houses as his base? Who gave him the power? Who allowed? He used to be so arrogant on campus, but now he dares to shit on our heads. This is outrageous. A young security guard was seen rushing into the Black Dragon Company with an electric baton, but he was stopped by several old security guards. Why are you stopping me? Did you receive a bribe from him? The young security guard was very angry. He thought it was not his duty to allow such evil practices to happen, let alone using the school office building as a base for gangsters. What are you talking about? Security guard Lao Wang said, you didn't know when you were not here. When he put up the plaque, we also wanted to stop him, but the security director called us personally and told us not to interfere, saying that the school agreed to it. They also said that it wasn't the Black Dragon Gang, but the Black Dragon Company, Limited, a formal enterprise with a business license. A legitimate company. The young security guard was full of disbelief, especially when he saw the scene in the room through the window and Qin Jiang sat upright on the sofa chair, with Zhu Zhang and Sijou sitting on the sofas on both sides. Dozens of students with dyed hair and smoking cigarettes were standing or half-leaning in the room. You said this is a legitimate business. The young security guard questioned. It's just a bunch of ruffians and students. Do you think they are going to class during the evening self-study period? Listen to this, several veteran security guards looked embarrassed. Go to evening self-study, let alone these bad students, even some honest students rarely go to school, otherwise where would there be so many students on the playground? The school doesn't manage this too strictly. The duty of these security guards is to prevent any major incidents from happening in the school. Finally, the young security guard was persuaded by several old security guards and had to be dragged back to the security room, still making harsh remarks. You don't dare, but I do. From now on, if Qin Jiang violates school regulations, I will arrest him. Several old security guards didn't take it seriously, they are all old hands. If they hadn't cared much about Qin Jiang in the past, there were gangsters like this in the school before, but they would be nothing after graduation. There's no need to be serious with these hooligans, otherwise these youngsters will not know how to behave properly. However, since they learned that Qin Jiang had opened a company and obtained the school's consent, and that the top management had personally told them not to interfere, these old security guards changed their attitude towards Qin Jiang. Sizzle, the security captain, Su Dong, picked up the big teacup and drank, muttering, no wonder he is so rampant in school and has so many people following him. It turns out that he not only relies on fighting skills but also has a background. It seems that I have to change my attitude in the future, at least not offend. At this time, a scolding voice came from the door. Who? From that school? From the School of Architecture? What's the matter? Looking for Qin Jiang? Come back after the holiday, you are not allowed in now. Su Dong arrived at the school gate and saw several people standing outside. The leader was a muscular young man with tattoos on his arms, followed by 4 or 5 lazy younger brothers. He recognized the identity of the man, the big gangster on Shuiyuan Road, Shen He. Because he had learned boxing and kicking in Shaolin Temple for 2 years, he was very fierce in fighting, and was nicknamed Lone Wolf. The only defeat was being suppressed by Sijou, and it was this battle that established the reputation of Sijou School Road God of War. Now, when Xian He heard the security guard say this, he planned to leave with his younger brothers. After all, he was just a student and was naturally a little in awe of the school security. The younger brothers on both sides didn't say much. Su Dong suddenly called him, wait. Xian He turned around and looked at Su Dong. What's the matter? Su Dong, what do you want to do with Qin Jiang? Xian He, I have something to discuss. Su Dong, do you have an appointment? Xian He, appointment? What appointment? He looked at Su Dong in confusion, unable to understand the meaning of his words. He saw Qin Jiang still wanted to make an appointment. Seeing this, Su Dong pondered for a moment and called an obedient security guard and said, Lao Wang, go to the Black Dragon Company and tell him that Xian He wants to see Qin Jiang and ask him if he wants to meet him. Lao Wang nodded and left. The Black Dragon Company was right next to the school gate. Lao Wang came back not long after he left. See you, Qin Jiang. Su Dong nodded to signal Lao Wang to open the door and said to Qian He, come in. He then said to Lao Wang, take him there so he won't get lost. Xian He followed Lao Wang into the campus in a daze with a few of his younger brothers, muttering, what's going on? Why weren't you allowed in just now, but allowed in when you found out you were meeting Qin Jiang? Could it be? Chapter 13 Xian He's shock. This is the underworld boss. Until, standing at the brightly lit entrance of Black Dragon Company, he came to his senses after seeing the word Black Dragon on the plaque above his head. Old Kingsway, Qin Jiang is inside, go in. After saying that, he left without waiting for Qian He to ask any more questions. He was about to retire and didn't want to get involved in messy matters. Bang! Qian He opened the door and let a few younger brothers inside. Brush, both Qian He and his younger brothers were stunned. They saw smoke rising from the room, and under the smoke there were dozens of ruffian students smoking and chatting. When they saw them come in, they all looked over and their faces gradually turned cold. Some of them were sitting on the balcony, some were shaking their necks, and some were taking out baseballs from the corner and playing with them. In the three people sitting in the center were the focus of the audience. Zhu Zhang, who was sitting on the sofa on the left, was waving a folding fan in his hand, while Sijou, who was sitting on the right, was spinning two balls in his hands right in the center. Qin Jiang sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a glass of wine in his right hand and shaking it gently as he looked at the few people, stunned, completely stunned. Gulp. Chen He and a few of his younger brothers couldn't help swallowing their saliva. After all, they were all students and had never seen such a scene before. What's more, the scene before them was too similar to the scenes they had seen in the movies and imagined in their minds at this moment. In their eyes, Qin Jiang was like a gangster, and they were just small-time scoundrels who came to provoke him. Crack, crack. A Tao stepped out with his fist clenched, looked at Chen He and said coldly, "What's the matter? You come here to pick a fight? Are you really tired of living?" Accompany it step by step forward. Other people on both sides also gathered around Chen He and his companions. Some of the younger brothers were so scared that they were shaking and unable to speak. Although Chen He was extremely shocked in his heart, he looked very calm as he looked at Qin Jiang and said, "I'm not here to cause trouble. If I were here, I wouldn't have brought these people with me. And I want to talk to you about something." Listen to this. Qin Jiang remained indifferent and continued to shake his wineglass until the fight was about to begin. Then he waved his hand. Brush. As he waved his hand, everyone on both sides stopped and slowly stepped back, but they still stared at them. Sit. Qin Jiang pointed to the chair in front of him. Chen He showed no fear and strode to sit in front of Qin Jiang. Although his younger brothers behind him were scared to death, they still gritted their teeth and followed him. See here. Qin Jiang nodded secretly at Chen He. In his previous life, he was not an unknown person either. He made a lot of noise not only in Shuiyuan Road but also in the North District. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and his power was wiped out before he could develop beyond the North District. In fact, the reason why Qin Jiang could rise so quickly in his previous life was that he swallowed up his remaining power. The relationship between the two was very complicated in their previous life. What to say, they sympathize with each other and hope the other dies. "What's up?" Qin Jiang's expression was as calm as thunder and his cold smile made people feel scared and panicked. Even in the Black Dragon Company, only 2.5 people dared to look Qin Jiang in the eye and speak normally: Zhu Zhang, Sijou, and a Tao, while the rest were in awe, but Chen He remained calm. He was only surprised that Qin Jiang had developed so fast that he could openly put up a plaque in the school and give his group a domineering name, Black Dragon. He said calmly, "We have an agreement between you and me. As long as you, Qin Jiang, are here, I will not fight over the fighting on the battlefields of the villages in the Northern District. Not long ago I learned that you rejected Crouching Tiger Village. They called me but I didn't agree. I came here to ask about your attitude. If you don't do anything about Crouching Tiger Village in the future, then..." A hint of embarrassment flashed across his eyes before he finished speaking. Obviously, he felt that it was a bit of a breach of promise. They had reached an agreement after he lost the duel with Sijou. Now that he came to Sijou's house in person to talk about it, he felt uncomfortable as he was very proud. Qin Jiang was also slightly surprised when he heard this. As his opponent in the previous life, he was also clear about his character. He loved face, valued friendship, and kept his word. So, it seems that there are many reasons Qin Jiang would not get involved in fighting, nor would he care whether Chen He went or not, but he was not a pushover who would directly agree to go out. His left hand rhythmically tapped the chair, once, and again. The room fell into a strange and depressing atmosphere. A Tao and the others stared at Chen He with even colder eyes, as if they were wolves ready to bite their prey. Bang! Qin Jiang drank the wine in his glass, looked at Chen He in front of him and said with a smile, "Not only Crouching Tiger Village, but also other businesses that need judo can be given to you. From now on, I, Qin Jiang, will not do this." "What do you need me to do?" Chen He asked directly. He knew that there is no free lunch in the world. "Help me do something." "What's up?" "I haven't thought about it yet." "Can." The conversation was very neat and tidy. After receiving Qin Jiang's affirmative answer, Chen He stood up and left with a few of his brothers. When he reached the door, Qin Jiang's voice suddenly rang out, "There is no way out of this world." Chen He was stunned for a moment, turned back and looked at Qin Jiang deeply before leaving. Outside campus, after walking a long way, the younger brothers came to their senses and said, fuck, those bastards were so pretentious just now that they even resorted to violence. If they weren't outnumbered, I would have, but it's amazing that Qin Jiang has only been in Shuiyuan Road for a short time and has developed so fast. He even has a plaque directly hung on his base. Black Dragon, it's really enviable. As soon as these words came out, a few people also looked a little envious. After all, their group was considered to be doing well in College Road. Their base was a dormitory or an uninhabited room in a nearby village, so there was nothing wrong with it before, but everything is afraid of comparison. Today, there is a huge difference between the Black Dragon base in Xinjiang and the Black Dragon base in Xinjiang, someone suggested. Brother He, why don't we also build a base and give it a domineering name? This will definitely excite the brothers and make it easier to recruit more people. Others echoed, yeah, I think so. The gang can be called the Wild Gang. Cyclone is also good, that's enough. Shinny interrupted them, although I don't know how Qin Jiang got those rooms in the school and hung the plaques, I can be sure that our school will never allow it. The security alone is enough to make us suffer. There are police standing behind them. As for renting a house outside, the money is not enough. We can talk about these imaginary things later. We are also talking about naming. Our top priority is to get money quickly. Without money, nothing can be done. Speaking of, he gave the order directly, Shunzi, go call those people in the nearby villages and tell them that I will take all this kind of work in the future. If you want it in the next week, you can give them a discount. At the school gate, Su Dong and other security guards were chatting. Tao came over with 2 boxes in his hands in his pockets, and threw the boxes to Su Dong. Here. Huazi. Brother Jiang said thank you for today's help. Let me know if you have any problems next time. That's right, there will be someone looking for Brother Jiang later, just let him come in directly. Speaking of, regardless of Su Dong and others' reactions, he went back. Chapter 14, Contracting a chemical plant and guarding the young master. The security guards watched Tao's expression changing as he left, only Su Dong was thinking about something in his mind. After a while, he picked up one of the Chinese peas and pointed at the remaining Chinese peas and said, share this among you. Don't forget to open the door for the people who come later. Speaking of, he left without waiting for the security guards to ask. Several security guards thought no more and happily shared the cigarettes. They usually couldn't afford to smoke such high-end cigarettes. School security is not a lucrative department and the salary is not high. In addition, they have no establishment, so they are rarely willing to meddle in other people's business. They just let people come in even if you are not allowed in. As long as you want to find a place, you can jump over the wall. Otherwise, how can the students who have internet access and accommodation come back? Half an hour later. Yizhe was a little surprised to see the security guard opening the door without asking any questions, and followed his guidance to the Black Dragon Company. Same, I was also stunned by the Black Dragon plaque. Bang! When he opened the door, he saw the same scene as Qianhe. He was shocked and frowned. He kept waving his hands to drive away the smoke and couldn't help coughing twice. Ahem, Qin Jiang, what business are you, talking about? There are so many people here. How did I offend you? As he spoke, his eyes quickly scanned the expressions of the people present, focusing mainly on observing Qin Jiang. The two schools were so close to each other, and as the celebrities of their respective schools, they naturally knew who was the one in charge. Unfortunately, he did not see any information on Qin Jiang's face, but his inner panic soon dissipated. He analyzed that he had no grudge against Qin Jiang, and even if he had offended the other party in some way, he would not trick him into beating him up. This is definitely not Qin Jiang's style. He can't afford to lose face. Brush. Qin Jiang raised his wineglass, and Xu Zhang said, everyone get out. Halala, dozens of younger brothers simply left, each with an arrogant and cold expression without any nonsense. Wait until the outside crowd clears. Everyone couldn't help but whisper excitedly, great, really great. Didn't you see how scared Yizhe was when he came in? Yizhe is nothing. There aren't many men in the guardhouse, so they made him the boss. He just does some business to make some money. In our scene today, only Brother Jiang can calm him down. So impressive. This is the society I imagined. This moment, they could hardly suppress their inner excitement. They had never imagined such a scene before. At most, it was just a group of people walking together. At that time, they thought it was quite domineering, but it was completely incomparable to the scene today. Listen carefully. Wang Tao looked at everyone and said, my current prestige is all given by Brother Jiang. If anyone dares not to listen to Brother Jiang or betray him in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Brother Tao, what are you talking about? Brotherhood is a lifelong bond. I must follow Brother Jiang. I will never betray Brother Jiang even if I die. They were not lying. Qin Jiang was already very prestigious. In addition, he had used a series of tactics during this period, including selling card readers to make a lot of money, setting up companies and giving out shares, and even opening a company and school to get recognition from school leaders and face from security guards. And today's domineering picture, one after another, one by one, they couldn't find a more suitable elder brother than Qin Jiang, and besides, loyalty is the most important thing in the underworld. Betray, it means that your reputation is completely ruined and no one will do it. But some people also murmured quietly, it's just that the criminal law is too difficult to memorize. Inside the room. As the smoke slowly dissipated as the younger brothers left, Yi Ze took a deep breath and sat opposite Qin Jiang, saying directly, what business do you want to discuss with me? Qin Jiang nodded as he looked at Yi Ze, who had completely calmed down. Yi Ze was also a well-known figure in the school and was doing relatively well, because he started out as a businessman. His business empire expanded greatly in his previous life and subsequently had conflicts of interest with Qin Jiang. The two groups fought many times. After Qin Jiang fell, he took over the business, and when Qin Jiang came out, the other party had become a famous business celebrity. Certainly, all of this is inseparable from the other party's background, but we must also admit that the other party is capable. Just looking at the other party's current demeanor, it is incomparable to that of an ordinary adult man. Contract? Yi Ze was even more surprised, but Qin Jiang waved his hand as Zhu Zheng took out a stack of papers from the lower drawer, looked at them for a few seconds, and handed one of them to Yi Ze, and threw the rest of the papers next to his seat. Brush. Yi Ze looked at the paper in his hand. Frowny face. Contract. The content is not complicated, it is just a contract to contract a factory. Party A, Heilong Company, Limited. Contracting location, Wutie Chemical Plant. Contract term, 10 years. You want to contract the Wutie Chemical Factory? Yi Ze looked at Qin Jiang in surprise. The abandoned factory behind the guardhouse, right? Qin Jiang nodded. What's the point of contracting a chemical plant? Yi Ze was confused and didn't know why Qin Jiang was planning to contract a factory. It has its own uses. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers calmly. This, Yi Ze always felt something was wrong, but Qin Jiang looked calm and he couldn't tell anything. Sijio looked like an iron tower and couldn't tell anything either. He could only look at Zhu Zhang subconsciously. Zhu Zhang was shaking his folding fan and smiling. Pure smiling tiger. Final, his eyes were fixed on a few pieces of paper next to Zhu Zhang's chair. Complete list of gang training disciples, how to expand gangs, how to establish a hidden gang base. Yi Ze was stunned looking at the title on the paper. He was really stunned, or to be more precise, he couldn't believe it. What did he see? Could it be, Qin Jiang contracted a chemical plant to use as a base to train his younger brother's fighting power before going out to seize territory? No, he must be sick. What era is this? We have been using this trick for years after the reform and opening up. What? Are we calling this the Republic of China? Isn't it pure idiocy? What's the use of my training and fighting ability? Can you beat the security team? Fuck. 3 sticks will break all your gangster spirit. Let you know what is called frowny face. 12 pages of confession, your name on every page. For a moment, Yi Ze kept complaining in his heart, and even planned to get up and leave without paying any attention to the idiot. But thinking of the plaque of the Black Dragon Company and the situation in the house, he vaguely guessed that Qin Jiang might make a small fortune. So, how could he give up when he was short of money? He looked at Qin Jiang and asked directly, how much do you plan to pay for the contract? Qin Jiang said, 200,000 a year. But you have to sign a 10-year contract. 200,000. Yi Ze looked at Qin Jiang deeply and it seemed that his guess was correct. He would turn around and leave if Qin Jiang paid tens of thousands. However, 200,000 is not a small amount of money in today's era. Yi Ze got straight to the point and said, I don't know why you want to contract the factory, but the factory belongs to the guards. To be precise, the guards only have the right to use it. If you want to contract it, why would you come to the school or me? I can't make the decision. Haha, Qin Jiang suddenly laughed, leaning forward slightly to look at Yi Ze, and said with a dangerous smile, what do you think? The eldest son of the nursing vocational college. Chapter 15. Preparing to earn the second pot of gold, the uncle and nephew of the Yi family decided Yi Zhe looked at Qin Jiang in shock. Qin Jiang said calmly, "It's not hard to guess, right? You have so many monopoly businesses in the Guard Academy, and you don't suppress them by force. Plus, the dean of the nursing school is also named Yi, so you must be related to him. However, the dean of the nursing school is only in his 30s this year, so it's impossible for him to have a son as old as you, so it's most likely a nephew. So, what do you say?" The corners of Yi Zhe's mouth twitched a few times, and he looked at Qin Jiang with a more complicated look. He found that he had underestimated the other party. Certainly, he had no idea that Qin Jiang was deducing entirely based on his previous life, otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to associate these things. "Qin Jiang, the chemical plant can be rented to you," Yi Zhe said directly, "but the price of 200,000 is too low. I need to go back and discuss the specific price with my uncle." Qin Jiang drank his drink calmly. "Please do as you please, good." Yi Zhe nodded and left with the contract. Just before he reached the door, Zhu Zhang's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and said to Qin Jiang, "Brother Jiang, the architecture school sent a letter saying they are interested in cooperation and asked us to go and investigate tomorrow." Yi Zhe didn't hear what was said next, because he had already walked out of the Black Dragon Company and went straight to the security guard with the contract. He kept looking back at the direction of the Black Dragon Company. "Qin Jiang, what a Qin Jiang, I really underestimated you before. You were able to quietly set up the Black Dragon Company and take out hundreds of thousands of dollars at once. It seems that you have found a way to make money, but I don't know what it is. Blackmail, extortion, and he's obviously not stupid since he can guess my identity. It's a pity that I took the wrong route. It's a pity that I still play the tricks of the underworld in this era. Nowadays, society is in the economic era. Only those with money are the masters. Those who are brave and aggressive will only go to jail. It's not even good enough. Shake your head." He didn't think about these things. Qin Jiang's future had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to get the contract money into his hands as soon as possible. Inside Black Dragon Company, Qin Jiang looked at Yi Zhe leaving with a sneer on his face. In the previous life, due to some special reasons, the government suddenly decided to upgrade the school from a junior college to a third-level college. The campus had to be expanded and the chemical plant was bound to be included in the expansion. As a result, Yi Zhe's uncle and nephew forged a contract to make Yi Zhe earn a fortune. How could he watch this piece of fat meat fall into the other party's mouth again in this life? He would be letting God down if he didn't grab it. Zhu Zhang took a lighter and lit up several gang development plans, which turned into ashes in the curling smoke. On the other side, Yi Zhe returned to school and went straight to the principal's office. He pushed the door open without knocking. Bang! There were bursts of collision sounds. The dean of the nursing school, Yi Jikai, was furious, but when he saw Yi Zhe, he sighed and said, "Take the documents and go out first." "Good." The tall woman picked up the documents on the table and hurried out. Bang! Yi Zhe calmly came to Yi Jikai's table and said, "Uncle, he'll handle the files." Yi Ji opened his mouth and said stubbornly that he had no way to deal with Yi Zhe. First of all, he was his nephew and the eldest grandson of the Yi family. Secondly, Yi Zhe's father, that is, his brother, was the pillar of the family and his position as principal also depended on his support. Therefore, naturally, I can only love Yi Zhe. Okay. Yi Zhe did not continue teasing him. After all, he was his uncle, so he should give him face. Immediately, he handed the contract directly to Yi Jikai. Brush. Yi Jikai picked up the contract and looked at its contents. Yi Zhe on the other side explained, "The Black Dragon Company wants to contract the chemical plant behind our school. By the way, the Black Dragon Company is owned by Qin Jiang, the big bastard from the vocational school next door." Qin Jiang. Yi Jikai's face was full of confusion. Obviously, he didn't know who Qin Jiang was. After all, although he was very famous in Shuiyuan Road, he was only famous among students. Not to mention the school's top management, even ordinary people didn't know him. However, Yi Jikai didn't care and looked at the contract and asked directly, "Are you planning to contract out the chemical plant?" "Yes." Yi Zhe nodded and said, "Of course I have to contract it out. This way the school will have some spare money to support my business." "Uncle, you don't know that I'm in need of funds to start my own business. Once I get 200,000 or 300,000 yuan in funding, I'm confident that I can increase the company's size to over 1 million within a year." Yi Jikai listened to Yi Zai's words with a calm expression. For a school principal like him, 1 million is not a small amount, but it is just that. The school does not lack the hundreds of thousands of profits from contracting chemical industries. But the current situation is special. He has received news that there will be a conference in the province next year to commend campus entrepreneurs. So, he naturally wanted his nephew to be able to participate. The startup capital must come from a normal source. It would be insufficient if it was donated by a private individual. Therefore, a few days ago, he discussed at a high-level meeting of the school to allocate 300,000 yuan to Wu Yizai's startup company. Unfortunately, it failed. The school executives and shareholders did not agree at all, and finally agreed reluctantly until there were new benefits. After all, at the school is not his place to have the final say. Let me say this. The School of Nursing is a private school and is more like a corporate group, and the president is not the most senior person. Boom. Boom, Yi Jikai tapped his fingers and said, it's not impossible to give him the contract for the chemical plant, but 200,000 is too little. It should be at least 500,000 a year. After all, the area of the chemical plant is not small. Talk to him slowly. No. Yi Zai interrupted Yi Jikai directly. He knew that his uncle wanted to force the negotiations to maximize his interests again. But when he was leaving, he heard that Qin Jiang also had appointments to talk in other places. So, if you offer too high, it is likely to scare the other party away. Hundreds of thousands are nothing to a security guard, but it is definitely a timely help to him now. He then directly told Yi Jikai his thoughts and also told him what he guessed Qin Jiang was going to do. After listening, Yi Jikai also stood there in a daze. Establish a gang, fight for territory. No. Is he traveling through time? It's the Republic of China. After a long while, Yi Jikai said, go and talk to him yourself. You decide how much money you want. When the contract is completed, the school will transfer the money to you in the name of support. No one dares to withhold this money. Thank you, uncle. Yi Zai nodded hurriedly and left contentedly after chatting with Yi Jikai about family matters. Yi Jikai couldn't help but laugh again in the room. Qin Jiang, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, you little jerk. There's an 80% chance that he will be arrested within 2 years of renting it to him. Then we can take the chemical plant back. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. To him, these things were nothing. While Yi Zai and his nephew were discussing Qin Jiang, Scar's team had already found Qin Jiang. Chapter 16 Scar's Revenge. Shouting in front of the school inside the mahjong hall, bang, Scar threw the photo in his hand on the table. The photo was a group photo of Qin Jiang and others. Is that him? Yes. Brother Dao. Shuasi nodded and said, I went to Hangzhou in person and talked to the boss for a long time before he asked me to retrieve the surveillance video. I took the screenshots back and asked around, and eventually found out that the man was Qin Jiang, a big gangster from Shuayuan Road. Big bastard? Scar's eyebrows jumped. He is very powerful. Why haven't I heard of him? College Road, Shuasi explained. He is a student who was a big shot in the school. He has some brothers under him and makes money by performing for nearby villages. It is said that he is not an ordinary person. Few people on Shuayuan Road dare to go against him. Grass. Scar's face was full of disdain. They are just students. If it weren't for the newly built College Road and the large number of security guards who were guarding and not allowing outsiders to enter, these students would not be able to mix together. They are nothing. Have they seen blood? Have they ever chopped anyone? They dare to compete with me for business. They are really not afraid of death. Obviously, he didn't take Qin Jiang seriously at all. Shuasi. Hey, Brother Dao. Take a dozen of your brothers and go there tonight. Make him spit out all the money he ate and then teach him a lesson. Good. Shuasi nodded. He was a little worried at first. After all, Qin Jiang was indeed very famous in Shuayuan Road. But after his eldest brother explained it to him, he realized that it was just a group of students playing house. As long as he went there and announced his name, and then scared the other party a few times, he could make them hand over the money obediently. He started making phone calls and was ready to get the money back tonight. Otherwise, Scar had already humiliated him by cursing him every day, and he had to earn it back tonight. Bai Meng looked at the young man with a gloomy face and said, he still refuses to see me. How ridiculous. He kidnapped my sister and didn't even see me. The young man said, Brother Meng, don't be anxious. Although your sister followed them, she didn't seem to suffer any loss. Those hooligans didn't fight in the past few days, but instead set up a company. Your sister has been busy setting up the company these days. Set up a company? What company? Bai Meng asked. It seems to be called Black Dragon. The young man was surprised and said uncertainly, it is said that Qin Zhang's nickname is now spread all over Shuiyuan Road, Black Dragon. Heilong, whose company is called this? Isn't this the name of a gang? Who does he think he is? He can handle this name. How old is he and he is mixing with the society? Bai Meng said angrily, keep in contact and reveal some of my identity appropriately. I want to see if he will meet me or not. The young man nodded and left. Qin Jiang, Black Dragon. Bai Meng kept mumbling these two words, no matter what, I have to try my best to get my sister out. Last time he used a tough tone to get his sister back, but who would have thought that she would be gone again in the blink of an eye, and they were not afraid of his threats at all. When he called the other party, they either told him to ignore it or hung up the phone. He subconsciously picked up the phone and called again. The bell rang for a moment. Beep, still hung up. Mad. Bai Meng had a bad feeling. Could it be that this little girl has fallen in love with that yellow-haired Qin Jiang? At this time, a voice came from the front. Team Bai, the chief is calling you. Here it comes. Bai Meng didn't want to say goodbye and left. Vocational school, Qin Jiang and others are still gathered at the Black Dragon Company. There is no class to attend. I'll just sleep there anyway. Qin Jiang did not drive him away. After all, it made no difference whether he attended the vocational school courses or not. He looked at the dozens of people in the room, all of whom had passed layers of tests and were extremely loyal to Qin Jiang. IT is also the most solid team. They had all been tested in their previous lives, and no one chose to betray them under such circumstances. No, there are a few, but a few days ago, he was marginalized for some reasons. Qin Jiang shook his wineglass. Quiet. Zhu Zhang said loudly. Moment, the whole room was silent. Many people put out their cigarettes and looked at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang said calmly, let's make a rule today. From now on, all core employees of Black Dragon Company who are registered and have signed labor contracts are not allowed to have tattoos. Previous tattoos will not count. Those who want to quit will apply 1 month in advance according to the labor contract. What? Everyone looked surprised and puzzled. The surprising thing is that the leader of the team looked at them and said this, obviously admitting that he and others were the core members. They have been a little worried these days. Everyone can see that Qin Jiang is constantly throwing out some people. It seems that it is over. They are the ones who have passed the test and can enter the Black Dragon.as for the company contract. I gave my resignation a month in advance and no one cared. What they didn't understand was why tattoos were not allowed. However, under the impact of Qin Jiang's boundless power and the previous news, they completely forgot about this doubt and agreed without hesitation. Qin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Changing a group requires a step-by-step approach. People with tattoos are not necessarily bad people, but good people don't normally have tattoos, except for commemorative purposes or to cover up scars. Ring, ring, ring. Zhu Zhang's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and chatted briefly before hanging up. He said to Qin Jiang, Bai Meng called again. This time he basically told you that he wants to meet you. I guess he's not an ordinary cop. He probably has this in his hand. As he said this, he made a pistol gesture. Just now, not only did the other party on the phone vaguely indicate that a security team leader had seen Qin Jiang, but there were also faint sounds of gunfire. In this peaceful era, the only place where guns could be fired in the city was probably the shooting range within the security team, and the security guards who could hold guns were by no means ordinary people. Boom. Boom. Qin Jiang tapped the table with his fingers, his expression calmed out. Of course he knew that Bai Meng was the captain of the investigation team, and his rank was much higher than that of the ordinary police station captains. He could also guess why the other party wanted to see him. Thanking him for saving Bai Lu was secondary, but to get Bai Lu back. He was probably worried that he would kidnap Bai Lu. Who wouldn't be afraid of this spirited little sister and yellow-haired girl? To this, Qin Jiang also understood that children from that kind of family would never allow their descendants to like gangsters. However, he still waved his hand and said, keep dragging it out. His sister can't be saved in vain before the time comes to use him. Zhu Zhan was slightly stunned. He found that he could not see through Qin Zhang anymore. He even doubted whether Qin Zhang had planned to save Bai Lu last time. No way. That time was for the card reader business. Saving Bai Lu was just a coincidence. Maybe Jiang Jiang knew that her brother had some background after saving her, so he took the follow-up action. That makes sense. Brother Jiang is really awesome for being able to take advantage of all the power around him. I am honored to be able to create brilliance with him. Black Dragon will soar into the sky sooner or later. Right at this moment, there were bursts of noise and cursing coming from outside. Security guard Lao Wang pushed the door open and walked in. He looked at Qin Jiang, who was sitting there, and said, "Qin Jiang, there are a group of people outside who are looking for you." At the same time, a loud voice came in through the open door. "Who the hell is Qin Jiang? Get out here, fourth master." Chapter 17, Battle in Front of School, closed surveillance. As soon as these words came out, Tao and dozens of other brothers who were in an excited state had cold faces. Damn, someone actually dared to cause trouble for Brother Jiang. Simply, how outrageous. Without even waiting for Qin Jiang, a group of people took their weapons and rushed out. Someone is calling for me. Qin Jiang frowned slightly, then vaguely guessed something and murmured, "It seems that the matter has been exposed." It's actually not difficult to guess. With his current reputation on College Road, no one dares to cause trouble to him, and he has not offended anyone outside College Road. Therefore, it can only be a matter of interests. Moreover, the reason why he knew that the card reader business could make money was because he learned in his previous life that someone had monopolized this business. Later, that person bowed and scraped in front of Qin Jiang and wanted to join him, and boasted about his history of making a fortune, including the card reader business. I think his name is Scar. Qin Jiang tried hard to recall the man's name. Immediately he waved his hand. Be careful. He did not stand up. Joke. Just a dozen people dare to act wildly in his territory. Just because he doesn't intend to join the society doesn't mean he will be bullied. See Qin Jiang give orders immediately. Tao led dozens of his younger brothers out. At the school gate, Shuesi and his younger brothers kept shouting, but he did not force his way in when faced with several security guards. Even if they were being shameless, they knew what they could and could not do. A school, even if it's just a vocational school, these little hooligans are not the ones who can be provoked. Who knows how many big shots the school's top management knows? Shouting for a long time, Shuesi stopped, not because he was tired but because he heard some noises. He looked up towards the campus. I saw many figures swarming in the darkness, and each of them seemed to be holding something in their hands. It was not until these people came closer that Shuesi saw that they were holding baseball bats, and he could not help but sneer. He, a bunch of little bastards, green hands who only dare to pick up a stick. He looked behind him. All of my younger brothers are armed with machetes. I couldn't help but shout, "Who is Qin Jiang? Come out. Ned, you have the guts to steal Brother Dao's business. You either spit out the money and kneel down to Cao Dao and apologize, or, no, you are fucking bullshit. You are talking about knives and dogs. You are not worthy of yelling at Brother Jiang." Tao cursed angrily, took 2 steps forward, jumped over the fence in front of the door, and hit directly with the baseball bat in his hand. Dozens of younger brothers in the back also rushed over the fence in front of the gate and attacked without hesitation. Fighting, no nonsense fight. Monitoring room. Sudong, who was on patrol, learned that someone came to find Qin Jiang to cause trouble, and looked at Shuesi and others outside the surveillance screen. I can't help but secretly say Qin Jiang is really good at getting into trouble. He has only been quiet for a few days, but now he has attracted so many thugs from outside the school to come looking for him again. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally tell that Shuesi and others were not students. Of course, he didn't need sharp eyes to tell just by looking at their age. He shouted, "Use the intercom to convey my order to expel them directly. If they don't leave, report to the security team directly." Whether Qin Jiang might have a mysterious background or a group of hooligans from outside the school were showing off their power in the school, it was something he could not bear. Good. The security guard in front of the monitor nodded in agreement, and just as he was about to pick up the intercom, a voice came from behind, "Wait. Just see." As Zhu Zhan walked slowly towards us, waving a folding fan. "See here." Sudong was speechless. It was really too contradictory to see someone with a student's face acting like an adult, as if he was in charge of everything. "What are you doing here? Something?" Sudong couldn't help but ask. At the same time, the surveillance security guard who was about to convey the order was also very considerate and did not convey the order to Zhu Zhengdao. "Why bother you with such a small matter? We can handle it ourselves. It's just the surveillance. He pointed to the surveillance camera at the school gate. Monitor. Su Dong didn't say anything after looking at Zhu Zheng as Zhu Zheng continued, "Don't worry, we will act with discretion and there will be no accidents. Besides, they are a bunch of outsiders who come to our school to cause trouble. It would be shameful to let them leave like this." Speaking of that, he looked outside intentionally or unintentionally. Brush. Su Dong couldn't help but look over it. Just see through the window. I saw two people outside talking enthusiastically about something, and one of them even had his arm around the other's shoulder. Etc. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. He vaguely saw who the two people were, Qin Jiang and the principal. He thought that Qin Jiang could get the school to make concessions and directly open the Black Dragon Company, but he didn't expect that the principal was the one behind him. Although he is only the vice principal, the principal has long since stopped taking care of things, and this vice principal is said to have a strong background. So, Qin Jiang's background. Think of this. He said without hesitation, "The surveillance camera at the school gate is broken." Listen to this. The security guard was stunned at first, then he reacted and turned off the surveillance camera facing the school gate. "Thank you." Zhu Zheng looked at Su Dong and thanked him at the same time. He took out two huazi from his back without leaving any trace and handed them over. Su Dong took them without saying anything. In this era, this kind of behavior is the most normal situation. After all, the world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly affairs. "Captain Su, do you want to go out and see it together? This is a wonderful show." Zhu Zheng invited. "Go and have a look." Su Dong did not refuse. He was also afraid that Qin Jiang's men would not be careful enough and he would not be able to handle any unexpected situation. "Wait until the two of them arrive at the school gate room. The battle has begun. You little bastards, you students dare to get involved in society, chop them to death." Shuesi roared angrily and raised the machete in his hand to block the baseball bat. Bang! The wooden stick and the machete collided violently, and the powerful force forced Shuesi to take a few steps back. Immediately rushing directly towards Wang Tao the next moment, the dozen or so younger brothers he brought with him were not afraid when facing dozens of students rushing towards him, waving machetes. At the beginning, they did gain the upper hand with their ruthlessness and sharp weapons and injured several people. But everything did not go as they expected. After seeing the blood, the students were not afraid but very angry. "Fuck, take my stick. Beat these rubbish to death. Who do they think they are to come and show off their power in our territory? Kick in the crotch. The monkey stole the peach. The immortal eats chicken." They used all kinds of despicable moves, and several people were lying on the ground screaming and screaming. Wang Tao and others were extremely brave and cooperated well, and these thugs really didn't dare to kill them. As a result, the situation on the battlefield was quickly reversed. Only the leader-level Shuesi had more experience in fighting, and he was not at a disadvantage relying on the power of the machete in his hand. Brush, he couldn't help but look back when he heard all kinds of screams. He was shocked to see that all the brothers he brought with him were lying on the ground screaming. Shuesi couldn't believe it. These students are so brave and daring, and they are not even afraid of seeing blood. What is going on? In a flash. He made the decision to turn around and run.yes. As soon as he turned around, he felt darkness in front of him. Chapter 18. Arrested by the public security team, Qin Jiang appears to see. Behind him stood a giant who was a whole head taller than him. Brush, he subconsciously attacked with a machete, but when he was halfway through the chopping, his wrist was grabbed. An unimaginable force made him let go. Ding dong, the machete fell to the ground. Then Shuesi felt his body lighten and he was completely lifted up into the air. The giant below actually grabbed him by the belt and lifted him up alive, spinning him continuously in the air. This shocked Su Dong, who had just arrived. This is the god of war Wei Biao. He was speechless when he heard the name for the first time, thinking that exaggeration was pure pretense. Now he somewhat accepts this title, lifting a person with one hand. Are you kidding? Even if Shuesi is not heavy, he is only more than 100 pounds, but he is also a human being. The fact that he can lift it with one hand shows that his strength is definitely far beyond that of a normal person. Such a person could definitely be a charging general on the battlefield in ancient times. It's not that the god of war can't be called. Immediately he looked at the others, the dozen or so hooligans wailing on the ground, and the Black Dragon personnel gathered together with disdainful expressions. He couldn't help but sigh again. It seems that I really underestimated the fighting ability of these students. Judging from their fighting postures, they must have received some training. He knows how to work as a team, he knows where to strike so that someone can lose their fighting power instantly, but it is not fatal, and he is also ruthless. Even if they were to fight one-on-one, these people wouldn't necessarily lose to this group of thugs with machetes, especially since the number gap between the two sides is so huge. This moment he was even more in awe of Qin Jiang. Apart from anything else, the fighting power displayed by these students today is incomparable to that of the thugs from other schools. Brush, bang, Sijou Wei Biao threw Xue Si to the ground fiercely, splashing dust and making a stimulating scream. Oh, my legs, my waist, my head. It hurts, hiss. Xue Si curled up on the ground and wailed. Even if he had the energy to run, he didn't have the courage to do so. Kneel down, everyone. Wang Tao kept scolding while holding a baseball bat. Hearing his scolding, these thugs knelt down in fear even though they felt uncomfortable. There was no vow to die, there is no danger to life now, but they don't care about the loss of face. Bang! 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 More than a dozen thugs knelt down. One of the hooligans even said, "Stop fighting, we are wrong, you can ask us to do anything, just stop fighting. Yes, if you hit me again, I will be exterminated from all descendants. There is no deep hatred for me. We are all gangsters, please be respectful." For a while, these hooligans kept talking at once. They were all old hands in the underworld and naturally knew how to protect themselves. Anyway, the current situation is very unfavorable, so there is no need to force the issue. Submission is the best option. Even if Xue Si, the leader, chose not to make a sound after screaming for a long time, looking like a person who had to bow his head under the eaves. How? Xu Zheng looked at Su Dong and asked. Su Dong nodded with satisfaction. It could be said that Black Dragon had done better than he expected. He did not kill the rebels at all and suppressed the situation with strong force. This way, he did not make things worse and embarrass those who dared to challenge the authority of the vocational school, and more importantly, it is to get in touch with Qin Jiang. Very nice. Su Dong said leisurely, no wonder you can develop so fast. With such comprehensive strength, you can't be slow. Pity, he did not continue speaking. He wanted to say that being in society was not the right way and that he would have to pay for it sooner or later. At this moment, beep, beep, a siren sounded. A security car drove quickly to the vocational school, and several security officers got out and stared at the scene in front of them in shock. They had just received news that a group of people were fighting in front of the College Road Vocational School, but what was the scene in front of them? More than a dozen adult thugs knelt. On the ground, dozens of people dressed as students stared coldly, each holding a baseball bat in their hands. Several security guards were extremely nervous. One of the team members pulled out a gun and pointed it at Wang Tao and the others. Don't move, the public security is performing its official duties. Brush. Wang Tao and others did not react at all and remained calm even when facing the security team members. Seeing this, the security guard shouted as if provoked, "Squat down, hold your head." Quickly, he kept scolding, and several other security guards on both sides did the same thing. Whether right or wrong, both sides seem to be in bad shape, so let's suppress them first. Unfortunately, facing several black gun muzzles, Wang Tao and others continued to chat and laugh and ignored them. Only Xue Si and others were full of energy and kept begging for mercy and asking the security team to rescue them. Xue Siging said directly, "Comrades of the security team, look at these students. They don't take you seriously at all. They are just scoundrels and hooligans who want to destroy others at any time. You have to take care of this situation." As soon as these words were spoken, his subordinates couldn't help but join in and ask the security team to make the decision. This time, the deputy director, Lu Yong, came out of the car and frowned at the scene in front of him. Group fighting is unreasonable. Show me what happened. Where are the people? Whoever dares to cause trouble on Shuiyuan Road will be punished by law, no matter who he is. As soon as these words came out, Xue and others were instantly speechless. To be honest, they were the ones causing trouble. Xue Siding kept defending himself, saying that he was just strolling around but was beaten up for no reason. They even turned around and said that Qin Jiang was a gangster and that the security guards should punish him severely and bring him to justice. To this, Wang Tao and the others were naturally angry and kept cursing back, and some even planned to continue attacking on the spot. Hearing and seeing the actions of Wang Tao and others, Lu Yong felt that his dignity was constantly challenged, and said angrily, "Take them all back and interrogate them carefully. No matter who they are, they will be severely punished. This is Shuiyuan Road, not a place for you to run wild." Yes. Several members of the security team stepped forward to use handcuffs. They first tied up Xue Si and others with great skill, and then prepared to attack Wang Tao and others. They were all extremely wary of Sijio Wei Biao. Although they had never heard of this man, they knew from his physique that he was no ordinary man and would be difficult to resist if he resisted. Therefore, the deputy director deliberately winked at several security team members. Apparently, he told several security guards to control Sijio first to prevent any unexpected situations. Just as the security guards were about to handcuff Sijio, a calm voice suddenly rang out, "Excuse me, I don't know what crime my employees of Heilong Company have committed to be arrested." "Who?" Lu Yong looked towards the source of the voice with a bad expression, and the others were also attracted by the sound and looked towards it. Just see. A young man with a grim face, dressed in formal attire and with an incomprehensible smile on his face, walked towards them with steady steps, holding a round object in his hand. Neath this person, Wang Tao and dozens of others all bowed their heads and greeted Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Chapter 19. The surveillance is broken. Bad students? No, they are all three good students. Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang. Lu Yong was stunned. One side. A member of the security team whispered, "He's a big gangster on College Road. These students should all be following him." Lu Yong looked at Qin Jiang and said, "You have no evidence. You dared to argue when you were caught in a riot. If they find out that you are the one behind this, you won't be able to escape." He was really angry. When Shuiyuan Road was first built, the higher-ups also told us to be more tolerant towards these students. Therefore, in the past few years, the main approach to dealing with fights between students has been education. After all, it don't ruin students' future. At the same time, this is also an inevitable event of social progress. But today these students actually fought with thugs from outside the school, and the fight was so fierce that he was afraid that if he didn't do anything about it, he would really die. At this point, he can never accept it. Watching Lu Yong's expression change, Qin Jiang did not keep the secret and pretend to be powerful, but came straight to the point. Everything happens for a reason. Thugs from outside the school came to the school to cause trouble, beat up students, and the security guards tried to stop them and even tried to storm the campus. So as vocational school students, we officially expelled these hooligans only after getting permission from the campus security department. So they are all three good students who acted bravely to protect the campus. Do what is right, defend the campus. Miyoshi students. Lu Yong pointed at dozens of students holding baseball bats and acting like a spoiled brat and said, "You said they are three good students? Which good students all carry baseball bats? Explain to me." Listen to this. Qin Jiang threw the round object in his hand and saw that it was a baseball. Our school has just established a baseball club. These people are all members of the baseball club. It makes sense to have a baseball bat. If the institute needs it, I can provide the baseball club's establishment report and member information. He didn't lie. With a lifetime of experience, he naturally knows how to avoid risks. Even if he does not plan to continue working in society, he still has to take necessary measures. It will not be easy in the early stages of starting a business. When the Black Dragon Company was established, Zhu Zhang was asked to apply to the school to open a baseball club, and all procedures were legal. Brush. For the first time, Lu Yong looked at Qin Jiang seriously. He thought he was just a campus thug, but he didn't expect him to have such a mind. He excluded the weapon in advance and could even turn into a victim on the spot if one party used a machete. Of course, the premise is that the thugs outside the school really came to cause trouble, as he said, and wanted to force their way into the campus. He looked at the security guards at the school security department and said, "Can you please turn on the surveillance video? We will get to the bottom of the matter, and as long as your actions are reasonable, we will handle it fairly." At this time, Su Dong suddenly stepped forward, extended his hand and said with a smile, "Captain Lu, long time no see." "Captain Su." Lu Yong also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Su Dong. Although the other party was only the captain of the school security department, he was also a civil servant. Moreover, all the captains of the school security departments had been trained in the public security department before, so the two of them had some connections. After a few words of greeting, Su Dong said, "Captain Lu, the surveillance video you want may not be very good. The surveillance at the school gate broke down not long ago. The surveillance is broken." Chief Lu looked at Su Dong deeply. Su Dong continued, "And I was at the scene just now. It was indeed as Qin Jiang said, it was hooligans from outside the school who tried to break into the campus. You also know that the school security department does not have enough personnel, so they can only ask students to come out to hold them back. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if these hooligans rushed into the campus. There are many female students on campus. Although the attack was focused, it can still be considered as self-defense. You can't just get hit and not fight back, right? As soon as these words came out, Shuesi and others looked desperate, as if the sky was falling. Completion. Damn, this Qin Jiang actually has a backer, allowing the school security captain to lie with his eyes open. There is no surveillance video now. The school is speaking on Qin Jiang's side, and their identities are awkward. So, the result speaks for itself. Really, after hearing what Su Dong said, Lu Yong stopped targeting Qin Jiang. At the same time, a member of the security team came over and whispered, "Captain Lu, we just found out that these thugs basically have criminal records. You have a criminal record and yet you dare to break into the campus and beat up students. Take him away." Lu Yong shouted without any scruples, "Yes." Several security team members agreed and handcuffed Shuesi and others and took them back to the police station on campus. Liu Yao, who was running at night, also saw this scene. Of course, I couldn't see clearly because the distance was short. I only vaguely saw Qin Jiang and dozens of people confronting the security team members. Seeing this, Lu Lily also mocked, "Huh? I said he would be finished sooner or later. It's only been a short time and he dared to confront the security guards. Just wait, he will definitely be arrested by the security guards. At least a few years in prison. We don't know what the outside world is like when he gets out. His detention can also clean up the school's atmosphere." However, Lu Yao did not listen to her. She was a little dazed as she looked at the scene in front of her, with a mixture of expected and unexpected emotions. As well as some unstoppable worries in my heart. "Lu Yao, Yao Yao." Lu Lily called out several times, but he didn't hear her. Just as she was about to continue talking, she suddenly looked stunned and said in disbelief, "Why did those security guards leave? Why didn't they catch him? Why? What on earth do they eat?" Lu Yao also exhaled deeply and continued her night run, muttering to herself, "It's good that he's alright, it's good that he's alright, but if you keep messing around, something's bound to happen sooner or later. Lu Yao, what's wrong with you? Didn't he just save you once? You've already reminded him, at most you can just take care of him when he enters in the future." Lu Lily watched Lu Yao run away, then looked at Qin Jiang's direction and vaguely guessed something. Her face was determined. "No, we must not allow Qin Jiang and Yao Yao to have any chance to date, otherwise my brother will be doomed. I'm counting on Lu Yao's connections to improve myself, and I can't let Qin Jiang, a scoundrel, snatch that away from me. Damn it! How could Yao Yao be interested in her? Is this the charm of yellow hair? But Qin Jiang has already shaved it off." At the school gate, Qin Jiang watched everyone leave, then looked at Su Dong and said, "Thank you." Su Dong waved his hand. "Nothing, no matter what they do outside, they dare to come to school to cause trouble." After that, there was no more pleasantries. Some things could be kept secret from each other. Dozens of Black Dragon brothers looked at Qin Jiang with great admiration. They thought that since they had brought the security team here today, he would have to be taken to the classroom no matter what. Even at Tao planned to say that he was the one who ordered Qin Jiang to be arrested after he entered the classroom. Yes, as a result, Brother Jiang simply labeled them as model students who defended the campus and bravely acted to help others. At this time, under the dark curtain, Qin Jiang's shadow illuminated by the street lights continued to lengthen, and he became taller and taller in the hearts of Atao and others. Someone suddenly shouted, "Brother Jiang is mighty." Next, the sound changes from one voice to another, "Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is awesome." Chapter 20 Scar's invitation, contract finalized, second pot of gold begins. Security room. The young security guard, Feng Zhao, was also watching the situation outside, but this time he did not choose to go out and fight Qin Jiang. Although these students were not good people, the people who were beaten were even worse. He was not so hateful of evil as to hate evil. He murmured, "I'll pretend I didn't see it today, but if I see you bullying others or collecting protection money in the future, I'll definitely take you to the police station no matter how hard I try to stop you." Scar got the news that his brother was arrested that night. He was extremely angry and immediately sent someone to find out what happened. The next day, Qin Jiang had just finished breakfast in the cafeteria. Liu Yao stood in front of him with a plate in hand and said, "You haven't attended class for a long time. You should not only consider yourself but also the people under you. Even if they can't get into college, they still have to attend classes to learn a skill so that they can support their families in the future. If you continue like this, they will have problems surviving after leaving school. If you get into the society, you will be miserable in the future, he persuaded her with all his heart and courage. Seeing this, Lu Lili hurried forward to stop it. She didn't want Qin Jiang and Lu Yao to have too much communication, but before she came over, Qin Jiang looked at Lu Yao as if she was a fool and asked, "Do you know where the Chuanfu is?" Lu Yao didn't know why Qin Jiang changed the subject, but she still answered subconsciously, "I know." Qin Jiang said, "Buy a ticket and take the train to Leshan, Sichuan province. There is a big Buddha there. Ask him to get up and sit on it. Whether they study or not has nothing to do with you. It's none of your business just because you live by the sea." Ha ha ha! Wang Tao and others nearby couldn't help laughing out loud when they heard this. This joke, which has been overused in later generations, has not appeared yet, but now that Qin Jiang said this, it feels very interesting. You. Lu Yao also reacted, stomped her feet twice in anger, and ran over with the food tray. Lu Lili was very happy in the back, cursing inwardly, "This Qin Jiang is so stupid." He didn't realize that Lu Yao already has a good impression of him. Once he gets the chance, it will change his life. It's a pity that I don't know how to cherish it. Then you can't blame me. Think of this, when she passed by Qin Jiang, she raised her hand to point at him and curse him to vent Lu Yao's anger and make Lu Yao grateful to her, but she just raised her finger, bang, Qin Jiang tapped the half-raised finger hard with the chopsticks in his hand. Ouch! Lu Lili cried out in pain, and upon closer inspection, she saw her finger was swollen. Instantly Qin Jiang threw the chopsticks into the trash can and said to Lu Lili, "If you dare to point at me again, I'll break your hand." You. Lu Lili's eyes were spitting fire. "If you dare to look at me like that again, be careful on the road at night." Qin Jiang spoke for the second time. Gulp. Lu Lili was so frightened that she took 2 steps back and swallowed her saliva. Seeing that Wang Tao and the others were looking at her coldly and saying no harsh words, she left in shame to chase after Lu Yao. This, Qin Jiang was too lazy to look at it anymore. He didn't even tolerate Lu Yao, a kind-hearted person, let alone Lu Lili. Besides, it's not that his brothers didn't attend classes at all. They just didn't go to some useless evening self-study classes or classes that they couldn't understand. They were all in college, so who would go to evening self-study classes? At this time Zhu Zhang walked up to Qin Jiang and whispered, "Brother Jiang, Yi Zhe has already confirmed the salary. It's 350,000 per year, and the maximum contract is 10 years. If possible, we can sign it tonight." Qin Jiang nodded and said, 350,000 is fine. Ask him to come to Black Dragon Company tonight. You go to Yunhua Law Firm to get the contract and send it directly to the guardhouse. Ask them to sign and stamp it with the official seal before sending it back. Good. Xu Zheng turned and left. Although he didn't know why Qin Jiang would spend hundreds of thousands to rent an abandoned chemical plant, Qin Jiang's series of measures had convinced him, and naturally he would not refute anything. On the contrary, there is a little bit of expectation. Even if I really lose money, it's nothing more than making a comeback. As long as I have a goal and brothers, it's enough. Distance. Lu Lili caught up with Lu Yao and kept saying bad things about Qin Jiang. Lu Yao answered unconsciously until Lu Lili said, "Lu Yao, Qin Jiang is a scum, you don't need to waste your time on him. By the way, my brother wants to treat us after the break. It's a good idea for you to come with me. My brother is so handsome." Lu Yao frowned, but for the sake of her best friend Lu Lili, she didn't say anything. Mahjong Hall Laskar sat in the chair with a cold and angry expression. Below. A younger brother bowed his head and said, "Brother Dao, I have already found out that Xue Si and more than a dozen other brothers were beaten up by Qin Jiang's men at the entrance of the vocational school. It is said that the attack was very ruthless. Later, the security team came and arrested Xue Si and others for the crime of provoking disturbances and gang fighting. I asked around. Qin Jiang is very powerful in Shuiyuan Road. Although he is just a student, he can call hundreds of people with just one word, and there are dozens of them who can fight. Yes, he also has a subordinate named Sijou, who is said to be nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a blind bear. A few people can't easily get close to him. And Xue Si only brought a dozen people. He was too careless to get into such a situation. Bang! Scar slammed the table hard. Shut up. The younger brother was so scared that he dared not say a word. He knew clearly that the reason why Xue Si brought more than a dozen people with him was because of Scar's order. Let the people below grab their weapons, etc. Scar's words were not finished when a small leader hurriedly stopped him and whispered, "Brother Dao, don't be impulsive. Shuiyuan Road is very special because it's full of students. Qin Jiang is a big thug and has many students under his command. If we really fight him, I'm afraid we'll need to bring at least 100 people with us. But with so many people, let's not talk about whether we can get in under the eyes of the security team. Even if we can get in, is it really possible to break into the campus and destroy Qin Jiang and his men on campus? If we really do that, we will be ruined. As soon as these words came out, Scar also calmed down. Yes, he brought hundreds of thugs into the school to beat people up. Not even the big bosses would dare to do that. Think for a moment. He said, go contact Qin Jiang and tell him that I want to talk to him. The location is outside Shuiyuan Road. If he wants to come out, then we can talk about it. If he doesn't want to come out, then tell him to never leave the academy. Yes. The younger brother nodded and went out to deliver the letter. Bang! Scar sat on a chair and pointed at his brothers and said, all of you get out. Let that guy in. I want to relieve myself. Okay. Seeing that Scar was angry, the younger brothers didn't dare to say anything more and fled away one after another. Vocational School, Heilong Company. Qin Jiang signed the contract, stamped it with the official seal, and handed one copy to Yi Zi. Yi packed up the contract and then picked up the backpack containing 350,000 yuan in cash. Happy cooperation, let's go. Speaking of leave without looking back, he would not pay any attention to people like Qin Jiang who had wild ideas. He would be imprisoned sooner or later anyway. He even had a secret plan to report the other party secretly when the time came. Qin Jiang's face turned cold as he watched Yi Zi leave. Bang! He gave the contract to Zhu Zhang. Lock it in the safe. Our future startup capital depends entirely on this. Chapter 21 Investigation Team vs. Gangsters. Qin Jiang goes to the meeting. Zhu Zhang solemnly took the contract and put it away. This time, there were shouts and screams for mercy from outside. Don't! I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to deliver a message. Ouch. It hurts. It really hurts. I was wrong. Just see. Zhou walked in carrying the man as if he was carrying a chicken, and no matter how the man struggled, he could not break free. Brother Jiang, we caught another troublemaker. Speaking of throw the man to the ground. Bang! The man came into close contact with the ground, and the waves of pain made him feel his body falling apart and he couldn't stand up for a while, but the next moment he felt as if he was being stared at by some peerless ferocious beast. Brush, when he looked up, he was looking into Qin Jiang's eyes, deep, cold, indifferent. A look that was totally inconsistent with his age frightened him so much that he froze. Zhou said, this guy was outside clamoring to see Brother Jiang and was talking about Shuesi. I arrested him. Going to the meeting alone? Qin Jiang looked at the thugs on the ground and said, come and pick on my black dragon. No, no. The young man shook his head hurriedly. I am only here to deliver a message. My eldest brother Dao is here to deliver a message to Shuesi's eldest brother who is causing trouble. Dao will have lunch at Yunlai Hotel on Shilin Street at noon tomorrow. If you don't want to go, then you can just. The young man trembled as he spoke. He felt extremely regretful after being oppressed by Qin Jiang's aura and being forcefully suppressed by Zhou just now. If he had known earlier, he should not have come in person to find a way to get a phone and make the call directly. Certainly, I didn't get any information about Qin Jiang's phone number, and now he was very afraid that Qin Jiang would get angry and order him to be beaten, then he would be a complete fool. Scar, Yunlai Hotel, one side. Zhu Zhang whispered, I've heard of that place, it's not within the College Road area, I'm afraid. Qin Jiang nodded silently. He naturally knew what Scar was going to do. He obviously didn't dare to come to College Road to cause trouble but was unwilling to lose face, so he wanted to get him outside College Road so that he could control him at will. Once he chose not to go, the other party would really keep his word and not let him leave College Road. At the same time, it won't lose face. Boom. Boom. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers and murmured a interesting, Scar. Bang. He put down his wine glass, looked at the young man and said, go back and tell Scar that I will be attending the banquet tomorrow. Ah, okay. The young man was stunned. He thought Qin Jiang would definitely refuse, but he never expected him to agree so quickly. But now he couldn't care less about that. He turned around and ran out before Qin Jiang changed his mind. Brother Jiang. I'm afraid it's the Hongmen banquet. Zhu Zhang asked, do you have any plans? Could it be, right? Qin Jiang looked at Zhu Zhang with a smile. Then I'll do it. Zhu Zhang's eyes flashed with surprise. He vaguely guessed something when Qin Zhang directly chose to agree to attend the banquet. Seeing Qin Zhang's confirmation, he could only admire him in his heart. He even suspected that Qin Zhang refused to see Bai Meng just for today. That if it's true, that's so scary. Qin Zhang was very satisfied watching Zhu Zhang leave. It was good to have a smart person around him. He could understand Zhu Zhang's intentions without him having to say anything. In his previous life, his disheartened and depressed mood was also related to the experiences of Zhu Zhang and Sijio. One person, it's always lonely, man, only with many brothers can great things be accomplished. The next day, Yunlai Hotel. On the second floor, in a private room, Bai Meng and the young detectives were sitting in plain clothes. Bai Meng waited a little impatiently and whispered, "Are you sure that guy asked us to meet in this store?" The young team member nodded. It was Zhu Zhang who called personally. He is the second in command of Qin Zhang's team. Besides, there's no need for him to deceive us. Not to mention that I've already vaguely revealed certain information. From what I've learned so far, he's not the type to whitewash other people's existence. Bai Meng took a deep breath. It's not that he is not steady, it's just that it involves his own sister, which makes him a little confused. Just when he was getting impatient, it bang, the door of the box was pushed open, and 3 people walked in slowly. They were Qin Zhang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijio. Bai Meng subconsciously looked at Sijio. There was nothing he could do because Sijio was too strong and naturally had endless charm for these reconnaissance team members who were already training in physical fitness. Gulp. The young team members even swallowed subconsciously. Bai Meng looked at Sijio and blurted out, "Have you ever thought about becoming a reconnaissance team member? You have to know that there are some special recruitment vacancies for reconnaissance now. If Sijio has the strength that matches his physique and is not lacking in agility, he may be admitted as an exception." Sijio didn't even look at him. Seeing this, Bai Meng realized that he had lost his composure and looked at Qin Zhang with his eyes slightly narrowed. Just now, he was attracted by Sijio's figure and didn't pay attention to Qin Zhang. At this time, Qin Zhang was a little stunned that he had seen photos of Qin Zhang, who was unruly and had dyed yellow hair, looking like a gangster. But this Qin Zhang had a domineering and steady look, and his hair was not yellow. His clothes were neat and tidy, especially those deep eyes are hard to forget at first sight, giving people a sense of extraordinariness. Qin Zhang. Bai Meng stood up and looked at Qin Zhang. "Sit." Qin Zhang calmly waved his hand and motioned Bai Meng to sit down. Bai Meng nodded and sat down subconsciously. Immediately the reaction was wrong. "No, I am the captain of the reconnaissance team. Why do you, a student, give me orders? Besides, why do I really listen to you?" Bai Meng felt something was wrong because he had just sensed the same aura of his leader from Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang came very calmly to Bai Meng and sat down with his horse and golden sword. Sijio and Zhu Zhang on both sides also sat down slowly. The atmosphere became weird for a short time until the waiter pushed the door open and started serving the food. "Come, try it." Qin Zhang pointed at the dishes on the table. "They are all specialties of this restaurant. The Sichuan sauce braised shrimp balls are very good." As he spoke, he started eating with relish. Zhu Zhang and Sijio on both sides also started eating, especially Sijio, who ate very quickly, devouring everything in sight. This, Bai Meng was very confused. In fact, the scene of today's meeting was completely different from what he expected. It was not that the yellow-haired gangster would be intimidated by his aura and surrender, or that he would be so bold as to go against him. In this case, he would be fully confident of suppressing him. But what's happening now? The young team member also licked his lips slightly. First, the dishes in front of him were indeed good, and second, Sijio ate so deliciously he gurgled, his stomach couldn't help but make noises. "Eat." Qin Zhang said calmly, "No matter how important the matter is, we can talk about it after we finish eating. Nothing is more important than eating on time." The young team members looked at Bai Meng. "Eat." Bai Meng nodded and stopped hesitating. "Who cares, eat first." He just didn't believe that Qin Zhang could turn the tables. As an investigation, this is still a straightforward thing. At this time, below Yunlai Hotel, an old Mercedes stopped, and a younger brother opened the door attentively. Scar walked out slowly from inside. He looked at the hotel in front of him with a cold face and said ruthlessly, "Block the entrance to the hotel. We must not let the Qin Zhang brat escape today." Chapter 22. Qin Zhang's calmness, the clash of several parties, and his stable position wait for Scar to bring his men into the restaurant. See, Wang Tao picked up the phone in the corner and made a call. "Hello, I want to report that I was at Yunlai Hotel." Bang, hang up the phone. Wang Tao took out the phone card and threw it into the sewer. Many people gathered around him and someone said, "Brother Tao, what should we do next?" Wang Tao pointed at the hotel and said, "Watch out. If the gatekeepers try to rush into the hotel, we'll follow them. The rest is none of our business." In the words of Brother Zhang, we are the backup, just in case. No need to gather together, everyone disperse, or the security team will come and target us first. Inside the box, Qin Jiang and others were eating happily. Boom, suddenly, the door of the box was kicked open fiercely, the sudden loud noise made by Meng jump up reflexively, and the young team member on the side subconsciously touched his waist and found it was empty. Then he remembered that he didn't bring a gun with him today, and he came out only to do private business with the captain. More than 10 people rushed in, and the leader was none other than Scar. He came before he even entered the room. "Who is Qin Jiang? Get out here. I want to see who gave you the courage to steal my business and go against me. If I don't pick on you two today, Scar will have lived in vain. Who, come out." After saying that, I stepped into the box, looked around and was stunned. I saw two people standing in the box leaning against each other, with alert expressions and fists raised in a defensive posture. The three people in the middle were sitting and eating very calmly, as if they were not affected by the situation from beginning to end. The scene it also made by Meng stunned. He looked at Qin Jiang, who was calm and composed, and then at him, who was extremely alert and angry. And felt that he was ridiculous. Damn, who is on the reconnaissance team, who has experienced many storms? At the same time, he looked at Scar with a twinkling gaze. Are you here to cause trouble for Qin Jiang? Obviously, he is a gangster. What grudge do he have with Qin Jiang? Fighting for territory? No, he just said that Qin Jiang stole his business and beat him up. It seems that the grudge is not small. Bai Meng was on guard for a few moments, and after seeing clearly that there were more than 10 thugs coming in, they had no lethal weapons, he calmed down. You are Qin Jiang, little bastard, fuck. Scar said to Qin Jiang, who was sitting in the middle seat, after a few breaths. But before he could finish his words, Sijo threw a plate with soup and water at him. Call. The dish even has a whirring sound. Brush. Fortunately, Scar reacted quickly and subconsciously turned his head to the side, and the plate hit the wall behind him. Snap. The plate fell apart. Although Scar was not hit, the soup from above poured down on him, and a strange smell rushed straight into his nostrils. Fuck, my clothes. This is a brand, Bolino. Scar pointed at Qin Jiang angrily and said, I'm really giving you face. I was planning to make you kneel down and sing Conquer and break one of your legs, but now I've decided to break all 5 of your legs. Come on. Hit me hard. A dozen or so men in the back were about to draw their weapons and attack when they suddenly heard sirens coming from below. Drip, 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 you've reported to the security team. Scar's expression changed slightly as he looked at Qin Jiang. Don't you know the rules of the underworld? Ha, ha. Qin Jiang finished his meal, drank a sip of tea, looked at angry Scar and smiled. First of all, I am not involved in gangs, and secondly, I did not sign up for the security team. Scar looked at Qin Jiang suspiciously, and to be precise, he didn't think that Qin Jiang should report to the security team. This would only cause the two sides to completely break up, which would be of no benefit to anyone and would only hurt both sides. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the college road? Go. Scar winked at his younger brother. Soon, all the younger brothers were very tactful and gathered all the things in their arms on one of the younger brothers and let him leave. Scar calmed down. There are no casualties and no weapons today. Even if someone comes, he will just say they are here to eat. Moment. Lu Yong led several security guards up and saw Scar with a cold expression. Scar, you are causing trouble again. What, haven't you had enough prison food? Scar smiled awkwardly. Lu is kidding, how can I cause trouble in your territory? I just brought a few brothers to have dinner. Lu Sua, why are you here? Someone reported. He looked at Qin Jiang intentionally or unintentionally. Snort. Lu snorted coldly. He didn't believe that Scar brought so many people to the hotel just to have a meal. Besides, he had just received an accurate report of a gang fight. He waved his hand and said, everyone, get out of the way. Check if anyone is injured. Who are they? Get out of the way. Scar naturally didn't dare to stop him and signaled his younger brother to move aside. Immediately several security guards rushed into the box. At the same time, Lu Yong also looked into the box along the cleared path. Instead of the mess he expected, it was very normal, with only a few broken porcelain pieces on the ground. Call. Lu Yong exhaled. It's best if nothing happens. There have been so many things going on these days. The next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed because he saw an extremely familiar figure sitting in the middle of the dining table, Qin Jiang. And his two younger brothers, not to mention Qin Jiang, even Zhu Zhang and Wei Biao, 49, left a deep impression on him. They were too unique that he quickly scanned Qin Jiang and Scar with his eyes, and had already guessed what was going on. Qin Jiang has a grudge against Scar. Scar sends Xue Si to take revenge. Unfortunately, he was beaten and thrown into jail. Today I come to take revenge. The cause of the incident was quickly deduced in his mind. He was also one of the parties involved. It was he who arrested Xue Si. Scar would definitely not dare to cause trouble for him and could only look for the culprit Qin Jiang. Lu Yong looked at Scar and said coldly, "We live in a society ruled by law now. I remind you that if you dare to do anything out of line, you know the consequences. Don't think you can escape legal sanctions by knowing a few people. Go and see if they have any prohibited items." Scar secretly curled his lips in disdain, but on the surface, he smiled and said, "Captain Lu is really a joker. If we bring any prohibited items to eat, don't resist and let the security team brothers search." Before the security team could check, they heard a mocking voice from the box. "Sirens are on. Even if there is a murder weapon, it should have been moved away in advance." Lu Yong looked towards the source of the voice, and his slightly angry expression turned into surprise, and he blurted out, "Team White, why are you here?" As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Several security team members also looked towards the box, and only then discovered that in addition to Qin Jiang and the other two, there were two other people nearby before, because Qin Jiang and his two companions were too dazzling, sitting there feasting with such imposing manner. People subconsciously looked at them, thinking that these two were his younger brothers, and did not pay any attention to them. Now when I turned my attention to these two people, I realized that they were extraordinary, especially the sturdy one, with a resolute and iron-blooded face, and a very sharp gaze. There was a very familiar aura. As soon as Captain Lu called out Team Bai, they understood this person is one of us, and the status is definitely not low. Scar was also startled. White team, wait. Could it be? Chapter 23. I want fairness. Scar shocked really. The next moment, Lu Yong stepped forward and said to the sturdy young man, "Hello, Captain Bai, I'm Lu Yong." "Hello?" Bai Meng did not continue to say unpleasant words. He was just angry, and he knew that turning on the siren would make people afraid and thus dare not continue to commit crimes. Seeing that Bai Meng did not continue to investigate, Lu Yong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the two men were from different police forces, he could not compare to the other party in terms of rank and background. It was necessary to make friends with them instead of currying favor with them. Then Bai Meng pointed at Scar and said, "This man just brought people with weapons to commit murder and said he wanted to cut Qin Jiang's tendons." He immediately moved the weapons after hearing the sirens. "I can testify." The young team member nodded in agreement. "I will testify as a member of the North District Investigation Team." "How many people who can be part of the reconnaissance team don't hate evil?" Lu Yong nodded directly. "Don't worry, I will personally supervise this matter and do my best to deal with it within the legal scope." Bai Meng nodded, understanding the meaning of his words. "Let's not talk about whether there is evidence and whether Scar can admit it. Even if Scar admits that there were no casualties today, he can be detained at most. These big gangsters also understand the law, and a lawyer will come as soon as they are arrested. Take them all back." Lu Yong gave an order. Scar naturally didn't dare to resist when seeing this situation and told his younger brother to follow him obediently, thinking that it wasn't a big deal anyway. This time, sitting in the main seat, Qin Jiang looked at the man who was about to take Scar away and said calmly, "Hey Lung, Qin Jiang. The river where the fierce dragon crosses the river." Scar was stunned for a moment. After he laughed, "Ha, Scar, woohoo." After Lu left with Scar and others inside the box, only Qin Jiang, Bai Meng, and others were left. Bang! Bang! Bai Meng leaned his hands in front of Qin Jiang and looked into his eyes and said in a bad tone, "You asked me to come here today just for this. I will block the knife for you, block that Scar." Qin Jiang was very calm in the face of this situation. Sometimes it's a good thing not to owe favors to others, isn't it? Well, Bai Meng was stunned and looked at Qin Jiang deeply again. "Qin Jiang, tell me what you want from me?" Bai Meng took a deep breath and said, "Let my sister lead your team and let her go back to school and study hard. Qin Jiang, you, as my brother, can't do it, so you ask me to do it. Besides, why do you say that there is no friendship between you and me? Young team member, who gave you the courage? Do you know who the white team is?" Xin Jiang, Captain of Investigation. Young team member, you still dare to do that even though you know that? Xin Jiang, have I broken the law? If I haven't, why don't I dare? Youth team member, young people, Xin Jiang, since there is nothing to discuss, then let's not discuss it. As soon as these words came out, while eating, Sijo suddenly stood up and picked up the table and was about to overturn it. The extremely heavy table creaked under his huge force and the plates made noises. One side Zhu Zhang was waving a folding fan with a smile on his face. This is how you behave when you get into trouble, crows, never eat. Lifting the table shows courage. Xin Zhang's eyes twitched, and he guessed that he had probably watched many young and dangerous movies with Zhu Zhang. Bai Meng immediately held the table. Xin Zhang, what do you want to do? If you have any requests, please tell me, Xin Jiang said. I can let your sister go back to class, but as for her leaving Black Dragon Company, she needs to apply for it herself. My company doesn't have the habit of firing people. Besides, your sister isn't doing badly. What's wrong with working for a legitimate company? You said. No? You call that a company? The young team member became even more angry. Bai Meng stopped him and asked, what do you need me to do? Xin Jiang, when I am treated unfairly, seek justice for me. I want fairness. Bai Meng was shocked. He thought Xin Jiang was going to make some unreasonable demands or even ask him to be his protector. He would never agree to that and would drive to take his sister back. However, Xin Jiang's demands were lower than he had imagined. Is it fair, Bai Meng? Sure. This is my duty, to uphold fairness and justice. Happy cooperation. Xin Jiang stopped talking and left with Sijo and Zhu Zhang. In the box, the young team members looked at Xin Jiang and the other two as they left and said, Team Bai, we're just going to be used as pawns today. Bai Meng shook his head and didn't say anything more. It seemed that Xin Jiang used his power to suppress Scar today, but in fact it was easy for him to repay the favor. Since ancient times, debts of favor are the most difficult to deal with. This favor will be kept for a while. In the future, if Xin Jiang asks him to do something that violates the principle, he may not do it. Some people may not care, but Bai Meng has always adhered to the principle of repaying a favor. It will definitely be very uncomfortable then. Therefore, he was extremely satisfied with what Xin Jiang did today, and even had an illusion. Such a Xin Jiang might really be able to make a career, and it might be a good way out for Xiao Lu to follow him. Bah, I started to have wild thoughts again. It quickly interrupts inner thoughts. Xin Jiang stood at the hotel and looked at the sun with a smile on his face. Everything is progressing steadily according to his plan. But at the same time I feel helpless, compared to those who can earn tens of millions just by doing a lot of effort after being reborn. They are far inferior to punching Hua Tang and kicking Mayan. Damn. Why is it still so difficult to make money even after being reborn? Zhu Zhang asked, Brother Jiang, what are you thinking about? Xin Jiang waved his hand. Next we are going to do something a little bit more challenging. Zhu Zhang, what's the matter? Xin Jiang, Nail House. In the security vehicle, Scar looked at Lu Yong who was driving ahead and asked, Captain Lu, who was that white team member just now? Lu Yong did not hide it. After all, it was not a secret. District Investigation Captain, really? Scar nodded secretly. He murmured, I never thought that a rogue student from Shue Yuan Road could have such a powerful network of connections. Even the reconnaissance team may know someone. The most important thing was that he remembered very clearly that when he entered the box, Xin Jiang was sitting in the main seat, while Bai Meng and the young team members were sitting only on one side. The status of both parties was very delicate, and Xin Jiang showed a calm appearance from beginning to end today. Combined with various circumstances today, it was difficult for him not to guess something. Such magnanimity, plus a huge network of relationships, there is probably a big background behind it, so Xin Jiang is a person who must not be provoked. It seems, Scar muttered, let's forget about this grudge. Judging from his last expression, it's clear that he intends to forget the grudge with a smile. Don't even mention how deep his background is. Just the white team is beyond my reach. It's not worth it for such a small profit just for a card reader. He was even considering whether he should establish a good relationship with Xin Jiang to see if he could get in touch with Team Bai, College Road. It's calm, only. As time passed, the name of Heilong Company spread more and more widely, and Heilong also became synonymous with Xin Jiang. Yes, there are also people who are unlucky. Chapter 24, Guardhouse Upgrade, Preparation for Demolition. Yi Zhe comes to discuss repurchase inside Ye's trading company. Yi Zhe was sitting in the boss's chair with high spirits. After receiving more than 300,000 yuan in funding from Qin Jiang, he quickly established a company and expanded his business in a short period of time. According to the current scale of my business, I can easily earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Yi Zhe murmured, and in the future I can continue to expand the scale and add some new industries to form an industrial chain. This will help each other and even form a monopoly. So, my startup will stand out even in Shuiyuan Road or even Song City. The title of young entrepreneur is likely to be in your pocket, which will take you to the next level. At this moment, he kept fantasizing about the future, and at the same time, he was extremely grateful to Qin Jiang for giving him the startup capital. If he hadn't sent me the money in time, I wouldn't have been able to seize the opportunity quickly, and I don't know how that stupid guy would have managed the chemical plant. Just when he was at the peak of excitement. I'll take you away, 1,000 miles away. The ringing of bells began. Yi Zhe picked up the phone and answered it. His expression changed from excitement to surprise and then to disbelief. What? Uncle, what did you say? The higher-ups have agreed to the application for the School of Defense to be upgraded to a third-tier college, and have asked us to immediately expand the campus so that we can enroll students in the shortest possible time. I just got the news that hospitals across the country are in urgent need of nurses. We have applied together and I have reported your startup company to you. We have chosen the nursing school from among the several nursing schools listed above. The voice on the phone was obviously excited. After all, upgrading from a vocational college to a third-tier college is definitely a great thing, which will make his status as a principal soar, that is to say, it is a private institution. Otherwise, this promotion alone would greatly improve its administrative level. It is no exaggeration to say that it soars into the sky, Yi Zhe said. It's a good thing. But if we want to upgrade to a third-tier college, we have to expand the campus and recruit new teachers, which will also cost a lot of money. Yi Jikai's cheerful voice came over the phone. It's okay. Several shareholders of the school heard that it can be upgraded to a third-tier university. Now they are willing to empty their pockets. Besides, the higher-ups will give us subsidies, and we can apply for a loan, so you should quickly expand the scope of your company's business. This time the scale will definitely allow your startup company to reap the dividends and rise completely. I heard that the higher-ups are currently paying a lot of attention to college students' entrepreneurial projects. Yi Zhe was also very excited. He seemed to have imagined what benefits he could gain from it, which was definitely not a small amount of hundreds of thousands. Sudden, he seemed to remember something: hardware and chemical factory. Fuck. Uncle. If we want to involve the campus, we have to involve the chemical plant, but we have rented out the chemical plant. Listen to this. Yi Jikai said calmly on the phone, that's exactly why I called you. That location is important for the expansion. Go find Qin Jiang and tell him that the school has new plans for the land and return the money to him. Then you can redraft a new contract and give the chemical plant to you, so all the benefits are yours. Very good. Yi Zhe nodded in agreement excitedly. He did not think that this matter was difficult. Anyway, he believed that Qin Jiang wanted the chemical plant as a construction base. As long as he returned the money and gave a compensation of tens of thousands of yuan at most, he could get the land back and make a lot of money. Think of this. He said a few words to Yi Jikai briefly and hung up the phone, then called Zhu Zheng directly. Vocational University, Black Dragon Company. The lights are still on, as bright as day. There were dozens of younger brothers standing in various positions inside, and they kept looking at the center while chatting and laughing. There was a young man in a suit sitting on the bench. It's Yi Zhe, one side. Wang Tao half sat on the left side of the sofa chair, looking at Yi Zhe without saying a word, just playing with the fruit knife in his hand to peel an apple. The atmosphere is so depressing that it makes people feel breathless. The woman standing in the corner with green hair and loafers was Bai Lu. She was looking at everything in the room with great curiosity. This was her first time stepping into the Black Dragon Company. Although she had joined before, she had never been inside. Now when she actually came in, she was extremely excited and thought that she had stepped into the core circle of the Black Dragon. It should be clear that among the hundreds of Black Dragon members, including some peripheral members, only 30 or 40 people can enter this room. It can be said that everyone outside can be called brother. It's almost time for me to be called sister. Bai Lu murmured, Sister Lu, it sounds so domineering. It's coming soon. While he was fantasizing, bang, the company door opened, and a young man with a pigtail and a folding fan walked slowly in. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. Dozens of brothers spoke up as Zhu Zhang just nodded with a smile, and went straight to the center and sat on the left side of the 3 chairs. Yi Zhe was about to say something. Outside, Qin Jiang came in slowly with Sizhou. See here, all the younger brothers greeted again. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. This time, all the voices sounded very powerful, and no one called him Brother Sizhou. According to the unspoken rules of Qin Jiang's team, wherever Qin Jiang goes, just call him. This is Zhu Jingding's rule, which is used to highlight Qin Jiang's transcendent status. In this way, Qin Jiang and Sizhou sat in the first seat in the center under the attention of everyone, and Sizhou sat on the right. Bai Lu in the corner was so excited that she started breathing fast after Zhu Zheng appeared. After seeing Qin Jiang and Sizhou appear, she felt something awakening inside her. It's this kind of scene, it's Young and Dangerous is played like this. No, it's more emotional than Young and Dangerous, so impressive. Television, you can only watch but not be there. She watched it in person and was a part of it, so she could naturally feel the charm of it even more. At this moment, she was even a little out of control and felt her adrenaline surge. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on the center and no one noticed her. At this time, Yi Zhe looked at the 3 people who sat down and nodded. He had some understanding of Qin Jiang's team. The leader was naturally Qin Jiang, nicknamed Black Dragon, followed by his right-hand man Zhu Zhang, known as Little Zhuge, and Wei Biao, known as the God of War. 49.3 people. He is the leader of the Black Dragon team. It is said that there are dozens of core figures and even more students on the periphery. It must be said that he was a little surprised when he learned that Qin Jiang's team was so large. He shook his head secretly. It's a pity that I was born in the wrong era. In ancient times, if I had such leadership at a young age, I might have achieved something. But if you try to do this now, you'll be finished if the security team doesn't deal with you. Once you graduate, you will go and eat in the big pot sooner or later. Think of this. He stopped thinking and looked at Qin Jiang and said straight to the point, I came here to discuss a business deal with you. Chapter 25 Double Penalty, 700,000? Too little business. What business? Qin Jiang said casually. It's about the chemical plant you contracted. It's nothing special, just a shabby place. Yi Zhe said, however, some shareholders are not happy with the outflow of school assets, so they plan to take back the chemical plant land. Those old-fashioned people are fucking sick. I didn't want to come, but they forced me to come. As for me, I'm just telling them that the contract is cancelled. I'll try to get some compensation from the shareholders. At least I can get you tens of thousands of dollars. Speaking of a proud expression as if I have brought you benefits, Qin Jiang sneered, you're giving away tens of thousands of dollars to beggars. After hearing this, Yi Zhe was stunned for a moment but not too surprised. Since Qin Jiang could take out hundreds of thousands to contract a chemical plant, it was not unexpected that he would ignore tens of thousands of dollars. He smiled and said, well, how much do you want? I'll go back and discuss it with the shareholders. Maybe those shareholders will give up when they hear that the penalty is high, which will save us a lot of trouble. His latter words were obviously deliberate. The purpose was to warn Qin Jiang not to ask for too much, as he didn't want to pay a high price. Qin Jiang calmly drank a sip of tea and said, Heilong Company is a formal company, so everything will naturally be done according to the contract. Show him the contract. On the side, Zhu Zheng took out the contract and handed it to Yi Zhe. When we signed the contract, the breach of contract clause was clearly written in it. Yi Zhe picked up the contract and looked at it. He really didn't pay much attention to it when he signed it. After all, he didn't take Qin Jiang and others seriously at all. Of course, he didn't take the land of the chemical plants seriously either. Who could have thought that the school would be upgraded suddenly? And now I look at the contents carefully and find that this contract is written in great detail. Look at the breach of contract clause on the last page. Once breach of contract, double liquidated damages according to the signed contract, double. Yi Zhe raised his voice by several decibels. What a joke, double the penalty, you guys are going to go to heaven. After all, a double that would be hundreds of thousands. This was not in his plan at all. According to his expectation, he would just need to use a maximum of 100,000 or 80,000 troops to get rid of Qin Jiang. Impossible. Yi Zhe said firmly, it is impossible for the shareholders to agree to such a large amount of liquidated damages. Qin Jiang was too lazy to say anything and just waved his hand as Zhu Zheng shouted, see a visitor out. Immediately, Wang Tao and his younger brothers gathered around Yi Zhe, as if they were going to throw him out if he didn't leave. Yi Zhe looked angry. Even a lion would ask for a lot, but no one would ask for as much as you do. You must be crazy about money. Qin Jiang didn't say anything. What else can I say after watching it? Is this a lion's mouth? Ha ha. I can only say that Yi Zhe has never seen the world. Bang, Wang Tao's hand was already on Yi Zhe's shoulder. Let go, I can walk by myself. But Wang Tao ignored him and simply grabbed his shoulders and dragged him out. Brush, Yi Zhe was nearly knocked down due to being dragged. He wanted to curse but swallowed it back when he saw dozens of younger brothers staring at him covetously. His instinct told him that if he said anything more he would probably get beaten. As the saying goes, when you live under someone's roof, you have to buy your head. Yi Zhe had no choice but to go back to school to discuss it with his uncle. Qin Jiang and the other two were still sitting in the main seats, extremely calm, as if what they had just witnessed was a trivial matter. The other dozens of younger brothers were extremely excited, as they had just seen what happened with their own eyes. Suppressing Yi Zhe is nothing, they care about the penalty for breach of contract that they just heard, double. Doesn't that mean that once Yi Zhe is ready to breach the contract, Black Dragon Company will receive double the penalty, which is 700,000, plus the cost of contracting the chemical plant itself is only 1 million, not to mention in 2010, even in later times it is not a small amount, at least not for students. Moreover, the time from nothing to something came too quickly. It has only been 1 month since Qin Jiang started the card reader business. Many of the younger brothers were even breathing heavily. Money, the foundation of all things, for a group to develop, money plays an indispensable role, and now they are about to have money. This time, Qin Jiang knew very well what these people were thinking, and he also knew that the people in his team were loyal and courageous, but they lacked some insight. These, both can be cultivated, he said. I know what you are thinking, but I can tell you that a mere 1 million is nothing. Not to mention for the Black Dragon of the future, even for the Black Dragon of today. I can only say that within a month the Black Dragon will be reborn, and you will also step onto a new level. A class with a bright future. Gulp. Gulp, the younger brothers couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Although they didn't quite understand what Qin Jiang meant, it was the unknown that made them feel it was powerful. Qin Jiang didn't explain too much. You will know everything after some time. Some people only feel more satisfied if they pretend to be natural. That way, it will also leave a deep impression on subordinates, thus strengthening their unconditional trust in themselves. During this period, all registered employees of Heilong Company must stay at school and be prepared for any emergency at any time. There's a big move. Qin Jiang gave the order directly and naturally, no one dared to refute this. Instead, everyone was looking forward to it and eager to try it out, since their own brother Jiang said that the big move would definitely not be small. Brush, Qin Jiang waved his hand. Zhu Zhang said, everyone go out, but Bai Lu stays. All the younger brothers looked at Bai Lu in surprise and then left one after another, leaving Bai Lu standing there in a daze. He looked at the 3 people left in the room, mainly looking at Qin Jiang. He joined Black Dragon for 2 main reasons. The first was that Qin Jiang had saved him and made him feel special. The second was that he had a great yearning for the world and society, but since joining Black Dragon, he did not dare to have much contact with Qin Jiang, fearing that the other party would expel him. Now she was left alone and felt very uneasy. Could it be, I really want to expel myself? That, wouldn't her dream of becoming a big sister be shattered? No, absolutely not. She has to stay even if she has to shamelessly do so. No one can drive her away. Thinking of this, she came to Qin Jiang and said directly, I won't leave, I want to follow you. Speaking of, there were even tears of grievance. You are still mixed up in society. Qin Jiang teased Bai Lu before saying, don't worry, no one will chase you away. Once you enter the company, it's like being in a deep sea. Since you've joined our Black Dragon Company, how can you just leave? Don't let me go. Bai Lu was shocked and confused. Then why do you keep me here? Qin Jiang said, since you have joined the Black Dragon, you must understand the rules. Bai Lu, what rules? Qin Jiang, everyone should contribute to the team. What contribution can you make? Bai Lu, I can pay the money. Chapter 26, Tricking Bai Lu, Liquidated Damages, 7 million inch money? Qin Jiang shook his head. Do you think Black Dragon Company is short of money? Besides, if you pay money, you can become a backbone of the company. What is Black Dragon? Bai Lu's face turned pale. She really didn't know what she could do for Black Dragon Company. Fight, she is totally useless and her presence only causes more trouble. give advice. She is even worse, she is not born with that smart brain. From childhood to adulthood, she has been doing okay except studying, and basically has no other skills to show off, etc. She plays Dungeon Rogue 6, that. She was about to mention this specialty, but then she shut up again, obviously knowing that it would be better not to mention this specialty. At this moment she felt a little desperate, and she couldn't even find a reason to stay. She was unwilling but had no choice. Just when she was about to despair, Qin Jiang asked, "What major did you study in college?" "Bai Lu, accountant." "Qin Jiang, how are you doing?" "Bai Lu, not bad." Qin Jiang tapped the table with his fingers for a long time before he said, "I think you have a good eye and I can see that you really want to make a name for yourself. So I will give you a task. If you can sit well, there may be a seat for you in the room from now on." "What?" Bai Lu, her eyes widened to the limit. Qin Jiang's temptation was too great. What did it mean to have a chair in the room? It should be clear that only 3 people in the entire team could have a chair so far. Even Wang Tao, who was so famous, could only sit on the back of the chair. Occasionally there are seats. The real top team leader, Sister Lu, it will be at your fingertips. When she thought of hundreds of people calling her Sister Lu, she couldn't help but feel longing in her heart. Then he looked at Qin Jiang and said firmly, "Brother Jiang, tell me what mission you have. I will go through fire and water to complete it." Qin Jiang calmly stated the task: go back to school and study hard, and get your accountant qualification certificate as soon as possible. What? Bai Lu even thought she had heard it wrong. Study, the task allows you to study hard. Yes. Just study. Qin Jiang said directly, if a team wants to develop thoroughly, it is not enough to just rely on the number of brothers. Money is king. Without money, everything is nonsense. Money and brothers are the lifeblood of Black Dragon's development. Black Dragon has no shortage of loyal brothers, but it lacks those who understand money and are devoted to Black Dragon. Now I will definitely hand over Black Dragon's second lifeblood to you. When you learn it, you can take charge of Black Dragon's financial power. Then you will naturally have the Black Dragon chair. I hope you won't let me down." Bai Lu was stunned on the spot. Although she always felt that something was wrong, her mind was currently completely occupied by the pie in the sky that Qin Jiang had painted. Take charge of Heilong's finances, sit on the Black Dragon throne. His sister Lu will be an indispensable existence for Black Dragon. Bai Lu felt that the dream she had for years was about to come true, so how could she not be excited? Big sister. I will become a big sister too, Bai Lu nodded. I will go back to school and study hard, pass the accounting qualification exam as soon as possible, and I will definitely take charge of Heilong finance. Brother Jiang, I am very grateful for giving me the opportunity. From now on, I am your little brother. If you have any orders, I will go through fire and water for you. Yeah. I'm optimistic about you. Qin Jiang nodded in encouragement. Bai Lu is gone. She left cleanly and neatly, and deep down she just wanted to go back to school as soon as possible, finish her studies, and get her certificate to become a big sister. Before leaving, she asked if she could come back during her studies, and Qin Jiang did not refuse and told her that she could come back anytime. She will always be a member of Black Dragon Company. Moreover, Heilong Company will pay her a salary while she is in school, which means she is studying for the company. Hear this, Bai Lu left without any worries. Bai Lu just came out and several members of the Black Dragon periphery passed by and saw her and said to Sister Lu. Sister Lu. Although there were only a few sporadic sounds, Bai Lu smiled extremely brightly. She ran towards the school happily and took off the colorful wig on her head halfway. Brother Jiang. Are you making big promises for her or? Xu Zhang asked as he watched Bai Lu leave. It depends on her. If she can really learn something and have some talent for finance, it would be great if Black Dragon Finance was handed over to her. Qin Jiang said calmly, if she can't do it herself, then just treat it as a deal with her brother. Xu Zhang nodded, then he changed the subject and said, Brother Jiang, are you sure that the School of Defense will be upgraded to a third-level college and expand its campus? Qin Jiang, sure. Xu Zhang was extremely shocked. No wonder my eldest brother insisted on contracting the chemical plant. It turned out that he got the inside information and got it earlier than the school. He did not ask about the source of the information. A smart person knows what to ask and what not to ask. Instead, he said, as long as the guardhouse is to be expanded, it must involve the chemical plant. It is no wonder that Yi Zhe came here today and got the news. Brother Jiang, what are you planning to do this time? Qin Jiang said calmly. Heilong is a legitimate company. I understand. Xu Zhang nodded. I understand that Qin Jiang meant that everything should be done according to the rules in contract, which meant that the guards had to pay double the penalty for breach of contract. Of course, what is meant here is not double the contract fee for 1 year, but the penalty for double the fee for a full 10 years. After all of the contract is for 10 years, that is 7 million in liquidated damages. Even with Xu Zhang's precocious mentality, it was hard for him to remain calm. 7 million. What a huge sum of money. What's more, the initial cost of contracting the chemical plant was only 350,000 yuan, and the profit was 20 times in just half a month. This, who can stay calm? Qin Jiang was relatively calm. Only 7 million. Besides, such huge profits will only happen once, so there is no point in playing around. But with this money, you can start other plans. Xu Zhang thought. The guards will never give up. The millions of benefits are enough for them to cause trouble. We need to prepare in advance. I will arrange for people to go to the chemical plant and take shifts to guard it to prevent the guards from doing anything desperate. Qin Jiang nodded in agreement. 1 click and you'll see, it works in 1 click. He can also draw inferences about other situations. Xu Zhang can make a career in any industry with his methods. Pity, he is born to like socializing and being a gangster. Qin Jiang also did not tell him that he would develop his own business model in the future, and some things would need to change subtly. Beside, Wei Biao, 49, remained calm as he sat there, spinning 2 iron balls in his hands, which made a creaking sound from time to time. Qin Jiang couldn't help but smile. Although Sijou looked majestic and ferocious, and the security team would check ID cards whenever they saw him, he had the mentality of a child and was kind when he was young. He was often bullied and called a big fool. If Qin Jiang hadn't protected him, he didn't know what would have happened. The way he behaved now was deliberately made by Qin Jiang. Seeing Qin Jiang looking at him, Sijou showed his honest face and said, Brother Jiang, I want to go to the cat cafe to pet the cats. That's right, Sijou likes cats, especially that kind. Walk, now go. Chapter 27. Lawyer's letter arrives. Lu Ruyan is confused. Guard the house, Yi Jikai murmured as he drank his tea. I never thought that boy would have such a big appetite. Did you reveal something? Yi Zhe shook his head. No, I said that the school shareholders disagreed and planned to recycle the chemical plant, and compensated tens of thousands of dollars. Who would have thought that he would ask for double the penalty, which means hundreds of thousands of dollars? He is just daydreaming. Does he really think money is so easy to make? He is really crazy about money. This, Yi Jikai pondered again. A moment. He said, you continue to talk to him and try to get him to lower the penalty for breach of contract and take back the contract as soon as possible. If it really comes to the worst, you can pay him double the penalty for breach of contract. Can. Nothing is impossible. Yi Jikai interrupted Yi Zhe and said, the documents about the promotion of the guard to the 3rd level will be issued soon. Once that kid gets the news, it won't be solved by double the penalty. Maybe he will cause trouble. Speaking of, he pulled out a contract from the lower drawer. This is a redrafted contract to contract the chemical plant to you. The date was half a month ago. Yi Jikai, this way I can get the most benefits for you and those shareholders will not refuse. The school upgrade is too much of a benefit for them and they won't care about it. How much can you earn? Yi Zhe looked at the contract and asked a little greedily. 2 or 3 million is no problem. 2 or 3 million. Yi Zhe's breathing was a little heavy. Although he grew up in a wealthy family and had no shortage of money, how could he not be excited when he made a profit of 2 or 3 million during his self-employment? Moreover, with this 2 or 3 million in funds, his business empire would expand rapidly. So, her status in the family will also rise. Maybe, it wouldn't be a bad idea to impress his father. Thinking of this, he went out without hesitation. Qin Jiang, I'll pay you some money and let you have some soup to taste. However, he had no idea that Qin Jiang not only wanted to drink the soup but also eat the meat, even the bones and tendons. University of Science and Technology, girls' dormitory. Lu Ruyan was sitting by the window, drawing her eyebrows. On either side of her were a few female classmates chattering. Ruyan, I heard that a rich second-generation guy from outside the school asked you out, and he drove a luxury car. Is that true? No need to ask, it must be true. Didn't you see Ruyan was putting on makeup? Maybe she has already, it's over. Our school beauty has been taken away. If we let those boys know, they will cry all day long." For a moment, the female classmates became more and more excited as they talked. Lu Ruyan in front listened to their questions but did not answer them. She just concentrated on putting on light makeup. A few minutes later, then he said calmly, "Don't spread rumors. That boy and I are just friends and we only had a few meals together." There was resentment in her eyes. "That's right. It's anger. Ever since Qin Jiang refused to give her money for payment last time, she had to resort to the worst possible means and keep borrowing money from the bootlickers. This has caused some problems for her reputation, and some smart boys have come to their senses and stopped being her bootlickers." It was hard for her to accept as she really enjoyed being sought after. In addition, the loss of Qin Jiang, her big money donor, made her, who was used to spending lavishly, feel strapped for money. In order to maintain her status as the cool school beauty, she can only look for new targets outside. The new target you will meet soon, but she was not satisfied with this target. He was a very difficult and stingy guy. After several dates, he only got a little benefit and had to sacrifice some of his looks, which made her feel a little disgusted. At this point, she missed Qin Jiang so much, who was obedient and satisfied without even having to smile. Lu Ruyan thought of Qin Jiang and couldn't help cursing. "Qin Jiang, you are amazing. You ignored me for almost a month. Okay. I want to see how long you can hold out. If you have the guts, just keep not contacting me. I'll think you're brave." Just thinking about it, suddenly, my roommate's voice came from outside. "Ruyan, I brought your package back to you." Hear the sound, both Lu Ruyan and other roommates turned around to look. Lu Ruyan hadn't received any express delivery for a long time. In 2010, express delivery was not very popular. Deliveries are mainly made by hand, and there are very few post stations. Couriers are usually placed in the school guard room and the dormitory. Only Lu Ruyan often receives express deliveries. Everyone knows who sends those express deliveries. Lu Ruyan's most loyal licker, Qin Jiang, but since the express delivery was cut off a month ago, the girls in the dormitory have been a little suspicious. "Who sent it by mail?" Lu Ruyan asked seemingly calmly. "Qin Jiang." When the girls heard Qin Jiang's expression, they thought so. Lu Ruyan's face was filled with joy but quickly calmed down. She turned around and continued to draw her eyebrows and said, "Open it." I sneered in my heart, "Haha. Qin Jiang thought you were so capable, but in the end you just continued to send me gifts. But you think that I will forgive you if you ignore me for a month and send me some gifts? It's impossible. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll show you what you think of me. Get ready for a big bleed." At the same time, I'm already calculating in my heart what I'm going to buy after I get the money. Bag, necklace, bracelet, brand name cosmetics. Moreover, she deliberately asked it to be opened in public because she felt that her image in the dormitory had collapsed and her prestige had been damaged recently. We should take this opportunity to restore our former status. Just as she was fantasizing, suddenly, she shuddered at the scream of surprise. She looked at her crooked eyebrows in the mirror and turned around and said angrily, "Why are you so surprised? You've never seen a good gift before." But she realized something was wrong. Several roommates gathered around the gifts all looked strange and surprised, and looked at her with complicated eyes. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. Lu Ruyan stood up and walked over. "What's going on? What's in the package?" None of my roommates answered, only her roommate took the express and showed it to her silently. Lu Ruyan was stunned when she saw the thin express. "The courier is too thin, just like a piece of paper. What kind of gift could be in a package like this?" Maybe it was cash, but there wouldn't be much cash in there. Feeling extremely puzzled, Lu Ruyan took the package and opened it, and there was actually only a piece of paper inside. The three big words above made her stand there in a daze. "Lawyer's letter to Ms. Lu Ruyan, Qin Jiang, the agent of Songjiang Genoa Law Firm, issues this letter of attorney regarding your failure to repay the debt on time. According to the client's statement and the materials provided, she could no longer read the subsequent content, and felt her body almost collapse to the ground by the huge hammer. She never expected that Qin Jiang not only did not give her a gift to apologize or ask for her forgiveness out of shame, but instead sent her a lawyer's letter asking her to pay back the money, and the amount was as high as 50,000. Click. The eyebrow pencil in his hand fell to the ground, but he ignored it and just kept repeating, "Why is this happening? What on earth is Qin Jiang going to do?" Chapter 28. Lu Ruyan goes to vocational school and is blocked from entering immediately. Several people in the dormitory looked at Lu Ruyan with strange eyes. In fact, as roommates who spent every day with Lu Ruyan, they knew some of the inside story and roughly understood that Lu Ruyan's high consumption was not due to the royalties she earned from writing books. After all, she has never written a book in the dormitory, so how can she get any royalties? So, the source of his money is also very clear. Qin Jiang, at the same time, he also knew that the last time Lu Ruyan bought a mobile phone, she seemed to have a conflict with Qin Jiang. After that, she was obviously no longer generous with money, and she even used cosmetics sparingly. She used to be extremely arrogant to the outside world, but now she has begun to accept invitations from some boys to go out for dinner and even to the movies. Now that Qin Jiang has sent a lawyer's letter, there is naturally no need to say anything more, but college students in this era are more naive, and some even think that Qin Jiang and Lu Ruyan are having a conflict over love. Therefore, I can't help but advise Ruyan, don't be too sad. Qin Jiang is just trying to scare you. He likes you so much, how could he really care about your money? Don't worry, the money you spent was given by Qin Jiang, not earned from writing. We will keep it a secret. But Ruyan, you did spend too much of his money, 50,000 yuan. In the eyes of these students, these numbers are definitely huge. Even many of their parents may not be able to earn that much after working hard for a year, but Lu Ruyan spent so much. Looking at the content of the lawyer's letter, these were only the transferred money, and did not include some items that Qin Jiang mailed to her from time to time. This made them feel a little uncomfortable with Lu Ruyan. When Lu Ruyan heard these words of comfort, she was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she retorted directly, "Shut up. Wang Yun, you didn't even dare to fart when a third party interfered with your relationship, and now you are not qualified to speak here. Han Lo, don't think I don't know that you have a crush on the PE teacher. And you, Sun Zhu, are as fat as a pig. It's hard for you to even go upstairs, and you fantasize about falling in love every day." This series of words made several roommates look pale, and some of them even started to sob and cry. Immediately, several girls turned around and left the dormitory. In the dormitory, only Lu Ruyan and her roommate who brought back the courier were left. Her name was Wang Qi, and she had a relatively good relationship with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan looked at her and opened her mouth but didn't say anything, but just held the lawyer's letter tightly. Wang Qi said, "They care about you, and they are not big mouths. The matter today will not be leaked." Lu Ruyan didn't say anything. She is so proud that she won't allow herself to be embarrassed like this, nor will she allow others to laugh at her, so she just scolded several roommates. This is her protection mechanism. Wang Qi pondered for a moment and said, "Have you been too cold to Qin Jiang recently, or is there something going on with Qin Jiang in the North District? Songjiang is the provincial capital and has many beautiful women. Although Qin Jiang is not a good student, he looks pretty good. He used to be liked by some girls in our school. Plus, you are not in her sight, so it is inevitable that there will be some problems over time." Maybe. Listen to Wang Qi. Lu Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly as if she had guessed something. They had only met once since Qin Jiang went to college. It was during the summer vacation when Qin Jiang went back together and insisted on seeing her. After that, they hadn't met each other since then, and it was always the other who contacted herself. Originally she thought it was a big deal, as she was used to Qin Jiang licking her unconditionally anyway. But after Wang Qi said that, she realized that they were not in the same class and could not meet every day. So, problems will naturally arise over time, and it is very likely that Qin Jiang has been bewitched by some bitch. No. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Qin Jiang is just a dog. How can we let others get involved? We must take him back. She even thought that Qin Jiang sent the lawyer's letter on purpose just to make her angry for not contacting him. It seems, after spending a long time outside, I learned some tactics of playing hard to get. Snort. Although Lu Ruyan was a little disdainful, she also knew that if she didn't give Qin Jiang some benefits, she would really lose him. Losing Qin Jiang is not scary. The scary thing is that no one continues to lick her unconditionally. Moreover, with her pride, she had already regarded Qin Jiang as a trophy, so how could she tolerate others snatching him away? Thinking of this, she picked up the eyebrow pencil and walked to the windowsill again to straighten the eyebrows that she had just drawn. Crookedly, he stood up and said, "I'm going to find him." She decided to go to Songjiang immediately to correct the dog licker, and let's talk about the stingy second generation later. Wang Qi was surprised at first, but then he understood. Lu Ruyan, please ask the teacher for leave for me. Just say my pet dog died and I am going back to attend the funeral. Wang Qi's surprised face, your reason, is awesome. Vocational University. Lu Ruyan got out of the taxi and looked at the small college in front of her with a look of contempt on her face. She has good academic performance, and he went to a 211 university. Vocational schools don't even take these junior colleges, where students can only attend after failing the college entrance exam. Seriously, Qin Jiang, who was also studying at a vocational college, was naturally even less worthy of her. If he had not licked her very comfortably and spent money generously, she would have stopped having any contact with Qin Jiang. He frowned, not knowing how to find Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang has blocked his phone number. Brush. He called Wei Biao and found that he was also blocked. Finally, I could only come to the school gate and ask, "Excuse me, where is class?" The security guard Lao Wang asked, "Are you the new intern teacher?" It's no wonder that Lao Wang asked this question. In fact, Lu Ruyan's clothes didn't look like a student. She was wearing makeup and carrying a handbag. Lu Ruyan's appearance also attracted the attention of the male students in the vocational school, and they looked at her with hot eyes. Lu Ruyan's already delicate face, enhanced by makeup and the long skirt and high heels she wears, makes her look like an urban beauty, which is a fatal temptation for the young and energetic vocational school students. Even a few young security guards couldn't help but look at Lu Ruyan, and some even blushed when they saw Lu Ruyan looking at them. Lu Ruyan was used to it. She liked being the center of attention. She smoothed her hair and asked, "Am I here to look for someone?" Security guard Lao Wang, "Who are you looking for?" "The teacher of that class?" "Lu Ruyan, he's a student." Security guard Lao Wang, "Call him and ask him to come over. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the school casually." Lu Ruyan was stunned. Another phone call, she has to be able to get through too. Just as she was thinking about what to do, it just seed out a young man in formal clothes and holding a briefcase walked slowly towards her, which made people take a second look. Although he was not handsome, she liked the elite type of person he was. The person who came was Yi Zhe. He also saw Lu Ruyan, and was attracted by her appearance, looking at her a few more times and subconsciously smiled, but he stopped himself from saying hello. What he had to do was to finalize the contract. Compared to millions of dollars, women were nothing. Security guard Lao Wang saw Yi Zhe and did not stop him. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan pointed at Yi Zhe and asked, "Is he from your school?" Security guard Lao Wang, "No, he is from the school next door." Lu Ruyan, "Then why was he able to get in?" Security guard Lao Wang, "Because he is here to look for Qin Jiang." Lu Ruyan. Chapter 29, Lu Ruyan is surprised and starts to act up. Lu Ruyan, Sigma, surprised face, "What, are you here to see Qin Jiang? Can you just come in and see Qin Jiang?" Lu Ruyan was extremely confused for a moment. Her intuition told her that many things were wrong, but she didn't care and said, "I'm here to see Qin Jiang too?" Security guard Lao Wang, "Who are you?" Lu Ruyan, "Guess who I am?" Security guard Lao Wang, "I guess you're an egg." He admitted that Lu Ruyan was pretty, but he was almost 60 years old and no longer had that kind of impulse, so naturally he didn't care about her beauty. After hesitating, he waved his hand and said, "Come in." Lu Ruyan quickly rushed into the campus, following Yi Zhe's back and watching him enter the room on the left side of the campus. Brush. He looked up at the plaque above Black Dragon. There is a vertical sign on the wall below, Heilong Company, Limited. Black Dragon Company? How can there be a company in a school? Lu Ruyan murmured, and that person said he was looking for Qin Jiang, but he was actually looking for Black Dragon Company. Could it be that Qin Jiang is working for Black Dragon Company? As she continued to guess, Yi Zhe was pushed out as soon as he entered. He said indignantly, "I came here to discuss business." "What are you doing? You are asking for too much. Is it possible that 500,000 yuan as compensation is not enough? Aren't you afraid that you will be greedy and end up swallowing an elephant? Get lost." Zhu Zhang waved his folding fan impatiently and said, "Just 500,000 yuan, you treat us black dragons like beggars. Everything should be done according to the contract. This time, Brother Jiang is merciful and will give you some face to leave on your own. If you don't leave, don't blame me for throwing you out." Lu and his younger brothers rolled up their sleeves and prepared to step forward. I saw several people gathering. Yi Zhe looked extremely embarrassed. Although he held the position of captain of the security team, he only had a few dozen students under him. The vast majority of security guards are girls, and their job is to patrol the campus to protect the safety of students. Dozens of student teams may seem like a lot of people, but even if they gather all the boys in the school together, they dare to fight against ordinary people, but they don't dare to even fart when facing Qin Jiang, a well-known gangster in the school. Therefore, he really had no way to deal with the use of force. If he really let these people get out, he would lose face, snort. Yi Zhe snorted coldly and turned away. He didn't even look at Lu Ruyan when he passed by. His mind was now full of anger and thinking about what to do next. Same, Lu Ruyan didn't even look at him. Her brain is constantly processing all kinds of information. Talk about business, 500,000, send away beggars. With her cleverness, she knew from just a few words that the Black Dragon Company was not simple. Hundreds of thousands are not worth mentioning. This moment, the Black Dragon Company caused a lot of waves in her heart, of course, making her constantly wonder what Qin Jiang was doing in the Black Dragon Company. Yi Zhe just came to find Qin Jiang, so why did he come to this company? Qin Jiang, Black Dragon, is there any connection? Could it be that Qin Jiang is working for the Black Dragon Company? His mind was full of thoughts, but he did not stop walking as he walked towards the Black Dragon Company step by step, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Wang Tao, who was smoking at the door, was stunned when he saw Lu Ruyan's face. He felt that she looked familiar and he had seen her somewhere before until Lu Ruyan came up to him and said, "Hello, is Qin Jiang here? I'm his high school classmate and I'm here to see him." High school classmates, etc. Wang Tao instantly thought of who the person in front of him was. Lu Ruyan, my former sister-in-law. He had seen photos of Lu Ruyan, and Qin Jiang often asked him to go out and buy gifts and mail them to him. Just stopped buying it a month ago. When they heard that Lu Ruyan came to find Qin Jiang, the younger brothers who were staring at Lu Ruyan were stunned and immediately withdrew their gazes, forcibly shifting their gaze. Looking for Brother Jiang. Wang Tao said, "Brother Jiang is not here, so you go to the office and sit for a while." Okay. Lu Ruyan nodded after hesitation. Wang Tao brought Lu Ruyan into the office. There were still 20 or 30 younger brothers gathered inside. When they saw Wang Tao bringing a beautiful woman in, they looked at them. Wang Tao waved his hand. "What are you looking at? Get out." The younger brothers did not dare to hesitate and turned around to walk out. The scene made Lu Ruyan even more confused. Judging from the situation just now, Wang Tao is obviously of a high status, but he actually calls Qin Jiang Brother Jiang. Could it be that he is also Qin Jiang's younger brother? So, those dozens of people just now were also Qin Jiang's subordinates. Why did he have so many subordinates in the vocational school? What was he doing in the Black Dragon Company? Was he just looking after the place? That was probably the case. She quickly guessed the plot. Wang Tao didn't understand what the other party was thinking and pointed to the seat opposite the central sofa. "Big, you sit down. Brother Jiang should be back soon." Lu Ruyan sat down and began to think. She didn't care whether Qin Jiang was involved in gang activities or was a good-for-nothing. She only cared that Qin Jiang seemed to be doing well. That means you are not short of money, and as long as you can bring this bootlicker back, you can live a good life again. Time passes by little. Just when Lu Ruyan was getting impatient, noisy greetings suddenly came from outside. Brush. She stood up and looked out the window, stunned. Just see. 3 people were walking towards her slowly. On the left was a bald man who was over 1.9 meters tall and had a fierce look on his face. Wei Biao. Lu Ruyan recognized his identity immediately. The other party had been inseparable from Qin Jiang during high school. Later, when Qin Jiang was forced to leave after a fight, he also followed him. On the right is a girl wearing a white shirt and jeans, exuding youthful vitality. It is Bai Lu. She returned to school and stopped wearing the clothes that made her look like a little gangster at Qin Jiang's advice. Bai Lu didn't resist too much about this because it didn't matter what she wore as long as someone called her sister. Final, Lu Ruyan's eyes were fixed on the man in the middle. The well-tailored suit, the sharp face, the neat and clean hair, and the deep eyes gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. Wherever he passed, people on both sides bowed their heads. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. This is Qin Jiang. Lu Ruyan couldn't believe it. She couldn't connect the person in front of her with the yellow-haired one-eyed Qin Jiang. Completely two different people. But no matter how unchanged Wei Biao was, or how those people addressed him, it proved that this was the fact. After a while he blurted out, "Does time change people like this?" She fixed her eyes on Bai Lu again. It seems that this woman seduced Qin Jiang away and was so close to Qin Jiang. Could it be that they have? No. Absolutely not. She directly denied the conjecture. Even with her pride, she had to admit that Bai Lu was very pretty and full of youthful energy, so she didn't believe that Bai Lu would fall for Qin Jiang and probably only treated him as an ATM. Not ATM. How can two people share it? Brush. She rushed out with her bag and faced Qin Jiang directly. She looked at him and Bai Lu with disappointment. Qin Jiang, I came to the vocational university to see you and give you a chance, but you really disappoint me. Chapter 30 Qin Jiang, slap, Lu Ruyan, miserable. This moment Lu Ruyan's expression was as if she had seen a heartless man, not angry, wronged, sad, hate that he doesn't fight, etc. After saying that, Lu Ruyan picked up her small bag and ran away without looking back, as if she had decided to leave. Yes, no one noticed. When he turned around, a smile appeared on his face. Oh, little guy, I will make you regret it this time. Based on her previous understanding of Qin Jiang, as long as she was a little stingy, he would keep apologizing and begging for mercy. Now she revealed that this time it was. She came to him on purpose and gave him a chance, which showed that he was extremely disappointed with being with another woman. According to normal deduction, what happens next is that Qin Jiang catches up with him and stops him, constantly explaining that there is nothing between him and that woman, and asking her to give him another chance, and so on. So, she can also take the opportunity to show some temper in order to win back the lost dog, and can also take this opportunity to make the other party bleed heavily and beg for forgiveness. As for Bai Lu next to her, she doesn't take her seriously at all. She looks like a naive person, so how can she compete with her? She ran a few steps and suddenly stopped, because there was no expected shouting or stopping voice from behind. Quiet, it's so quiet, brush. He looked back, seeing Qin Jiang looking at him with a playful expression. What was going on? Why didn't he catch up with her, but looked at her with this expression? Didn't he understand what she just said? What to do? She felt that it was not right to continue running, nor was it right not to run. In the end, the importance of loyalty made her compromise again. She turned back to Qin Jiang, pointed at Bai Lu and asked, "Who is she?" Qin Jiang's face was cold. "What does it have to do with you?" Lu Ruyan, equal smiley face. "What's going on? When did he dare to speak to me like this? Is he still the Qin Jiang who dared not speak loudly in front of me?" "Qin Jiang, you." Lu Ruyan's body trembled a little. "I'm giving you one last chance, make her disappear from my sight immediately. You apologize to me now? Otherwise, I will draw a clear line between us and never talk to you again." Qin Jiang laughed. "Ha, double happiness. I hope you'll keep your word. By the way, what are you doing here? Paying back the money? Just give it to her." As he said this, he pointed at Bai Lu. Lu Ruyan sigma degree. She even suspected that she had heard it wrongly, even though he had said such harsh words. Qin Jiang was completely unmoved, as if he was playing the lute to a cow. Besides, she looked at Bai Lu with a grim look and asked her to give the money to the other party, which was an extreme humiliation. She really wanted to say those harsh words and just turn around and leave, but her intuition told her that if she dared to do so, she would most likely lose Qin Jiang completely and would never get any benefit from him again. Lu Ruyan murmured, "Could it be that I have really neglected Qin Jiang too much during this period of time, causing him to feel resentful and planning to use Bai Lu to anger me? Or maybe he has lost his patience because he can't get any comfort from me and is tempted by other women." Lu Ruyan thought of what her roommate said before she left. Qin Jiang is a man, and as a man he has dignity and desires, especially since the other party is no longer in the county. He can easily get things outside but can't get anything in return from you, so he will definitely develop a rebellious mentality. You should be submissive in this situation. Give in. Before this, Lu Ruyan had never considered this option, but seeing Qin Jiang's cold expression and not even looking at her, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind that she could only dump Lu Ruyan's dog herself and would not tolerate others snatching her away. Therefore, his expression changed from anger to grievance. "Qin Jiang, I know it's my fault for not paying attention to you during this period, but weren't you busy participating in the competition? I'll come see you as soon as I have time. I heard there's a new movie coming out. Why don't we go and watch it together? The two of us? See a movie?" Qin Jiang looked at Lu Ruyan and leaned forward slightly. "What is your relationship with me? Do you want to treat me to a movie? What's the relationship?" Lu Ruyan was stunned and answered subconsciously, "Friends." Ha! Qin Jiang couldn't help laughing out loud. He was laughing at how stupid he was to be fooled by a girl like Lu Ruyan, how much the other party despises me, that even today he only says one sentence, "Friend," really, not willing to give any sweetness. It can be said that among Lu Ruyan's many bootlickers, Qin Jiang is definitely the one who pays the most, and also the one who gains the least. Treat people differently according to their situation. Lu Ruyan really figured it out. Shake your head. Qin Jiang no longer looked at Lu Ruyan. He was already paying attention to her and didn't even want to say another word. He came back to life not to save love or affection, but to lead his brothers to make money. Brush, he turned around, waved his hand and said coldly, get her out. Remember that she must pay back not a cent less than what she owes. If she doesn't pay, you can do whatever you want. After saying this, he didn't care about Lu Ruyan's surprised look at all, and turned to leave. Lu Ruyan reacted and hurriedly tried to stop him. Xin Zhang, what do you mean? Xin Zhang, but the way forward was blocked by Wang Tao. Wang Tao was seen standing in front of Lu Ruyan, his smile no longer visible. Nonsense. She originally thought that Lu Ruyan still had a relationship with her eldest brother, and might become his sister-in-law again. That's why he spoke so nicely. Since it was confirmed that Lu Ruyan would no longer be the eldest sister-in-law, and brother Jiang obviously disliked Lu Ruyan, so naturally he would not have a good face. Lu Ruyan, why are you blocking me? Wang Tao, you owe brother Jiang 50,000 yuan. When will you pay it back? Why don't you give me an explanation today? Lu Ruyan, explanation? What explanation? Xin Zhang gave me that money voluntarily? What else is there to say? Then he shouted, Xin Zhang, are you still a man? How dare you bully a woman like me like this? Let me pay you back. Do you still have any shame? Xin Zhang, come out, shout Xinzi. She was so angry that she swore on the spot. Instead of stopping shouting, Lu Ruyan raised her voice and used more outrageous language, as if Xin Zhang was an ungrateful person, the chin shimmy of the modern world. Immediately Xin Zhang's cold voice came from inside the house, slap in the face. Snap. Snap. Two crisp slapping sounds rang in everyone's ears. Ouch, Lu Ruyan screamed and took 2 steps back, almost falling down. She covered her face and looked at Bai Lu in disbelief. That's right, it was Bai Lu who made the move just now, causing Wang Tao, who had already stretched out his hand, to slowly retract it. You dared to hit me. Even my mother has never hit me. Lu Ruyan was almost mad. She had been doted on and admired by countless people since she was a child. When had she ever been slapped in the face in public? I'm going to hit you. Bai Lu said with disdain, how dare you call brother Jiang Shao Qinzi? I will fight you. Lu Ruyan was about to rush towards Bai Lu like crazy. Wang Tao waved his hand and several of his younger brothers came forward to lift up Lu Ruyan, and threw her out of the school regardless of her struggle. Bang, Lu Ruyan fell to the ground, covered in dust. At the same time, Wang Tao's voice came, just 3 days. If you don't pay off the debt in 3 days, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 31. Xin Zhang, eat the contract, take enough. I. Lu Ruyan looked at Wang Tao. I want to see Xin Zhang, let me see Xin Zhang, I have something to say to him. To this point, Lu Ruyan also realized that there was something wrong with what she had just said to Xin Zhang. Not only did it fail to make Xin Zhang reconcile with her and continue to lick her, but it also aroused his inner rebellious psychology, so she planned to say some soft words to Xin Zhang when she met him. Wang Tao didn't bother to pay attention and turned away, but he didn't forget to tell the security guard, don't let her in again. Don't go, I want to see Xin Zhang. Lu Ruyan stood up and was about to rush into the campus. This time, the security guard stopped him. You can't enter the school without permission. Let's go. No matter what Lu Ruyan said, the security guard just shook his head and refused to let her go. Whoosh. Whoosh, Lu Ruyan forced herself to calm down and said calmly, Xin Zhang, you are so cruel. If you don't let me live a good life, then you won't live a good life either. Do you think you are so great just because you are showing off to others? She looked at the security guard and said, let me ask, who owns the Black Dragon Company? Is it the school leader? I want to report, Xin Zhang has loved fighting and stealing since he was a child. I want to report it to the leader and ask him to check the accounts. Maybe Xin Zhang has embezzled company property. She thought that Xin Zhang was obviously dressed expensively and did not seem to be short of money. In her understanding, a janitor could not earn so much in a short period of time. So, it is very likely that the company's property has been embezzled. She wanted to report Xin Zhang so that even if she couldn't beat him to death, she would make him suffer. Security guard Lao Wang looked at Lu Ruyan like she was a fool, pointed at the Black Dragon Company and said, the Black Dragon Company was founded by Xin Zhang. You report him. Ha, young girl, you should leave quickly. There are so many things you can do these days. You are so beautiful, why bother doing this? Don't waste your best years. Obviously, he also noticed everything that happened in front of the Black Dragon Company. It can also be seen that Lu Ruyan may have a past with Xin Zhang, but when he said the word friend, even the security guard Lao Wang was speechless. In a friendship relationship, you ask people to apologize and pay homage right away, and you are still so nosy and arrogant in a friendship relationship. What? You are a beauty, so others have to give in to you. Go quickly. Security guard Lao Wang drove them away impatiently. This, Lu Ruyan was driven away with a dull and shocked look on her face. Qin Jiang, it turned out to be the boss of the Black Dragon Company who didn't care about hundreds of thousands of businesses. What a joke! How has it been such a short time since he became so successful? In an instant, a feeling of regret spread in his heart. Her intuition told her that she seemed to have lost something, especially when she thought of Qin Jiang's indifferent eyes, which made her guess that the other party might really not be her bootlicker anymore, and he really knows how to ask for money himself. Regret and unwillingness, sad and angry, and so on emotions continued to arise. In the end, her pride prevented her from turning back. Of course, turning back would have no effect. Qin Jiang, don't think you'll lose anything if you lose your mother. Sooner or later, I'll make you regret it. Brush, he picked up his phone and made a call. I want to see a movie. Hurrah! An excited reply came from the phone. Where are you? I'll pick you up right away. Okay, wait for me. Bang, hang up the phone. The second-generation rich man who was having passionate sex gave the woman in the car some money and drove her out, wiped her face with wet wipes and drove away. The prey has taken the bait. Inside Black Dragon Company, Qin Jiang sat in the main seat with a calm expression. That he originally thought that he would experience some psychological waves when he was reborn and saw his former white moonlight, but he found that when he actually saw her, he only felt disdain and disgust. At the same time, he didn't take what happened just now seriously anyway. The two of them will never have any intersection again. As for whether the other party is looking for a new dog to boot, or trying to curry favor with someone powerful, it has nothing to do with him. But he is not the protagonist in some novels, who comes back to life and constantly slaps Bai Yueguang in the face, and then keeps fighting with Bai Yueguang, and finally the green tea Bai Yueguang turns into someone who loves the protagonist wholeheartedly. Such a stupid plot. He was extremely disgusted when he read the novel at that time. Now that I am in the situation myself, I naturally don't have any thoughts. The rotten white moonlight is not even as good as a pile of dog shit. Those who can still accept it are really hungry and don't mind the dirt. It's all in vain for them to be reborn. Wang Tao came back and said, Yize came again just now. He offered 500,000 yuan and I kicked him out. Qin Jiang nodded calmly. Everything was as he expected, and he was deliberately delaying. He could afford to delay, but not the nursing school. I guess that person will come tonight. Really, that night Yize came to Black Dragon Company again. Bang, Yize threw a package in front of Qin Jiang. There is 1.05 million in it. Count it. The contract is officially terminated. Bring it here. Qin Jiang didn't even look at the package, but lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke so that his face couldn't be seen. 1,500,000, and you want to cancel the contract? Are you kidding me? Am I kidding? Yize had a bad feeling when he looked at Qin Jiang. Show him. Qin Jiang waved his hand out. Brush, Zhu Zheng took out the contract and handed it to Yize. Take a good look at what the breach of contract clause says. Yize frowned and looked over. Party A breaches the contract and must pay double the total contract fee for the contract period. Yes, double contract fee is not 700,000, including the refund of the contract fee. It would be 1,500,000, etc. His eyes suddenly froze. He stared at the terms and muttered, double the contract period and total contract fee. Total contract fee. The contract period is 10 years, which means the total contract fee is 3.5 million, and the double contract liquidated damages are 7 million. He looked up at Qin Jiang in disbelief and said, 7 million in liquidated damages? You want 7 million, call. Qin Jiang slowly exhaled. It's not that I want 7 million, but everything should be done according to the contract. Halem is a legitimate company. You can't be. Yize was extremely angry. Even if he hadn't planned to get so much money, how could Qin Jiang want so much now? Are you kidding me? Immediately. He looked at the contract in his hand, his eyes flickering as he grasped it with his fingernails. The next moment, he exerted force without hesitation. Quickly tear the contract into pieces. He stuffed the signature and stamping part into his mouth, and didn't care even if he choked and rolled his eyes. Compared with 7 million, eating some paper was nothing. Even eating shit was not out of the question. Burp. Yize burped several times and managed to swallow the paper, but Before he could feel proud of his own cleverness, I noticed that both Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang had calm faces, looking at me as if I were an idiot. Is it tasty? Zhu Zhang looked at Yi Zhe and said, I didn't expect you have a hobby of eating photocopies, and you want to eat and. Then he took out 7 or 8 more contracts from the drawer. Qin Jiang blew a smoke ring. Eat it. Enough. Chapter 32, Forced Demolition, Nail Households, and the Bloody Storm. Before the business empire sets out what, Yi Zhe looked at the 7 or 8 contracts in front of him and felt his stomach churning. He almost vomited on the spot. Qin Jiang, you actually made a backup. Do you still have any integrity? Qin Jiang looked at Zhu Zhang and turned around to point at Yi Zhe. Please refer to the dynamic picture of Zhen Ziden pointing at people. Then he said coldly, hit him out. Okay. Wang Tao led a few people forward and attacked him in the abdomen without hesitation. Oh my god. Yi Zhe's reaction was not slow. When he saw Qin Jiang's order, he felt something was wrong and turned around to run outside. He ran very fast. Behind him, Wang Tao and his brothers chased him and beat him. Yi Zhe, don't chase me. He ran around the playground for a long time, and finally burst out his potential and jumped over the wall. Even so, he was hit several times, and the pain made him grimace. Damn it. Not only did Qin Jiang dare to play tricks on me on the contract, he also dared to have someone beat me up. How ridiculous. Wait. Yi Zhe, will not give up until I have avenged myself. Ouch, it hurts. He endured the pain and quickly ran towards the guardhouse, fearing that Wang Tao and his men would catch up with him. Of course, he didn't know that Wang Tao wouldn't chase him out. The Black Dragon Company already had its own rules. They could set up surveillance inside the school and make the security guards invisible, but outside the school there were too many surveillance cameras, and if a group of people beat up one person, it would be against the law. Criminal law, they don't carry it for nothing. Within the company, Qin Jiang didn't care whether Yi Zhe would hate him or not. Anyway, the two of them already had irreconcilable conflicts. There is no way in the world to make money without offending anyone. Hello, I'm fine, everyone is fine is complete nonsense. In the business world, people smile on the surface but act like shit inside. In this case, how could he allow Yi Zhe to pretend in front of him, eat the contract? Who gave him the courage? Zhu Zhang couldn't help but sigh. He is decisive enough. He eats A4 paper without worrying about damaging his throat. Fortunately, we took precautions against him in advance. Qin Jiang nodded. His uncle and nephew are not easy to deal with. They will not be willing to pay 7 million yuan in liquidated damages. Add more people to the chemical plant and take turns to guard them 24 hours a day. No outsiders are allowed to enter or leave. Tell the brothers in the school to be prepared at all times and remember my previous arrangements. Okay. I'll make arrangements. Zhu Zhang nodded, stood up and left. Guardhouse, principal's office. Yi Jikai also looked embarrassed after hearing what Yi Zhe said. He doesn't care about 1 million or 800,000. But 7 million was not a small number even for him, and what's more, it was given to an outsider and he couldn't get any benefit from it. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. Yi Jikai shook his head. Not to mention you and me, even the other shareholders of the school would not agree to this number. How could he really want to ask for such a high price? Who is he? Yi Zhe said, his attitude is very firm. I always feel that there is something wrong. Could it be that he also? Yi Jikai waved his hand. It shouldn't be. The news hasn't spread yet. Even if only a few people in the city know about it, I only know about it in advance because of an old relationship and it happened to involve our school. How can he know about it? Yi Zhe, but he didn't know why his words were so firm. Yi Jikai frowned. No matter whether he knows or not, I can't give him 7 million. He really treats the guard as a relative. Take your men to seal off the chemical plant tonight, lock up all the factory buildings and assign people to guard them. I contacted the demolition team and they will demolish it tonight. No matter how much he wants, we'll just fight a lawsuit. He's just a student thug and he wants to fight me. Okay. Yi Zhe agreed without hesitation. He was already extremely angry at being humiliated by Qin Jiang today, and would naturally be happy to retaliate if he had the chance. He could already imagine the scene tomorrow when Qin Jiang saw the chemical plant reduced to ruins. I'm afraid I'll be in tears. It will still be 7 million by then, not even 700,000. Just wait, you smug guy. Immediately summon manpower, that is, the nursing school team, a unique product of the nursing school. Since the school is made up of girls and they are at an impulsive age, boys from other nearby schools often sneak in by climbing over the wall. Therefore, such schools will gather boys from each class to form a school protection team to prevent boys from other schools from entering. Vocational school, dormitory 401. Qin Jiang fell asleep on time. Qin Jiang slept soundly and peacefully that night, but the outside world was not peaceful. The noises of quarrels, cursing, and the roar of machines at the chemical plant were endless, alarming the security guards of several nearby schools. The situation did not slowly subside until dawn. Early morning, Qin Jiang woke up and glanced at little Qin Jiang. It's good to be young, so angry. Brother Jiang, you're awake. Wang Tao walked into the dormitory only after seeing Qin Jiang wake up. Qin Jiang nodded and stood up without any embarrassment. Nonsense. What's there to be embarrassed about? His ability can only make others embarrassed, so he does have some confidence in this, Wang Tao said directly. Yesterday, Yi Zhe, the guard, brought dozens of people to occupy the chemical plant, but was directly blocked outside by our people. According to your instructions, as long as they did not step into the chemical plant, we did not attack them and held them back for a long time. Another demolition team arrived in the second half of the night. Brother Zhang and his brothers blocked the front of the car, and the two sides continued to be deadlocked. Later, we secretly tampered with the car, causing all of their cars to break down. He recounted what happened at the chemical plant last night. These Qin Jiang was not surprised at all. 7 million. The security guard will never give it willingly. He occupies day and has a formal contract, so everything can be done according to the contract. However, that is only an ideal state. His real trump card is not the contract but the site of the chemical plant. With the chemical plant, he has the ability to fight against the guards. This is also why the guards have to demolish the chemical plant overnight. As long as the demolition is completed, there will be no talk of taking the initiative, as you will probably lose the passive rights and no one will care about you. A nail house, you have to be a nail house to be called a nail house. Change the number of people to look after the chemical plant. Let the people who worked last night come back to rest and keep the chemical plant on alert 24 hours a day. Qin Jiang washed his face and calmly gave orders. Tonight is only the first time, there will be a second and third time later. Tell the brothers that in a few days or half a month, we can secure a profit of 7 million. Anyone who participates in the defense during this period will have their salary tripled, and anyone who makes contributions during the process will receive a bonus and be promoted. He knew that the failure of the protection operation last night would not lead to the people giving up and would instead escalate their actions. And the way to control subordinates cannot be just by making empty promises. The necessary benefits must be given. Moreover, for a group to develop, there must be class divisions, so as to stimulate the enthusiasm of the people below. Brother Jiang, don't worry. Wang Tao patted his chest and assured, as long as the brothers are still together, no one can demolish the chemical plant. He left with great excitement. After washing his face, Qin Jiang looked at the sky outside the window and murmured, "The original accumulation is always accompanied by blood and rain." Chapter 33, Guards Strike Back. Prepare for demolition in the next few days. There were constant disturbances outside the chemical plant. Yi Zhe tried many methods, sneak attacks, tough tactics, luring the tiger away from the mountain, etc., but nothing worked at all. Instead, he made himself look disgraced. At the same time, the fact that the chemical plant is about to be demolished cannot be concealed. The news that the guardhouse was about to be upgraded also spread quickly. Bang! Yi Jikai slammed the table and got angry at Yi Zhe for the first time. What do you do for a living? You can't even figure out such a small thing. You want to be a star entrepreneur or a youth leader? You are nothing. You can't even handle a small chemical factory or local thugs. The curses were extremely ugly these days. He has been busy discussing school expansion and enrollment expansion with the school shareholders and has no time to take care of the small chemical factory. He thought Yi Zhe had figured it out after so long, but he not only failed to figure it out, but ended up going around in circles and embarrassing himself. Even at the shareholders meeting just now, some people made mockery openly and secretly. Yi Jikai said angrily, "If this matter gets out, other schools will definitely laugh at me, and my prestige in front of the school shareholders will also be seriously damaged." Yi Zhe didn't know what to say and just lowered his head. A long time, seeing Yi Jikai tired of scolding and sitting down, he said, "Uncle, you don't know how difficult those people are. They are just hooligans. As long as the demolition team's car drives to the chemical plant, they will lie under the car. And there were too many of them. I tried to force my way in many times but was kicked out before I could even get into the chemical plant. I have used all the strategies I could think of, such as making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and luring the tiger away from the mountain, but they were completely unmoved. I don't dare to cause any big trouble. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. It was obvious that he was really exhausted during this period. His business had always been smooth sailing before, and even if there were some difficulties, he could easily resolve them by using his connections. This time, he happened to run into Qin Jiang and a large group of gangster students under his command. They didn't care about the threats or his background and would really beat anyone who dared to enter the chemical plant. That's enough. Yi Jikai looked at Yi Zai's aggrieved expression and waved his hands. You are still too young and have not dealt with these unreasonable hooligans. Most likely, the demolition team will not work hard because of your young age. Anyway, they pay you by the day. You need to hone your skills and know clearly that the business world is like a battlefield. The situation where everyone is doing well is only superficial. In secret, there is only dirt and darkness. Speaking of that, he picked up the phone and dialed, Hey, old son, what kind of demolition team did you send me? There has been no progress in so many days. Why are you trying to fool me? You're bullying my nephew because he's young. Fine, you're really good. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to speak. Bang, decisive and domineering. Soon the phone rang repeatedly. Obviously the other party was calling, but Yi Jikai did not take it, but calmly lit a cigarette and smoked it peacefully. Yi Zai did not say anything but just watched quietly. He understood that Yi Jikai was imparting his experience to him. That's all. During the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the phone rang and went off and rang again several times. Before Yi Jikai picked up the phone slowly. Who is it? Old son, is there something wrong? You're wrong? No, you're not wrong. I'll have the finance department transfer the demolition team fee to you right away. No need. I, Yi Jikai, am not short of money. A voice begged for mercy from the other side. Oh, my principal Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. It's all because of those little bastards below who have no sense. I'll make them go away when I get back, so all the wages for these days will be forfeited. Please calm down, not enough, Yi Jikai said calmly. 10 minutes later, after the other party continued to compromise and gave up a lot of interests, Yi Jikai nodded in satisfaction and hung up the phone. Yi Zai's blood boiled after hearing this. The demolition team demanded 2.58 million from him, but his uncle easily got the money with just one phone call. Moreover, the subsequent benefits of school expansion have been discussed, and the benefits he heard are frighteningly large. Compare with this, he thinks the chemical plant is just a small-time operation. No wonder my uncle didn't care at all. It turned out that he really didn't take this matter seriously. It was also my fault that I couldn't handle small things well. Yi Jikai said calmly. Remember, whoever can bring benefits to others is the boss these days. You who spend money can still be bullied by those who earn money. You can't do business without a bit of gangster spirit. Qin Jiang is better than you in this respect. Of course, he rose from the bottom. Besides, he was born a gangster, so his future is worrying. You don't have to be afraid of him. You are going to take the open road, but you can't lose the bandit spirit, remember that. Yi Zai continued to listen with an open mind. Yi Jikai said, I have asked them to send a new demolition team to completely eliminate him today. Speaking of, he continued to make the call. Lao Yuan, find me some gangsters. The more the better. The location is at the hardware and chemical factory on Shuayuan Road. Hang up the phone. He watched the dark clouds rolling in outside, murmured, black clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Armor shines in the sun, with golden scales. The sun has not yet set. Dark clouds have occupied most of the sky, a few swallows are flying low, and frogs have stopped croaking inside a chemical plant. Wang Tao and others are playing cards. 4 9s, who else? Leave him alone. The plane is hanging its wings, report 1. Every brother had an extremely excited look on his face, not only because they had won many battles recently, but also because they all knew how much they would gain if they could defend the chemical plant. 0.7 million, a number they had never dared to imagine. After learning about this, they simply worshipped their brother Jiang to the extreme. Originally, many of the younger brothers did not understand why the chemical plant was contracted. After all, they did not see any use for it. However, no one dared to object under Qin Jiang's power until Yi Zai came to breach the contract and kept increasing the penalty, which made them feel that brother Jiang had foresight. Now that they know that Brother Jiang set the penalty at 7 million, they are naturally very excited. Just see. A younger brother stood up and looked at the sky outside the chemical factory. He walked into the factory and said to Wang Tao, "Brother Tao, it looks like it's going to rain soon. I think it will be calm today. Do you want me to buy some duck food and beer? We'll get ready tonight. Duck goods are okay." Wang Tao said while playing cards, "Forget about the beer. We can't make any mistakes at this critical moment." "Okay." The younger brother nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Tao suddenly looked startled and threw down the cards in his hand and stood up. Not only him, but the others also stood up because they all heard the same voice: boom, 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 boom. This was a roar that could only be made by large machinery, but now it was heard one after another. Obviously, there were many large machines nearby. Wang Tao grabbed a baseball bat and led his men out, shouting, "Grab your weapons, do your job, guard all entrances and exits, quickly." Chapter 34, The Black Dragon, a nail house. No one can remove it. Just went out. Outside the chemical plant, I saw a large number of large machines coming in densely. There were more than a dozen excavators and bulldozers alone. You have to understand that there were only 2 or 3 of them in the past few times. Looks like this time we're going to play for real. Wang Tao shouted, "Call Brother Jiang, quick." He was the first to rush out of the chemical plant, holding a baseball bat and blocking the front. Dozens of his younger brothers also filed out from behind, standing straight, with the baseball bats in their hands extremely conspicuous under the dark curtain. Likewise, a lot of people appeared on the opposite side. They were all wearing the uniforms of the construction team and looked like workers in their 40s or 50s. There was a luxury car parked quietly behind the team. Back seat of the car, Yi Jikai sat calmly, and Ize stuck his head out to check the situation ahead. Outside the car, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked to the back seat and offered a cigarette. "Hello, Principal Yi, I'm Chu Guohua from the demolition team. You can just call me Old Chu." Yi Jikai nodded and took the cigarette. Chu Guohua lit it hastily, smiling as he knew he had to serve the principal well today, so that the large project of expanding the security compound could be awarded to the engineering company, and he, the contractor, could get a share of the profits. "Do you have the confidence to win?" Yi Jikai pointed at the chemical plant. "No problem." Chu Guohua glanced in the direction of the chemical plant. Although there were dozens of people holding baseball bats there, he could see that they were very young and most of them were in school uniforms. He naturally believed that these people were hired to stand guard and would not dare to take action at all. He could just calm them down with a little ruthlessness. What he feared most were the old people. Those people could not be beaten or scolded, and were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, most of their family members were really willing to fight for the benefits of the demolition.as for the contract and the Black Dragon Company. They are nothing in his eyes? Just watch you. Chu Guohua said while holding the intercom. "Push forward. Anyone who dares to block us can be beaten aside. As usual, anyone who takes action will be rewarded 200 yuan in cash. Everyone who dismantles the chemical plant today will be rewarded 200 yuan, and you can enjoy a feast tonight. Push it." With his ordered boom, more than a dozen machines roared, like ferocious beasts charging towards the chemical plant. A large number of workers on both sides were ready to fight, their muscles knotted all over their bodies, looking at the dozens of young men holding baseball bats in front of them with mocking expressions. These little bastards are named Black Dragon. I'm not afraid of the wind blowing my tongue off. A bunch of young boys who don't study hard and imitate others to go out and mix in society. This is what your parents taught you. Who is the boss? Let's see which bastard is so rampant. There was no fear on Wang Tao's face. Fight, it's never about who has more muscles or who is stronger. He took out a piece of black cloth from his arms. Crash. Heibu slowly wrapped the baseball bat in his hands and shouted, "Brothers, someone wants to step into the chemical plant. Someone wants to trample on Brother John's dignity. Someone doesn't take Black Dragons seriously. What do you think we should do? Dry. Dry. Dry." Dozens of people yelled in unison. The roar of the machines could not be covered up and scared the workers, who then turned into anger. Wang Tao winked at a few younger brothers on the side, and those younger brothers rushed forward without baseball bats in their hands, cursing continuously. However, their voices were not loud and were covered by the machines. However, the workers, who were already angry, could not bear this. Fuck him, a worker yelled. A dozen workers came forward and started beating the students who rushed over. The students who stepped out of the line screamed, "Ouch, it hurts so much, ouch, oh my god, someone is going to die, help, who are you guys? Which engineering company is so overbearing? Stop fighting. Stop fighting." A dozen workers didn't do much before they saw the students lying on the ground begging for mercy with tears streaming down their faces. Some even hugged their thighs and said their legs were broken. See here. A dozen or so workers couldn't help but laugh. As expected, students are so delicate that they can't take a beating. Even so, I only put in 30% of my strength. Listen up, you little bastards. We are the engineering team. We will beat you up every time from now on. These cowards, a few people were beaten up and so many people watched, but they didn't dare to fight back, and yet they pretended to be so powerful. Everyone in the engineering team looked at Wang Tao and others with disdain. I was a little shocked by the actions of Wang Tao and others just now, especially when they shouted in unison. Now I think these people are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Yes, the next moment, he suddenly froze in place. Wang Tao turned around and looked at Sun Yuan, Monkey, also Qin Zhang's roommate and a core member of the team, who was hiding behind the chemical plant plaque. Sun Yuan nodded at him, put the camera in his hand into his arms, and continued to hide behind and keep quiet. Seeing Sun Yuan nod, Wang Tao raised his hand and raised the baseball bat. Go. Push forward. Fuck. 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 Dozens of younger brothers yelled in unison and rushed towards the demolition team, hitting them with baseball bats. Brush. 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 A dozen or so workers in the lead were knocked to the ground before they could react, and the rest of them also fell into a fight. Don't panic. A bunch of students can't make a big fuss. Don't hit my balls. Hiss. It hurts. Fuck me. Where's my knife? It's over. I feel my arm is broken. I can't fight. These students are crazy. Completely crazy. No. We can't defeat them. At first, the workers of the demolition team planned to resist and fight back, but the more they fought, the more frightened they became. They found that these students were very good at fighting, and they were decisive and hit wherever it hurt without any scruples. Instead, they were tied up and had no intention of working hard for the money. Therefore, they were defeated and retreated after just a few encounters. This scene stunned Yi Jikai, Yizhe, Xu Guohua, and others who were watching from behind. To the last moment, Xu Guohua looked confident of victory. Yi Jikai nodded with satisfaction, and Yizhe laughed happily. At the next moment, Xu Guohua was in disbelief. Yi Jikai's face turned pale, and Yizhe clenched his fists. Retreat, keep retreating. They retreated all the way to the back of the large machinery before stopping. Wang Tao waved his hand and did not continue chasing. If he continued to chase, they would be separated by large machinery and it would easily affect the protection of the chemical plant. The workers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Wang Tao and others did not pursue them, and they looked ahead with lingering fear. Xu Guohua shouted angrily from the back, "What are you doing? Push it up with machinery." No one attacked. Apparently, they were all intimidated by the ruthlessness of Wang Tao and the others. Why risk their lives for just a few $100s? In the end, Xu Guohua was so angry that he barely stood in front of the large machinery and confronted Wang Tao and others. The situation became completely deadlocked. A long time seeing that there was no progress, Yi Jikai cursed to waste. Although Xu Guohua looked embarrassed, he had no choice. He thought they were just a group of students who bullied the weak and feared the strong, but he never expected them to be so powerful. They dared to fight and no one dared to provoke them. As the stalemate continued, a loud shout came from the back. Who was so bold as to provoke Principal Yi? What? Don't you take my scars seriously? Chapter 35, The shock of Qin Zhang's appearance at a critical moment. The sound, it was very abrupt and seemed even more unusual under the cover of dark clouds, causing everyone to look towards a certain location. Just see, several vans were parked in front of the chemical plant. Bang. 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 The van door opened and dozens of thugs emerged from inside, all holding machetes in their hands. The eye in the front was a big bald head, the scar on his head shone brightly, and the scorpion tattooed on it looked lifelike, exactly of the famous gangster in the North District. Scar brought dozens of people to the front of the car and smiled at Yi Jikai, who was sitting inside. "Principal Yi, Lao Yuan called me. I didn't expect that students are so rampant now. They don't even take you seriously. What do you think? I'll take care of the rest." Yi Jikai nodded. "Be careful, even though they are just hooligans, they are still students." Something went wrong. It's hard to deal with. As for the reward, it won't be less, rest assured. Scar nodded very calmly. Nonsense, even if He Jikai asked him to be ruthless, he would not do so. He came here firstly to give Lao Yuan face and secondly for money, but not to seek death. If he really beat up a student, those of them who have a bad background would be really ruined before he could prepare for the next step crash. Suddenly, another group of people came from afar. They were very young and most of them were students. The leader was a burly man with a baton on his shoulder, exactly of the big gangster on Shuayuan Road. Shenhe, the person has not arrived yet, but the voice has come. I want to see who dares not to give face to President Yi. Soon he also led his men to the side of Yiji's car and said, Brother Yuan called me and asked me to come over to help. Listen to this. Yi Jikai nodded. Although he thought that having Scar and the others was enough, there was no harm in having more people. It would just cost a little more money. Compared with the 7 million Qin Jian wanted, this amount of money was nothing. What's more, he has his face involved. If Qin Jiang really extorts millions from him, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? At this time, Scar looked at Shenhe with a sneer on his face. As a man who had really made a name for himself in society, he naturally couldn't see through student thugs. In his eyes, they were just students playing house. Only 1 in 10 of these people can continue to make a living after graduation, and the probability of them making a name for themselves is very low. Same Chen. He also looked at Scar with a calm expression. He admitted that he was not on the same level as the other party now, but things may change over time, so one should not look down on the young and poor. Sooner or later, Shenhe will become famous, a name bigger than Scar, and a person who can truly make a name for himself. Brush. The two men turned their eyes toward the chemical plant. As the sky was dark and overcast, people's vision was greatly limited and they could not see the faces of Wang Tao and others clearly. They could only see dozens of young men holding baseball bats, but it was these young people who frightened the large machine so much that they dared not move forward, and even the workers kept retreating. Scar disdainfully raised his hand and shouted, Go, disperse them, just don't kill anyone. Shenhe also waved his hand, You guys go up too. I guess the college is down to students, don't be too harsh. He can charge money for coming here. Brother Yuan told him that he would get 10,000 yuan today just by standing by and dispersing some people. 10,000, this is definitely a huge sum of money for students of the 2010s, and he, who is short of money, will not let it go. Moreover, he adheres to the principle of taking money from others and helping them get rid of their troubles, and he will not waste time. At the command of the two men, 2 waves of troops pressed towards the chemical plant. In the darkness, machetes and batons emitted a faint cold light. Trample. 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 The noisy footsteps seemed unusually clear against the dark screen of Brush. Brush, seeing this, many workers made way. They had just suffered a loss and were happy to see someone solve the problem. But now, Wang Tao and dozens of others clenched their baseball bats tightly and were not afraid even when facing hundreds of people with weapons. The one who can stay behind to look after the chemical plant is not Old Man Black Dragon, and the one who has stood out after countless battles. Fight, they were never afraid. How can you survive in society if you are afraid of war? Snap, a drop of rain fell from the sky. After the second drop, the third drop, in an instant, the continuous drizzle pushed the already dark world and the depressing atmosphere to another dimension. A gulp. Gulp. Many workers were suppressed and swallowed their saliva subconsciously. Inside the car, Yi Jiguan closed the window and watched calmly. In his eyes, everything was over, or it could be said that the ending was destined from the beginning. As the principal of a prestigious school and a true celebrity, there was no reason for him to fail in personally fighting the school thugs. He couldn't help but laugh. Qin Jiang, you should be proud enough to have this principal come in person. Immediately, he didn't even look at the situation ahead. What was so interesting about a bunch of thugs fighting? Instead, he was thinking about how the Guard Academy would expand its enrollment, how he could improve his status, or even whether he could turn the Guard Academy into an undergraduate program. Then, he might really be able to make a big leap forward and become a prominent figure in Songjiang. One side. Yi stuck his head out in the rain. He wanted to witness with his own eyes the misfortune of Qin Jiang's people, witness the demolition of a chemical plant, witness Qin Jiang's anger and helplessness with your own eyes. Zhu Guowa waved his hand, and the large machines were slowly ignited, and several strong winds illuminated the rain curtain, just preparing to sweep across the chemical plant. Sudden crash. Once again, a large number of footsteps came from afar in the rain, and this time the sound was much louder than the previous 2 times. At the same time, a cold voice echoed through the rain. I want to see who can demolish the chemical plant today. Who? How rampant. Scar looked over with a cold expression. Qian He frowned slightly. He felt the voice sounded familiar. The next moment, the two of them just stood there in a daze, and not only them, but the others were also stunned and stared in a certain direction. I saw a large group of people came in a black mass. Their number must be no less than 200 or 300. In an instant they had arrived in front of the chemical plant. Under the illumination of the large mechanical lights, people could vaguely see who were coming. They were hundreds of unruly students. They stood there quietly with solemn expressions and without saying a word. Ahead, the three figures were extremely conspicuous. On the left is a young man with pigtails, holding a folding fan in one hand and an umbrella in the other. On the right was a muscular man nearly 2 meters tall, standing there in the rain like a ferocious beast or a black bear. Central. He was a young man with a stern face, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. There was someone behind him who was half a step behind, holding an umbrella to block the rain. Standing there, he seemed to be the focus of attention, and people could not help but look at him, but also felt extremely fearful. Especially when combined with the hundreds of young men behind him who were standing in the rain without saying a word. He gave him an even more majestic look, and people dared not look him in the eye. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but discuss, "Oh my God, who is this? Why is he so awesome? He looks like a big shot on TV. He doesn't even hold his own umbrella. He's really stylish." Compared to him, Scar and Qian He's performances were too bad. They are not even on the same level. This is the big boss from Songjiang. Chapter 36 Qin Zhang's appearance. Scar and Qian He retreat. Qin Zhang? Seeing this, Yi Zhe trembled slightly. Why did he come here like this and bring so many people with him? Can't we solve it today? Although this place is not far from the vocational college, but it was less than 10 minutes since they rushed into the chemical plant. Scar, Qian He and others were able to arrive so quickly because they had agreed on a time in advance. Even they were late. But how could Qin Zhang also come so quickly and get hundreds of people? It was so easy to mobilize them. What? They were waiting without even putting on clothes. There really wasn't much difference in his guess. During these 2 days, Qin Zhang guessed that the security guards would definitely make a big move, so he asked his men to be ready at all times. As a result, he gathered all the people within just a few minutes after receiving Wang Tao's call. Bang! Yi Jikai patted Yi Zhe on the shoulder and said calmly, "How can you achieve great things if you are so steady? Remember to remain calm even when facing a catastrophe. Don't be rash and impatient. It's just Qin Zhang or a few hundred students. Everything is as expected. Why worry?" As he spoke, he showed an extremely calm attitude. He was also a little surprised that Qin Zhang was able to gather so many people in a short period of time, but when he asked Lao Yuan to let Scar and Qian He bring people, wasn't it to prevent this kind of thing? Don't waste money. Since you're taking his money, you have to do the job. Seeing his uncle so calm, Yi Zhe couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, and said with his head down, "Uncle, I'm too impatient." Yi Jikai waved his hand. "You are still too young. It will take time for you to have the steady mentality of your uncle. Pick up the intercom and say, 'What are you all standing there for? Push these people out. The demolition team is preparing to demolish the chemical plant tonight. Scar, Qian He, let's do it.'" But then Yi Jikai, who had been extremely calm, was also stunned. I saw, Scar and Qian He were frightened when they saw the newcomer and neither of them chose to attack. They just stood there quietly until Qin Zhang came not far in front of the two people. He saw them utter a few words very calmly. "Haven't seen you for a long time." The solemn voice resounded through the dark and rainy night, and the tone was indifferent with a hint of inexplicable emotion. Next, a scene that made everyone unbelievable appeared. Tread. Qian He stepped forward and clasped his hands to Qin Zhang. "I'm sorry for the offense. I didn't understand the situation clearly today. Goodbye." When he saw Qin Zhang, he vaguely guessed something. Before looking at the chemical plant, he also recognized the identities of Wang Tao and others. He couldn't help but blame himself for not realizing that they were all from vocational schools at first. It's not his fault that he couldn't see clearly in the darkness of the rainy night. He was using the mechanical light at this time. Since he knew that the chemical plant was Qin Zhang's territory, he naturally understood what to do. Not to mention that he owed Qin Zhang a favor. Qin Zhang's status in the school was not something he could challenge. Don't be afraid, respect must be given. Money, you can make money at any time. Seeing Qin Zhang nod and wave his hand, he said, "Retreat." After saying this, he led dozens of his men away and soon disappeared into the rainy night. It's not over yet. Scar also stepped forward and said with a smile, Brother Qin, why are you here? This is your territory. Then he pointed to the chemical plant. Qin Jiang looked at Scar calmly. My territory. Scar clapped his hands and said, look at what's going on. Is it true that a flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple? Who will be on whose side? He walked towards Qin Jiang with a very familiar expression, and only looked a little embarrassed when Sijio blocked his way. Still smiling, he said, it's all my negligence. Given our relationship, how could I still have any intention of taking over your territory? I am guilty of my mistake today. How about I treat Brother Qin to a drink someday as an apology for my rashness today? Qin Jiang remained calm. No need to apologize, but you can drink. Scar's face relaxed. Brother Qin is straightforward. He was not really afraid of Qin Jiang, but after knowing his background, he really did not want to offend him. Moreover, he did not come here for his own benefit, so there was no need to spend a lot of money. Seeing Qin Jiang soften his words proved that he had not offended him, so drinking with him could also help to build a relationship. Think of this. He pointed at Qin Jiang and shouted at his subordinates, this is my brother, the boss of Black Dragon. Call him Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Dozens of people were shouting and cheering, and although their momentum was not strong enough, it frightened everyone on both sides. Scar, Brother Qin, do you need my help today? Qin Jiang, I can solve the Black Dragon issue myself. Scar, then I'll take my leave first. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I have something to do and I'll leave first. He was just saying it for show. Even if Qin Jiang really asked him for help, he would still help. Soon Scar and his men disappeared in the rain. The scene of the rest of the people present were completely stunned. What do they see just now? Two groups of about 100 to 200 people were about to take over the chemical plant, but the situation was reversed in an instant. Scar, who looked so arrogant and had a great reputation in the North District, and Qianhe, who was a big shot in College Road, were so scared when they saw the man in front of them that they retreated and dared not to make an enemy of him. This person, it's so majestic. Zhu Guohua, who is he? Demolition team worker, Qin Jiang. Zhu Guohua, who is Qin Jiang? Demolition worker, I don't know, but he looks like a big shot, one of the best. He's so impressive, and the scene he appears in is unmatched by ordinary people. He is the contractor of the chemical plant? No wonder the demolition team that came earlier was helpless. Are you kidding? Can this be easily dismantled? The other workers on both sides nodded in agreement. Zhu Guohua, he felt that his men were exaggerating, but he was also a little shocked just now. As a knowledgeable person, he had to admit that Qin Jiang's appearance was very impressive. Inside the car, Yi Zhe clenched his fists with disbelief on his face. Why? What are Scar and Qianhe doing? They took our money and left without doing anything. Qin Jiang. Why does he have such a deterrent power? He was unwilling and angry. He thought that he was a real celebrity on the Academy Road and Qin Jiang was no match for him. Now that he had witnessed Qin Jiang's power with his own eyes, he was naturally extremely jealous and a little envious. Which man didn't have the dream of joining the society in his childhood? Which man doesn't want to make a name for himself as a child? What man has not dreamed of such a scene? Which, Qin Jiang's power, state, rain curtain, and the scene of others holding umbrellas for him at this moment perfectly demonstrate his dominance and deterrence. It is an extremely shocking and pretentious scene. Ye Jikai was also shocked when he saw this scene. Impossible. Can a mere student have such a deterrent effect? How can a mere student have such appeal? Then he quickly picked up the phone and dialed, hello. Lao Zhao, I want to call the police. The most excited people at this moment were Wang Tao and others. They were stunned when they saw their boss appear on the stage. After that, they were extremely excited, and even the rain could not extinguish the passion in their hearts. Wang Tao raised his baseball bat and shouted, Brother Jiang is awesome. In an instant, dozens of people behind him and even hundreds of people behind Qin Jiang shouted in unison under the rain, Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is awesome. Chapter 37, The Arrival of the Security Team, Frame Up, and Qin Jiang's Tactics. Now, waves of whistling echoed through the rain. The scene makes Qin Jiang, the only leader, look even more majestic, and many people have the illusion that the Qin Jiang in front of them is a character from a movie. Pretend. Yi Jikai spoke angrily, trample. Trample. Trample, Qin Jiang moved forward step by step. Rear, hundreds of people pressed forward in an orderly manner. The scene was so shocking that dozens of workers were frightened and kept retreating. It was a joke that they couldn't defeat dozens of people just now, let alone hundreds of people. And the purpose is to scare away the two major gangster groups. Hold on, hold on. Chu Guohua didn't dare to shout and push forward. He suspected that if he did so, his men would run away. Besides, these people were his fellow villagers and he would not really let them fight to the death. That's all. They were being pressed step by step and kept retreating. Soon retreat to the car behind. Gulp. Yi Zhe was so scared that his body trembled. Driver, drive quickly, hurry, don't let these thugs get close. Yi Jikai said calmly, wait. Of course, if you look closely at his hands, you will find that his fists are clenched, and he is obviously a little nervous, but the boast he just made in his own dignity would not allow him to flee. He knew that if he escaped today's demolition, he would fail completely and would definitely become a laughingstock. This is absolutely unacceptable to him. Wait, keep waiting. Just when the workers of the demolition team were forced to retreat to the end, Chu Guohua was extremely anxious and Yi Zhe continued to urge them. Beep beep, one woo. A burst of sirens rang out through the rain. Just see. Several security vehicles quickly arrived in front of the chemical plant. The doors opened and many security team members got out. The first ones were two middle-aged security team members. One of them was an old acquaintance, Lu Yong, and the other one stood in the middle and was obviously in a higher position than Lu Yong. Director Zhao. Chu Guohua instantly recognized the leading security team member. He is a construction contractor, so naturally he cannot just know all kinds of people, he also has to know some official figures. The person in front of me is the director of the nearby security station. As the director of a sub-provincial city, his rank is not LOW. At least, his identity means nothing in front of the other party. He subconsciously looked at Principal Yi, as only this person was qualified to have him make the trip in person. Now, Director Zhao was also shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. He thought there were dozens of people fighting, but Wu Yaiyao only took a quick glance and saw at least hundreds of people. Fortunately, he did not see any horrific scenes to make him feel relieved. If there were hundreds of people fighting and casualties in his territory, he might not be able to withstand it. What's going on? Director Zhao shouted, what are you all doing here? Are you pretending to be gangsters? Who is in charge? Come out, brush. Yi Jikai gave Chu Guohua a look. Chu Guohua understood immediately and quickly ran forward, and said to Director Zhao respectfully in a low voice, hello Director Zhao, I am Chu Guohua from the engineering team. We have had dinner together before. Director Zhao frowned, I asked you what's going on. Chu Guohua was embarrassed for a moment and then he returned to normal. That's what happened. We are a normal demolition team that came here to demolish the house. This chemical factory is where the nursing school is, but these students came out of nowhere to stop us from demolishing it. They even gathered together to beat people, armed themselves with weapons, and were extremely arrogant, saying that this was their territory and they could beat anyone they wanted. He kept adding fuel to the fire. At the same time, don't forget to wave to the workers under you. The workers ran over quickly, each of them covered in wounds, with bruised eyes and noses, looking miserable. Look, Chu Guohua pointed at them and said, they beat me so badly. Dozens of my workers were injured. We are a legal demolition team. These students are fighting in broad daylight and are lawless. It's them. The leader is called Qin Jiang. Director Zhao looked at the injured workers, then he looked towards the front of the chemical plant. In fact, since he arrived here, he has focused most of his attention on Qin Jiang and others. After all, Qin Jiang and others are too powerful and look too much like gangsters, not to mention that the person who called the police specifically mentioned Qin Jiang. He raised his hand and shouted without any further ado, gathering to fight, take them away. But the several security guards were about to step out with handcuffs when Lu Yong shouted, wait. Several security guards stopped. Director Zhao looked at Lu Yong and said, what do you think? Lu Yong, we can't just listen to one side of the story. We have to let Qin Jiang have his say. Director Zhao, it's raining here, it's not convenient to talk and take it back, wouldn't it be better to solve it in the institute? Lu Yong, it would be troublesome to take so many people back here. It won't take much time to ask a few questions here. Director Zhao looked at Lu Yong deeply and said, let the person in charge over there come over. Soon, several security team members summoned Qin Jiang over. Qin Jiang was very calm. He had expected the arrival of the security team. He strode towards the security car, followed by Zhu Zhang and Sijou. Wang Tao had taken over the position of the younger brother and was holding an umbrella for Qin Jiang. Others, they all stood quietly several meters away from Qin Jiang. The solemnity of hundreds of people brought pressure to everyone. Director Zhao couldn't help but frown. He felt that if he really tried to take Qin Jiang away by force, something could go wrong. You are Qin Jiang? Director Zhao asked as he looked at the imposing Qin Jiang. He always felt that the other party had an indescribable aura. He had only seen this kind of momentum in certain people, but those people were all outstanding and had stood at the top, overlooking the city. But who is Qin Jiang, a gang leader? Or a student? What right did he have? And he even asked someone to hold an umbrella for him. He was really good at pretending. I'm Qin Jiang, the person in charge of Black Dragon Company. Qin Jiang looked at Director Zhao and said calmly, You ordered your men to beat people up, and they beat them so harshly? Director Zhao pointed at a few workers with bruised noses and eyes. Qin Jiang remained calm. First of all, this chemical plant is contracted by my Black Dragon Company, and we have the contract. As he spoke, he waved his hand and Zhu Zhang took out a copy of the contract and the business license of Heilong Company and handed them over. Director Zhao took it and took a quick look at it and realized it was not fake. Some things simply did not need to be faked. Qin Jiang continued, Legally, the chemical plant is already the property of the Black Dragon Company. The guards are now trying to forcibly demolish it, and the Black Dragon Company wants to stop it. That's reasonable, isn't it? Director Zhao nodded subconsciously. It makes sense. Then he reacted in an instant, But you can't hit people. That's not called assault, that's called self-defense. Qin Jiang remained calm. They were the first to assault our employees. They were extremely arrogant. Our company carried out reasonable and legitimate defense to protect its property. He waved again. Zhu Zhang took the video recorder from Sun Yuan and handed it to Director Zhao. Director Zhao, you can see that we are not just talking nonsense. Director Zhao took it and saw the scene inside. It was the workers who were beating up the students, and they kept shouting that they were from an engineering company. The students screamed incessantly, and Director Zhao looked extremely embarrassed. Chapter 38, Threat from the Public Security Team. Qin Jiang, let you answer the phone. This. Zhu Guo's face changed drastically and he looked at Qin Jiang in disbelief. He never expected that the other party had such means and recorded the video of their fight in advance. No, what kind of gangster would do this? Tong Qin Jiang's words rang out again. According to Article 1 of Chinese law, citizens have the right to defend their own property. Article 1. Citizens can conduct reasonable and legitimate defense when they are harmed. Today, our personnel were acting in self-defense. The next moment, many students also came up to the crowd. These students were all wrapped in gauze, walked with crutches, staggered, and looked extremely miserable. They were the ones who had been beaten in the picture just now. Qin Jiang continued. These engineering team members gathered together to beat people and intentionally destroyed citizens' property. According to Chinese law, one legal provision at a time, one reason for each sentence, not to mention Zhu Guo. Even several members of the security team were stunned and looked at Qin Jiang in shock. Completion. Zhu Guo felt despair in an instant. Really, I'm not afraid of gangsters being bold, I'm afraid of gangsters being educated. Damn, which gang leader knows the law so well? Call. Director Zhao took a deep breath and said, I have seen the evidence you provided. There are indeed problems with what their engineering team did. We will definitely take care of it. Let's not talk about whether it was self-defense or not. What are you guys doing here? And do you know what it means to have baseball bats in your hands? What kind of thing? Qin Jiang pointed at the hundreds of people behind him and said, These are all members of the vocational school baseball club. Isn't it normal for them to exercise here today? Director Zhao, playing baseball on a rainy day? Qin Jiang, is it illegal to have such conditions? Lu Yong, it's not against the law. It's not good to have so many people gathered here. Let's just disperse. Don't worry, citizens' property is protected by law, and we will resolve today's matter fairly and impartially. Lu Yong hurried out to smooth things over, but Director Qin Jiang and Director Zhao ignored him. Qin Jiang could tell that Director Zhao came to see him today. It was not difficult to guess his purpose and it was obvious who gave the instructions. Director Zhao also had a headache today. Principal Yi called him to activate a favor and asked him for help. He didn't expect it would be such a troublesome matter. However, he really could only continue to think of a solution. He then said, "As you said, they came here to play baseball, so they can leave now. With so many people gathering, outsiders would think that Shuiyuan Road is not safe if they see it." Qin Jiang waved his hand. Brush, hundreds of people behind them left in a mighty manner, leaving less than 100 people standing in front of the chemical plant. Director Zhao, what are you going to do with the 180 people left behind? Qin Jiang, they are not only members of the baseball club, but also shareholders of the Black Dragon Company. Naturally, they have to protect the Black Dragon Company's property. I can't force the shareholders to do that. He asked Zhu Zheng to take out another shareholder contract. Above, there are dozens of names written on it. Director Zhao was completely stunned. He had never guessed that a newly established joint stock company would have dozens of shareholders. This is basically the upper limit for small shareholders. Play. He felt that Qin Jiang was like an extremely thorny hedgehog, and he had no idea where to start arresting people by force. I have no evidence and the other party has so many people behind them, so I'm afraid many unexpected events will occur, but if he doesn't arrest the person, he won't be able to repay the favor, which puts him in a dilemma and he is constantly struggling inside. At the same time, he felt extremely regretful. Damn it. Why did I ask Yi Jikai for help in the first place? This favor is so hard to repay. No. We are a security team after all. We cannot do anything that violates the principles of the organization, and we cannot arrest people without evidence. Right at this moment. Bite, his cell phone rang with a text message tone. He looked down at the message. Just get rid of the 3 leaders for 2 hours. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He can take away only 3 people, and do it legally, compliantly, and reasonably. He looked at Qin Jiang and said, from the evidence, it seems that the problem lies with the demolition team. We will take them back for investigation. I also ask the 3 of you to assist in the investigation. Don't worry, we will just take a statement and leave immediately. As he spoke, he pointed to the direction of the chemical plant and said, whether you are here to play baseball or to be shareholders, let them leave this place first and don't continue to gather. Don't worry, I will take the demolition team with me, and no one can forcibly demolish your chemical plant. Yes, just when they thought they had accomplished their mission, Qin Jiang refused on the spot. I'm sorry, I won't go back with you. If you want to take a statement, I can send someone to take it for you. A Tao, go with the security team. Wang Tao stepped out and said, I am the party involved. I will tell you everything you want to know. No. Director Zhao said coldly, you can be included, but the 3 of you as the top executives of Black Dragon Company must give statements. This is the investigation procedure and the regulations. Qin Jiang also had a slightly cold expression. What if I don't go back with you to investigate? Director Zhao, every Chinese citizen has the obligation to cooperate with the investigation. Qin Jiang, according to article of Chinese law, citizens have the right to choose where to perform their duties. I choose to do it here, or go to Heilong Company tomorrow. Director Zhao, he was so angry that he found Qin Jiang to be a stone in the toilet, smelly and hard. At the same time, he didn't understand why Qin Jiang was so determined not to go back with him. Could it be that he really had some evidence against him? That's right. These student hooligans may have done something bad and are afraid of being investigated. Qin Jiang also sneered secretly. Director Zhao's actions seemed reasonable and he took the demolition team away. However, as long as the 3 of them were not in charge, Yi Jikai could call for a new demolition team at any time. By then, the chemical plant could be demolished in no time, and it would be too late to say anything when he came out. As for Director Zhao's promise, what promises did he make? Even Yi Jikai's behavior was not illegal and was just a business dispute. In the end, it can only turn into a lawsuit. It goes without saying that a student gangster would sue the school. Even if he could win, what difference would that make? Besides, he has no time to sue the school. He is still waiting to use the money to build a business empire. There is no way I can go with him today, Director Zhao shouted. Qin Jiang, I am talking to you in a friendly way. You know what you are. Don't force me to do anything. There's nothing wrong with following me now. Otherwise, I will investigate your affairs thoroughly. Qin Jiang said indifferently, it is your right to investigate me. I, Qin Jiang, and the Black Dragon Company are ready to accompany you at any time. You. Director Zhao didn't care about anything else and pointed at Qin Jiang and ordered directly, take him away. Several security teams in the rear are about to move forward. Lu Yong continued to stop him, but as the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can crush a person, so his words would certainly not do Director Zhao any good. Trample. 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 Upon seeing this, Wang Tao and hundreds of his younger brothers rushed forward in unison. Director Zhao shouted, "What are you doing?" Qin Jiang remained calm and picked up the phone and dialed. The other party answered quickly and extended his hand after a few words. Looking at Zhao Suodao, "Let you answer the phone." Chapter 39. Yi Jikai, what can you do to me, Qin Jiang? Are you betting your life? When Qin Jiang was calling, several security team members also stopped moving forward. It was because they sensed that the atmosphere was not right and also because of Lu Yong. Anyone who was not a fool could see that Lu Yong was biased towards Qin Jiang. The orders of the superiors have to be carried out, but if they can be flexible, they will be flexible and have good judgment. Seeing Qin Jiang handing over the phone, several security team members looked at each other and stopped moving forward. Chief Zhao frowned. He had a very bad feeling, but it seemed bad not to answer the phone in this situation. Brush, he reached out and took the phone. "Hello, I am Zhao Kailai from the Shuiyuan Road Public Security Bureau." Immediately when he heard the voice on the phone, his face changed drastically. "Yes, okay, I understand, I will apologize to you." Bang, the call was very short and then there was a busy tone. Director Zhao held the phone in his hand with an extremely complicated expression. The person who called was his immediate boss. There is only one sentence in the conversation: "Everything is fair," and just that's what. It made his heart tremble, because his action of seemingly taking Qin Jiang away just now was not illegal, and everything was legal and compliant, but it was really not fair. He knew very well what the outcome would be. As long as Qin Jiang was taken away, the chemical plant would be forcibly demolished. It would be impossible for him to make trouble and gain more benefits later. 2 hours would result in millions of losses. This is the price he has to pay for repaying the favor. Of course, such things are not considered a big deal in this era and will not have any impact on him, but this is based on the premise that there is no powerful person backing Qin Jiang now. With just one phone call, his immediate superior personally talked to him about fairness, which showed that the other party had an extraordinary background. He glared at Lu Yong slightly. The man who had just helped Qin Jiang obviously knew his background. Damn, he didn't even say a word to me. I thought that Lu Yong had some kind of financial transaction with Qin Jiang. Damn it. I should have known long ago that Lu Yong didn't like money, but cared more about the channels for advancement. Call. He kept breathing heavily to calm himself down. Calm down, he needs to calm down now. On one hand, there was a favor owed to someone, and on the other hand, there was an order from his immediate superior. Qin Jiang was completely in the right, so it was not difficult to choose. Even today, it was very likely that he would be registered with the superiors. His path to advancement had been blocked, and if he dared to act on his own, he might not even be able to stay in the security team. Haha, he suddenly laughed heartily. Since Boss Qin is very busy, there is no need to take the statement today. Just send someone. Xiao Zhang, what are you doing here? Hurry up and torture those who beat up students without reason. Yes, several security team members stepped forward to control the engineering team workers. This Chu Guowo looked ashen. He discovered that Qin Jiang, this gangster, not only understood the law, but his mother also had a powerful background. A phone call made Zhao Kailai surrender. Walk. Zhao Kailai didn't waste any time saying just a few words to tell them not to cause trouble and then led the demolition team away. Wang Tao also led several students who had been beaten to take statements as the rules had to be followed. Inside the car, Yi Jikai called and questioned, "Old Zhao, what are you doing? Why did you leave? And you arrested the demolition team." Zhao Kailai, "Old Ji, we have known each other for many years. You know what kind of person I am. I will not do anything that is against the law for personal gain." Yi Jikai was even more angry. "I asked you to take him away for 2 hours, this is not illegal." Zhao Kailai, "It's not fair. Old Ji, let me tell you the truth, the people above say, we need to be fair. Spending some money may not be a bad thing. Why bother to fight with others? More friends means more options. That's all I have to say. I have repaid the favor I owed you. Today, my path to advancement, maybe even ends because of you." After saying that, he hung up without waiting for Yi Jikai to say anything else. Toot, Yi Jikai was stunned when he heard the busy tone on the phone. In fact, he had just seen Qin Jiang handing the phone to Zhao Kailai. I hadn't dared to think about it that way before, but now that I heard the other party admitted himself, I naturally understood. Qin Jiang has a background, and today he is still in the right, so anyone who dares to touch him will probably lose his position. He has a background? Yi Jikai looked at Yi Zhe with a questioning look on his face. Yi Zhe was confused. I haven't heard of it. Is he just a poor student from the county who came to attend a vocational school? What kind of background can he have? Bullshit. Yi Jikai scolded. He doesn't have the background to scare Zhao Kailai away with just one phone call. He doesn't have the background to know in advance that the security guards are going to be upgraded to a junior college and contract the chemical plant in advance. You don't know anything, and yet you just come here, useless. Yi Jikai thought of many things. He had not thought about this before because he was too busy. Now he connected all the things and came to a conclusion. Qin Jiang has a background and it is definitely not small. Everything he did was planned in advance. Uncle, what should I do now? Ah, shit. Yi Zhe stopped talking halfway and exclaimed, because he suddenly discovered that there were densely packed figures outside the car, and it was surrounded by the Black Dragon's men. Bang! The car door was pulled open on the spot. Brush! A big hand pulled Yi Zhe out like a chicken. No matter how he struggled, what are you going to do? Let me go, let me go. It's broad daylight, not in the dark. You can't do this. The security team killed someone. Come back soon, tut. Noisy. Sijo picked him up and threw him into the crowded. Bang! Crash! He fell on the concrete floor, covered in mud, but the sound stopped abruptly because a younger brother covered his mouth. Even he saw people starting to take off their shoes and socks. No. Yi Zhe growled in despair. Even with the rain soaking through him, he could faintly smell the biochemical odor and didn't dare make any sound for fear of being attacked by the biochemical agent. At the same time, the driver in front was also dragged out of the car by several younger brothers. Inside the car, only Yi Jikai was left sitting in the back seat. Bang! The back door was opened. Qin Jiang slowly got into the car under the umbrella held by several of his younger brothers, and the door was quietly closed by Zhu Zhang. Closed space. Qin Jiang and Yi Jikai sat in the back seat, neither of them saying a word, just sitting there quietly. A long time. Yi Jikai spoke first. I really underestimated you. Qin Jiang, I never underestimated you. Yi Jikai, what do you want? Qin Jiang, Heilong is a legal company and everything is done according to the rules. Yi Jikai, 7 million, aren't you afraid of not being able to eat and dying? Qin Jiang, 7 million, aren't you afraid of a fierce dragon crossing the river? Yi Jikai, you know my power, you know how vast the world is, you know how sinister people are. Yi Jikai turned his head and looked at Qin Shi. One sentence from me can put you in a dilemma. With 7 million, I can find many connections to make it difficult for you to move forward in every aspect. What can you do to me? Ha! Qin Jiang also looked at Yi Jikai and said, then I want to bet my life with you. Chapter 40. Yi Jikai is afraid. Qin Jiang is strong. Yi Jikai was speechless after being rebuked. The bone-chilling chill rushed from his heels to the top of his head, and he truly felt the murderous intent in Qin Jiang. All the momentum and intimidation that had just been brewing disappeared here and turned into uneasiness. I don't quite know what to say. Fortunately, he was shrewd enough to calm down after realizing that he had lost his composure and said calmly, Qin Jiang, I remind you that we are now living in a society ruled by law. Qin Jiang smiled and said, have you ever heard of drawing a dragon lot? Gulp. Yi Jikai's throat moved twice unconsciously. Draw the dragon lot. He once said that there was a popular jargon among some gangsters in Songjiang, which was that whenever they encountered a problem that was difficult to solve, they would start drawing dragon lots. Whoever won the lot would solve the problem, or be the one to solve the problem, and the rest of the people had to give the winner enough preferential treatment and take care of his wife, children, and the elderly. How did you say that? There are similar situations everywhere. The most famous one is that he takes the blame for the boss in Hong Kong, and when he comes out, he will be directly promoted to the top. Similarly, some families in the South also have similar blackening, like beat the dragon drum, draw lots for life and death, and more, but no matter what it represents, it is beyond Yi Jikai's ability to bear. The threat he just mentioned is a joke in the face of this. He is going to be ruined. Even if he can activate the trump card to overturn the world, what can he do? There is only one person, 7 million, compared with your own safety, what does it matter? Besides, the 7 million does not have to be paid entirely by him. Yi Jikai was obviously shaken, but his years of cunning and pride would not allow him to give in. You want to hit me, brush? Qin Jiang approached Yi Jikai and frightened him so much that he shrank back. He patted his shoulder and said, Heilong is a legitimate company. Don't get yourself involved in a fight. you'll have to pay the price. After saying that, without paying any attention to Yi Jikai, he opened the car door and got out. Bang! A younger brother immediately came over to hold an umbrella. Qin Jiang left with a dozen of his men, while Sijou stayed behind with dozens of his men to continue stationed at the chemical plant. Zhu Zhang, will he be afraid? Qin Jiang, yes. But I won't accept it. Zhu Zhang, he doesn't dare to continue with the dirty tricks, and he will most likely try to do the clean tricks. Although we have all the necessary documents, it will be troublesome to investigate. A big school principal's network of relationships is no joke. Qin Jiang, Heilong, is not without support. The principal of the vocational school can't eat the big cake for free. Zhu Zhang, you mean, it's feasible? Inside the car, Yi Zhe came over covered in mud and said angrily, "Uncle, they are too rampant. Report to Jay." "What?" Yi Jikai said disdainfully, "Look at how irritable you are. Are you reporting Jay because you are injured? You are playing tricks that only children play. You are far inferior to him. I never thought that such a person could come out of the shabby vocational school on Shuayuan Road. Character? Just him, a gangster." Yi Zhe became even more angry after hearing this. Yi Jikai said firmly, "It's him. Even if this boy doesn't follow the right path, he can still make a name for himself. Although such people may not reach the top in the future, they are often more difficult to deal with than those people. Because sometimes they don't follow the rules." Yi Jikai was also a little helpless. Rules. This was his magical weapon that had once been invincible. Today, it had lost its effect, which made him very worried. Yi Zhe wanted to say something, but seeing Yi Jikai's unfriendly look, he had to give up and whispered, "Then what should we do next?" "Yi Jikai, continue to find someone. No matter whether he follows the rules or not, let's use the rules to suppress him first. It would be best if we can convince him, but if not, we must let him know that we are not ordinary people, and he will not be able to bear the consequences of breaking the rules. But it's impossible to compensate hundreds of thousands for demolishing the chemical plant. We can only spend some money to give him 3 or 4 million. Yi Zhe was heartbroken. How could he be willing to accept that all the money he had earned became Qin Jiang's? But that was the reality, and he had no choice. Until late at night, several workers were released to remove the large machinery, only to find that all the machinery was broken. It's obvious who did it, but there was nothing that could be done without evidence or surveillance. The heavy rain had washed away all the blame, and eventually a few rescue vehicles could be called to pull the large machinery away. The noise in front of the chemical plant was so loud that it naturally spread, shocking everyone in the school. A student had to force the dean of the nursing school to come out in person, but still failed to solve the problem. His background, identity, and situation were constantly being inquired by various people. At the same time, Qin Jiang, Black Dragon Company, completely make a name for yourself in the upper echelons of College Road. The next day, principal's office, Qin Jiang sat opposite the principal Wu Yu. This time, Wu Yu did not show any disdain for Qin Jiang. Instead, he smiled and poured a cup of tea for Qin Jiang. "Try it, this is new tea sent by a friend." Good tea," Qin Jiang admired sincerely. Wu Yu smiled as he drank his tea and glanced at Qin Jiang with something strange in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't take Qin Jiang seriously half a month ago. Even if the other party had set up a Black Dragon Company and hundreds of younger brothers, it was nothing more than a child's play to him. If he really wanted to keep the school stable, he could easily suppress it, but there was a battle in front of the chemical plant yesterday. Qin Jiang's name, who doesn't know Shuayuan Road, Yi Jikai School is about to be upgraded to a third-tier university, and he is very proud of stepping into the threshold of a higher education institution. No one can resist the 2.58 million he has on Shuayuan Road, but he suffers a great loss at the hands of Qin Jiang, and even using his connections is useless. Qin Jiang looked extraordinary, not to mention how big he can develop his company after receiving the demolition compensation. Let's just talk about what kind of background is behind him that could make Director Zhao not give him face. Interesting. Wu Yu's eyes kept flickering, and he quickly guessed why Qin Jiang came here. Qin Jiang didn't keep the secret. He said straight to the point. Heilong Company is a company supported by the vocational school and has also promised to support the school when there are enough development prospects in the future. Now that Heilong Company has encountered problems in its development, the school will not sit idly by. The guards are so arrogant that they don't take the Black Dragon Company seriously. They are not hitting the Black Dragon Company's ass, but clearly hitting you in the face. Wu Yu. Damn. Is there anyone who describes it this way? But he said, I see you guys are doing pretty well, so I'm sure you won't give less compensation for guarding the yard. He knew very well that after yesterday's battle, the most likely thing left was that the guards would continue to use their connections to negotiate with Qin Jiang, and the compensation of 7 million might not be given, but 3 to 5 million would be about right. Could it be? Qin Jiang was still not satisfied, but why did he come to me? To ask me to stand up for him? Why bang? Qin Jiang placed the teacup upside down on the table. Crash, a lot of tea splashed everywhere, scaring Wu Yu. Qin Jiang stood up and said coldly, I thought Principal Wu was a man of character, but today I see that he is short-sighted. That's all. You are only fit to be the vice president of a vocational college. Compared to Yi Jikai, you can't do it. Chapter 41, Principal, I gambled. Qin Jiang, be like a man. What? I can't compare with Yi Jikai, myself. No, damn. Don't you know that men can't hear these two words? At this moment, Wu Yu's expression suddenly became extremely embarrassed. He came to this vocational school for special reasons. In his eyes, Yi Jikai was nothing at all, just the principal of a private school and a businessman. Can't compare with him. Qin Jiang actually said that he was not as good as Yi Jikai. How could he accept this? But what Qin Jiang said made some sense. After all, Yi Jikai had upgraded the school to a third-tier university, and vocational schools were still classified as junior colleges. Bang, Wu Yu slammed the table hard. Why, are you angry? Qin Jiang leaned on the table and looked directly at Wu Yu. I'm angry. You can't do that either. Since ancient times, heroes have been judged by their success or failure. Even if you look down on Yi Jikai, he is the president of a third-tier college. What about you? A junior college, a branch school, and a vice president. Wu Yu, you, Qin Jiang, what do you mean by me? Listen, tomorrow I will move Heilong Company out of the vocational school. From now on, Heilong Company will have nothing to do with the vocational school. I will not participate in any future university entrepreneurship awards as a vocational school student, including the upcoming Young Entrepreneur Award. Wu Yu. No. How do you know? The Young Entrepreneur Award is a competition that the Northern Province will hold to attract some Southern provinces. This award is said to be of high value, and half of the places will be given to college students to start their own businesses. Many entrepreneurial star students and schools are preparing to participate in this competition, and the preliminaries for the competition will be at the end of this year. This award, for the top universities, it is nothing more than a reputation bonus, and it is nothing more than an opportunity to compete with the top universities in the South. But for ordinary schools, it is tantamount to an achievement. A huge achievement will only make you a target in life. It can be said that if vocational schools can really have students win this award, then it will be much easier for junior colleges to recruit students next year, not to mention starting 3-year colleges on the spot, and the higher authorities will definitely give greater support. He will use this as a springboard to reach the next level. So, he thought a lot in an instant and couldn't help but feel a little excited, but he calmed down in an instant. Young entrepreneurs, there are 10 places in total. In addition, some people from the society participate, and there are only 5 places for students, and they have to compete with those famous universities. There are students who have started internet companies. According to him, many student startup companies have begun to take shape, with annual revenues of 1 million or even more, and their names are also very impressive. What a Future Technology Company, Limited. Heavenly Project Limited, New Life Investments Company, Limited, etc. Anyway, the name sounds quite impressive. He had seen a business card that one of the other parties took out before. There were a lot of titles on it: CEO, Executive President, etc. There were a lot of English introductions alone, and he looked like an elite compared with them. Black Dragon Company. It doesn't sound like a legitimate company, but more like the name of a gang in a movie. Boss, Qin Jiang. He has a nickname called Black Dragon, and his subordinates all call him Big Brother. Who calls the boss Big Brother? That doesn't sound like a serious boss. That's it. How can I compare with those people? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head. I was actually shaken by the other party's provocation. It seems that I am not good enough in the officialdom. He couldn't help but say, don't provoke me, it's useless. Provoke you? Are you worthy? Qin Jiang said disdainfully. Yi Jikai clearly knows that I am difficult to deal with and that it is not worth fighting with me for a few million. But just for the sake of his illusory face and a little dignity that might be lost, he still wants to use his abilities to give it a try. And you have nothing to lose, but you dare not try. What are you afraid of losing? Why would others be grateful to you if you know everything is perfect? Why would they think they have the world in their hands? In fact, people like you are destined to achieve nothing great. I said, you don't really think that Black Dragon Company relies on you alone? After saying that, he didn't even bother to look at Wu Yu and just turned away. Wu Yu was stunned at this moment, and couldn't help but recall what his father-in-law said to him when he failed in the struggle: you are too reluctant to place bets. You wait until everything is settled before placing bets. Although you won't make the wrong bets, you are doomed to not make any major progress. I have already stepped down. If you continue on this path, you will most likely reach the end. Sigh, for some reason, he seemed to connect his father-in-law's words with what Qin Jiang had just said. It seemed that he was really too hesitant. It was obviously not difficult for him to help Black Dragon Company overcome the difficulties, but he was unwilling to take the risk. What if the bet is right? Even if, what does it matter if the bet went wrong? Maybe this will help him get in touch with the mysterious background behind Qin Jiang. But if you don't even dare to make a bet that you won't lose, what will you do when you are faced with a real choice in the future? If I am really willing to stay in my current position for the rest of my life, how can I realize my childhood ambitions? Bang! He slammed the table again and said to Qin Jiang, who was about to leave the office, "Wait, brush." Qin Jiang stopped and turned to look at Wu Yu without saying anything. Wu Yu picked up the phone and dialed without further ado. "Hello, old classmate, it's me, Wu Yu." "Oh, it's been a long time since we last met. This is it. I have a student named Qin Jiang." Yes, that's it, nothing else, just fairness." Okay, let's have dinner together some other day." Bang, he hung up the phone and continued to send, "Hello, the old leader says hello to you. Hey, brother-in-law." 5 or 6 calls were made. Wu Yu stopped fighting and looked at Qin Jiang. "I will give you the fairness you want. I hope you won't let me down, and besides, from today on, the 3-story abandoned test base on the east side of the school will be available for your free use." Qin Jiang nodded calmly, "All right, like a man." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the principal's office. This time, Wu Yu did not look like he was sending away a trouble as he did last time. Instead, his eyes were filled with complexity. In the end, I couldn't help but laugh. Haha, a man, of course I am a man. From today on, I will no longer look ahead or behind. What's the matter? I can't make a name for myself in a junior college. Reform. Junior colleges must also reform. What about the Department of Auto Repair and the Department of Nursing? They sound low-end. Just change them to the Department of Automotive Modernization and the Department of Medicine and Health. I just don't believe that a vocational school can't beat a girls' college and still let them bully us. He didn't lie. Logically speaking, the vocational school is not small in scale, with 2 campuses alone, and all major departments and categories are available. Of course, because it was too comprehensive and had no outstanding features, the nursing college, a professional college, was upgraded to a 3rd-tier college ahead of schedule. Just do it. Wu Yu immediately turned on his computer and started drafting a plan. Yes, he had no idea how much help his unintentional bet on Qin Jiang would bring him. Chapter 42, Guardian admits defeat. Qin Jiang, I want cash. 3 days later, guard the house. Yi Jikai hung up the phone in great embarrassment. Yeze didn't dare to breathe. Yi Jikai's face became increasingly darker after receiving several phone calls. A long time. Yeze finally couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "Uncle, what happened?" Wow. Yi Jikai poured tea on his face, stood up angrily, pointed at him and cursed, "You useless thing, don't you think that the chemical plant has been abandoned for so many years, and it will be okay for Qin Jiang to suddenly take over the contract? You are so eager to contract it to him and sign a 10-year contract. Why don't you sign a lifetime contract? What else can you do when you are fooled by others? Besides your grandfather, your father, your mother, and me, who are you?" Yeze, equal smiley face. "Didn't you get rid of all that? What else would I have left? Who made me be born into a good family? Who made the Yi family value the eldest son? Who made my father do better than you? Besides, when I first told you about the contract, you agreed to it. Why are you pushing everything onto me now?" Of course he could only think about it. He also saw that Yi Jikai was angry, so he kept nodding in agreement. Snort. Yi Jikai cursed and snorted a few times before sitting down. Not, he said, forget about the chemical plant. Everything should be done according to the contract. Call him and give him 7 million. 7 million, give it all to him. Yi Zei's voice rose several times in disbelief. Right. Yi Jikai nodded fiercely. The calls just now were from the people he was looking for to put pressure on Heilong. The people on the phone told him that someone had come forward to protect Qin Jiang, and asked him not to lose the big picture for the small. As we now live in a society ruled by law. He understood, there is also someone putting pressure on Qin Jiang behind the scenes. Moreover, Qin Jiang was right. His connections were not willing to help him because they were afraid of getting into trouble. That's why he was so angry just now. 7 million is nothing, what he cares about is his own face. He is afraid that from now on people will often use this to tease him. The teasing will only stop if Qin Jiang's status far exceeds his, but that possibility seemed impossible to Yi Jikai. He just felt that as a principal, he was bullied by the hooligans of Xinjiang School. It was really embarrassing. Moment. Yi Zei also realized the general situation. I didn't expect that there was someone behind Qin Jiang. Who is it? He is a country boy who can make his uncle embarrassed. Uncle, why don't I go ask my dad? Yi Jikai said in a serious tone. No. Your father is in a key position and we can't go find him. There are many people watching him. Besides, the security guards can afford several million. Remember, you can't let your father come forward if you don't take up a position on the board of directors. Do you understand? This is the foundation of the Yi family's survival. Oh. Yi Zei nodded, not quite understanding. Yi Jikai, go. Yi Zei, I don't want to go. Wait a little longer. Yi Jikai, we can't wait any longer. The official documents have been issued and the construction team will start work soon. Shareholders have expressed the opinion that any further delay will affect the upward momentum and will lead to bad luck. An ultimatum has been issued. Resolve it within 3 days. Yi Zei, superstition. But he also knew that things had come to this point and there was nothing he could do, so he turned around and left angrily. Vocational school. Night has fallen. Qin Jiang sat on both sides of the Black Dragon Company, with Xu Zhang and Si Jiu also there, and the rest of the people were emptied out. At the door, there were 7 or 8 young men sitting on rattan chairs chatting, and any student who dared to approach the company would be stared at. Zhu Jingli's rules, in his words, whether Black Dragon is a formal company or a gang, the headquarters cannot be freely entered and exited by others, and must be guarded by someone to look presentable. This move scared the students so much that few dared to pass through here. Even if they had to pass through here, they would do so in a hurry. In the mouths of these students, both Qin Jiang and Heilong were almost regarded as myths. The teacher won't care if you don't go to class, feel free to enter and exit campus, the college road is all sideways, there are even rumors that the Black Dragon has thousands of followers. Not long ago, on a rainy night, the Black Dragon boss Qin Jiang gave an order and thousands of his followers surrounded the guards and even beat up the dean of the nursing school. Even the security team was useless. Some students walked away and whispered, "Is that what you said, true or false?" Who knows? But my cousin said he saw with his own eyes that day that there were thousands of people gathered near the guardhouse, and the security team went there and arrested many people. Then why wasn't he arrested? I'm not sure. Maybe he has someone in the upper echelons. Otherwise, the school leaders don't care and let him put up a sign for the gang on campus. I heard that's the name of their company. Do you believe it? Which company gave it this name? 2. Qin Jiang naturally had no idea about this discussion. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. Some things did not need to be explained at all, and in this era, it was convenient to do things with a layer of outer skin. Sudden, there were voices coming from outside. Let's break up. I don't think we are suitable. The sound was loud and very close. Brush, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Si Jiu all looked over there involuntarily. Just C.3 people were standing not far outside the Black Dragon Company. The person on the left is rather thin. He is Sun Yuan, monkey, a key figure of the Black Dragon Company. On the right is a girl with average looks and a slightly plump face. She looks at Sun Yuan with an unnatural expression, lowers her head and does not speak. Following to one side is a woman with a mean look, who is confronting Sun Yuan with her hands on her waist. Sun Yuan's face was exaggerated and unbelievable. Xiaorou, what did you say, chubby girl? He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. The mean woman opened her mouth and said, "What's wrong?" You don't understand what I'm saying. I want to break up with you. Do you understand? Look at you, you don't deserve my Xiaro. She's a top student and will be able to work for a big company after graduation. What about you? Where are you going after graduation? You'll be an apprentice in that auto repair shop. You two are not the same kind of people. If Xiaro hadn't felt sorry for you, you would have broken up a long time ago, understand? Sun Yuan was speechless for a moment. He and Xiaro were high school classmates and they met and fell in love in high school. However, he failed the college entrance examination due to his average grades. After repeating a year, he still could only go to a junior college. Xiaro was admitted to a key university and her grades have always been very good, but their relationship has lasted for nearly 4 years. In fact, he has already realized something in the past 2 months, but he just couldn't accept it for the time being. The mean woman said disdainfully, look at you, it's fine if you can't get into a good university, but I heard you're still hanging around in society. Do you have a future in society? You are still a pure middle school boy who always says black dragons and black dragons. How can you compare with my Xiaro? Listen, don't contact my Xiaro from now on. Speaking of that, he pulled Xiaro away and said, Xiaro, let's go. What's the point of talking to a thug like this? I guess you won't be able to eat in the future. Maybe you'll be hacked to death one day. Your future is to be a white-collar worker, a high-end person who can earn money by sitting in an office. Although Xiaro looked back at Sun Yuan, she did not stop and followed her best friend out of the campus. Outside, some of Black Dragon's younger brothers heard the noise and gathered around. What? The mean woman shouted like an angry hen, you want to beat someone up in broad daylight? Sun Yuan yelled, let them go. Inside Black Dragon Company, Qin Jiang and 3 others also witnessed this scene. Ding ding ding, the phone rang and Zhu Zhang answered it. It was Yi Zhe calling to agree to the 7 million liquidated damages clause. Just as Zhu Zhang was about to nod, but Qin Jiang slowly uttered 2 words, cash. Chapter 43, Cash arrived, all members gathered. Moment, Zhu Zhang understood and said, remember, we only want cash, 7 million in cash, and I hope you can deliver it on time. What? Yi Zhe's incredulous voice came from the phone, 7 million in cash, are you kidding? Where can I get you that much in a short time? It's so convenient to transfer money. Just give me your company's bank account number and I'll ask the hospital's finance department to transfer the money directly to you. Zhu Zhang, just cash. Yi Zhe, I'll give you, Zhu Zhang, okay, that's it. When the cash arrives, the chemical plant will be allowed to be demolished. After saying that, just hang up the phone. Not on the other side, Yi Zhe was so angry that he was screaming, but he had no choice but to talk to Yi Jikai. The guards couldn't wait to start the work, and with the joint pressure from the shareholders, even Yi Jikai had no choice but to accept it. Immediately call Jiaohao Bank to get cash. In 2010, 7 million in cash was not a small sum, and several banks had to prepare in advance. It must be said that Yi Jikai is very powerful and raised enough cash in just a few hours. That night, Yi Zhe personally drove someone to deliver the cash, and the 2 parties formally cancelled the contract. Everything is finally settled. It also means that Qin Jiang's plan to make his second pot of gold has been officially completed and his business empire is ready to start. Qin Jiang remained calm as he looked at the 7 million in cash in front of him. He was much calmer than Zhu Zhang, who was breathing rapidly. As for 49, he doesn't care about money at all. Well, to him, money is just a piece of paper. It doesn't matter if it's 10,000 or 100,000. He only cares about his friends, or whether Qin Jiang is by his side. After a while, Zhu Zhang gradually regained his composure. Brother Jiang, are you insisting that Yi Zhe give you cash, right? Qin Jiang nodded. Zhu Zhang understood. Then he looked at Wang Tao, who was standing next to him, staring at the 7 million cash with his mouth wide open and his eyes dull, and said, go. Call all the core members of Black Dragon over. Wang Tao agreed unconsciously. Zhu Zhang raised his voice a little, go. Wang Tao barely came back to his senses. Where are we going? Zhu Zhang, I asked you to summon all the core members, go quickly. What happened? Your soul is lost. Wang Tao was stunned and shook his head quickly. No, it's just too shocking. My God, when have I ever seen so much money? This is enough for my father to farm for dozens of lifetimes. After saying that, he ran outside. Outside, 7 or 8 Black Dragon brothers were sitting on rattan chairs to keep watch. Due to the angle, they couldn't see what was going on inside the room, so they didn't show too much excitement. Until they saw Wang Tao rushing out from inside, his face full of excitement, he said, "Go quickly, separate and send messages to let the core members report to the company immediately. Hurry up, run." Wang Tao kept talking. However, he found that several people stayed where they were without any movement, which made him frown slightly. "What's going on? I can't even speak for myself." Before he got angry, see you. One of the younger brothers said, Brother Tao, do you think there is a way to send a message to a QQ group faster? Wang Tao, a Sigma, surprised face, "Oh shit, how could I have forgotten this?" It was so embarrassing to have someone run out to deliver the message so foolishly. He felt embarrassed for a few moments before returning to normal. Without further ado, he quickly took out his phone and opened the QQ group. Frowny face Black Dragon Flying Group. Group leader, Xin Jiang. Administrator, Zhu Zhang. Sijou, Wang Tao. Group members, dozens. All those who can join this group are elite personnel of Black Dragon Company. Initially, there were only a dozen people, and it has gradually expanded to dozens of people now. Normally, Xin Jiang, Zhu Zhang and Sijou would not make any statements. Even if they wanted to explain something, they would let Wang Tao do it to highlight the status of the 3. Looks very pretentious, but today's young people just fall for this. It is precisely because of this method that the Black Dragon team stands out from other student groups, with its cohesion far exceeding that of other student groups. At the same time, it also made the 3 of them gradually become legends. Especially in the eyes of the Black Dragon brothers, Xin Jiang is an omnipotent being. And a natural big brother's charm, courage and strength all in one. Ta-da-da. Wang Tao quickly edited the information. Zhang Ji's order, all members of the Black Dragon Corps must report to the base immediately. This is also the rule set by Zhu Zhang. Whenever Xin Jiang is present, no matter who gives the order among the 3, they must say that Xin Jiang gave the order. This can highlight Xin Jiang's uniqueness and his status as the eldest brother. It also means that he will never compete with Xin Jiang for power. As soon as the news came out, countless messages emerged. Oh! All the core members of Black Dragon were on campus, and even Bai Lu happened to come to eat near the vocational school, so they all gathered in front of Black Dragon Company in just half an hour. This scene of the security guards were not surprised at all, and the gathering of Black Dragon Company seemed normal to them, not to mention that this company is backed by the school leaders. Just the school atmosphere has improved a lot since the establishment of the Black Dragon Company, and fights no longer occur, all because Xin Jiang ordered, anyone who dares to fight in school will be punished by Black Dragon. Just this one sentence. Many students were so scared that they quarreled until their faces turned red and their necks were thick, and their faces were covered with saliva, but they did not dare to really fight. The security guards are naturally happy to have a leisurely time, as they only need to walk around the campus twice a day to complete their mission. This time, the security captain Su Dong looked at the Black Dragon Company with a complicated look. He had some connections in the school and knew the general situation outside the chemical plant not long ago. He knew that Xin Jiang had made the nursing school president Ji Jikai suffer a loss, and even wanted a compensation of 7 million for contracting the chemical plant. 7 million. He almost choked to death when he heard this number. It was hard to imagine that the school thugs would dare to have such great ambitions, and it seemed that they were really going to succeed. Moreover, he had just received news last night that the school had decided to give the experimental building to Heilong. A whole building. Even if it only has 3 floors, it is much larger than the living quarters of the security department. This made him understand more clearly the connections behind Xin Jiang are absolutely extraordinary. He even has more than just Vice President Wu Yu as his backer. Thinking of this, he changed his mind and decided not to offend Xin Jiang, but to make good friends with him. Maybe it will be useful in the future. But how can we make friends? Just opening the door for someone probably won't do any favors. Inside the security booth, security guard Feng Zhao looked at the brightly lit Black Dragon Company and the gathered gangster students with a complicated expression. He hated such scenes. In his opinion, the gangsters' gatherings, pretending to be social people, and the entourage that always followed Xin Jiang when he traveled were all very disdainful. He believed that this bad social practice must be cracked down, but these students are very well behaved in school and even try to maintain the safety of other students, so he can't stop them and can only watch. A long time. I can't help but sigh. Students insist on mixing in society, and their lives are ruined like this. How sad, how lamentable. It seems that I need to find an opportunity to have a good talk with these students, and persuade everyone I can to come back. Chapter 44. Xin Jiang spends money to help his brothers now. in front of Black Dragon Company, dozens of key personnel, naturally unaware of the security guard's intentions, were filing into the company. Sudden, the team in front came to an abrupt halt. What's going on? Why did the person in front stop? Come in, speak up. Why are you just standing there without saying anything? Where is Jiang Go? What's going on? After a while, the team in front slowly advanced. When all the key figures stepped inside, they were all stunned on the spot. The people at the back knew why they stopped just now. They all looked intently towards the center, and the scene before them was something they would never forget. Central location eye in the top 3 seats. On the left seat, Zhu Zhang was waving a folding fan and holding a cigar in his mouth. On the right seat, Sijio was spinning an iron ball with his eyes narrowed. In the middle, Qin Jiang was half leaning on his chair, holding a wine glass in his left hand and tapping rhythmically on the armrest of the seat with his right hand. Boom! 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 This scene, it is already very impactful. Of course, they were somewhat immune to this Black Dragon brother, but what shocked them even more was that on the table in the middle of the 3 people were neatly arranged piles of $100 bills piled up like a mountain. Mountains of money, and it's a $100 bill. It is considered good for students like them to have about 1,800 yuan in their pockets on a daily basis. After all, no wealthy family would let their children go to vocational school. The impact of having 7 million yuan in cash in front of them is simply beyond words. Bang! 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 Many people can hear the sound of their own heartbeats. Quiet. The whole room was eerily quiet. The only sounds left were Qin Jiang tapping his fingers, Zhu Zhang smoking a cigar, and Sijio turning the iron ball. A long time, everyone finally came to their senses. All of them looked at Qin Jiang, and the other two had already vaguely understood where the money came from. Really, as Zhu Zhang said calmly, under the decision-making and leadership of Brother Jiang, and with our joint efforts, Black Dragon Company has officially completed its first business and received compensation for the demolition of the guardhouse, 7 million. All the cash is here. He pointed to the cash in front of him. As soon as these words were spoken, the guesses of the Black Dragon brothers became true, and they became even more excited. Although they had known for a long time that their own Jiangga nursing home would demand 7 million in compensation, no one dared to take it as the truth. 7 million, these numbers are far beyond our understanding. What's more, the 7 million was visible and tangible, and they all participated in getting it. This indescribable comfort made them so excited that they felt a slight numbness from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Against the backdrop of the 7 million, they also have a sense of pride. Everyone says that there is no future in being in the underworld, and that these small gangsters can't do anything big except stealing. Now, 7 million is not a big deal. Isn't it because of their concerted efforts that they accomplished this? Many Black Dragon brothers subconsciously straightened their backs. Among them, Sun Yuan, Monkey, was the most upright, with his head held high and his eyes sparkling. He completely lived up to the decadence and frustration he had when his girlfriend broke up with him during the day, and turned them into excitement. At this moment, everyone looked at Qin Jiang with admiration and respect, as if they were looking at an omnipotent god. See this scene? Qin Jiang nodded secretly. The reason why he wanted cash was to achieve this goal. The people under his command were loyal enough and dared to fight, but they had limited vision and basically maintained the mentality of gangsters. To be precise, they all had some inferiority complex. That's normal. They all study poorly and love to fight. They must have been ostracized by classmates, teachers, and even parents and relatives since childhood. In their hearts, they also subconsciously think that they are bad. This mentality is difficult to change. Even Qin Jiang can only take it step by step. The first step he chooses is money. Since ancient times, money has given people courage. No matter what, as long as the subordinates know that they can make money, big money, and real money by following Heilong, and it is clean money, then they can truly hold their heads high. Think of this. Qin Jiang grabbed a bundle of money from the mountain without hesitation, opened it skillfully, and threw it to dozens of brothers. Take it. It's yours. Crash. $100 bills were flying all over the house, and many of them hit the Black Dragon brothers directly on the faces, making them subconsciously grab them in their hands. Feeling the real touch of $100 bills, there was no need to say anything more. All the Black Dragon brothers instinctively grabbed the banknotes that kept falling from the air. Qin Jiang continued. The second bundle, the third bundle. Qin Jiang stopped only after he had scattered 5 bundles. More than 10 minutes later, the Black Dragon brothers finally divided the money. The one with the most got more than 10,000, and the one with the least got several thousand. There was no scramble or fight among them. Instead, they had a tacit understanding with each other. Although they did not split the money equally, the difference between them was not that big. Very good. Qin Jiang was even more satisfied when he saw this and couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhang. The Black Dragon could have such rules and was clearly different from the student gangs outside, all thanks to the rules set by Zhu Zhang. Have to say, Zhu Zhang was born to be a gangster. Right now, the brothers were speechless looking at the huge stack of $100 bills in their hands. This amount of money was more than their family's annual living expenses, but it was just thrown to them by their brother Jiang. Say it's for them. This, who can stay calm? Moreover, the scene of the money rain just now was so shocking that they could not forget it for a long time. Even though Bai Lu had seen a lot of things in the world, she was a little dazed. Qin Jiang actually got 7 million in cash. Hei Long now has 7 million? No wonder brother Jiang asked her to learn accounting without some management skills. Brush. Qin Jiang reached out again, picked up 2 stacks and threw them to Wang Tao. Distribute these to the rest of the brothers below. You can distribute more according to how much effort they have put in, but everyone must get at least 500. If it's not enough, come to me and get more. Tell them, if you follow Black Dragon, you will get plenty of money. Qin Jiang is not a stingy person. His career in the underworld in his previous life told him that stingy bosses will be finished sooner or later, and only generous people will have loyal followers. You cannot do things just out of loyalty, but also have to give enough benefits, so that people will work for you. Anyone who is unwilling to give up money will not last long. It can be said that short-lived glory is not permanent, and the benefits from ancient times will last forever. Really, this scene made all the brothers tremble again. Outside, Datsudong was planning to have a few words with Qin Jiang to improve their relationship, but he didn't expect to pass by here and saw Qin Jiang throwing money. He was so shocked that he almost collapsed on the ground. Money? So much money? How much is this? Several million? Wait, this can't be the 7 million given by the security guard. Did he really give it to him? Wow, his background is really amazing. Did the guard surrender completely? And the way he just threw money was so cool. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were just thrown away. Bang! Zhu Jingyi closed his folding fan and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Do you think the money brother Jiang gave you is not enough?" Dozens of younger brothers came back to their senses. Immediately they all shouted at Qin Jiang, "Thank you, brother Jiang. Thank you, brother Jiang." Chapter 45. Songjiang is a city that never sleeps, and industry is a prosperous country at this time. Waves of cheers echoed throughout the room, attracting the attention of many people nearby. However, since there were too many people inside and they were too far away to see the situation clearly, I could only whisper, "I don't know what they are shouting every day. It's really scary. Keep your voice down." He is so powerful now that even the dean of the nursing school doesn't take him seriously. I have to say it, our school has been much quieter since Black Dragon spoke up, and basically no one dares to fight. I feel it's safe to go out and be intimate with my partner at night. After saying this, they quickly left the vicinity of Black Dragon Company. For them, this was just an after-dinner interlude. Qin Jiang looked at the people who had recovered and said again, "From today on, you will all be registered in the Black Dragon Register and will be legitimate employees of the Black Dragon Company. Remember, from today on, your wages will all be raised to a guaranteed minimum of 3,000 yuan, with no upper limit. The 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund are paid on time for you. You are white-collar workers and the elite of society. From today on, Black Dragon Company will also be expanded and several formal departments will be established." Call. The sound of rapid breathing filled the room. What Qin Jiang said seemed to be a constant boost for these Black Dragon brothers. Apart from anything else, a monthly salary of 3,000 was not a small amount in 2010. It was more than what most college graduates earned, not to mention that they also received 5 insurances in 1 fund, which provided them with plenty of benefits. It should be clear that in the city of Songjiang, the amount of 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund that can be paid will be pitifully little, let alone in 2010, even 10 years later. Even a college student cried, "What's the matter? Is it illegal to pay 5 insurances and 1 fund in Songjiang? 3,000 a month?" Sun Yuan kept muttering, "It's more than Shiro's monthly salary. She is a top student and only gets 2,000. And unlike the few $1,000s in your hand, this is not dead money but money you can receive every month. This way I can send some money home, so my parents won't think I'm uneducated." At this moment Sun Yuan's mentality changed, and his sense of belonging to Black Dragon reached an unprecedented peak. At the same time, he dared to compare himself with those white-collar workers. Not only Sun Yuan, others had similar ideas. If they joined Black Dragon only because of Qin Zhang's personal charm before, now they have a sense of belonging to the team, a true sense of belonging to Black Dragon and unlimited admiration for Qin Zhang. We'll talk about the details later. Qin Zhang waved his hand. Wang Tao and the others immediately left tactfully, knowing that Brother Jiang and the other two had important matters to discuss. After leaving point, 10 younger brothers were left behind to guard the outer gate. They did not chat or play cards as they did before. Instead, they sat upright and stared at everyone who passed by, serious and earnest. One person like this might seem ridiculous, but 10 of them would give people a sense of oppression. Zhu Zhang said, "Brother Jiang, do you have any plans for the future development of Black Dragon?" Qin Zhang nodded. "Yes, Black Dragon has already decided what to do next, it's right there." He pointed to the area opposite the vocational school. There is a piece of vacant land in the vocational school area, which has been vacant like the chemical factory. However, there are no buildings there, just pure vacant land, which makes Zhu Zhang a little confused. Is that place also going to be demolished? No, that's impossible. And even if it's demolished, it's impossible for us to be the contractor. Xu Zheng denied it halfway through his speech. Of course not demolition. Qin Zhang shook his head and said, "Such a highly profitable business cannot continue to exist, and Black Dragon cannot always go down this route. What Black Dragon lacks now is a business that can generate lasting profits." So, Qin Zhang pointed behind him. There is a panoramic map of Songjiang there, and the location it points to is exactly a certain location in the northern district. Is this a few night markets in the north district? Zhu Zhang looked at the location and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Jiang, are you planning to open a night market?" Qin Zhang tapped his fingers and said, "To be precise, a large-scale comprehensive night entertainment venue. The night market is just a prototype and the most basic thing. The real future is Songjiang City that never sleeps." Songjiang City that never sleeps. Xu Zhang's expression suddenly changed and he couldn't help but keep murmuring the name. Qin Zhang nodded and said, "It is Songjiang City that never sleeps. We can combine the characteristics of Songjiang's ice and snow to create a real ice and snow city that never sleeps. As long as we control the various revenue shares in it, it will be enough for Black Dragon to grow and develop, and even take off directly." As soon as these words came out, Zhu Zheng couldn't help but be moved by him. He has a good business mind, but the fact that he has been wandering around in some shady businesses before does not mean that he does not know how to make money. Qin Zhang remembered that Zhu Zhang mentioned many internet companies' plans to get rich in his previous life, but for various reasons, they were not realized. Even one or two bets made were still fresh in Qin Zhang's memory. Money, it's as easy as earning a piece of paper, Qin Zhang said. Of course, Songjiang City that never sleeps is a future plan. What we are planning now is a prototype night market, a large collective night market with a special night market. That's right, this is Qin Zhang's third pot of gold strategy. In 2010, many internet companies have emerged, such as Taomao, Weiliao, etc., and have already established a firm foothold. Some emerging network software have also emerged, and if you enter the market now, you will have to compete with them. Even if Qin Zhang was confident that he could gain a foothold in it, there was no need for that at all. Moreover, internet companies had one biggest drawback: they required high-end talents, and once they adopted this model, they would have to recruit a large number of high-end programmers. So, not to mention how much money it would cost. Let's just think about how to arrange for the brothers under me. Even if I make a lot of money from the internet company in the future, I can allow these people under me to make a living. This is definitely not what Qin Zhang wants to see. If things develop along this path, there is no doubt that all his brothers will be gradually marginalized or even leave on their own initiative, and those programmers and professional managers will be in power in Heilong. Qin Zhang shook his head firmly, absolutely not. What's the point of rebirth according to this procedure? Besides, my real foundation is not money or foresight for the future, but dozens or even hundreds of brothers. As long as they are with me, I will be invincible and will always have the ability to make a comeback. This was decided shortly after he was reborn. His business empire would be based on industry. It is destined to be a difficult road, a road that is completely different from that of previous reborn people and is unique to Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang stood up and slowly walked to the French window. He looked up at the starry sky as if he saw the vast internet world going downstream and moving forward courageously. while he himself was standing at the forefront and choosing to go upstream. This journey is destined to be full of difficulties and obstacles, like walking on thin ice. Whether he can succeed or not, why not follow the general trend of the world to make it easier? As soon as he came up with the idea, he looked at the brothers who were slowly dispersing outside, and he couldn't help but feel proud. It doesn't matter if I have to go against the current in my life again. In this life, I, Qin Jiang, will develop the country through industry. Chapter 46, Prepare for the Banquet, Go. By a car. Shake your head. Qin Jiang didn't think about it any further. The path of developing the country through industry cannot be accomplished overnight, and his top priority is the present matter. Brother Jiang. Zhu Zheng came to Qin Jiang and stood up and asked, "How many sects does Black Dragon want to establish?" Qin Jiang, degree V, corrected, "It's several departments." Zhu Zheng, "Yes. Department." But his expression told Qin Jiang that he didn't believe it. In his eyes, departments and gangs were just different names. Even in his understanding, the Black Dragon registration book set up by Qin Jiang was completely established according to the gang model. This, Qin Jiang couldn't explain much. In this life, since he had to lead so many brothers, Black Dragon Company was destined to be somewhat different from other companies. He could only adapt slowly. Immediately the two discussed several departments that Heilun was about to establish, and nothing more than business, finance, etc. Zhu Zhengdao, "Brother Jiang, do you want to set up a?" Then he raised his hand and made a throat-blocking gesture. Qin Jiang rejected it immediately. No need. He knew that Zhu Zhang was talking about the department that handled dirty matters, which specialized in doing more obscure and dirty things. The team had been established in the previous life, and this department did play a very important role. However, it was this department that caused them to be doomed. They would have to pay for the dirty deeds they did. If he were to start over again, how could he bear to let his brothers do these things that were destined to have no future and end in tears behind bars? Seeing Qin Jiang's determination, Zhu Zheng didn't say much anyway. He thought it didn't matter whether there was a department or not. If there was really something going on, his brothers would naturally take care of it, and he himself would be among them. Qin Jiang continued, "Send someone to order some formal clothes, and give each of the core brothers 2 sets of clothes. Tell them to make it as soon as possible, and have it done within 3 days. Let's go to the North District and book the top floor of Hentaying Hotel for a day. Then we can host a banquet for the core members of the Black Dragon team. We also want some of the brothers with potential who made contributions in the chemical plant incident to come." In this life, Black Dragon developed faster than in the previous life. He had dozens of core members and hundreds of peripheral members under his command. There was even a rumor in the school that Black Dragon had thousands of brothers and was a tyrant in the North District. Among them, the core members are all Qin Jiang's certified brothers in his previous life. They have all fought for Qin Jiang and shed blood. Of course, Qin Jiang will not live exactly like he did in his previous life. If a group wants to achieve great development, the most important thing is to have upward channels, which must not become rigid. Therefore, he asked Zhu Zheng to select some people with potential and gradually promote them up, which also sent a signal to the people below: just follow him. Qin Jiang, as long as you can contribute, there is room for advancement. You can stand out, you can have a brilliant life. Zhu Zheng nodded. "I will do it." Yunding Restaurant is afraid that these little guys under their command will be frightened if they go there. Hentaying, it is the only 5-star hotel in the North District, not to mention students like them. Even for business banquets they wouldn't dare to choose that place easily, not to mention the top floor. Qin Jiang said calmly, "The world, you will get used to it after seeing it. There is no place that my brother Qin Jiang cannot go. Let alone the first hotel in the North District. What can it be considered the first hotel in Songjiang or the North Province? Our future is." Speaking of. He looked up at the white clouds in the sky. On the top of the clouds, Tread, Sijio also came to Qin Jiang and the other man. The three of them stood in front of the window, looking up at the sky, and couldn't help but feel a surge of heroic spirit. That's all. The three of them stood there in silence for several minutes. A long time. Qin Jiang said slowly, "Let's go." Sijio, "Where to?" Zhu Zhang guessed something and said directly, "By a car. Airport Road." It is the route from Songjiang to the airport and is also the location of all major 4S stores in Songjiang. Inside the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, several car sales ladies were talking in low voices. In this era, not many people can afford to buy a Mercedes-Benz, and it is not popular to just look without buying. There are not many people who can come to see the cars every day, so naturally the store is not busy. There are only 2 or 3 people looking at cars in the store. Among them was a young woman who was memorizing data on various Mercedes-Benz models. She was obviously a new car salesperson. Right at this moment, click, the main door automatically opened and several figures walked in slowly. They were Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, Xizhou, and Wang Tao, leading 20 carefully selected younger brothers, all in formal attire. See here, several car saleswomen were slightly stunned. Qin Jiang and the other 2 were too special. Xizhou was as big as a brown bear and had a fierce face that made people afraid. Zhu Zhang had a pigtail and waved a folding fan in his hand, looking elegant. But he gave people an inexplicable pressure. Qin Jiang in the center position is even more special. He seems to have a special aura. Even though the people on both sides are extremely special, people still can't help but look at him. Aura, extremely powerful aura. It sounds mysterious, but it's a kind of confidence. At this time, several saleswomen looked at each other and someone whispered into the microphone, "Manager, it seems some gangsters are here to collect protection money." There are more than 20 of them. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit ran down from upstairs. He was slightly stunned when he saw Qin Jiang and the others. Then he returned to normal and smiled and stretched out his hand. "Hello, I am the manager of this store. I wonder how many bosses there are. Buy a car." Zhu Zhang closed his folding fan and said with a half smile, "Why else would I come here? To collect protection money?" Haha, the manager smiled to ease the awkwardness. "A few bosses are joking. It's a great honor for them to come to my shop to buy cars." As he said that, he couldn't help but look at the sales ladies in the back. Whose turn is it? The girl who had just been reciting car knowledge came out, a little scared when she saw Qin Jiang and others, but she mustered up the courage to step forward. She said, "Welcome to Wanxi Mercedes-Benz 4S store. I'm the sales consultant Xue Na. You can call me Xiao Na. I don't know what price range of car you want to buy. I can help you with reference." She said a few words and was obviously very nervous. The manager was about to say something when Qin Jiang got straight to the point. "Do you have any Mercedes-Benz 400 in stock?" "Ah, yes." Xue Na was slightly stunned and nodded subconsciously. Qin Jiang nodded. "Can I sign the contract now and drive the car away today, Xue Na?" She stood there completely stunned, as if she hadn't heard Qin Jiang's words at all. Not only her, but even several car saleswomen nearby were stunned. Obviously stunned by Qin Jiang's words. Only the manager responded and said with a smile, "Boss, you have a good eye." The Mercedes-Benz 400 is a car model mainly built by the Mercedes-Benz Group for high-end people. The internal structure is impeccable. The current price is only 1.35 million. Our store promises that anyone who buys this car will automatically provide the boss with a license plate with 3/8 and guarantee satisfactory service. We have the car in stock in our store and you can see it at any time. He provided attentive service with a smile throughout, but he also implicitly mentioned the price of the car, obviously testing Qin Jiang. This, Qin Jiang naturally understood it and waved his hand without saying anything. Wang Tao and a few of his younger brothers came forward with 2 large packages and opened them in front of everyone. I just saw. Chapter 47, Cash Brings Shock. 3 sentences to decide the car. Just see, the 2 large packages were filled with cash, a scene that surprised even the experienced car sales consultant. Even Mercedes-Benz 4S stores rarely sell S-Class cars, not to mention that buyers have to pay by credit card. Cash, who goes out with millions of cash these days? Aren't you afraid of being robbed, it seems? I'm really not afraid. They looked at Qin Jiang and the others who seemed to be fine as long as they didn't rob others, and they all had the same thought in their hearts. Frowny faces. This money, earned through good means, certainly. No one dares to speak out directly. It's nonsense. Nowadays, anyone who dares to mess with those who are involved in society will not want to live. Haha, the manager had seen a lot of things and quickly calmed down. He looked at the saleswomen and said, "Go call the finance department and ask them to come over to count the money. Then go open the VIP room and take out the best tea. The distinguished guests are coming." After saying that, he looked at Qin Jiang with a smile on his face. He could tell that Qin Jiang was the real leader of the group. "May I know your name, boss?" "Qin Jiang." Qin Jiang, the manager thought about it for a long time but couldn't match the person he knew in his mind. He still didn't dare to take it lightly. Although this group of people looked young, their momentum and actions were extraordinary. As for whether the source of the money was problematic, he didn't care. Nowadays, who can open a 4S store without some background? As long as the money is real, they dare to accept it, and the boss will naturally solve it if there is any problem. Qin Jiang did not go to the VIP room but said, "Sign the contract first. I don't have time to waste here refreshing." The manager nodded and said, "Go get the contract." Soon the finance department sent the contract over. Qin Jiang signed it and the manager stamped it with the official seal. He said, "Xiaona, please type your name in the consultant column." That's right, Xuena signed her name in a days.to this. The other car sales ladies were extremely envious. Qin Jiang couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Sure enough, my life can't follow the ideas in rebirth novels." According to the routine of rebirth novels, this female novice will definitely be excluded. Someone will try to snatch her car sales promotion, and even the manager will not help her. The protagonist has to step in and domineeringly solve the problem, but now it seems that nothing has happened. That's right. This is the reasonable situation. A 4S store must have its own rules. Whoever gets to serve the customer gets to take care of the customer. If there is a situation where they compete for customers, then it's probably not far from being a yellow card. As for managers snatching the promotions from the staff, most of them are fake. Their income is commission based on the total sales. Even if they snatch the cars under their own name, they will not get more commission. Why bother? Shaking his head, Qin Jiang stood up without thinking about it and said, "You guys check the money while I go to other 4S stores. Is it okay to come pick up the car in 2 hours?" The manager was surprised and looked at the finance department who had counted the money. After seeing the finance department nod, he smiled and said, "Of course, no problem." Immediately Qin Jiang and his younger brothers turned around and left. When they left, Wang Tao took out 4 bundles of cash from the package and left. After a while, only after seeing Qin Jiang and others leave did everyone come to their senses. The manager said, "Is the money a problem?" "Finance, at present, the money is real money, and there are no consecutive numbers. The amount is exactly 1.6 million. The specific amount will have to wait until the inventory is completed. Manager, don't cover the camera when you are counting. Stay calm if anything happens." His intuition told him that everything was fine, but he should not lose his vigilance. Now, several car saleswomen were surprised and talked. The car worth over $1 million was booked just like that. Has it been 10 minutes since he got here? Just a few words cost over $1 million. It's really an eye-opener today, but those people don't look like good people, and the source of their money may not be legitimate. Who cares? It has nothing to do with us. I'm really envious of Xuena for getting such a big order in just 2 days. I have to let her treat us tonight. Several car saleswomen looked at Xuena with great envy. Really, a few words made a man spend more than $1 million on me. The commission for luxury cars is much higher than that for normal cars. Of course, it's not to the point of envy, jealousy, or hatred. No one would make enemies just for not getting a few $1,000s. Besides, even if they make enemies with Xuena, it will not have anything to do with themselves. The most confused person in the audience was Xuena. She stood there and watched Qin Jiang and others leave in disbelief. Selling your first car? Or, a luxury car, is it so easy to sell a car? Didn't several senior sisters say that the elimination rate in the industry is very high, and that none of the 10 newcomers can sell a car? Why is it so easy for me to sell a car? Besides, the workplace is not as difficult as imagined. Several car saleswomen gathered around her. Congratulations, Xiaona, you have successfully placed an order. You have to treat us tonight. Xiaona, you don't know him, do you? He spent over 1 million yuan to buy a car without saying anything, can't he? As soon as these words were spoken, several other car sales ladies also looked at Xuena with flickering eyes. These days, those rich and capable people like young and motivated college students very much. In their eyes, Qin Jiang was definitely not a good person just now. He might have some special purpose for placing the order so easily. Xuena's face suddenly turned pale. I couldn't help but imagine in my mind that the other party had intentions towards me and was threatening to sell the car to force me to do something. So, should I agree to it? Of course not. Xuena is a top student from a prestigious polytechnic university who is preparing for postgraduate examinations. How could she fall for a little commission? But when she thought about the fact that Qin Jiang was obviously not a good man when he appeared, he would not wait for her to get off work and force her into the car and take her away. Thinking of this, Xuena became even more worried and afraid, and her body was shaking slightly. Both sides, several other women came forward and continued to comfort her. Seeing this, the manager came over to check the situation. After hearing the explanations of several people, his brows frowned slightly. This possibility is not impossible, and even, it is not very rare and is quite common, especially for luxury car sales, where it is a common practice in the industry. For example, some Mazda brands have to recruit new saleswomen every time they sell a car. The manager thought for a moment and said, Xuena, go upstairs and find a place to hide. I'll take care of the rest. You will get the commission you deserve, and everything should be done according to the rules. Xuena nodded hurriedly, thank you, manager, and ran upstairs as if escaping. The manager looked at the other saleswomen and said, if you are worried, you can hide. The saleslady smiled and did not leave. Hee, what is absolutely impossible for some people to agree to, may be the dream of others. If they can afford more than 1 million, they would not want to miss it even if they are in the underworld. The upgrade of a car is not enough to break the rules, but it may not change one's destiny and have the opportunity to hook up with a rich man. Several car sales ladies began to touch up their makeup in public and loosen the buttons of their already loose collars. See here, the manager couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. But I still can't help saying, it's not that easy to be a sister-in-law. You have to fight for your own life. Why bother? Chapter 48, $1 Million Luxury Cars, Continuous Purchases. After leaving the Mercedes-Benz store, Qin Jiang took Zhu Zhang and others to continue their purchasing plan at other 4S stores. The purpose of his trip this time was to buy enough cars. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. These days, traveling without a luxury car is really shameless, especially in a city like Songjiang. Playing low-key is simply courting death. If you drive a van out to discuss business, you won't even be able to get in the door. But if you drive a Maybach or Mercedes-Benz S-Class car to discuss business, the other party will talk to you for a while even if they don't want to do business with you. Point 1 is, fear of offending some people. Second, try to make some friends. Songjiang, what matters is not fighting and killing, but the human relationships and worldly wisdom. The business logic here is completely different from other cities in the south. The southern approach of only focusing on quality and not on show is totally unworkable. Qin Jiang would not hesitate to take out 2 million to show off, which would also be of great help to his next plan. Yes, that's it. It's definitely not a habit from the previous life or to show off. Zhu Zhang not only had no dissatisfaction with Qin Jiang's squandering of money, but he very much agreed with it. He always believed that money was meant to be spent, not saved. It would be meaningless to invest all the money earned into the next business without enjoying it. Besides, how could the boss of the Black Dragon Company not have a luxury car? Soon Qin Jiang led the group to buy a few more ordinary cars. These cars will be used as Heilong's office cars in the future, and we will also use some money to buy 20 motorcycles for the brothers to use. Good. Xu Zhang nodded. Wang Tao and others looked extremely excited, while other groups on Shuiyuan Road could only rely on fighting to collect protection fees and support others. They set up a company. When other groups could only travel by bus, or at most drive a motorcycle or a van, they had already driven a car. There is no shortage of motorcycles. This, who cannot be excited and who can stay calm? Qin Jiang was very calm about this. He was used to driving all kinds of luxury cars in his previous life. If the current conditions did not allow it, he would have gone straight to work and provided cars to each of his brothers. Of course, that's a matter for the future. 2 hours later, Qin Jiang took his men back to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. The store manager saw Qin Jiang and laughed. Ha, Boss Qin is back. At the same time, he also saw several cars parked outside. Although they are all ordinary cars, they look like brand new cars. Combined with what Qin Jiang said when he left just now, it is clear that he just went out to buy more cars, bought a few more at once. It's really like, buying a car is like buying cabbage. The manager quickly returned to normal. Boss Qin's car has been registered, and the insurance and other formalities have been completed. The total cost is 1.55 million, and there is 50,000 left. Then he handed the remaining 50,000 yuan to Qin Jiang. Wang Tao took it. The car is right here. The manager led Qin Jiang and others to the center of the exhibition hall. There, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz stood quietly, and next to the car several elegantly dressed saleswomen were welcoming him with smiles. When they saw Qin Jiang coming, they bowed and greeted him. The scene was beautiful. Several male sales consultants and several new male customers who came to see the car in the showroom were all stunned when they saw this. Absent-mindedly said, "This car is so white, it's really nice. Look at how rounded the headlights are, how smooth, how mellow." Several car sales ladies noticed the various passionate gazes and couldn't help but lean their bodies slightly to the side. It can be said that afraid that others would really see it, but I was afraid that Qin Jiang couldn't see it. Unfortunately, Qin Jiang didn't look at them from beginning to end. He just glanced at the car casually. It was no different from his previous life. Nowadays, luxury car brands are very arrogant and rarely make changes to their models easily. Until the era of electric cars arrives, only then will we be forced to keep updating under pressure. License plate frowny face North A 33888. The manager smiled and said, there happened to be a vacant number, so I applied for it because it was auspicious. I wonder if Mr. Qin is satisfied. Can. Qin Jiang nodded. This number must be good for other people, but Qin Jiang, who has seen the world, naturally would not care too much about it. In his previous life, his license plate had 5 consecutive numbers. Brush. Qin Jiang threw the key to Wang Tao. Wang Tao opened the car door, started the car and accelerated the gas very skillfully. He was the one who drove the van for the Black Dragon team before and was also one of the people who could drive in the Qin Jiang team. Pop Sun Yuan opened the back door of the car. Qin Jiang slowly got in, and Xu Zhang also got in on the other side, but 49 did not come in, because his physique was too special and he could not fit into an ordinary car, so we bought a big off-road vehicle specially for him this time. Walk, Qin Jiang said calmly. Okay. Wang Tao drove out of the 4S store skillfully, and 49 and the remaining brothers behind him also left. Qin Jiang kept looking at the car sales ladies. Not to mention that he didn't plan to be sentimental in his life again. Even if he had the idea, he wouldn't pick up junk. Inside the Mercedes-Benz store, several saleswomen looked extremely unhappy, as if they had been greatly insulted and were indignant. Humph, who does he think he is? He really thinks I've chosen him. He's a gangster and might die one day, beaten to death on the street. Having money and ability has nothing to do with us. Okay, let's continue to serve the customer. Who cares? A few people said a few words in a light tone and then stopped. Obviously, she was a little afraid of being heard by Qin Jiang. It's not easy to mess with people in society these days. Xuanao walked down from the collar with a confused look on her face. Everything seemed different from what she expected. It seemed that person didn't care about him at all. On the way back, Qin Jiang's motorcade went to the motorcycle market and bought another 20 motorcycles there. When they came, the market was empty, and when they left, a Mercedes led the way, followed by 5 cars, and there were 20 more motorcycles escorting on both sides. An hour later. At the entrance of vocational school, several security guards were chatting and playing cards. They have been getting more and more idle recently, have you heard? Black Dragon has distributed money. How could I not have heard of it? It is said that each of the hundreds of brothers under him received at least 500 yuan, and 1,000 or 2,000 yuan is not uncommon. It is said that the core staff received even more, and some even received tens of thousands. A shabby company can actually pay so much money. It's higher than our salary. Wow. For a while, the security guards were all extremely envious. They were all in their 30s and 40s, and they worked hard to earn just over 2,000 yuan a month, which was not as much as the students. Naturally, they couldn't balance it. At the same time, they also had some feelings about Qin Jiang's founding of the Black Dragon Company. Security team leader Su Dong was even more touched. He saw with his own eyes when Qin Jiang distributed the money, and he knew exactly how much money was distributed, at least hundreds of thousands. Even if he took out all his life savings, it would be useless. Now Qin Jiang took out the money and distributed it to his subordinates. How could he not be moved? He also knew that the Black Dragon Company was not a small company. At least it was something they needed to look up to. All he wanted to do now was to build a good relationship with Qin Jiang and deepen their feelings. This time, a security guard suddenly froze, pointed to the distance and said, fuck, that's. Chapter 49, Diligent Security Guard. Lu Lily's cousin. This security guard has a very loud voice. They immediately turned their eyes to the place where he was surprised, and then they all opened their mouths wide. Just see. A convoy was moving slowly on the broad road. At the head of the convoy was a luxury Mercedes-Benz with license plate, North A 3338888. It was followed by several brand new cars and there were dozens of motorcycles escorting on both sides of the convoy. This scene, it's really shocking. No, is there a leader coming to inspect today? Why didn't you notify us in advance? Nonsense, how could it be a leader's inspection? Leaders don't drive this kind of car. It must be some big boss. Then what is he doing in Shuiyuan Road? I don't know. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Just stand up straight. If someone sees us and tells the leader, we will be in trouble. At that moment, several security guards stood straight and looked at the leading car in the convoy with great envy. One security guard muttered, "I wish I could drive this car in my lifetime." A security guard sarcastically said, "You are the only one who is still driving the car. You are not even qualified to know the owner of this car in this life. Why don't I have it? What the hell? How come a convoy is coming here?" Several security guards who were arguing in low voices immediately shut up because they saw the convoy heading towards the vocational school. See here. Su Dong was also slightly stunned and murmured, "Didn't the higher-ups say that any important person would be coming today?" But he didn't dare to delay and was about to step forward. The next moment, he suddenly froze in place. At this time, the convoy has arrived at the school gate. They actually recognized the people on both sides of the convoy. They were all students from the vocational school. Of course, the security guards could not remember ordinary students. The reason they could recognize them was because they were all core members of the Black Dragon. Wow! The front window of the luxury Mercedes-Benz opened, and Wang Tao stuck his head out and shouted, "Old Wang, open the door. This is Brother Zhang's car. Remember the license plate number." At the same time, someone pointed to the convoy behind them and said, "These are also Hei Lung's cars." As soon as these words came out, the security guards were completely stunned. They had never expected that such a luxurious convoy belonged to Hei Lung and the Mercedes-Benz was Qin Zhang's car. It sounds very mysterious no matter how you listen to it. It was not until the rear window of the luxury car slowly rolled down and Qin Zhang's iconic strong and deep face appeared in the eyes of the security guards that they began to believe it, but still no one went to open the school gate. Given Hei Lung's relationship with the security guards, it was no big deal if they entered and left the campus without following the rules on weekdays, and they could turn a blind eye if one or two cars came back. But the scale of this convoy was too large to be concealed, so naturally they did not dare to take the risk of opening the gate. Just when they were struggling, Su Dong quickly ran out of the school and shouted, "What are you all looking at? Why don't you open the school gate? Hei Lung is an enterprise supported by our school, so it's natural for their car to enter the campus. Quick, open the door, record all the license plate numbers in the system, and let all these cars pass when they arrive in the future." Upon hearing this, the security guards did not dare to delay and immediately opened the school gate. Boom! Wang Tao stepped on the accelerator and drove his luxury Mercedes into the school. Rear, the convoy followed quickly. Su Dong was running in front, leading the team and giving orders. Normally, he would not do so based on his personality, but it just so happened that several things happened at the same time, and he really wanted to curry favor with Qin Zhang, so he did so. In front of Hei Lung Company, there was also a Mercedes parked there. Before Mercedes-Benz, 3 figures stood up, 2 women and 1 man. The women were Lu Yao and her best friend Lu Lily, and the man was Lu Lily's cousin, Lu Bo. He was dressed in a well-tailored suit, and although he was not particularly handsome, he had an elite vibe. However, his gloomy eyes made him look a little unlucky. "Lu Lily, Lu Yao, let me tell you, my cousin is a senior executive of a large group, with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. He is only 30 years old this year and has a bright future. Besides, my cousin is a graduate student from the University of Science and Technology. You are going to apply to this school, so you can communicate more with my cousin." Lu Bo smiled and said, "No problem." Lu Yao just smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Lu Lily's eyes couldn't help but change slightly. She vaguely guessed something. After all, she and Lu Yao were together day and night and knew that Lu Yao was still very concerned about the news of Black Dragon, and she was probably still thinking about Qin Zhang. Lu Lily murmured, "I don't know what's so good about Qin Zhang that Lu Yao cares so much about him, or what happened between the two of them." She didn't believe that if nothing had happened between the two of them, the current situation would have happened. Lu Yao had no shortage of suitors in college. Many of the school's celebrities were unable to win her over, but she was actually interested in Qin Zhang. Lu Lily shook her head. "We must not let her waste too much time on Qin Zhang. We must help her get together with my cousin. This is the only way to take advantage of the Lu family's influence. Besides, my cousin also said that if I succeed, I will give her enough benefits. Think of this." His eyes fell on the plaque of Black Dragon Company. He said, "Some people are too ambitious. They don't study hard in their student life and want to get involved in society. That's fine, but they also imitate others to start a company with such an informal name. Black Dragon, do you really think anyone can be the boss? Speaking of, his eyes fell on the Mercedes-Benz in front of him. A cousin, is this your new car? It must be expensive. Lubo said proudly, it's new, not expensive, only about 400,000 yuan, I paid in full. Lu Lili praised, cousin, you are amazing. You can buy such an expensive car without relying on your family's money, and you are also a senior executive of a large group. You are much better than those people who think they are bosses but can only walk when they go out. People like that are not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Every sentence is full of sarcasm, although no names were mentioned in the words. How could Lu Yao not hear that he was belittling someone? Although Lu Yao didn't want to listen and didn't say anything, she couldn't refute Lu Lili's identity as her best friend or what she said. Even though she didn't like Lu Bo very much, she admitted that he was a social elite and could not be compared to Qin Jiang now. At least her family would definitely like Lu Bo more. Pooh, Lu Yao secretly spit out a curse. What am I thinking? It's getting more and more outrageous. Even if Qin Jiang is not good enough, the one in front of me can't be even worse. What's good enough or not, she always felt that Lu Bo made her feel uncomfortable. Seeing Lu Yao's expression changing constantly, Lu Lili knew that the time was almost right. The next step was to go eat first and let her cousin communicate with Lu Yao. She believed that as long as Lu Yao knew that Qin Jiang was just a gangster with no future, and that her cousin was the right one for her, she would definitely make her understand. At this moment, Lu Lili even thought that Qin Jiang's existence might not be a bad thing. After all, with Qin Jiang as a comparison, his cousin's excellence can be more prominent. Compared with those elite students in the university, his cousin's advantage will obviously be greatly reduced. Everything is the best arrangement, and just when the three of them came to the Mercedes-Benz and were about to get in, sudden. Chapter 50, the three were shocked, and the whole school was shocked. Didi, a series of horns blared. Brush, the three of them looked over subconsciously. Just see, security team leader Su Dong ran over quickly with several security guards. Of course, this was nothing. What was surprising was that behind Su Dong and other security guards, a convoy was driving quickly. At the beginning of the convoy, it's a luxury Mercedes. There were 5 sedans following behind and 20 motorcycles escorting on both sides, making the whole team look very complete. Lu Lili couldn't help but exclaimed, which leader is coming to inspect? Lu Bo, no, the leader would not drive such a luxury brand high-end car. He is probably a boss of a very high status. He may be here to discuss a project with the school. Lu Lili, cousin, you know so much. Lu Yao couldn't help but take a few more glances. Of course, she was not looking at Lu Bo but the motorcade. She hadn't seen such a grand motorcade for a long time, but then the few people were completely stunned. The convoy stopped in front of Heilong Company. Su Dong kept directing, go forward, this is it, this place is cool and suitable for parking, I will have someone mark a parking space here in a while. Okay, stop. After the convoy stopped, 20 motorcycles were also parked on both sides, and many young men got off the motorcycles and stood beside the luxury car, looking like they were escorting it. Bang, the driver's door is open. Wang Tao came down quickly without any hesitation, came to the back door, respectfully opened the door and covered the roof of the carport with his hands. Immediately, under countless incredulous gazes, Qin Jiang came out of the car in formal attire. With the majesty of the luxury car and the support of many motorcycle brothers on both sides, his prestige reached its peak. Lu Bo, so young? Could he be some second generation? Lu Lili, impossible. How could it be possible? How could Qin Jiang get out of such a luxury car team? It must be fake. Lu Yao, it's him, it's really him. Qin Jiang, Lu Bo, Qin Jiang? What Qin Jiang? Do you know him, Lu Lili? Is the car my cousin has a low-end brand? It must be fake. Lu Bo was speechless. How can a car look like a real thing? Besides, didn't you see that his car is the same brand as ours, a Mercedes-Benz? Lu Lili, which one is more expensive, his Mercedes or yours? Lu Bo's face became even uglier and he said nothing. Lu Yao said, Qin Jiang's car is an S-Series Mercedes, which costs at least 1 million, more than 1 million. Lu Lili was completely stunned. She couldn't imagine Qin Jiang getting out of a car worth more than 1 million yuan, especially after she had just belittled Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang also noticed Lu Yao and the other two when he got off the car. With his experience in 2 lifetimes, he could naturally see what was going on at a glance, but he didn't pay much attention to them and had no intention of going up to communicate. He was not the protagonist in a rebirth novel who couldn't walk when he saw a woman. Brush, he strode into the Black Dragon Company, and the Black Dragon brothers standing at the door on both sides all bowed their heads. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. And hashtag 34, and hashtag 34, they were extremely excited and thrilled, and they were also shocked by the way Qin Jiang looked when he got out of the luxury convoy just now. The other side, Zhu Zhang also got out of the car but did not go to the company. Black Dragon Company was about to make a big move, so naturally he had a lot of things to deal with. Several Black Dragon brothers came forward and whispered to Wang Tao, "Brother Tao, these cars," Wang Tao said calmly, "Mercedes-Benz is Zhang Ji's car, and those are all Heilong's." As soon as these words came out, the Black Dragon brothers felt their blood boiling. As expected, they are all from the Heilong Company. Not to mention cars, even motorcycles are what they dream of. Who wants to travel by walking, especially without much appearance? Now looking at the many motorcycles and the luxury Mercedes-Benz in front, I can't help but have more confidence in the future of Heilong. The whole audience was quite excited, only Lu Lili and the other two were quite embarrassed. That, Lu Yao said, "I remembered that I have lessons to memorize in the afternoon. How about we have dinner another day?" Lu Bo, some other day? Why? I have already booked a hotel room. Lu Yao nodded to Lu Lili and turned to leave you. Lu Bo wanted to say something else but was stopped by Lu Lili. "Cousin, what are you pulling me for? Today is not suitable, let's do it another day." "Why not? I told you I have arranged everything and it's ready. As long as she goes, it can be done." "What are you planning?" "The hotel manager told me that I put something in her wine. She is a very traditional girl and her family values reputation. Since this is the case, there is absolutely no problem with the matter being settled. After the matter is done, you can also take advantage of it." "Yes." Lu Lili looked at him as if he were a fool. After a long while, he said, "Cousin, you don't think you can completely tie someone down in 2010? Let's not talk about the success rate of your plan. Even if it succeeds, have you thought about the consequences? For a family like theirs, face is important, but who says they have to marry you just to save face?" "Maybe," he didn't continue. "The meaning of the words is very clear." Lu Bo looked terrified. "No way, Lu Lili, the situation today is not right. You don't know that Lu Yao and Qin Jiang are related to the person who just took the car. You are completely outdone in today's situation. There is no need to humiliate yourself. Wait until I see if there is a chance." Lu Bo looked at the Black Dragon Company with a complicated look. Lu Yao was related to that person, who was also his competitor. So what was his chance of success? Who is he? Tell me, Lu Lili. He is just a gangster. I can't explain him clearly in a few words. I'll go check on Lu Yao first and we'll talk later. She left without saying anything. Oh shit. Lu Bo's face became even uglier. What bad luck. It looks like I can't get anything done today. Then I'll have taken the medicine in vain. Thinking of this, he drove out of the campus in his Mercedes and called, "Come to my house now," or, "Do you still want the scholarship?" Soon the Xinjiang convoy became famous throughout the campus, not to mention the students. Even some teachers were extremely surprised. They went to the Black Dragon Company to check it out intentionally or unintentionally. At the same time, the news of the Black Dragon Company's millions of compensation was confirmed, which made countless teachers and students speechless. No one expected that the students who seemed to be playing a joke in their eyes could make so much money by joining the company. That night, Su Dong led the security guards to use white powder to mark out parking spaces in front of the Heilong Company, a total of 20 in total. In Su Dong's words, as Heilong Company renovates and develops in the future, the more parking spaces the better. Some teachers were jealous and reported this problem to the school, but they were severely criticized by their superiors. This made all the teachers realize that Heilong had the support of the school's top management. That night, students and even teachers often secretly come to the Heilong Company to watch the luxury Mercedes-Benz and make sounds of envy or jealousy. The next day, all the clothes purchased by Black Dragon have been made. All core members of Black Dragon will be given 2 sets, and even the outer disciples who have made significant contributions in guarding the chemical plant will be given 1 set. Afternoon, the Black Dragon convoy set off from the school at Target, Hentang Hotel. The purpose is to hold a celebration party and build confidence for the brothers. Chapter 51. Xian He and Qin Zhang's motorcade arrive in front of the Hotel Hentang Hotel, the top luxury hotel in the North District, a true 5-star hotel. Only the rich or noble can consume here. Of course, not many customers can afford to consume here given the spending power of Songjiang North District. Therefore, there are not many guests coming and going. There are many food stall-style restaurants opposite the hotel, with many customers coming and going, and it is very lively. In front of a hotel, there were 7 or 8 tables, each filled with young men. Most of them were shirtless, with tattoos, black arms, and countless other patterns all over their bodies. Their hair colors were also varied. Some were standing on one leg on a stool, while others were standing up to drink beer. There were countless beer bottles on the ground, obviously. A bunch of gangsters. Passers-by didn't care about this, and these days there was no shortage of hooligans dressed like students. Only a few people at the first table seemed normal. Sitting at the first seat was a young man with an imposing manner, who was once a gangster on Shuayuan Road, who was as famous as Qin Zhang, Chen He, both sides. He is the backbone of his team. The people at the 7 or 8 tables nearby are all his younger brothers, and they are the kind of people who will fight and fight if he is called upon. It is precisely because of these younger brothers, coupled with fair prices, that Chen He has become extremely popular in the recent platform market. Recently, a KTV even asked him to look after the place, offering him a kickback of 15,000 yuan a month and 2 cars, even if they were just cars of unknown number of owners. Bang! A key member of the gang opened a bottle of beer and said, "Brother He, we are considered to be successful and can look after others. Who in Songjiang's student gangs can be as powerful as us? Let alone you now, even if I'm walking on the aisle of College Road, I'll be so cool that no one will not call me brother." As soon as these words came out, several other key members also echoed the excitement and kept praising Chen He, almost making him the leader of Shuayuan Road, and even the entire North District in Songjiang. In the future, they selectively ignored He Long. First, no one would mention a powerful opponent at such a happy moment. Second, He Long was almost disappearing from the gangster circle on Shuayuan Road. He neither participated in student fights nor gave anyone a fighting platform. Basically, they rarely heard any news about He Long. Certainly, they didn't know that He Long was about to disappear in the student gang circle, but he was already well known in the high-level circle of Shuayuan Road, and even the bigwigs in the North District vaguely knew of Qin Zhang. Chen He felt comfortable hearing the compliments. It was a source of pride for him to be able to hold the fort in his place when he was a student. Anyway, he thinks he is unique in College Road. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "I, Chen He, can be where I am today thanks to all of you brothers. From now on, as long as I, Chen He, have a bite to eat, I will not let you brothers go hungry, and I will definitely lead you brothers to make a name for yourself. You know what kind of person I am. I won't say anything else. It's all in the wine, I'll drink it." Speaking of, pick up the beer and drink it all. Several brothers were also very moved and stood up and shouted, "Cheers, big brother." Moment, the 70 or 80 brothers who were drinking also stood up, picked up their beers and shouted in unison, "Cheers, big brother. Cheers, big brother." The shouting of dozens of people was very loud, attracting the attention of people from nearby food stalls. Looking at Chen He and others, they had different expressions, and many of them were envious. There is no shortage of hooligans who can come to the food stalls to drink. In the eyes of those student gangs, Chen He and his gang are already famous, and Chen He is even considered a big brother in the underworld. See here, Chen He was full of pride. "Boss, keep on serving skewers and more wine. Today, my brothers and I won't leave until we are drunk, okay?" The boss was also very straightforward. He was not afraid that Chen He would not pay him. Nowadays, anyone who could run a food stall in a good location had to have some connections behind him, otherwise he would not be able to succeed. Explanation: about 10 years ago, most food stall owners had some social connections and were very good at fighting. They would basically put weapons under the grill to prevent trouble. Brother He is awesome. The younger brothers showed their support again, and they also had great respect for their boss Chen He. First of all, Chen He is very much like a big brother. He does what he says, keeps his word, dares to fight, and is full of loyalty, and moreover, they are not stingy. All the money earned by the group will be distributed according to proportion, and they don't take much themselves. Naturally, they are happy to follow the boss. They saw a bright future ahead. At this moment, a younger brother pointed at the opposite direction and exclaimed, "Fuck, why are there so many people gathered over there?" Brush. Others couldn't help but look over there subconsciously. There were hundreds of people gathered under the Hentang Hotel, all standing upright in formal attire, looking like elite white-collar workers in the city. However, many of them had the wrong hair color, which made them look a bit weird. Seeing this, many people commented, "What are all these people in formal attire doing standing under the Hentang Hotel? Needless to say, it must be some big group holding its annual meeting at Hentang Hotel. I see it often? But who would have so many employees with colorful hair in Jaffa Group? It's obviously abnormal. You don't understand. Most likely they are some large construction groups. Their engineering departments will have some people like this to keep things in check. Otherwise, it will be difficult to advance the contracted projects. As soon as these words came out, many people nodded. This is a well-known fact. Nowadays, if you don't have some skills to build a building, you will die. Shen He and others couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Mix in society. For them, the ultimate goal is to do engineering, which they believe represents transformation and also represents money. Although these engineering companies are not important in the eyes of the real leaders in Songjiang, they are still something that these gangsters need to look up to. Engineering King Tianba, Engineering Ma San, who isn't a famous boss in Songjiang. Bang, Shen He poured himself a glass of wine, got up slightly with a slightly drunken body and said, "Don't worry, brothers, within 10 years, no, 5 years, we will also have a new world. By then, I will also let you guys have a meal at Hentang Hotel, whatever you want, cheers." Brush. 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 The other brothers stood up again. The scene opposite and Xian He's words made them begin to fantasize that they could make a name for themselves in the future. Yes, just as they were about to drink it all, a Didi, accompanied by a horn sound. An extremely dazzling convoy drove by, immediately attracting everyone's attention. It was a convoy with a luxury Mercedes as the lead car, several sedans followed by more than 20 motorcycles guarding on both sides. Especially the more than 20 motorcycles escorting it simply raised the appearance to the extreme. Wherever it passed, other vehicles quickly avoided it. In front of Hentang Hotel, hundreds of young men in formal attire immediately separated to make way for the convoy and lined up to greet it. Chapter 52. The shock brought by Qin Jiang, the change of mentality in front of the hotel moment, countless exclamations. Look, someone important is coming. Can you tell which group's car it is? 33888, the license plate is impressive enough. That's awesome. If I could have such a grand appearance in my life, it would be worth it even if I died. Handsome. Really handsome. Cool. Really cool. These are the upper class people, Songjiang belongs to them. Soon, the convoy stopped in front of Hentang Hotel. Brush, more than 20 young men in formal attire got off motorcycles and ran around in front as guards. Bang, Wang Tao got out from the front and opened the doors on both sides of the Mercedes-Benz with Sun Yuan. In full view of everyone, Qin Jiang, dressed in formal attire, walked out of the car, and Zhu Zheng got out from the right not far away. The diners at the food stalls all had a rough idea of the two men's appearance and were speechless for a moment. Young, indescribably young, around 20 years old. Fuck. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? This big shot is so young? Looks like he's only college age, but he's very imposing, looks extraordinary, maybe a second generation." Not only did the others have similar thoughts, they couldn't help but watch with great interest, as this would be a topic for them to brag about after dinner for a long time to come. Only Chen He and his dozens of brothers were all stunned on the spot with their eyes wide open in disbelief. They recognized the people who got out of the luxurious Mercedes-Benz Black Dragon, Qin Jiang, someone they don't want to mention, a group that can easily crush them on College Road, an existence they have chosen to forget. It appeared openly and it was such a shocking scene. Who could remain calm and not be shocked? Qin Jiang? Black Dragon Qin Jiang, and little Zhuge Zhu Zhang, God of War 49, are they all Black Dragon's people? How could it be them? How could they make such a grand appearance in such a short time? They brought so many cars, especially the one leading the way, which seemed to be a Mercedes-Benz. It's a top-of-the-line model. How much would it cost? They were extremely shocked when they saw Qin Jiang's Mercedes 400. Compared with the two broken cars they were driving, the Mercedes 400 was incomparable even if there were several cars behind it. Really, those who compare themselves to others will die. Shop around before you throw away. This, Qian He was speechless for a long time. He thought he had begun to look at the situation better than Qin Jiang in some aspects. A lesson was learned in an instant. Look at the brothers in school uniforms sitting and stepping carelessly, and then look at the brothers opposite who are wearing formal clothes and standing upright. Look at your two shabby cars, a bunch of bicycles, and a few motorcycles, and then look at the luxurious fleet on the opposite side. Look at my family eating at a food stall, then look across the street and go to Hentang Hotel for dinner. As for why I guess Qin Jiang went to eat, well, anyone who is not a fool can guess it. This moment Qian He was full of heroic spirit but also a little decadent. Gap, Qian He murmured, instead of being made smaller by myself, it has become as big as a chasm that cannot be crossed. In his eyes, the Qin River kept getting bigger and bigger, turning into a misty mountain that was impossible to see clearly and impossible to cross. Opposite, Qin Jiang got out of the car and did not notice Qian He and the others. Of course, even if he noticed them, he would not take it seriously. Instead, he walked directly into the Hentang Hotel. Hundreds of Black Dragon brothers stood on both sides and bowed their heads in unison. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. This made the security guards in front of the door extremely nervous. They were startled when hundreds of young men in formal attire arrived at the hotel entrance. These people looked abnormal. Some urban white-collar workers have dyed their hair in colorful colors, and some white-collar workers look extremely fierce. Now, seeing Qin Jiang's arrival with such power, he naturally became more certain. Who calls the boss? Brother something? Are you kidding? Are you here to collect protection money? Fortunately, when they were extremely nervous, the security manager's words came through the intercom. This is Mr. Qin Jiang's distinguished guest today. Everyone should maintain the highest etiquette and not make any mistakes. Call. The security guards all breathed a sigh of relief. Bang, bang. The security guards saluted Qin Jiang in unison. Welcome, Brother Jiang, Boss Qin. Welcome, Mr. Qin. Qin Jiang nodded calmly and walked into the hotel. His expression didn't change at all and he didn't give a tip like they did on TV. Different from Qin Jiang's calmness, even Zhu Zhang had some slight changes in his heart. He is smart and has enough sophistication, but I never thought in my life that I would be able to dine in a 5-star hotel and even rent a floor of it so soon. Not if Zhu Zhang was like this. What about the other younger brothers? When they first arrived at the hotel entrance, they seemed to be pretending to be calm and straight, but earth-shaking changes had already taken place in their hearts. Hentang Hotel, top luxury hotel in North District. When they learned that their brother Jiang was going to invite them to Hentang Hotel today, they simply couldn't believe it. In their eyes, Hentang Hotel was a place where only big shots from the North District could come to eat and a place where top figures came and went. Not to mention them, the student hooligans, even the top social bosses in the North District rarely came here. Today they are going to dine here openly, and they have booked an entire floor, the top floor. This, who can stay calm? Wang Tao and the others felt their heartbeats extremely fast and their brains went blank, but out of awe of Qin Jiang and for the sake of Black Dragon's face they forced themselves to remain calm, holding their heads high and following their brother Jiang into the Hentang Hotel without looking around. After all the Black Dragon brothers entered the hotel, outside Qin He reluctantly withdrew his gaze and drank a glass of wine alone, looking a little lonely and confused. The other brothers wanted to say something but couldn't say it. How could they remain calm in their hearts? As the saying goes, what is worrying is not the scarcity but the inequality. If you compare yourself to others, you will die. If you compare goods, you will throw them away. All the bold words, self-confidence, and pride just now turned into nothingness and even seemed a little ridiculous. A long time, Qin He drank another glass of wine and said self-deprecatingly, Jenny, what else are you not satisfied with? Why do you have to compare yourself with others in life? You have your own path, and following the rules may not prevent you from succeeding. He has his own path, which is different from yours. He vaguely guessed the source of Hei Lung's money, as he was also one of the participants in the chemical plant incident last time. Is there really no future in being in society? Is doing business more promising? No. I don't know how to do business. Bang. He smashed the wine glass hard, and his originally depressed mentality was swept away and turned into heroism again. He pointed at Hentang Hotel and said, brothers, look at how they can do so well. What are we lacking? Believe me, we can go there too in the future. As soon as these words came out, the other brothers echoed and recovered. Of course Qian He understood that it would be difficult to lead the team after he returned. Some people would definitely plan to leave and join Qin Jiang or choose other ways out, but those who stayed were the real team. North District. Inside a car, the second-generation rich man looked at Lu Ruyan and said with a smile, Ruyan, Hentang Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in the Northern District. The food there tastes good. I know the manager. Today is your birthday. Let's go there to eat today. Big guys, the new book is on the shelves. Please urge for updates, pay attention, give gifts, and give the author some motivation. Chapter 53, Hentang Luxury. Brothers meet the world. Inside the car, Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. Ever since she went to Xinjiang and humiliated herself last time, she has been threatened by Wang Tao to pay back the money. At first she planned to refuse to pay it back, but Wang Tao directly sent her a text message with her parents' phone number, her hometown address, and her class position, telling her clearly that if she did not pay back the money, he would notify everyone one by one. For this move, Lu Ruyan, who was extremely proud of her personality, could not accept this and had to mortgage and sell all her bags and jewelry. When the balance was not enough, she had to borrow money. After, she was overwhelmed by both her living standard and the pressure of repaying the loan. She could only continue to contact the rich second-generation men who were pursuing her to see if she could get something from them. Today she asked the other party to celebrate her birthday, intending to ask him to buy her an expensive birthday present and give her a red envelope, but Han Bing's stinginess made her feel helpless. The things he said were very nice, but he just didn't want to go to high-end shopping malls. Just finally I went to a shopping mall and my catchphrase was, "Not good looking, not for you, it's too cheap, not worthy of your status, you have to choose a good one for your birthday." "Don't worry, I will definitely buy you a good one today." When it was time to eat, he just said he was going to eat. She could sense that Han Bing had bad intentions and that the dinner was fake and he had other purposes, but could she refuse? No. She needed the money very much. She had to start paying back the loan next month and she had no money left. She had to get the money today no matter what. Besides, she was confident in herself. He smiled and nodded. "Okay. I'll follow your instructions." Han Bing laughed, "Just wait and see, I guarantee you will be satisfied, it's delicious and there will be a lot of it." In his heart, he had already rehearsed the plan again to be safe. That's all. The two of them were thinking about their own sins. Hentang Hotel, top floor. The decoration is extremely luxurious, with various calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls on both sides, as well as inscriptions by some important figures. On both sides are service staff wearing cheongsams, with slim figures and pretty faces, smiling with their big teeth showing and being gentle and elegant. When had Brother Black Dragon seen such a scene before? He kept swallowing his saliva wildly. When he saw the waitress in cheongsam smiling at him, he smiled back hastily, and his body became even straighter for fear of being discovered. Certainly, they didn't realize that this action seemed extremely timid and would make it clear that they had never been there before, but the service staff had received professional training and would not laugh easily. This could be seen from the fact that people were whispering and looking strange as they passed through the hall. Xinjiang didn't care about these. It's normal for some low-level thugs to behave themselves a little when they make the big leap to a 5-star hotel for the first time. It was not until the manager finished introducing today's dishes and led all the service staff out of the top floor box and the door was completely closed that the hundreds of people finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my god, this hotel is too luxurious. I think there are more than 10 elevators. Have you not seen those service staff? They are like fairies, with their pants open at the waist. Their legs are more attractive than those of the school beauties. With so many floors and such luxurious decoration, it must cost at least 1 or 200,000. Nonsense. No way. At least 2 million. Countless words that would make people outside laugh to death were spoken by the crowd. Xinjiang not only did not stop him but smiled calmly. 10 minutes later, the manager knocked on the door again and brought in the waitstaff, pushing the dishes in. Expensive dishes appeared in front of everyone. Lobster and abalone are common, bird's nest and shark's fin on the side. There were countless kinds of food that no one had ever seen before, which made everyone dazzled and dumbfounded. Waves of fragrance wafted in the air. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva again. To be honest, the food in 5-star hotels is not the most delicious, but it is much better than that in ordinary small restaurants. Basically, the food is delicious and tasty. At the same time, the manager continued to introduce the names and methods of several signature dishes, which shocked everyone even more. The extremely complicated procedures and the ingredients used made them feel extremely wasteful. I can't help but sigh. Rich people, is this how they enjoy life? Really, the happiness of rich people is beyond other people's imagination. Bang! Zhu Jingyi closed his folding fan and said, "Manager, tell me about the history of the hotel." The manager nodded and said, Hentang Hotel was built in 2005, with a total construction area of, designed by a famous designer, and a total construction cost of 100 million, which does not include various interior decorations. Wang Tao and others could not hear what he said afterwards. There were only 3 words left in their minds: frowny face. 100 million. The construction cost is 100 million. The number was completely beyond imagination. In their perception, decorating a house would only cost a few 100,000 or 80,000 yuan, and they had just estimated that decorating this place would cost 2 or 3 million yuan, but they never expected that it was not even a fraction of that. At this moment, they once again had a deep understanding of the value of Henteng Hotel, and were even more shocked by their own brother Jiang, 1 month ago. They are all school hooligans, at most they run some small business selling goods in campus warehouses to earn some pocket money. They just have a little prestige in the student circle of Shuiyuan Road, but who doesn't feel inferior? But only within a month, Qin Jiang led them to continuous development. He earned his first pot of gold by selling card readers, founded the Black Dragon Company, asked the school for support, contracted a chemical factory and confronted the security guards head-on, and not long ago he even made the security guards surrender and directly obtained a regular profit of 7 million. Today, they were asked to wear formal attire and come to this top luxury hotel to be the best of the best. Many of them had slightly red eyes. Brush, Qin Jiang waved his hand. The manager tactfully led the service staff to leave quickly before leaving. He scanned the area subconsciously. To be honest, he secretly looked down on the people in front of him. They looked like country bumpkins at first glance. Even in formal attire, they did not look like high-end people. Instead, they looked a bit out of place and were totally inconsistent with the group of people who would come to Henteng Hotel to spend money. He was the only one who looked at Qin Jiang. He didn't understand the depth of this man. Although he was young, he was very imposing. His facial expressions, especially the depth in his eyes, could not be faked. He was definitely a man who had seen the world. But these younger brothers all called him Brother Jiang, which was completely a name in the underworld, and I could vaguely hear the words Black Dragon. Hey Lung. I've never heard of this company in Sanjiang. Could it be a newly emerged underground force? Is it the second generation of society? No matter if they are second generation, or if they have worked their way up from the bottom, since they can spend money at Henteng, they are not someone I can afford to offend. I just need to make friends with them. He is self-aware that he is well aware that many people give him face as he seems to be in a high position, and even many people are willing to make friends with him, but everything is based on his title as the manager of Henteng Hotel. Once you lose your managerial position, you will lose everything. Just because you have met many awesome people doesn't mean you are awesome. You must always know your position, otherwise disaster will come. By the way, the ancient Chinese poems like in this book are not for show, but because the author likes writing ancient Chinese and is currently revising it, the subsequent plot will be mainly about business, and the frequency of girls appearing will not be too high. Lu Ruyan's appearance this time is a planned plot, and she will rarely appear in the future. Chapter 54. My brother Qin Jiang is definitely not a dark reptile. Inside the top floor, Qin Jiang sat in the main seat, Zhu Zhang on the left and Xizhou on the right, accompanied by several core members of the Black Dragon, including Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, and by Lu. Both sides. 12 dining tables were erected. There were 9 people sitting at each table, a total of 115 people. There were only 7 people at the main table. In fact, according to Wang Tao and others, they did not plan to sit at the main table, but planned to squeeze into the table next to them, but Qin Jiang directly denied it. There must be rules. It can't be a rigid rule. What's more, today is the Black Dragon celebration banquet. Wouldn't it be crazy to be so particular about the banquet? Being the eldest brother, one must know how to win people's hearts. Qin Jiang has this awareness, and he is not someone who gets carried away by success. With his experience in his previous life, he understands that brothers are the foundation at all times. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang said loudly, "With the help of my brothers, Black Dragon will hold a celebration banquet at Henteng today. Not only to celebrate the great success of Black Dragon's contracting business, but also to celebrate that Qin Jiang has you as brothers in life and death. Black Dragon is not only Qin Jiang's Black Dragon, but the Black Dragon of all brothers." Dry. As he spoke, Wang Tao handed the wine over to Qin Jiang, who took it and drank it all without hesitation. Zhu Zhang stood up and shouted, "Cheers to Brother Jiang, cheers." Moment, all Black Dragon brothers stood up. Dry. 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 Everyone drank the wine in their glasses to the fullest, and the feeling of being overwhelmed by the luxurious atmosphere of Henteng Hotel disappeared in an instant. They are Brother Jiang's brothers. How can I be stage frightened, afraid of anything? Especially the peripheral members who came to attend the party were so excited that they were trembling all over. Brothers in life and death. Brother Jiang acknowledges that they are brothers for life and death. Respect, unprecedented respect. The status gap among these student thugs is obvious. and those in higher positions do not take those below them seriously. In most gang groups, only the boss lives a comfortable life, while his subordinates are poor and just hang out in the circle. Some even just stick together to keep warm and avoid getting beaten money. Fortune, only the boss can enjoy it, the people below are all tools. This is also why the real big guys in society don't take student gangsters seriously. They are just a group of scattered sand. They can fight well when the wind is favorable, but they will definitely run away when they encounter difficulties. On the contrary, Xianhe's group is relatively good and they are very generous with their money, otherwise there wouldn't be so many followers. Qin Jiang is even more special. He did not distribute the funds evenly. Instead, he took the lion's share for himself, which resulted in stronger cohesion among his subordinates. What did he rely on? Personality. Yes. Maybe a little, but more importantly, the money he got was large. Even if he only gave out a portion, most of his younger brothers would get more money than Xianhe himself, and his development prospects were extremely promising. Money, this is the foundation for development and growth. He remembered clearly that in his previous life, Xianhe was stuck on the issue of money division and could not grow for a long time. Subsequently, a series of problems arose until it completely collapsed. Qin Jiang also noticed the looks of the people outside and knew that from today on he would have more loyal brothers. Naturally, he was happy to see this happen. The reason why he asked these people to come here today was to increase the number of core members. Converting these people into core members would also give peripheral personnel hope, thus completely activating the Black Dragon Company. Qin Jiang waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down, and said, "Don't waste time. Today is a celebration banquet. Let's talk about everything after we finish eating." I said, "Everyone can toast today, no matter how big or small." Eat, good. The brothers cheered. Immediately, they started eating like crazy. The food and drinks in a 5-star hotel were naturally delicious. Everyone ate with relish and enjoyed themselves very much. They commented from time to time, "This dish is delicious. The manager just said that it is made from that part of the fish, the soup is good too. The manager said it's made with water from a cold spring on the snowy mountain, and this, in less than half an hour." Most of the dishes on the table were put down and the eating speed slowed down. Then start the toasting mode. At first they did not dare to come and toast Qin Jiang, and only dared to toast Wang Tao and other key members, until Sun Yuan took the lead and said, "Brother Jiang, it is my blessing to be able to follow you. It is you who brought me to the top of the world. I thought my life was wasted, I would just eat and wait for death, maybe I'd end up in Paris one day. It was Brother Jiang who gave me a new life. He gave me the protection of the Black Dragon, a decent job, and hope. I've thought about what a girlfriend is. If I lose her, I'll find another one. Losing me is her loss, not mine. I drank a little too much today and talked a little too much. Don't blame me, Jiang. It's all in the wine. I'll drink it up." After saying that, he picked up a bottle of wine and started drinking. Good. Qin Jiang raised his glass and said, "Brother Qin Jiang, why should I worry about women? You will be very successful in the future." Qin Jiang said so. He also drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. See this scene, the rest were not far behind. Wang Tao and other core members took the lead and toasted Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Si Jiu one by one, and also said a lot of heartfelt words to vent their inner emotions. They have been suppressed for too long. This is what happens when you are not doing well academically. In today's era, the consensus among parents in Songjiang countryside is, among the 360 professions, only education can bring you success. Children who are good at studying will be called college students, which can make their parents proud. On the contrary, those who are not good at academics are useless in the eyes of their parents and other villagers, especially those students who have been doing bad things since childhood and have never been good enough to do anything, who are considered as scum in the eyes of the villagers. Now Qin Jiang brings them hope, real hope. They seem to see a road to heaven that they once never thought of or dared to imagine emerging before their eyes. Even, Bai Lu also toasted with a glass of wine. Today, many people called her Sister Lu, which made her feel very happy and her cheeks turned slightly red. 10 minutes later, after the first outside brother toasted Qin Jiang, the floodgates were completely opened. Countless people came to toast Qin Jiang. Most of them were so excited that they could not say anything. They only said cheers, Brother Jiang, and then started to show off. Qin Jiang welcomes everyone who comes, liquor, one cup after another. Qin Jiang had a very good alcohol tolerance in his previous life, and it was even better in this life. In addition, he had asked his manager to replace his wine with one with a lower alcohol content in advance, so he naturally would not get drunk. In the eyes of the brothers, Qin Jiang sat there like a mountain, unmoved, accepting toasts from all directions. The atmosphere reached a climax after they watched Brother Jiang drink their toasts. Pay attention to, unprecedented attention, let everyone benefit greatly. Call. Qin Jiang finished the last glass of wine and let out a long breath. Not drunk, my stomach really can't hold more. Fortunately, all the wine was drunk. He slowly stood up, holding a glass of wine, and walked to the French window, looking forward and overlooking the North District. Both sides Zhu Zhang and Sijiu followed and stood up. Wang Tao and others also came over, and soon there were hundreds of brothers standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Immediately Qin Jiang's voice echoed throughout the top floor. Remember, from today on, you are no longer bad kids in your parents' eyes, trash in your relatives' eyes, or social scraps or creepers in the dark. You're my brothers, Qin Jiang, the elites of society, the pride of your family, and the people who can stand at the top with integrity. Chapter 55, Brothers Return, Passion. Han Bing treats. Qin Jiang's voice became louder and louder. The final words had echoed throughout the entire attic, ringing in the ears of all the brothers and bringing tears to their eyes. Bad child in the eyes of parents, trash in the eyes of relatives, social scraps, crawlers in the darkness. Are you proud of being in society? No. I'm not proud, and to some extent I can't even say it out loud, and it's not presentable, but now Brother Jiang has given them status, a future, and allowed them to walk in the world with integrity. At this moment, they were no longer able to speak, and no words could express their determination to serve Qin Jiang at this moment. Aside, seeing this scene, Zhu Zhang couldn't help but nod his head. Brother Jiang's methods of winning people over are getting more and more sophisticated. Now even if I ask these people to go out and do something, I don't think anyone would hesitate. Certainly not. He also saw that Qin Jiang's words were true from what Qin Jiang has done recently. It can be seen that he does not intend to let the Black Dragon brothers have any stain. Zhu Zhang actually does not understand how it is possible to be completely clean in society. Can it still be called being in society if it is like that? It's just that everything is developing in a good direction, so he did not say much. Certainly he didn't know that Qin Jiang had decided not to get involved in society. Qin Jiang looked down at the scenery of the North District, looking at the prosperous areas and the beautiful landscapes, but did not look at the messy food stalls below. Standing so high, he would naturally overlook some things. Previous life, it took him 2 years to rise from the bottom of society to the top of this life. It only took him 2 months. Moreover, his path in this life is very clean, at least compared to the previous life. It was so clean that it was outrageous. He couldn't help feeling proud. There is a right way, have real life experience. There are hundreds of brothers. Qin Jiang, how could he be content with being ordinary in this life? How could he let his brothers live in mediocrity? Why not give him a good fight and do something big? At this time, he originally only wanted to run a large-scale integrated night market, but his idea changed. He had a bigger plan, a plan that may seem unpromising to many people but is just right for him now. A real estate one is about to soar into the sky, another industry about to fall into the abyss. However, for Qin Jiang, who was a prophet, he could have completely extricated himself before the abyss came, and could have quickly transformed into other industries, earning huge funds from real estate. The dragon is coming. What's more, Songjiang City that never sleeps alone may not be able to accommodate all of his brothers, and it may not be completely suitable. Real estate and Heilong are a perfect match for his brothers, and they are highly compatible. Soon Qin Jiang stopped thinking about it. Even if he really gets into this business, it's not the right time to do it now. The threshold for real estate is too high, and throwing in a few million won't even make a splash. His top priority is to quickly set up the night market and put Songjiang City that never sleeps on the agenda so as to accumulate a large amount of funds. Think of this. He said loudly. Within a year, I will make Qin Jiang's name known to everyone in the North District, and let the Black Dragon stand at the top of the North District. Gentlemen, can you help Qin Jiang? As soon as these words came off the Black Dragon brothers, who were already extremely excited, all had flushed faces. Talk, secondary school, it sounds a bit childish, but a man stays young until he dies, and what's more, they are in their prime. Brush, Qin Jiang raised his glass. Willing ones, do it. About whether it was Zhu Zhang, Sijiu, or the other 100 people, they all raised their glasses without hesitation. Without any unnecessary words, let's do it. Let's do it. Bang, Qin Jiang drank the wine in the glass and threw it hard, and the glass fell to the ground with a crisp shattering sound. See here, others couldn't help but smash their cups. Bang. Bang. Bang, the sound of breaking continued to echo in the top floor box. Ha, Qin Jiang laughed loudly towards the sky. full of heroic spirit. Outside, the 10 waiters standing there turned pale with fright when they heard the crackling sound coming from inside. Service personnel. No, what's going on inside? Is there a fight? Is it that intense? No one will be killed, will they? Service personnel B, what should we do? Should we go in and stop them? Is there really any danger? Service personnel C, you are crazy. The more than 100 people inside are obviously not decent people. Maybe there was a fight over the spoils. How can it be safe to go in? What if they see something they shouldn't see? They won't know how they died. We can't afford to offend such people. Service staff Ding, contact the manager quickly, immediately. He said anxiously into the headset. Manager, this is Xiao Ding. There is a serious problem on the top floor, come quickly. First floor. I in the lobby window seat. Han Bing very elegantly asked Lu Ruyan to take a seat. I know the hotel manager and asked him to reserve a private seat for me. It's hard to get a private room in a 5-star hotel, but it's a good place to enjoy the river view. The mighty Songjiang River is right next to it. Speaking of that, he pointed to the river not far away outside. Lu Ruyan nodded with satisfaction. She came from an ordinary family and naturally had never been to a 5-star hotel. Even if Qin Jiang was willing to spend a lot of money to invite her, she would not be willing to do so. She cares more about getting money and useful things. Of food cannot bring him much satisfaction, since it is not very popular to post on WeChat moments these days. Certainly, she still picked up her phone and started taking selfies. It didn't matter whether it was popular to post on WeChat moments or not. At least she had to take the picture now and it wouldn't be too late to post it later. There were some online social software now, but they were not taken too seriously among students. Seeing this scene, Han Bing curled his lips secretly. This location seems good and the river view is actually just average. What river view can you see from the first floor? It can only fool someone like Lu Ruyan who has never seen the world. I couldn't help muttering, you are a lady who pretends to be noble, simple, and cultured. You don't even know your own worth. You still want to take things from me without letting me take advantage of you. It's impossible. Today, let me, Han Bing, take you down. Of course, he smiled normally and handed over the menu. Just order whatever you want. Today is your birthday, so I'll treat you. Eat as much as you want. Lu Ruyan didn't hesitate to order some expensive-looking ingredients from the menu. Opposite, although Han Bing felt extremely painful, he could only pretend to be calm. Seeing Lu Ruyan was about to continue ordering, he hurriedly said, that's all. No problem. Go prepare it. Bring me another bottle of red wine that I have stored. He quickly handed the menu to the waiter. As for the red wine he stored, it was nothing more than some low-end foreign niche brand red wine. He said he stored it just to show off. When the wine comes, he can brag about it as much as he wants. Anyway, no one will know the specific value of the wine, and it can fool the vain girls. This method works every time he tries it. Soon the wine and food came, and Han Bing pretended to be a very gentlemanly person to serve Lu Ruyan, and explained his history of storing wine. Really, Lu Ruyan was listening with great fascination and looked at him with admiration. This time, the manager walked out slowly and said, hello, beautiful lady. I am the hotel manager and also a friend of Mr. Han. Welcome to Hentaying for dinner. Hentaying is honored to have you for dinner. Chapter 56. Qin Jiang's face. The two of them tug at each other. Hear the manager speak. Lu Ruyan only felt that everyone dining in the hall was looking at her with envy, which made her feel extremely happy. To be clear, those who could dine here were either rich or noble, the class of people she had long dreamed of reaching. Now she has become their focus, and the manager of a 5-star hotel has personally sent her blessings. Vanity, self-esteem, all filled up, the manager then said to Han Bing, I'll ask the kitchen to send some dishes to you too. Enjoy your meal. Han Bing nodded with satisfaction. There was also a change in Lu Ruyan's gaze when she looked at Han Bing. The manager smiled and left, secretly curling his lips. Another cabbage is being eaten by pigs, but what does it have to do with me? All he had to do was pretend to compliment Han Bing when he brought his people over, and then send him a cheap dish, and he could get a considerable reward. Why not do it? Just now the scene, Han Bing could clearly sense that Lu Ruyan was much more enthusiastic, and couldn't help but be satisfied with the manager's behavior. The $1,000 was not wasted. I can wash it tonight. At the same time, he secretly poured the potion he had prepared in advance into Lu Ruyan's cup. Come, celebrate your happy birthday. Well, okay, I'll put on some makeup first, and you turn around and hand me the bag, okay? Here you go. Well, come, cheers, thank you for your hospitality. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Ruyan didn't eat anything, she was mainly taking pictures. Han Bing was very excited to eat, damn. He spent so much money, so he must eat a lot, and tonight, he must eat. It's a bit hot in the house today. Soon they were almost done eating. After a round of inspection, the manager came forward again and asked, "How was your meal?" Han Bing, "Very good." Lu Ruyan, "Yes. Very good." The manager smiled and nodded. He was about to say something else when he suddenly heard the anxious voice of the waiter in the headset, which made his face change slightly. Without saying a word to Han Bing, he turned around and ran upstairs. Han Bing and Lu Ruyan were both a little embarrassed. "Han Bing, there must be something wrong. We don't have much to eat, why don't we go upstairs and rest? I'll book a suite upstairs." He felt that he could no longer bear it. "Top floor," the manager ran up panting. After listening to what the waiters said, his face changed and he walked forward cautiously, preparing to lie on the door and eavesdrop on what was going on inside. Just as the manager was about to crawl halfway, the door to the top floor opened and he lost his balance and fell inside. At the same time as the door was opening, Wang Tao and Sun Yuan both dodged to the sides. Bang! The manager fell to the ground and screamed, "Ouch! My old waist." When he looked up, he saw hundreds of pairs of fiery eyes staring at him, and he shivered involuntarily. Fortunately, in a flash I saw that although the room was a little messy and there were many broken cups on the ground, it was not as messy and bloody as I had imagined. He forced himself to stay calm and quickly stood up to straighten his clothes. His eyes fell on the core position and Qin Jiang said, "Boss Qin, I came to ask if there is any service you need. Hentang Hotel has everything." Qin Jiang pointed to the large number of broken wine glasses on the ground and said, "The broken wine glasses will be compensated according to the market price." The manager smiled and apologized, "Boss Qin, what are you talking about? It's just a few glasses of wine, and it's a slap in my face. As long as Boss Qin and the brothers are not injured, it's fine." He had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Joke, how much could a few wine glasses, even if they were items in a 5-star hotel, be worth? Could they be compared to Qin Jiang's consumption today? Besides, the people in front of him, Qin Jiang, were obviously not good people. Even if they really had to pay money, Hentang Hotel would not be afraid. But what about him? He was just a hotel manager. After leaving the hotel, he would be a worker with a high salary. What if he was targeted? The manager shuddered subconsciously. Anyway, he has the authority to exempt the wine glasses from liability, so why would he make enemies for the sake of the hotel's interests? Besides, the hotel industry is a service industry where harmony brings wealth. How can we offend people for the sake of small profits? Qin Jiang nodded without any surprise. The brothers behind felt that Brother Jiang was so impressive that the manager of a top luxury hotel could please him so much. "Let's go," Qin Jiang said calmly. "It has been more than 3 hours since we entered the hotel. We have eaten, drunk and talked about everything. There is no need to stay any longer and talk nonsense. Today's celebration is fake. Give the Black Dragon brothers a true heart and soul. We can tell from the fact that they were so cautious when entering the hotel and didn't dare to move around now that they are open, relaxed and natural that, if not completely transformed, at least their foundation has changed. From a gangster to an elite, today's goal has been reached. Everything awaits the future." Downstairs, the two were pulling at their limit. Han Bing kept persuading Lu Ruyan to go upstairs to the suite, but Lu Ruyan kept refusing and wanted to go shopping in the mall. Pull for a few minutes. Han Bing's face became very embarrassed, and he didn't understand why his medicine didn't work. Lu Ruyan on the opposite side was very sober and he was a little angry. He didn't know that Lu Ruyan exchanged the wine glass out of caution when he turned around to get something. "Fortunately, he didn't give me any strong drugs, otherwise he will lose his composure in the hotel," but the potion made his body get hotter and his temper flared up. Seeing Lu Ruyan refuse to pull him several times, he said angrily, Mall, you only know mall, don't think I don't know what you are going to do in the mall. Shopping, right? Buying things, right? It's all right. I, Han Bing, am not short of money. I have a lot of money. I can eat whatever I want in a 5-star hotel. I don't need your things, but you must go to the suite before going to the mall." As he said this, he was about to go forward to pull Lu Ruyan. Brush, Lu Ruyan stepped back with a slightly changed expression. She also noticed the change in Han Bing's expression and became a little suspicious. It should be said that being a green tea girl or a gold digger is quite capable. It can be seen that Han Bing is furious. Therefore, she didn't say anything else and was about to pee. I'm going to the bathroom first, and I'll go after I come out of the suite. Who is Han Bing? A rich second generation? A rich second generation who is very experienced. Even if he is not clear-headed, he guessed that Lu Ruyan was going to run and stopped her directly. Want to leave? Impossible. Come upstairs with me, you've had too much to drink. I'm going to the bathroom. The suite also has a bathroom. Don't be like this, I have feelings for you, but we've only known each other for a short time. You have to let me be prepared. What are you preparing for? You ate and drank with Lu Ruyan, and I gave you a red envelope. What do you think of me now? A rich man? Or one of your bootlickers? Either come upstairs with me, or I'll pay for the meal. I don't have any money, brother Han Bing, maybe next time. I'm really not ready, don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. Even if you are a win, I will make you a 6 today. He forced Lu Ruyan to go upstairs. Just at this moment. Upstairs, there were extremely dense footsteps. Chapter 57 Lu Ruyan's shock. Qin Jiang, it's her again? Sick at this time, many diners in the lobby were also attracted by Han Bing and his friend. Of course, no one came out to stop it, even the service staff subconsciously avoided it. Anyone could tell that something was wrong with the two of them, and some knowledgeable guests guessed the plot. It's another story about a second-generation kid and a rich guy, but both sides don't seem very mature. Just now I saw a woman swapping drinks. I thought she was quite capable, but now it seems that she is just that good. Who made so many vain people these days? People kept commenting on something. Anyway, whether Han Bing or Lu Ruyan, they are just clowns in their eyes and are the subject of after-dinner gossip. Just then, the sound of extremely dense footsteps coming from upstairs instantly attracted everyone's attention and made them look upwards. The next moment, they all showed an expression of great surprise. Just see. A dense crowd of people in formal attire came down from upstairs. At a glance, there were dozens of them and they were not at the end yet. What's going on? When were there so many people in Hentang Hotel? Which top group is holding a meeting here? But these people don't look like that. Instead, they look like social people, and too young. Bodyguard, someone immediately thought in this direction, and the fact that these people came down and quickly rushed to the elevator and lined up on both sides made everyone more certain, and they all looked in the direction of the elevator. Everyone knows it, the real bosses in the elevator, even Han Bing and Lu Ruyan, who were pulling, couldn't help but look over there. Their expressions changed completely. Han Bing, who is this big shot? He brings so many bodyguards with him when he goes out. He's more pretentious than my dad. Who is he? Lu Ruyan, the next person to appear is a big shot, right? Only a top-notch person can match me, Lu Ruyan. What's a second-generation rich man? Lu Ruyan, even if I were to be a bride of a rich second generation, I would never be a bride of a rich second generation. As for age, it doesn't matter. Under the watchful eyes of the public. The elevator door opened, the identities of the people inside were also revealed to everyone. First was the very humble hotel manager in front, and on both sides were Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Bai Lu, and others who were also dressed in formal attire. They quickly walked out of the elevator and stood on both sides. Immediately. 3 people walked out of the elevator slowly, exactly Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijou. The appearance of these 3 people made everyone stunned. No matter their extremely young age, or their brown bear figure, Zhu Zhang's small braid folding fan, and Qin Zhang's power, they were all too special. He was born to be the center of attention, especially when surrounded by hundreds of young men in formal attire. Ah, Qin Jiang. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth and screamed unconsciously. She looked at Qin Jiang in front of her, who seemed like a top figure, in disbelief, as if she was hallucinating. Yes, it's an illusion. Brush. She pinched herself subconsciously. Pain, it hurts so much, really, it's all true. Qin Jiang, the one who used to be his bootlicker, the ATM that he once looked down upon, the gangster who was destined to never achieve anything, the student who could only fight and was called a waste by the teacher, now has such power that he can make the manager of a 5-star hotel bow down to him and have hundreds of people follow him on his trips. What is wrong with the world? How did it become like this? How long has it been since Qin Jiang came to Songjiang? Half a year? How could he have achieved what he has today? Besides, why didn't I realize before? Qin Jiang is so charming, handsome, and seems like he was born to be a superior. Qin Jiang walked out of the hotel under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The younger brothers on both sides followed him only after he passed their positions, with their younger brothers always leading the way in front, exuding domineering aura. That's all. This moment, frowny face pretending to be cool, seems to be personified. Bang! Bang! Wang Tao and Sun Yuan blocked the revolving door. Qin Jiang and the other two stepped in, and the younger brothers quickly poured out from the small doors on both sides. So far, the guests then whispered to each other, "Who is this? Such a grand occasion, and still so young? Why have I never heard of him before? Which group's heir? It looks like it must be related to the project, otherwise where would all those bodyguards come from? But isn't he too ostentatious? He looks like a gangster? Don't tell me, he's not really a gangster. How many people in those industries are clean?" Obviously, they all regarded Qin Jiang as the second generation of some engineering group, or to be more precise, the second generation of society, the kind of second generation who had already made a name for himself. No one would believe that a young man in his 20s could become a big shot in society. Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, where are you going? Stop! Han Bing just came to his senses and saw Lu Ruyan running out and hurriedly chased after her. "Eat my food, drink my drinks, you don't even know the rules of the AB system. If you dare to leave today, I will report you to the police, saying that you drugged me and ran away with the bill." Lu Ruyan didn't stop at all when she heard this, and now her mind was full of Qin Jiang. She wanted to catch up with him and find out what was going on. Why didn't he tell her if he was so powerful? Why did he hide it from her? What did he think of her? If I had told her earlier, how could she treat him like that? Maybe we would have gone a step further now. So, it's all Qin Jiang's fault. She wanted Qin Jiang to apologize, to explain clearly, and to let Qin Jiang continue to be her boyfriend. Bang! She broke open the side door and rushed out. Comes into view. A luxury Mercedes was standing in front of the hotel's main entrance, and Wang Tao was opening the rear door to act as a guard to Benz. Luxury Mercedes-Benz. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened slightly. As a money diggers, she naturally knew various car brands. She was also basically familiar with the approximate prices, and when she saw the Mercedes-Benz for the first time, she knew it must be worth more than 1 million. Qin Jiang's car is worth $1 million. He was doing too well, wasn't he? What on earth had he missed during this period? Why didn't he know anything? Seeing Qin Jiang about to get in the car, Lu Ruyan rushed forward without caring about anything else. Qin Jiang. But before she could get close to Qin Jiang, she was intercepted by several outer brothers. "What are you doing? Get out of the way, don't stop me, I'm Qin Jiang's friend." Lu Ruyan struggled and shouted, but the Black Dragon brother still blocked her way and looked at his brother Jiang, waiting for a reply. Qin Jiang saw Lu Ruyan frowning slightly. It's her again, the White Lotus. That's all because of her, all jittery. What? It never ends. He also noticed that Han Bing, who had caught up with him, looked like a wealthy young man and guessed what was going on. It's just the same old routine. The green tea girl dates a rich second generation who wanted to belittle the former protagonist, but she never expected the protagonist to turn things around and slap the green tea girl in the face, making her regret for the rest of her life. Even the protagonist may have a brief romance with a green tea girl and develop her into his lover to satisfy himself psychologically, but these are the protagonists in the novel. Qin Jiang would naturally not do that. Woman, it will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. Chapter 58, Lu Ruyan chases the car. Qin Jiang completely despises and doesn't even look at her. Qin Jiang got into the car without even saying a word. Lu Ruyan's expression changed slightly as she shouted, "Qin Jiang? Why don't you speak? Have you forgotten our past? Forgot the vows you made to me, the promise that you would love and protect me forever? You have everything now, why didn't you tell me what you've been going through in the past 6 months? Why did it become like this? Qin Jiang, say something," she was shouting at the top of her lungs, filled with indignation, like an abandoned woman questioning madly. This moment, Qin Jiang turned into a man who seduced and then abandoned her. Rear Han Bing stopped walking when he saw this and didn't dare to move forward to continue pulling. He was a little angry now, but that didn't mean he had completely lost his mind. He knew what he could and couldn't do. Lu Ruyan obviously has some relationship with the current mysterious social boss. From what Lu Ruyan said, Qin Jiang may have pursued Lu Ruyan, so he naturally cannot rush out now. Just in case, if their old love is rekindled, he will be in trouble. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the hundreds of young men in formal attire again, showing what he thought was a kind smile and forcefully suppressing little Han Bing ahead. Qin Jiang just felt that Lu Ruyan's questioning was noisy. To this unreasonable, selfish person who only cares about her own interests, you lose if you look at her for even a second. In her eyes, everything revolves around her, and everyone else has to revolve around her. Bang! Qin Jiang got in the back of the car, and Wang Tao closed the door and went to the main driver's seat to start the car. Buzz, the car vibrated slightly. Qin Jiang, no. You can't leave. Lu Ruyan saw Qin Jiang struggling even more violently to get into the car. The recent changes made her a little exhausted and she was a little hit by reality. Once she thought she was a favored child of heaven, born to be the object of everyone's pursuit, but ever since Qin Jiang stopped giving her money, her life has become a mess. Although there is no shortage of bootlickers around her, there are very few people with real spending power. She has to maintain her image but cannot ask for money actively. Therefore, we can only focus on the second generation in society, but the lesson Han Bing taught her was different from those suitors at school who could be dealt with by just saying a few nice words. Even watching a movie occasionally was like celebrating the new year. Han Bing, go for a home run right away. Without seeing the rabbit, she didn't release the eagle. All the methods she used to be proud of were basically useless, and it became difficult to exit safely. In addition, seeing the earth-shaking changes in Qin Jiang today made him have a new understanding of Qin Jiang. Instinctively, she looked at the car that was about to drive away and shouted as if she had made up her mind, Qin Jiang, whether it was your fault in the past or my temper, it can be forgiven. From today on, I am willing to try to date you. As expected, Qin Jiang jumped out of the car in surprise and confessed his love to her, but the scene of them hugging and crying did not appear. Wow, the rear window rolled down, revealing Qin Jiang's expressionless face, especially his eyes of full of disdain, indifference, coldness, contempt, and even disgust. It was as if he saw a piece of dog shit and wanted to stay away from it in disgust, without any sign of ecstasy at all. This, Lu Ruyan. What kind of look is that? At the beginning, he was begging for help from everyone, and he almost picked the stars in the sky and gave them to me just to please me. You took the initiative to propose a relationship, but the other party was dismissive? No. Who among my family members understands? I gave the dog a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Boom! Wang Tao stepped on the accelerator of his Mercedes-Benz, and the luxury car roared loudly as it drove straight out in front of the hotel. The other Black Dragon brothers also quickly got on the car, and most of them caught up with the team on motorcycles. Brush. Several Black Dragon brothers let Lu Ruyan go. Lu Ruyan finally came back to her senses, and her heart twitched unconsciously as she watched the car driving away into the distance. Subconsciously catch up. Qin Jiang, stop right there, stop. Didn't you say that as long as I'm willing to be your girlfriend, you'd give me everything? I'm willing now. I'm willing, Qin Jiang, let's go to the movies, okay? Qin Jiang, I don't have your money, how can I live without you? Jiang Zi, bang, she fell directly onto the steps in front of the hotel, tears streaming down her face. The pear blossoms are wet with rain, so touching. It even makes people think that Qin Jiang is a man who has risen to prominence but then abandons his lover, and Lu Ruyan is a lovesick person. In the hotel, everyone came to the French windows to watch the scene. Who says rich people don't gossip? It's like a TV drama. It doesn't sound like that guy named Qin Jiang who abandoned her after having an affair. It seems like this woman was once pursued by the other party, but she disliked Qin Jiang at that time. Now that she knows how powerful he is, she regrets it. Wow, really exciting. I don't know what this woman is thinking. No matter her looks or aura, Qin Jiang is no match for this rich second generation. She didn't agree to be pursued by a figure like Qin Jiang, and instead flirted with this low-class rich second generation. She deserves it. Although, they don't know the specifics of what happened, but sometimes vague knowledge can inspire imagination and make people want to hear stories. Frowny face gold diggers fail to recognize true dragons. Okay, no, I want to be a rich second generation. Self-cultivation of the girl chasing the car. There is no doubt that many versions of this story will be told by these people in many gatherings in the future. In the word Qin Jiang also appears very frequently. There was no way around it, because Lu Ruyan almost used the word Qin Jiang as a comma. It appeared more than 10 times in just a few sentences, and it was also the first time that the word Qin Jiang appeared in the upper-level gossip circle. The waitstaff also gathered at the door and looked in, whispering to each other as they watched Lu Ruyan fall to the ground. The male waiter was especially silent. Would a goddess be so proactive? Shouldn't she be aloof and cool? The happiness of rich people is unimaginable. The manager frowned and said, "What are you looking at? Go back to work." If you continue looking at me, all your attendance will be deducted. Moment, the service staff left in a hurry without even watching the fun. This moment, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of regret. She regretted it. It's not that I regret not cherishing Qin Zhang, nor is it that I regret having a problem with my previous attitude. Instead, he regretted why he didn't grab Qin Zhang, a potential stock, in advance, and regretted even more why he came out with Han Bing today. 80% of the time, the other party was angry because he saw him and Han Bing arguing. He might really lose a potential stock, or even become a potential bootlicker of the big boss. Inside the car, Qin Zhang ignored Lu Ruyan's situation. Dog-licking plot. Love comes first, it will never appear in his dictionary, Qin Zhang said. Drive straight to the teaching building. I want to see Wu Yu. It's time for Black Dragon to have his own business. Dear friends, please support me, give me some free gifts, follow me, urge me to update, and add me to your bookshelf. Chapter 59. Lu Ruyan, I am a woman who has been cared for by an eagle, and the dog has awakened in front of the hotel. Han Bing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Zhang and others leave. After all, if Qin Zhangjian gets involved with Lu Ruyan or even gets involved with him, it will definitely be a troublesome matter. Fortunately, everything did not go as he expected. Then, seeing Lu Ruyan fall to the ground, his anger surged again, and he stepped forward to continue pulling him upstairs. Get up, no one even looks at you, and you really take yourself too seriously. You think you can climb up to such a person? You're honored to be with me. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. 10,000 yuan. You belong to me tonight. From now on, just be obedient and I'll give you 10,000 yuan every month. 10,000, in this day and age, it is not a small amount of money. Even the maintenance fee is enough. But how could Lu Ruyan, a high-end gold digger who refused to suffer any loss, agree to this, especially after seeing Qin Zhang's power just now? He used to be so arrogant even when he was a bootlicker. In his opinion, Han Bing was totally unworthy of him. He still wanted to support her. He was dreaming. Let go. Lu Ruyan's face was cold as she tried to shake off Han Bing's hand. I have nothing to do with you. You are just a nobody if you want to support me with 10,000 yuan. Han Bing, remember that a woman who has been cared for by an eagle is not worthy of a fledgling like you. You, haha, Han Bing laughed out of anger. Damn, a woman who is not even looked at by others dares to be so arrogant and despise herself in front of him. This is outrageous and a great shame. Han Bing's eyes were red as he said, Lu Ruyan, you're a bitch. You seduce men all day long and pretend to be pure. Today you have to do it, whether you want to or not. He directly intended to use force. Just at this moment, stop. A young man in a washed-out school uniform quickly ran over. He pulled Han Bing aside and stood in front of Lu Ruyan. What are you doing in broad daylight? Han Bing, who the hell are you? Young man, I'm Lu Ruyan's classmate. Su Ziyang, what are you going to do? I'm telling you, I'm going to sign up. As he spoke, he picked up the phone and gestured a few times. Oh shit, Han Bing's face was extremely embarrassed, but looking at the sober Lu Ruyan and Su Ziyang standing in front of him, he knew that he couldn't do anything today. He couldn't really kidnap people in broad daylight, as that would change the nature of the matter. China, it is a society ruled by law. He had no right to fight against the rule of law, and what he did just now was just to scare Lu Ruyan into submission. Good, very good. Han Bing pointed at Lu Ruyan and said, remember, I can't let you eat my food for free. Let's wait and see. After that, he ignored the two of them and quickly ran to the parking lot, stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the famous entertainment club in the North District, Buckingham. Seeing Han Bing heaved a sigh of relief and let go of the hand that was about to dial the phone. Su Ziyang turned to look at Lu Ruyan and asked, are you okay? Su Ziyang is also one of Lu Ruyan's bootlickers. It can be said that the frequency of his bootlicking is no less than Qin Zhang's. The only difference is that he has no money and is just a bootlicker and is also obedient. Today, Lu Ruyan arranged for him to wait nearby in advance in order to prevent Han Bing from doing anything wrong, and it turned out to be of great use. Lu Ruyan was still in a state of confusion and didn't notice Su Ziyang's strange expression. She just said arrogantly as usual, take a taxi to take me back to school. Remember, I want a private car, not a shared one. Also, my phone is broken, buy me a new one first. She raised her hand and shook the phone that had just been broken. Su Ziyang didn't reply. After a long while, he said, I don't have enough money in my pocket. Can I buy a PHS? No money, buy a PHS. Lu Ruyan subconsciously raised her voice and looked unhappy. She was a proud daughter of heaven and a woman who was cared for by Xiongning, Qin Jiang. How could she use a pager? What a joke! He immediately retorted, "No, I don't have the status to use a PHS. It's only used by poor people there and it's too cheap." Su Ziyang was silent. Immediately call and start borrowing money from your good friends. A decent mobile phone costs at least 1,000 yuan, which is a considerable expense for students, but for Lu Ruyan, who had always spent money lavishly, she didn't think much of it at all, even though she didn't even have $100 on her. That's all. Lu Ruyan and Su Ziyang waited in a pavilion near the hotel for more than half an hour before they finally collected enough money. During this period, Lu Ruyan kept criticizing Su Ziyang, treating him as a punching bag and not forgetting to criticize Han Bing. Even Qin Jiang became an ungrateful person in her mouth and was dumped by her. Opposite. Su Ziyang did not reply but lowered his head and listened silently. When his eyes glanced at Lu Ruyan, the image of the goddess who once could not be touched seemed to have changed and was collapsing. The white moonlight is about to break. Lu Ruyan did not notice anything unusual about Su Ziyang, or rather, in her eyes, he was not worthy of her attention at all, and she would not consider anything for him at all. After all, being a loyal bootlicker is not as important as money. Besides, she has had someone like Qin Jiang, who is rich, powerful, and loyal, so how could she care about Su Ziyang, who comes from a poor family? The two bought an ordinary mobile phone and took a taxi back to school. During the journey, Lu Ruyan kept complaining that the phone was too bad. University of Science and Technology. Su Ziyang was sending Lu Ruyan to the dormitory and then to the cafeteria. He hadn't eaten anything all day and was extremely hungry. In the cafeteria. He only bought 2 steamed buns and found a corner to eat them quietly, his mind constantly recalling the scene during the day. Lu Ruyan desperately chased Qin Jiang and begged for his forgiveness, promising to be his girlfriend and live up to her cold attitude. The image of the goddess was constantly collapsing. Looking at the steamed bun in his hand, he remembered how she had scolded him during the day. $1,000, is it a lot? That's a lot for him. He was forced to eat only steamed buns for the next 2 months, but the other party didn't care at all. If Lu Ruyan was still the same as before, he might be willing to do so, but after seeing that scene today, his mentality changed. In men's words, it's awakening. Of course, it is difficult for the ultimate bootlicker to awaken that night. If Lu Ruyan had just sent him a QQ message and said some words of thanks, he would probably have realized his failure. It can be said that once the QQ message rings, everything you think about is in vain, but there was no response at all. Until midnight, Lu Ruyan still did not give Su Ziyang any response. She was as arrogant as usual, occasionally showing him some mercy, asking him to do something, lie in bed. Su Ziyang clenched his fists and kept editing the message on his mobile phone with both hands, deleting and revising it, for a full half hour. He then read it silently to himself 3 times, with tears streaming down his eyes. Finally pressed the send button. The next moment, I covered my head tightly with the quilt, trying not to cry out loud, my body trembling as I shed silent tears. Beside the page on his cell phone, which had fallen on the bedding, was still on above. A sent message appears. You are a phoenix in the sky, and I am a sparrow on the ground. We are so far apart, I cannot possibly reach you. Marrying you has been my lifelong dream, but you already have a lover in mind. My queen, I withdraw, and this withdrawal will last forever. Chapter 60, Qin Jiang wants to lease the land and demolish the houses. Women's dormitory. Lu Ruyan returned to the dormitory with an embarrassed look on her face. No matter how her roommates asked her, she said nothing. Too many things happened today. Not only did her original plan to cheat some money out of Han Bing fail, but she also saw that she had successfully flattered Qin Jiang, and she was extremely angry and even a little resentful that he chose to leave so cruelly in such a humiliating situation. At the same time, she couldn't stop recalling the shock brought about by Qin Jiang's change. Lu Ruyan regretted, if I had known I would have paid less attention to him in the past 6 months, he would still be a lapdog, and today she could be sitting in a luxurious Mercedes and enjoying the constant presence of people. Then he said angrily, damn Qin Jiang, you don't even take me seriously when you're tempted by the outside world. Don't think you're that great. I, Lu Ruyan, am destined to be the best in this life and will surpass you sooner or later, that's all. Her emotions kept switching between regret and anger. Then, as if she had thought of something, she took out her suitcase and searched through it, but found nothing. Suddenly, she looked at her bestie and said, oh, by the way, I gave you a bunch of useless stickers last year, and there were a few photos in them. Do you remember? Find them quickly, quickly. The friend was completely confused by Lu Ruyan's expression, but seeing Lu Ruyan's crazy expression, she could only search. After a long time, he found a tattered cardboard box under the bed. Inside it was a bunch of love letters, most of which were written to him by Lu Ruyan's suitors, and there was a photo among them. Photo: Qin Jiang and Lu Ruyan took a photo together. The two of them were wearing school uniforms. The photo was taken when Qin Jiang failed the college entrance examination. For this, Qin Jiang spent thousands of dollars to buy a camera for Lu Ruyan, but in return the photo was thrown away like garbage. The photo that was once discarded like a piece of trash now makes Lu Ruyan cherish it very much. She carefully wiped off the dust, took out the book, put the photo inside and used it as a pillow. Several roommates were even more confused, but Lu Ruyan ignored them and just kept taking out photos to look at them. Several roommates whispered, "Didn't Ruyan go out to celebrate her birthday with the rich second generation today? Why did she come back so suddenly?" "Not sure?" "He's talking in a weird way, like he's been stimulated by something." "Why does the photo she just found look so familiar to me? It looks familiar to me." As they were whispering to each other above, Lu Ruyan suddenly leaned forward slightly, her expression slightly contorted as she looked at the message on her phone. I started to retch continuously. What's going on? Several roommates watched Lu Ruyan's actions in shock. What was going on? Could it be something? Lu Ruyan threw her phone on the bed. "You're not sleeping in the middle of the night and you're sending me disgusting messages. You quit. Why would you quit? What right do you have to quit? Who do you think you are? Qin Jiang?" Vocational College. Principal's office. Wu Yu personally poured Qin Jiang a cup of tea and jokingly said, "Boss Qin is so glorious. He gives money to his subordinates, buys cars, and eats in 5-star hotels. Even the bosses of large corporations can't get any more impressive than you." Was there something obviously hidden in his words? He was saying it deliberately. Who made Qin Jiang go too far? He only had 7 million in his pocket and he dared to spend over $1 million on a car, and even book a 5-star hotel. He calculated that he had probably spent a small portion of the 7 million. If he continued to spend at this rate, it would be gone in 2 or 3 months. Although he had never held any hope for Qin Jiang's Black Dragon Group, he didn't want to waste the favor, so he used a teasing tone to remind Qin Jiang to be more restrained. Qin Jiang knew it all, so there was no need for explanation. He sipped his tea and said, "Black Dragon has already started the next step of development. Here is the contract, please sign it." Speaking of that, he took out the contract and handed it to Wu Yu. Wu Yu, Sigma, surprised face, "You want me to sign something?" "Yang Bailao, you, brush." He looked down, his heart skipping a beat. Frowny face. Contract, quickly opened to view the content. The general content is that Heilong Company is preparing to contract the site opposite the vocational school. Contract fee, 300,000 a year. Contract period, 5 years. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Qin Jiang and said, "What inside information do you have?" Obviously, he thought Qin Jiang was going to repeat his old trick and only took the contract after knowing in advance that the house across the street was going to be demolished. Qin Jiang was speechless. He knew Wu Yu would be thinking this. Demolition? Principal Wu, you're screwed. That place needs to be demolished, and how will it be demolished? Even if the vocational school is upgraded to a university, how much do you think it can be demolished? As for building a building, if I could change the land use, I would build a small night market. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Yu's expression froze, and his old face turned slightly red. Obviously, he knew he was overthinking. The vacant land opposite the school has no demolition value. It will be of no use to the school as long as the vocational school does not expand. However, the vocational school will not expand at all in the short term. Even if it is to be upgraded to an undergraduate program soon, there will be a large amount of vacant land behind it waiting to be built. Not to mention that it is impossible for a vocational school to be upgraded to an undergraduate school in such a short time. Even if it can be upgraded, it would be fine if some relocation compensation is given. Just as two people were talking in the principal's office. In the corridor. Liu Yao and Lu Lily whispered to each other. Lu Lily, Yao, my cousin said he has already informed the director and he will definitely not let you lead the new students. Being a counselor for freshmen is too tiring, and I don't know why the school has to implement the reform plan to transfer you to another position. Yao, my cousin is so good to you. He said he had to sacrifice a lot of face to get the director's approval. I don't have such luck. It turns out that since the implementation of the WuYu plan, some reforms have been implemented, including upgrading the names of the original departments of the school and letting some younger college students serve as counselors, giving them the task of leading the class in a humane way. This is good for students, but very tiring for counselors. Lu Yao is one of them. She is about to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination, so she is a little too busy. Therefore, Lu Lily took this opportunity to ask her cousin to show her courtesy, and her cousin used various connections to find the director and ask for some benefits to intercede for her. Or, forget it. Lu Ya didn't really want to go. She didn't want to owe Lu Lily's cousin, Lu Bo, a favor, but she didn't want to resign or give up the postgraduate entrance examination, and for some reason she didn't plan to rely on her family. Let's go. Lu Lily took her and left. He kept praising his cousin's ability, saying that he was able to achieve his current success at such a young age without relying on his family and had a wide network of connections. He was completely different from Qin Jiang and others who became nouveau riche by relying on luck. That's right, the source of Qin Jiang's 7 million yuan in funding had already spread among the staff, and countless teachers and students were envious and jealous. Lu Yao was a little hesitant as Lu Lily pulled her along, following closely. She couldn't help but recall the scene of Qin Jiang getting off the car. I said to myself, I hope he won't be blinded by money and can take the right path instead of continuing to mess around. Making money too quickly isn't a good thing. Lily is right. Networks are more important than money in today's society. Aside, Lu Lily added fuel to the fire. Lu Yao, even if that upstart Qin Jiang has 7 million, what's the point? Can he help you? Even if he gives money to the school's top management, who would dare to accept it? Only elite figures like my cousin can get the school's top management to give them face. While talking, the two of them went to the director's office and explained their purpose. The director nodded without any hesitation and said, I understand the situation, but this is the plan set by Principal Wu. So, please come with me to the principal's office. I'll talk to Principal Wu and it won't be a big deal. Leading the two to Principal Wu's office. Chapter 61 Qin Jiang's reform plan shocked the principal, a bosom friend in the principal's office. After Wu Yu calmed down, he realized that he was overthinking. He couldn't help but say, I can contract it to you, but what do you want to do with that piece of land? It's extremely desolate, night market. Qin Jiang did not hide the fact that some things cannot be done just by knowing them, and that one must be forward-looking enough. Night market, Wu Yu frowned slightly, unable to understand in his eyes, the night market was a bit too trivial and could not be considered a business at all. All those college student startups were high-tech, and the worst were express delivery alliances or something like that. I couldn't help but persuade him, I heard the express delivery industry is good. There are students doing very well in the South District, and dozens of companies have already joined. It has great development prospects in the future. Why don't you do this too? There are many schools on Shuiyuan Road. Besides, if we want a night market, there's one on Shuiyuan Road, and there are several in the North District. There's no future in doing this. In his opinion, night market is still a place where some small vendors set up stalls randomly. Even if Qin Jiang built a night market on that piece of land, it is not clear whether the business will be good. Even if it is good, how much stall fee can he collect and how much should he charge per person? So he just brought up the express delivery industry. He had done some research on it and knew that express delivery had a bright future if it was done well. Qin Jiang refused directly. Express delivery was fine 2 or 3 years ago, but if you enter the industry now, you can only wait for the giants to acquire you when they fight, and the development prospects are better than nothing. As for the night market, it was not as bad as Wu Yu imagined. In later generations, Songjiang's #1 night market claimed to have daily sales of over 1 million. With a daily sales of 3 to 4 million. What Qin Jiang wanted to do was to establish a collective night market model with great prospects and would not just charge stall fees. Thereby, get ready for Songjiang, the city that never sleeps. He believes that the income of Songjiang city that never sleeps is much greater than that of express delivery, and it can even attract a large number of tourists. So, his commercial value and social status will be infinitely elevated, allowing him to quickly gain a high-level position. Maybe it can bring about the future ice and snow boom in Songjiang in advance. Of course, Songjiang city that never sleeps will not be built opposite the vocational school but in another location. By then, this night market will be dispensable. This is why Qin Jiang contracted the land for 5 years. Okay. Seeing Qin Zhang's insistence, Wu Yu said nothing anyway. Whatever he said was useless. Besides, he had already placed his bet on Qin Zhang, so why interfere? Just let it develop freely. If it can develop, that's the best. If it can't, there will be no loss. Current, his plan lies in school reform. Brush. Qin Zhang also saw the plan on his desk. He remembered that the vocational college was implemented a year later in his previous life, and the implementation was so perfect that the vocational college attracted the attention of the upper echelons and was upgraded to undergraduate level ahead of schedule. It seems, Qin Zhang murmured, it's my rebirth that has brought about the butterfly effect. Some things can't be done step by step. Some business matters need to be prepared in advance. At the same time, he pointed at the plan and asked, are you planning to reform the school? Wu Yu nodded subconsciously, yes. Vocational college development is too difficult and needs some changes. What are your opinions? He just said it casually, and after he finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing, and asked Qin Zhang if it was irrelevant to reform the school. Yes. The next moment he was shocked. Just see, Qin Zhang picked up his reform plan and kept commenting, this plan is great and will greatly enhance the school's reputation. These competitions are useless. They're a complete waste of time. Holding a competition for a vocational school like this won't attract any prestigious schools. We'll just become a laughing stock. Instead of doing this, why not just train a few students with outstanding skills to compete in the national skills competition? At first, Wu Yu was very calm and didn't take Qin Zhang's comments seriously. As he listened, his expression became serious. He suddenly discovered that many of the other party's ideas were consistent with his, and some were even more complete and forward-looking than he had imagined. He took out a pen and paper and began to write down his thoughts, saying, why not? That's right. Why didn't I think of that? This is the way to do it. This method is perfect for vocational colleges. Nonsense. These are all effective experiences summed up from the continuous reform of vocational schools in the past. How can they not be applicable? It can be said that they are plans tailored for vocational schools, especially the one that allows students to participate in the National Vocational Skills Competition. In the previous life, vocational colleges relied on outstanding performance in national skills competitions to build a reputation among national technical vocational schools and thus become a stepping stone to advancement into universities. A long time, Qin Zhang stopped attacking when Wu Yu was still unwilling to make any progress. Sometimes you don't want to tell the whole story all at once. Keeping it a secret can maximize your benefits. Speaking too easily would make the other party think that the matter was not serious. If the future development of the vocational college did not encounter any obstacles at all, how could Qin Zhang appear to have the ability to save the collapsing building? Is it bad? It's just some necessary measures. Bang! Wu Yu put down his pen and paper, looking at the filled document, feeling he had gained a lot today. His gaze shifted as he looked at Qin Zhang, as if he had met someone familiar with his situation. He asked, Qin Zhang, why don't you stay on campus after graduation? I can get you a position there, and you'll definitely have opportunities for advancement. Qin Zhang immediately shook his head. He had no intention of getting into officialdom. The water was too deep and he could be doomed if he was not careful. Furthermore, his path is to work in the business world with a bit of foresight. All right. Wu Yu nodded and was about to say something else. Sudden boom. Boom, there was a knock on the door. Immediately before Wu Yu could say anything, the door opened from the outside, and a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in with two women. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised to see someone sitting opposite the principal. He knew that Wu Yu was a serious person and many teachers were afraid of him. In addition, since he was currently in power and was implementing reforms, no teacher dared to step into his office easily. Only because he had a certain family relationship with Wu Yu and was the first one to come to the vocational college to seek refuge and run around, did he dare to rush into the office so rashly. And out there's someone in the office. He sat opposite me with a smile on his face, with tea in front of him. Although I couldn't see who he was from behind, I knew he was no small figure. He couldn't help but say, the principal has guests to entertain? Then I'll take the others outside to wait and report back later. Wu Yu's expression softened with some effort. Normally he wouldn't blame the other party for pushing the door open. After all, he was upright and had nothing shameful to show. But Qin Zhang happened to be right across from him and they had just discussed that his reforms in the school had to be steady and not hasty, otherwise there would be a backlash. He didn't believe that his prestige was enough to suppress everything, but someone dared to enter his office without knocking, which was really a slap in the face and made him look very unhappy. Fortunately, the other party will also speak to give him a way out. He waved his hand and said, "Director Wang, just tell me what you want to say. We are not outsiders." He also planned to establish a vigorous and decisive style in front of Qin Jiang, to let the other party see whether he could control the situation. Even though this method was extremely naive, even though Qin Jiang was just a student, he insisted on doing it. How to say it? He no longer regards Qin Jiang as a student, but as someone of the same level. Chapter 62, Qin Jiang's face, land in hand. Minor troubles, aren't they all outsiders? Director Wang looked at Qin Jiang's back in surprise. Who is this person? That figure looks familiar. Could it be a high-ranking official at the school, or a new leader? He must be a high-ranking official, Director Wang thought to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the nerve to cross his legs in the principal's office. He wouldn't even glance back when I and the others came in. Could it be that the principal is short-staffed and has transferred a crony here because of some reforms? A moment. He was thinking about all sorts of things in his head as he said, "This is what's going on. This is Lu Yao, our school's new intern teacher. She's only a senior and doesn't have much internship experience, but since she's of the right age, she's going to be the counselor for the freshman class. I think it's too risky. If something goes wrong, I'll be embarrassed, and I'm afraid it will bring shame to the school. I thought it would be better to let him continue to lead the old class. There is no shortage of other young teachers for the new students." Bang! He didn't finish his words. Wu Yu slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Shut up! The school meeting is about to decide on an implementation plan. What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? If you don't understand, you can learn. If you don't have experience, you can develop it. Why do you just quit? If she doesn't want to do it, who will do it? You? What's wrong with you, you? He wanted to ask Director Wang whether he had accepted the money, but due to their relationship, he didn't say it out loud, but his chest was heaving with anger. Slap in the face, pure slap in the face. He had just said that as long as the plan was correct, it could be promoted without any resistance, but he never expected that the first person to jump out would be his right-hand man. How could he not be angry? What's a trainee teacher? But what prestige does he still have if outsiders know about it? At the door, Director Wang stood there, his face flushed as red and purple as pig liver, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Shameful, pure shame. He had just boasted that it was a sure thing that Lu Yao would not teach the freshman class, but he was scolded. The atmosphere in the room was extremely depressing. Lu Yao and Lu Lily stood there, not knowing whether to leave or not, whether to speak or not. A voice suddenly rang out, "Old Wu, at your age, anger is harmful to your health. Drink some tea to calm your nerves." Just see, Qin Jiang, who had been sitting opposite Director Wang and the other two, stood up and handed a cup of tea to Wu Yu. "I'm sorry to embarrass you." Wu Yu took the tea and said a little embarrassedly. He didn't care at all about Qin Jiang calling him Old Wu. The brief exchange just now had made him completely accept Qin Jiang, treat Qin Jiang as a close friend. Regardless of whether his business can benefit the vocational school in the future, the fact that he has proposed a large number of improvement plans will allow you to show your talents. Wu Yu doesn't mind, doesn't mean others don't mind. Now Director Wang and the other two stared blankly at Qin Jiang as he stood up, his mouth wide open. They said in unison, Qin Jiang. Just now, Qin Jiang had his back to the three people and was blocked by a chair, so they didn't recognize him. Now that he stood up and most of his face came into view, how could they not recognize that it was Qin Jiang, the leader of Black Dragon, who was recently in the limelight on Shuiyuan Road and had hundreds of younger brothers under his command? Director Wang, Sigma, surprised face, Lu Yao, equal smiley face. Lu Lily is Sigma degree. Lu Yao, why is he here? He must have seen me in such an embarrassing state. Director Wang, he calls the principal Old Wu. He offered me a cup of tea and said sorry. What's the relationship between them? Lu Lily, why is the principal so polite to him? How dare he sit here so openly? The three of them were silent for a long time. Even Lu Yao, who was the least worldly wise, could see something was wrong. Qin Jiang seemed to have a very good relationship with Principal Wu, and they were even of the same generation and had equal status. This, so surprising, a promising vice president of a vocational college, a big gangster among students, the two have absolutely nothing to do with each other. How could they be related and how could they be so close? Could it be? Director Wang murmured, Qin Jiang's background is even deeper than I imagined. Even someone as well connected as Principal Wu wants to be his peer. Sure enough, the rumors are true. He had heard that Qin Jiang was not a small-time gangster, and that there was someone behind him whose background was unknown to outsiders. At first, he did not take it seriously, thinking that it was all rumors. Even if there was some background, it was nothing witnessed with my own eyes today. Let him change his perception, fearing that Qin Jiang's background is much greater than the rumors outside. Lu Lili murmured, "What's going on? Why do I have such a bad feeling? Is something going to happen again? Could it be related to him?" He couldn't help but look at where Qin Jiang was. Qin Jiang also turned around to look at the three of them, or to be more precise, he looked at Lu Yao with a slightly frown, a little speechless. Wu Yu was stunned and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Qin Jiang said, "Theoretically, she is currently teaching my class." "Wu Yu, why didn't you tell me about your class earlier?" "So, that Lu, what's that? Lu Yao, Wu Yu, hey, Lu Yao, you don't have to prepare to go to the freshman class. Just keep leading your current class. I have a task for you. Qin Jiang is a key student in our school, and he's usually quite busy. Please do your best to take attendance for him. At the end of the year, the school is going to select the 3 Good Students Award. You can submit your application, and I'll approve it." As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them were completely stunned and looked at Qin Jiang in disbelief. He, Miyoshi student, whose model student has hundreds of younger brothers under him. Whose model student is the big brother. Besides, just now, he said so righteously that he would never agree to let Lu Yao break the rules. But now Wu Yu is so proactive just because Qin Jiang knows Lu Yao. How could the three of them not know that everything was because of Qin Jiang? This, Lu Lili's pupils widened, and she pinched herself hard, grimacing in pain. How is that possible? My cousin begged and pleaded with everyone to get a connection with Director Wang, and it didn't work out. As a result, Qin Jiang, who had no knowledge of this matter, just stood there and took care of the matter without saying a word. Isn't this too outrageous? What's wrong with this world? Wu Yu ignored the three people's changing expressions. Whether Lu Yao went to teach the new class or not wouldn't affect his reform plans, so why not do her a favor? Besides, Qin Jiang was his training target, so he naturally needed some care. Lu Yao could just help him with attendance checks. Shake your head, he didn't think about that. He picked up the contract and looked at Qin Jiang. I'll have someone review and approve the contract, get it signed and stamped, and then I'll have your people. No, I'll have Director Wang deliver it to you directly. Then he handed the contract to Director Wang and said, "Go and give it to the staff for approval and inspection." Then he said to Qin Jiang, "By the way, there are many residents growing vegetables on that piece of land. You know how difficult it is to deal with the nearby residents. If you want the school to help you, forget it, just handle it yourself." Qin Jiang nodded calmly. Are the residents difficult to deal with? Difficult, extremely difficult, but for others, it really doesn't matter to Heilong. After all, Heilong is a formal company. Chapter 63. Lu Yao leaves and expands the finance department. Let's go. Qin Jiang waved his hand and turned to leave. As he passed Lu Lili, his eyes narrowed slightly before he turned to Wu Yu and said, "She looks quite energetic. Young people need to shoulder more responsibilities in order to grow. Don't you agree, old Wu?" Director Wang was stunned. In fact, it is still a bit strange for students to call their teacher young man even if the teacher is just an intern. Lu Lili, young man, add burdens to me? What burdens? The next moment, she understood what the burden was. Just see. Wu Yu was not surprised at all by Mrs. Qin Jiang's calm tone. Instead, he took it very seriously. He thought that people like Qin Jiang must be somewhat extraordinary and mature much more precociously than normal people. He was speaking to Qin Jiang as a peer, so naturally, he didn't take Qin Jiang's words as a joke. He simply nodded and said, "That makes sense. So, whatever your name is, go report to the freshman class tomorrow. Director Wang will be in charge of this matter. And if there are any responsibilities that need to be given to the young people, let them lead the experimental class. Any new plans should start with the experimental class. We should help them grow, right?" Lu Lili is Sigma degree. No, Director Wang could only nod when Principal Wu spoke so seriously. "Okay, Principal, I'll do it right away when I get back." Bang! Qin Jiang walked out of the principal's office and looked at the students hurrying to class outside. He couldn't help but smile. A new life is great. Heilong will also take off here and have its first industry, the Heilong nightclub, night market. Wu Yu watched Qin Jiang leave and sat down, waving his hand. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave too. Remember to knock on the door next time you come in. Okay. Director Wang took Lu Yao and Lu Lily away as if frost had hit an eggplant. Just left the principal's office, Lu Lily grabbed Director Wang's hand and said, "Director, I won't go to the freshman experimental class." "I won't go." "Director Wang, if you don't go to the principal's office, who will? Either submit your resignation or go back to work." Lu Lily, "Director, you can't do this, my cousin gave you." "Director Wang, shut up. I will return the things your cousin gave me. If you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful of your internship certificate." "Do you still want it?" Lu Lily was speechless. "Internship certificate, it is extremely important for normal school students to have teaching positions. Once any mistake occurs, they cannot accept it. Besides, even if they ask her to lead the experimental class, it is definitely a great use for her, and she cannot do it even if she appeals." But when she thought of the conversation between Qin Jiang and Principal Wu, she became completely desperate. She probably wouldn't have an easy life in the vocational school in the future. Snort. Director Wang snorted coldly. Qin Jiang's attitude just now made it very clear that he did not like Lu Lily, and Qin Jiang had a close relationship with Principal Wu, so as Principal Wu's direct descendant, he naturally could not have anything to do with her. As for Lu Yao, he said to Lu Yao, "From now on, just focus on Qin Jiang's class. If there's anything you don't understand or that involves Qin Jiang or Heilong, tell me and I'll handle it. This is your next mission. After all, Black Dragon is also our vocational school enterprise." Lu Yao nodded dully. Okay. Everything that happened today had a huge impact on her. She turned her gaze and saw Qin Jiang, who had just left. She didn't care what Director Wang said and quickly chased after him. Etc. Qin Jiang frowned slightly as he looked at Lu Yao standing in front of him. "What's up?" Lu Yao looked a little embarrassed. "Well, thank you for helping me today, but I still want to remind you to join the club," Qin Jiang said impatiently. "What a reminder, Lu Yao, who do you think you are?" "I'm helping you? Why should I help you?" "Because of the 2 pounds of flesh on your chest, because of your age, because you don't wash, cough cough, go away quickly, get out of my sight." He was really a little impatient. Damn it at the after effects of rebirth. Obviously, he had no involvement with any girls, but these people happened to meet him inadvertently. He, Qin Jiang, was not someone who relied on women to show off. It was absolutely amazing. It's a feeling of trouble that I can't get rid of. Lu Yao. She was a little at a loss after being scolded by Qin Jiang. Her eyes were a little misty because of the glasses. Combined with her bookish look and delicate face, she looked really pitiful. Seeing this, Qin Jiang really wanted to slap him. Crying. Purely crazy. What's the matter? Pure Saint must change herself. Immediately out he walked straight past Lu Yao and headed towards Black Dragon Company. Lu Yao stood there for a long time, unable to stop her tears from flowing, but she forced them back. She didn't know what was going on with her. Why did she always want to help Qin Jiang even though she had no contact with him? Is it really just because he was rescued? Not necessarily. That incident was at most a trigger. What really made her unforgettable was Qin Jiang's state and style. It was completely different from the education she had been exposed to since childhood. The collision of the two environments produced a chemical reaction. After a moment, she made up her mind and returned to the office to write her resignation letter. Qin Jiang just stepped into Black Dragon Company. "See you," by Lu, hands on her hips, holding a document, questioned a younger brother. "Is that a tumor on your head? Look at the document you were asked to draft. What did you do? You even type in pinyin. You can type the pinyin but not the characters? Or at least you can't use a dictionary." The tone is very rude, but Qin Jiang found it more pleasing to the ear. "Really," Qin Jiang murmured, "some things are ingrained in us and cannot be easily changed." It seems that leading the Black Dragon brothers on a smooth and prosperous path is a long and arduous journey. He sat in the main seat. Wang Tao handed Qin Jiang a glass of water, and after he drank, Bai Lu finished her questioning. "Go ahead. I'm selecting someone to do it again." "Okay, Sister Lu." The little brother, who was just extremely depressed, ran out happily. Bai Lu was both angry and amused. She was angry because this little brother didn't take this seriously at all and had no plans at all. She was amused because the word Sister Lu completely controlled her and she couldn't stop smiling. Everyone in Black Dragon knew that no matter how angry Bai Lu was, she would calm down by half as long as she called her Sister Lu. Alas! Bai Lu couldn't help but sigh. Why is there no one willing to join the finance department? I can't even recruit anyone. Qin Jiang looked at Bai Lu and said, you don't have to pick from the core brothers. You can also pick from the outer brothers, even if they are not from the Black Dragon. You can find a suitable one in school and recruit them. The Black Dragon will pay them according to the market price plus 10%. Bai Lu solemnly stated to Qin Jiang, Brother Jiang, you don't understand the many complexities of finance. Once an outsider gets hold of something, you'll be doomed. You must rely on your brothers. I plan to divide Black Dragon's finances into several levels. Some will be responsible for overt business, others for covert business, and even others for tax collection. Chapter 64 Bai Lu reports, if you don't move within 3 days, you will bear the consequences. Just see. Bai Lu became more and more excited as she spoke, and her mind was already recalling the time when she had joined a training class recommended by a classmate some time ago. Plot a trainer, I'd like to teach you how to reconcile accounts, prepare financial statements, and do tax accounting. Student, no. Trainer, then how about I teach you how to manage your finances properly and take inventory? Student, I don't want to learn. Trainer, then I'll teach you how to cook the books, evade taxes, and use public funds for personal gain. Student, just learn this. After learning, student, teacher, you were so kind and generous. How can we repay you? Trainer, what's there to talk about repaying? Once you leave this school, I will no longer be your teacher. Just don't betray me if anything happens. Student, thank you, teacher. Bai Lu took it for granted that the Black Dragon Company model would involve paying 20,000 yuan for these things. I plan to go to study tomorrow, so I want to select financial talents in Heilong to study with me. Pity, I haven't found anyone with talent yet. Opposite, Qin Jiang, he watched as he became more and more excited while Bai Lu frowned. He never expected that Bai Lu would say such a thing. He really had no idea what was going on in the other person's head. Boom. Boom, Qin Jiang knocked on the table twice to bring Bai Lu back to her senses. He looked across at her and said solemnly, remember, Black Dragon won't be involved in those things. All taxes must be paid as normal. Bai Lu nodded. I understand. Apparently, there won't be any mistakes. That awesome teacher said he just studied at a high-end school in Tilankio, so nothing will go wrong easily. Easy, nothing will happen. Qin Jiang almost lost his temper. Bai Lu, who looked incredibly innocent, or what could be said, innocent in some way, couldn't help but look serious. I'll tell you again, Black Dragon won't do business in secret. All of Black Dragon's business will be done in the open. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. The above words are not advice, but a notice. Remember? Heilong is a formal company. Bai Lu, I couldn't help but look back at the guard standing outside the door, and recalled the scene of Qin Jiang surrounded by people. This is a formal company, but seeing Qin Jiang's stern expression, he couldn't help but feel nervous. His excitement just now turned into nothingness and he lowered his head. Oh, I see. Repeat 3 times. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Go ahead. Qin Jiang was too lazy to pay attention to Bai Lu and let her figure it out on her own. Anyway, he was in charge of the Black Dragon system. Bai Lu walked out of Heilong Company. It was not until a gentle breeze blew over her that she felt slightly refreshed. Although she didn't know why Qin Jiang disagreed with her approach, she didn't dare to object. It seems. Bai Lu murmured, I need to change my previous plan, but having a knife but not using it is different from not having one at all, so I have to prepare for a rainy day. Immediately join the training class without hesitation. Yes. My grades are outstanding and I am among the best in the training class. The training teacher has praised me many times and said that I will surpass my teacher. After leaving the army, Bai Lu left the training class, looked back at the inconspicuous place with the word training and counseling, and silently picked up the phone. Hey, yes, I want a report. The location is, there are 2 flowers, each representing 1 branch. After Bai Lu left, Qin Jiang said to Zhu Zhang, who had just come in, the land across the street has been contracted and the contract will be delivered soon. How about the people you recruited? Zhu Zhang nodded. We've almost recruited some laborers. We've also contacted a few companies to rent some large machinery. We'll be able to officially start work in 3 days. That's right, Qin Jiang did not plan to outsource the construction of that piece of land, but planned to let Heilong do it himself first. Although this night market is completely different from other Songjiang night markets, it is not too difficult. Second, I plan to take this opportunity to let Heilong get involved in the construction industry in advance, laying the foundation for entering the real estate industry in the future. Point 3, no 3. A Tao exist. Wang Tao stood on one side and answered with his body straight. Qin Jiang pointed to the vacant lot across from the vocational school and said, "There are some people nearby who are growing vegetables and fruits there right now." Wang Tao understood. Qin Jiang, what do you understand? Wang Tao, I'll take my brothers to pull out all those vegetables. Anyone who doesn't obey will be beaten. I guarantee that the mission will be completed. Qin Jiang, Heilong is a legitimate company. Don't just keep beating them up. First, put up a sign and give them 3 days to prepare and remove everything from the land. Wang Tao, what if they're not going to move in 3 days? Qin Jiang, either leave with dignity, or help them leave with dignity. Wang Tao, understand. He nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Opposite to Vocational University, the vacant land is huge. As a newly developed area, there's a lot of vacant land, but there are very few such large plots. It can only be said that Vocational College once had considerable influence. Unfortunately, the subsequent promotion of the principal was weak, and now he can only rise slowly and wait for the opportunity to be promoted to the 3rd level. On the open space. A large number of fruits and vegetables are grown here. This kind of thing is extremely normal in Shuiyuan Road and even in most places in the North District. Not to mention vacant land, even in newly built communities, there are a large number of relocated households growing vegetables in the community gardens, and there are even many people raising chickens, ducks and geese in the corridors. There is no shortage of people who like to take advantage of others no matter where you are. In front of the open space. A dozen people, young and old, were fiddling with fruits and vegetables. The vegetables are growing well this year. The cabbages will be harvested soon. If we keep them in the cold, we can sell them for a lot of money. Not really. Look at how lush the radishes are. Many are ready to be picked. I'll have my husband contact merchants to buy them today. Those honest women who have land but don't farm it are just giving it away to our Wu family. How wonderful, Wu family. They are not a big family, but just normal villagers. They have some status in the countryside because they can have children and stay together. Usually, the whole family likes to take advantage of small things. The mentality that they could get a bargain by moving into the building with the money they got from the demolition has not diminished at all. Not only did they grow some vegetables in the community, they also directly occupied the vacant land opposite the Vocational University. All year round, I plant whatever I can. I have made a lot of money from this land over the years. Instead of being ashamed of it, I feel proud of it and show it off wherever I go. Initially, some school leaders also came forward to stop them, but they acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and their attitude of doing whatever they want left the school leaders helpless. In addition, they did not take the land seriously, which allowed the Wu family to get the upper hand. Ah! A woman pointed to the distance and said, "Whose children are they? Why have I never seen them before? What are they planting in our vegetable garden? Go and take a look." Others also looked over and saw several young men holding wooden boards and sticking them in front of the vegetable patch. They quickly gathered around and saw a piece of white paper taped to the wooden board. It clearly read, "This 121 mu piece of land has been assigned to the Black Dragon Company. Anyone on this land that doesn't belong to the Black Dragon Company must vacate it within 3 days. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Chapter 65 Songjiang River, Future Territory. What the hell? They were confused when they saw the note stuck on the wooden board. Black Dragon Company? What Black Dragon Company? Isn't this land owned by the Vocational College? How did it become the property of Heilong Company? They were even told to move out within 3 days. Seeing Wang Tao and his companions about to leave after posting the stickers, a middle-aged woman hurriedly shouted, "Hey, what are you doing with these stickers? What's the meaning?" Literally. A little brother came up with it. The middle-aged woman yelled at the top of her lungs, "Who are you talking to, little bastard? You can't even speak properly when I ask you a question." The younger brother's face turned cold, and his eyes became extremely cold due to years of fighting. "If you say another word," if Qin Jiang had not already explained that all Heilong employees were not allowed to cause trouble without reason or violate the law, and he had memorized many legal provisions, he would have gone up and given the sour-faced woman a slap on the back a long time ago. "Damn it, who are you talking to?" Northeastern dialect expresses anger and disdain when faced with provocation. Gulp, the middle-aged woman swallowed and took a step back in fear. Rear. A young man said, "Why, you still want to hit someone? Aren't we just asking about the situation? I'm telling you, have you seen the school across the street? It's a vocational university. The entrance is full of surveillance cameras and there are security guards. If you try to attack, you will suffer the consequences." "Oh." Wang Tao glanced at the young man. "You seem to understand the law quite well, don't you? But you're just blind and can't read. How come you've never been to school? You're illiterate." He pointed at the wooden board and said, "Look carefully, this piece of land was contracted by the vocational school to Heilong Company." That's Heilong where we work. The current Heilong boss, the chairman, you know. He's kind-hearted and considerate of you. I'll give you 3 days to remove all this stuff from the land. After 3 days, I can take the land back. You understand?" He simply explained it to these people in plain language. After all, Qin Jiang also said that Heilong is a formal company, so it is normal to use courtesy first and then force. What? The land will be taken back in 3 days? How could a dozen men and women not realize that the land they had owned for several years was about to be lost? How can we make them accept it? "We can't take them." "How can you take them?" a middle-aged woman shouted. "These are the fruits and vegetables we worked so hard to grow. How can we sell them if you take them all? Some of them are not even ripe yet," an old woman said. "You can't even take them back even if they're ripe. They're my lifeblood. Why should you?" "Why," Wang Tao said calmly, "we have the right to do so. Remember, 3 days, just 3 days. If we don't move after 3 days, humph." He was too lazy to talk nonsense and just took his people away. The people of the Wu family were so angry when they saw Wang Tao and the others leave that they stamped their feet and didn't know what to say. They wanted to step forward to argue, but they were afraid of being at a disadvantage, but they didn't dare to do so, seeing that Wang Tao and the others were quite a number of people and none of them looked like good people. Middle-aged woman, what should I do? The old woman said, "We can't let them take back the land. I worked hard for a year and didn't make much money." Finally, the oldest man said, "Quick, call Wu Lao San and have him notify the Wu family council." "Good." The young man nodded and immediately made a phone call. In vocational university, Qin Jiang stretched and walked outside. When the 10 younger brothers saw Qin Jiang, they immediately stood up and greeted him. Qin Jiang waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need to do so. "Brother Jiang." Sun Yuan stepped forward and asked, "Are you going out?" Qin Jiang nodded, "I want to go out for a walk." Sun Yuan immediately picked up the phone. "Brother Jiang is going out, preparing to drive a Mercedes-Benz, and is following 2 cars and 10 motorcycles. Stop." Qin Jiang stopped him and said, "Just drive a Mercedes." Although pretending to be low-key in Song Jiang is a foolish act, pretending to be high-profile is definitely not a good thing. Countless heroes died because of pretending to be high-profile. He had seen too many such scenes in his previous life. Before, the reason for being so high-profile twice was to give the brothers under him confidence, courage. Now that the Black Dragon brothers no longer think of themselves as unknown and low-level beings, there is no need to act so pretentiously every time they go out. "Just one." Sun Yuan hesitated and said, "Wouldn't that be too little, Brother Jiang? Not only would it not highlight Brother Jiang's status, but if someone were to attack Brother Jiang, wouldn't there be no one to help? And he can't be without help when he's out." Zhu Zheng came out from the back and said, "Let's drive too. Sijou can't take the Mercedes, so drive the SUV over and take 3 or 4 of the brothers with him." Qin Jiang looked at Sijou, who had just been snoring, and came out. He couldn't help but smile and nodded. Sun Yuan immediately ordered, "Drive the Mercedes and the SUVs over here." He then looked at the 10 guards and pointed at 3 of them, "You guys follow." "Okay." The 3 of them nodded happily. These days, being able to follow the boss will definitely give you more opportunities for promotion. This can be seen just by looking at Bai Lu. Not long after joining Black Dragon, her status continued to rise because of Brother John's appreciation. Soon, two cars drove out of the vocational university and headed straight for the river. Songjiang, the most prosperous place, is undoubtedly the riverside. The most common words spoken by people in Songjiang are, "I'm having a good time today. Let's go for a stroll along the river. It's really annoying. Let's go to the river to relax. Let's go to the river. I didn't do anything." When I got to the riverside, I just sat on the steps and looked at Songjiang River quietly. This is the romance that belongs only to the people of Songjiang. Xinjiang, Zhujiang, and Sizhou stood by the river, looking at the calm Songjiang River in front of them. Behind them, Sun Yuan and a few of his brothers leaned against the car, smoking and looking around from time to time. Of course, there was nothing to see. This area is not a prosperous area on the Songjiang River. It belongs to the North District Riverside area. It is not prosperous but even a bit desolate. There is garbage on the ground and the river water is a bit turbid. It is only during the Ice and Snow Festival every year that this place will be a little popular, and some people will come here to skate. Now that winter has not yet arrived, it is almost deserted. Ahead, Sizhou picked up a stone and threw it hard. Whoosh, the stone rose and fell in the water, skipping more than 10 times before it was completely submerged in the river. Sizhou threw again and had a lot of fun. The 2 iron balls in his hands did not move, and there was a happy expression on his face. Unfortunately, his happy smile made his face look more ferocious. Distance. An old man was picking up shells with his child. Sudden, the child was so frightened that he trembled all over and threw the shell on the ground and crawled into the old man's arms. "Grandpa, run, there is a monster, bad guys." "How can there be bad guys in broad daylight?" the old man said as the child pointed in the direction. Just then, Sizhou turned around and his expression changed drastically. "Fuck, which prison did this guy escape from?" He straightened his hunched body, picked up the child and ran towards the bridge without hesitation. 49. What the hell? They're running so fast like 2 mice. Chapter 66, Planning for the Future City. Wu family fights for land. At this time, Xinjiang and Zhujiang could not help but look at each other and smile in silence. There's nothing you can do about it. Sizhou's appearance makes it obvious that he's not a good person. I guess people would believe if they say he has committed some murders. Shake your head. Zhu Zhang turned his gaze towards Songjiang and then looked back at the vast open space beside the river. A hint of thought crossed his eyes as he said, "Brother Jiang, this piece of land is the Songjiang city that never sleeps that you were planning." Xinjiang nodded. This piece of land is exactly where he wants to build the future Songjiang city that never sleeps area. Even though Songjiang is only a second-tier city, the urban area has been almost developed and there is no place left for large-scale development. If the city that never sleeps is established as a suburb, it will be a dead end. After much thought, the best area is this piece of land. It is located at the intersection of the South District, North District, and the Riverside, and is very suitable for both the ice and snow theme and the construction area. If the development of the North District had not been hindered, this piece of land would have been coveted by many people long ago, even though many people were pessimistic about it. If I remember correctly, Xinjiang thought to himself, this land was contracted to an ice and snow theme park a few years later. Unfortunately, the company was in disarray, the management was lenient, and the facilities were poor. Even when the Songjiang Ice and Snow Theme Park was booming, it never caught on. It was a complete waste of this land. I have to contract this piece of land as soon as possible, but the procedures are probably not simple. Land, very desolate, the soil quality also makes it impossible to build commercial buildings, so it has no commercial value at all, but it will not be contracted out casually. If you want to contract it yourself, you have to use some means. An hour later, after inspecting the land, Xinjiang chose to leave. Current, what he wanted to do was the night market, and this time he came out just to plan ahead, since there was nothing else to do anyway. Just because he is fine doesn't mean Zhu Zhang and others are fine. Black Dragon is undergoing crazy reforms as it is about to build a night market. A construction department has been set up internally and Zhu Zhang is temporarily in charge, assisted by Wang Tao and Sun Yuan. Some brothers are also being asked to familiarize themselves with various large-scale machines. Although the Black Dragon Society recruits drivers and normal migrant workers, its own people also need to have some knowledge, otherwise, how can we talk about management? Fortunately, there are many talented brothers under Heilong. If they read books and learn, they will be better than the other in zipper making. If they learn some strange mechanical things, they will be very cool in playing with them. In Wang Tao's words, every country kid grows crops. At 10 years old, they can drive their own tractor to haul corn. Monkey, that guy can't do anything. not to mention tractors, cranes, and excavators. He can earn a few thousand yuan a month driving a car without going to college and have enough food and clothing. But he thinks diplomas are very important and says that without one, he's not worthy of his xiaro. At this point, he quickly shut up. Sun Yuan, the monkey, smiled and patted his shoulder without saying anything. It's nothing, it's all in the past. Wang Tao, I knew you weren't the stingy type. It's just, oh, it hurts, don't crack your fingers. Can you, the big brother, not be so rude? Sun Yuan, I'm rude, so what? A few minutes later, the two stopped fighting and continued to pick out brothers with skills. They then went to communicate with the new workers and began to familiarize themselves with the large machinery that had been brought in advance. Zhu Zhang is busy coordinating the overall situation and directing the steady progress of all matters. For a startup company, just keeping track of employee records, salary matters, welfare benefits, clocking in, etc. is very cumbersome. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Brother Jiang always talks about promoting talents. Fortunately, there is no shortage of people with management talent in the company. This is a good opportunity to see who can be used. The Black Dragon is steadily improving his preparations for work begin. In a residential area, in the first floor garden, about 40 or 50 people gathered here, including old and young, men and women. If you look closely, you can find that many of them look similar. They are all members or relatives of the Wu family. Passers-by avoid them when they see them. Wu family, it has a very bad reputation in several nearby communities. They are completely bastards who don't take advantage of opportunities when they have none, pure villains who try to take advantage of opportunities when they don't have any, lazy men and women, and troublemakers. How to say it, if you mess with his family, you will be attacked by these 40 or 50 people, just like a dogskin plaster, extremely difficult to deal with. In recent years, they have used rogue means to occupy the community garden as their private space, raise chickens, ducks, geese in the corridor, etc., making the community a mess and angering both humans and gods. The security team came many times. These people start by crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to hang themselves. Even if they are caught and released, they will still do the same and will even become more aggressive and make trouble for those who report them. In the end, no one dared to report it and they could only let it go. That's all. They unscrupulously occupied the vacant land in the community until they extended their hands to the vacant land of the vocational college. Relying on their large numbers and difficult means to deal with them, relying on the fact that the school leaders were too lazy to pay attention to them, and relying on the fact that the security team established in the new district was too lazy to intervene, they have been doing this for 4 or 5 years, and the area of their cultivation has been getting larger and larger, now reaching more than 100 acres. The crowd was talking. Why did you call us here? I just took the free bus to the pharmacy 13 miles away to get free eggs. I'm busy too. The corn has just been harvested from old Wang's field, and my wife and I are breaking it. Uncle San, I just got a dog, Fatty, so it's a good time for us to have a drink together today. They looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the garden. He was the nominal leader of the Wu family, Wu Laosan. He had been brave and aggressive since childhood and had never followed the right path. He had not made a name for himself outside, so when he returned to his hometown and encountered demolition, he led the whole family, young and old, and relatives to make a lot of money and earned a lot of benefits. He had the highest status in the family. Stop arguing. Wu Laosan waved his hand and shouted. The voices were getting quieter, but there were still whispers. Wu Laosan angrily cursed. The land in the north is about to be lost, and you still have the mind to talk about your wives. Ah, what? Dozens of people stared with wide eyes, and only a dozen or so people who brought back the news remained relatively calm. Then they all said, Who? Dare to compete with our Wu family for space and mess with him? That's right, I'll kill him if I don't. Who is this? What's going on? Wu Laosan scolded. What are you yelling about? Lao Lu, tell me what happened. Wu Laolu told Wang Tao and others everything that happened when he met them in the fields today. After listening, everyone in the Wu family was silent at first. According to Wang Tao, the land was no longer ownerless after being contracted by the vocational school to Heilun Company. It was reasonable and legal for them to leave within 3 days, but then he changed his mind and became angry again. Boom. An old woman leaning on a cane cursed. She said it was a contract? Is there a contract? Even if there was a contract, why would they ask us to leave? We've been farming there for so many years, we've cultivated it till it's mature, and they want to take it away for nothing? No way. Even if we move, We have to wait until the fruits and vegetables are ripe and sold before giving us adequate compensation. Others nodded, that's right. We've been planting for years and have grown attached to it. If he doesn't compensate us, we'll make a scene. Compensation must be compensated, make a fuss, must make a fuss. Chapter 67, Land Occupation begins. Zhu Zhang, all demolished. Everyone in the Wu family clamored for compensation, that piece of land they have been farming for several years, and every household can earn several thousand yuan from the land every year, which is like picking up the land for free. They have long regarded this land as their own private plot. Now that Heilong wants to take it away, how can they be willing to accept it? They want compensation, they must compensate. This moment, they all thought of the large amount of compensation they had received during the demolition, and their faces became excited. If the Black Dragon Company had not intervened, we would only earn a few thousand yuan each year by planting crops year after year, and we would have to sow and work hard every year. If we could extort money from the Black Dragon Company, it would be a bargain. Wu Laosan clapped his hands. Snap. Snap. Very good, it's settled. Black dragons and black snakes, if they dare to take our land, they must pay compensation. Sixth brother, take a few people and guard that piece of land day and night to prevent them from suddenly attacking and stealing the land. Okay. Lao Lu nodded and said, I'll take a few strong people with me and stay there for the next few days. There won't be any accidents. Wu Laosan said again, Old 8, take a few people to look around and see if there is any other vacant land, even if it's farther away. That's right. He planned to extort money from Qin Jiang and then take his men to other places to occupy vacant land. He couldn't stop taking advantage. Good. Lao Ba also nodded. Wu Laosan looked at the others and said, You all stay home these few days and don't wander around. As long as that damn black dragon dares to come and develop it, the rest will depend on you. Is that okay? Everyone talked at once. Why not? I've been scolding young people who don't give up their seats for days, and they just happen to bump into me. Not so good. No one around here dares to argue with me. I can't kill these little brats with my scolding. What are they doing? They're not afraid of the security team. Let them. Those who are barefoot are afraid of those who wear shoes. Only several young men looked a little nervous. Although they didn't go to school on the road to the academy, they were still wandering around. They seemed to have heard the word Black Dragon before. Black Dragon, why do these two words sound familiar to me? It sounds familiar to me. I think I heard some of my friends mention it last time, but I'm not sure if it's true. Who cares? I love whoever I want. They discussed it for a long time and then forgot about it. After all, they were not involved in society and were not familiar with the name of Black Dragon. To be more precise, they are just a few little scoundrels who get together in groups of 3 or 5 to chat, gossip and brag. In their eyes, Zhenhe is a big shot in society, while Qin Jiang and Heilong basically only exist in legends. In other words, the current Heilong has gradually withdrawn from the stage of low-level gangsters on Shuiyuan Road, does not participate in any fighting incidents, does not participate in any gray industries, and seems to be in a detached state. It has been a long time since the low-level thugs discussed Qin Jiang, and even if they did, they couldn't explain why. Of course, among students of status like Zhenhe, or among the real leaders on Shuiyuan Road, the names of Qin Jiang and Heilong not only did not disappear but became more and more dazzling. He is no longer an ordinary student gangster, but it is the boss of a company with background, status, funds, and many employees. Brothers, let's go. Wu Laosan waved his hand. Everyone left one after another. Those who were supposed to collect eggs collected eggs, those who were supposed to curse cursed, and those who were supposed to steal corn stole corn. Even Wu Laosan himself pulled the young man and carried the dog he had just shot to prepare hot pot. Are you all fantasizing about how much compensation you can extort? Soon. 2 days have passed. On the open space. Wu Laolu and a few young men were sleeping in a makeshift tent, their faces full of fatigue. Autumn has arrived. The weather is getting cooler. Naturally, they couldn't get a good rest these days sleeping in the tent. The young men were fine, but Wu Laolu had dark circles under his eyes. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered when he thought of the compensation he was about to receive. Boom, boom, boom. The roars echoed throughout the open space. Brush, a young man suddenly sat up. What the hell is that noise? The ground is shaking. Earthquake? The same sound also woke up the others. Wu Laolu shuddered and looked at the young men who were sleepy and confused. When he heard a roar outside, He opened the tent and looked outside. Just see, several large machines were standing in front of the open space, including cranes, excavators, bulldozers, and loading trucks. Damn, he really came. Isn't it just 2 days? Wu Laolu was extremely surprised. He remembered clearly that Wang Tao came here 2 days ago to put up a plaque and said he would give 3 days. What, 3 days includes that day? And it's too early, only 5 o'clock in the morning. Sixth uncle, what's going on outside? A young man behind asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Wu Laolu, here it comes, young man, who's here? Aunt Six is here to bring food? I'm not hungry. I'm just taking a nap. I finally dreamed of my mother, sleep like S.C. Wu Laolu slapped him and cursed, that, some black dragon has come and wants to take our land. Once, twice. A few young men nodded blankly at first, then their eyes widened and they became fully alert and rushed to grab the land. Ding ding ding. Wu Laolu quickly called Wu Laosan and informed him, third brother, the people who are grabbing the land have arrived early, quickly gather everyone here. After receiving the reply from Wu Laosan asking them to stop it immediately. Wu Laolu hung up the phone, looked at the young men and said, grab your weapons and fight them. No one will take any action. Moment, several young men took out weapons from the corner, machetes, batons, and swords. That's right, it's a precious sword. Or is it a replica of a famous sword from a novel that a middle school disciple of the Wu family bought from a street stall and sharpened himself? They all rushed out, each with an arrogant look on their face, in front of several large machines. Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, and more than 20 Black Dragon brothers were chatting with some foremen. After 2 days of communication, they had become familiar with these people. Although the Black Dragon brothers were not good at studying, their communication skills were absolutely top-notch. Not to mention that they were almost all social elites. At this time Zhu Zhang walked out of the vocational school and came to the open space through the corridor. Brother Zhang! Brother Zhang! Wang Tao and others all came over to say hello. Zhu Zhang was basically in charge of the early stages of the night market construction plan on the vacant land, while Qin Jiang was only responsible for showing up during management hours. This move will not only not cause Qin Jiang to lose his prestige, but will make him more prestigious in the hearts of his brothers. After all, whose big brother is always bothering himself with trivial matters? Zhu Zhang nodded, looked at the workers and said, wait a minute, leveled the entire vacant lot and compacted with a road roller. I don't expect too much, but at least there won't be any problems for 4 to 5 years. Don't worry, 10 years will be no problem. Several foremen patted their chests and made assurances. They knew that Zhu Zhang in front of them was the second most important person in Black Dragon Company besides Qin Jiang, and Black Dragon Company would be their bread and butter in the future, so they naturally did not dare to neglect it. Furthermore, requiring that a construction project should be problem-free for 5 years is too trivial. It cannot even be considered a requirement. Chapter 68. The Wu family arrives and prepares to make trouble. Zhu Zhang once again looked at the young men wearing glasses, with dark complexions and holding tools, measure the land, figure out how much building materials are needed, and then ask major building material companies for quotes. Tell them to quote a reasonable price. Anyone who dares to quote a high price will be blacklisted and will never be hired again. Okay. Several young men with glasses nodded quickly. These days, there are quite a lot of students studying architecture. Unless graduates from key universities can enter state-owned enterprises, the rest can only enter ordinary construction companies. Those construction companies pay very little, have very harsh requirements, and are extremely tiring. Several of these students are not from prestigious universities, and are not even undergraduates, but are just junior college students. In addition, I was unlucky this year and didn't get into a good company. I happened to meet Sun Yuan in the recruitment market. When I learned that the benefits of Halum Company were better than those of other companies, I joined without hesitation. Zhu Zhang looked at Sun Yuan, is everything done? Don't worry, brother Zhang. Sun Yuan said with a smile, we've sent someone to pick him up. He'll be here soon. All the supplies are complete. Zhu Zhang ignored Wu Laolu and the others who rushed over from the vegetable field. He just said calmly, we will clear this land today and officially start construction tomorrow. The original plan to start construction 3 days later referred to the official construction tomorrow, not the processing of the land tomorrow, so when Wang Tao wrote that they had to move out in 3 days, he was referring to today. As for whether the Wu family will understand, he doesn't care. Everyone knows that the Wu family will not hand over the land obediently. It is just a matter of courtesy first and force later. 2 days or 3 days is not important. Brush. Wu Laolu and several young men from the Wu family rushed to the large machinery and shouted, "What are you doing?" However, he found that no one paid any attention to him. What's going on? Several young men looked at Wu Laolu, who shook his head to signal not to be impulsive. Just looking at Wang Tao and his men, there are no less than 20 or 30 of them, and there are also 20 or 30 workers. If they really start a conflict, they will suffer losses. They just need to hold on until Wu Laosan brings people. Until then, let these people see what it means to be unreasonable. A few minutes later, just as Wu Laolu and others were watching intently and Zhu Zhang had finished arranging many matters. Boom, click, 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 a strange mechanical roar came from a distance. Brush. A young man named Wu pricked up his ears and listened for a while before saying, "It's a four-wheeled tractor." It seems there's more than one. Four-wheeled tractors are a common name for tractors in rural northern China. They looked into the distance, just see, more than a dozen four-wheeled trucks were coming quickly, and the trucks were packed with people, all men, women, young and old, and all holding various tools. This, Wu Laosan and the others were confused and had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the four-wheeled vehicles stopped directly in front of the open space, and men, women, and children quickly got off the truck beds. Sun Yuan looked at them and pointed to the empty space. "This is a company benefit. You'll only be given half an hour. It's up to you how much you can take away. When the time is up, we'll demolish it." Halala, without any further ado, these people picked up their tools and rushed into the vegetable fields, each one like a hungry wolf. Wu Laosan and others saw this and hurriedly shouted to stop it. "Stop, what are you doing? Stop it, this is all my Wu family's land, you can't pick it, you are stealing, stop it, you dare to go against our Wu family, and you don't even ask around." Ouch, a woman pushed the young man from the Wu family who was talking to her to the ground, picked up a kitchen knife and chopped radishes. "Don't delay me picking vegetables." "What Wu family? What Ba family? If you have the guts, go find me in Wangjiatan." These people didn't care about the shouts of Wu Laosan and others. Not to mention that they knew before they came that this piece of land belonged to the Black Dragon Company and had nothing to do with the Wu family. Even if they didn't rob, they would have robbed. The Wu family can show off their power in their own community by relying on their numbers, but if they really dare to cause trouble in the villages below, they are simply courting death. Wu Laolu and others were pushed back and became anxious. There were too many people getting off the four-wheeled vehicles, at least 70 or 80 of them, and they couldn't stop them. Sun Yuan pointed at the many people picking vegetables and said, "Brother Zhang, according to your arrangement, you are recruiting the workers' families." That's right, most of the workers recruited by Heilong Company are nearby villagers or have family members working nearby, so Zhu Zhang arranged for Sun Yuan to bring all his family members today to divide the fruits and vegetables. Just as a benefit, it can also let these workers know that working with Heilong will definitely provide them with good benefits and treatment. Really? Seeing my relatives picking all kinds of fruits and vegetables and loading them onto four-wheeled vehicles is exciting. For the current workers, being able to get paid is considered a success, let alone welfare benefits. Who wouldn't be happy now that there are free fruits and vegetables? For simple workers, this is the best benefit. Oops. Wu Laolu kept going forward to pull several women away, but how could he pull them over by himself? He threatened and cursed, "I will remember your appearance. Believe it or not, I will bring my whole family to your house for food and shelter. Believe it or not, I will throw feces on your door." Believe it or not, certainly his threats were completely useless, and instead he was speechless because of the huge disparity in numbers among the women. He was so angry that he almost cried, "You can't do this, these are from my family's land, I worked hard to grow them, and I can sell them right away, you can't do this. Isn't this robbery?" This moment he even felt a little empathy and couldn't help but recall the sadness of that person when he was breaking corn for others, but he immediately abandoned this feeling. Damn, he felt the same way. He was the only one who took advantage of others, so how could he let others take advantage of him? He couldn't help but shout, "Third brother, where are you? Come quickly!" As if inspired by him. A large group of people came rushing over from afar. It was Wu Laosan who brought dozens of people from the Wu family. They originally lived nearby and had made all the preparations in advance, so after receiving the news from Wu Laolu, they immediately put on their clothes and rushed over. It was clear that many of the Wu family members were still clothed. Men and women, young and old, all held weapons, including kitchen knives and machetes. These were things Wu Laosan had brought back from his days as a gang member and rarely used. He only used them this time, hearing that the black dragons were numerous, to scare the crowd. As soon as Wu Laosan and others arrived, they saw 70 or 80 people picking fruits on their land. At the same time, when they saw Zhu Zhang, Wang Tao, and others as well as the large machinery, their eyes turned red. They felt more miserable than killing anyone who dared to touch the land and fruits, and they couldn't help but feel angry. Wu Laosan immediately recognized Zhu Zhang as the person in charge, and he shouted at the 70 or 80 people picking fruits, "Stop picking! If anyone keeps picking, I'll kill him today. I'll never let him go." Immediately leading the Wu family, they surrounded Zhu Zhang and the others. Wu Laosan pointed at Zhu Zhang and shouted, "Who allowed you to touch my Wu family's land and steal my fruits in broad daylight? If I don't tell you the truth today, don't blame me, Wu Laosan, for being rude." Chapter 69, Conflict, Zhu Zhang. "If we have more people, let's have a good fight." Wu Laosan finished speaking. The people from the Wu family in the back also started shouting, especially the middle-aged women who were clearly ready to curse. Right at this moment, at the rear of a large group, there was a black dragon brother in formal attire and gloves. He took out a slingshot from his arms, pointed his finger at Wu Laosan and shot, whoosh, snap. I. Wu Laosan withdrew his finger and grimaced in pain. Damn, it hurts so much. Just see. As soon as he stretched out his index finger, it swelled up rapidly and the upper part turned an extremely obvious purple-black color. The pain between his fingers and his heart was so severe that he couldn't speak for a while. When everyone in the Wu family heard Wu Laosan's screams, they were all stunned and fell silent in a short time. "Third brother, what's wrong with you, Uncle San, what's going on?" they asked anxiously, but because the slingshot was fired too quickly and was extremely hidden, no one in the Wu family saw it at all. Hiss, Wu Laosan was about to speak but couldn't help but gasp in pain. Then he forced himself to endure the pain and looked around. "Damn, whoever attacked me, get out." Playing with a slingshot is not, certainly. No one would answer him at all, and the person who attacked even accidentally dropped his slingshot into the vegetable garden. Brush. Wu Laosan looked at Zhu Zhang and yelled, "Tell me, who allowed you to come to the Wu family's vegetable garden and destroy it? This is an infringement of citizens' property, you know that. You even hit me with a slingshot, which is also illegal. You're in trouble, big trouble." Zhu Zhang heard Wu Laosan's words, waving his folding fan in his hand, and said calmly, "Your Wu family's vegetable garden? Ha ha! When did the land of the vocational university become yours? What's the matter with you being Principal Wu's grandson? I'm repeating this one last time, this land has been contracted by the vocational university to the Black Dragon Company." "What the hell, what does Principal Wu's grandson mean?" Wu Laosan was stunned. He didn't know any Principal Wu at all. Wu Yu had just been at the vocational college for a few months. He had never paid attention to the college before, so naturally he would not pay attention to this piece of land. Similarly, the Wu family members didn't care whether the school leaders had changed or not, as long as no one came to collect the land. "What are you talking about, Principal Wu, Principal 8? Wu Laosan cursed. "You said you wanted to contract it, but it's just empty talk." "What?" He didn't finish his words. "See, Wang Tao threw the contract in front of him. Look, it's written in black and white, with the school seal, and it's legal and compliant." Brush. Everyone in the Wu family looked at the contract. The content was actually very simple. The vocational university contracted the land to Black Dragon Company at a price of 300,000 yuan per year, and the contract period was 5 years. They were actually not surprised by this contract. There was no need for Black Dragon Company to lie, but they naturally don't care about any contracts. Bang! Wu Laosan threw the contract to the ground and said, "What's the point of saying it's a contract? I can't read it, I can't understand it. You don't need to say these useless things. Anyway, my Wu family has been cultivating this land for several years. It belongs to the Wu family. I can't let you just take it away." The rest of the Wu family also shouted, "That's right, you dare let someone pick my vegetables? I'll scratch you to death. If you dare to hit my father, I will fight you, eat my ass, get out, get out." Relying on their large numbers, they wanted to drive Zhu Zhang and others out of this land, and each of them had a ferocious look on their faces. Wu Laosan listened to the high spirits of the Wu family members, then looked at Zhu Zhang's face and sneered secretly. I don't know what the Black Dragon Company was thinking, sending such a young manager. He's seen a lot of the world. Youngsters like him are the easiest to deal with. Just scare them and they'll be gone. He decided to scare Zhu Zhang and others away, and then let the Wu family guard the land tightly to prevent the machines from coming in. As long as he could force the other party into a desperate situation, he didn't believe that Black Dragon would not negotiate with him and others. And, as long as we negotiate, we can get a large amount of compensation. Anyway, he thought that since Black Dragon spent hundreds of thousands to contract this land and let large machinery in, he must be developing the land and maybe building something. So, they absolutely cannot afford to delay. There is plenty of time for myself and others. This moment. He seemed to see a large amount of money waving at him within the Kaijin area. When the people who were picking fruits saw so many people from the Wu family coming, they also stopped. It's not that they are that scared, but if Black Dragon can't deal with the Wu family, there is no need for them to go against so many people for a small matter, and they can't take advantage of others. What's more, this place is obviously the Wu family's home ground. They don't know how much power the Wu family has in this area, but at least it seems that there are quite a lot of people at the moment. Everything. We can only wait and see how Black Dragon solves it. Now Zhu Zhang looked at the Wu family members who had gathered around him, and his expression turned cold. More people, better. Then let's see who has the most people. He had just finished speaking. Wang Tao put 2 fingers in his mouth and blew hard in metaphor. A loud whistle sounded. This sound was so sudden that everyone in the Wu family was stunned. Before they could react, they could say anything. Sudden. Wu Laolu pointed in the direction of the other vocational university and exclaimed, "Fuck, look at this brush." Everyone in the Wu family also vaguely sensed something and immediately looked towards the vocational university. When they saw it, they were all stunned. Just see, the doors to vocational universities are open. And hundreds of people rushed out densely, each holding a baseball bat in their hands and heading towards them. This is. Wu Laosen looked at the clothes those people were wearing, and then looked at the clothes Wang Tao and others were wearing, and instantly guessed that they were in the same group. Nonsense. Anyone who is not a fool can guess it, and sure enough, they saw those people quickly coming to the open space and staring at them. Wu Laosan was about to speak. Didi, a luxury Mercedes-Benz and an off-road vehicle drove over from a distance and stopped right in front of the open space. Wow, hundreds of Black Dragons retreated to both sides to make way. 4 or 5 people got off the off-road vehicle first. The leader was naturally Sijou. His iconic physique scared everyone in the Wu family. Sijou and a few of his brothers drove to the Mercedes-Benz and stood there quietly, just like bodyguards. Brush, the rear window of the Mercedes-Benz rolled down, revealing an indifferent face. It was Qin Zhang. Under the astonished gaze of the Wu family, hundreds of Black Dragons showed extremely respectful expressions and lowered their heads slightly in unison. Brother Zhang. X hundreds. Qin Zhang nodded. He had just taken Sijou out for a walk and breakfast. When he came back and saw this scene, he naturally wanted to take a look. After all, Heilong was a formal company and Zhu Zhang could not be allowed to do anything too extreme. Zhu Zhang. There's always something about him wanting to go astray, and he has to constantly correct it to make this life safer. This scene stunned everyone in the Wu family. Qin Zhang's appearance was too shocking and too cinematic. Completely a great boss, full of power. Chapter 70, Playing Rogue? Qin Zhang, throw it all out. Gulp, a young man from the Wu family murmured in a low voice. Who the hell is this? Why does he look so arrogant and awesome? Could he be a gangster? But he looks too young? Only around 20 years old. Same. Other members of the Wu family had similar ideas. Wu Laosan in front of him narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been a gangster for a while and had some life experience. Seeing Qin Zhang's appearance just now and Zhu Zhang and others bowing their heads to greet him, he had some basic guesses, but it was this guess that made him extremely surprised. This person in the car, he is obviously the big shot who developed this land. Even if he is not the boss, he is definitely a senior executive. Wu Laosan murmured. Heilong, I've never heard of such a construction company in Songjiang. How old are these young people? How about second generation? And, just now it looked like they graduated from a vocational university. Are these all hired people? Or, what's going on? What's going on? His brain was a little confused. No matter how he tried to sort it out, there were many things that were wrong. The more he sorted it out, the more confused it became. It's not his fault. The combination of Qin Zhang, Heilong, and this age is hard to understand. In an instant. He suppressed all the chaotic thoughts in his heart, looked at Qin Zhang in the car and shouted in a stern voice, Who are you? I'm telling you, this is a matter between the Wu family and the Black Dragon Company. It's a financial dispute. What are you doing here? And you brought so many people with you? What? You want a group fight? We in the Wu family are not afraid. No one is a coward. Fuck, who are you talking to? Wang Tao scolded directly, you're blind, look carefully, this is our Black Dragon Company's boss, the general manager. If you dare to stick out your dog paw again, I'll chop it off for you. Wang Tao finished speaking. Sun Yuan and the others also looked at Wu Laosan with great anger, and approached him one by one and shouted, Mad, believe it or not, old Biden, I think you are twisted, call me Brother Jiang, call me Brother Jiang. Seeing the scene, everyone in the Wu family was frightened and shrank their necks again. They even had the urge to turn around and run away. After all, these people in front of them were not good people at first glance. They were completely different from the ordinary honest people they usually like to bully a fear, so scared, Wu Laosan in front was also a little bit losing his composure. If Qin Jiang and others did not look young and a little different from those who had been hanging around in gangs for many years, he would have been scared and turned away, but he knew that if he left, all his previous plans would be ruined, let alone discussing compensation. Zhu Zhang was too lazy to talk nonsense and directed the engineering department to shout loudly, everyone, start working, boom, boom. The large machinery began to roar. The people who were picking fruits in the fields saw that the Black Dragon had calmed the situation, so they stopped hesitating and continued to pick fruits frantically. Wu Laosan and others came back to their senses, watching the fruits and vegetables being picked in the fields, and watching the large machinery about to start pushing forward. Brush, they looked at each other. Wu Laosan whispered, it won't work if we use force. They are tougher than us, follow the old rules, and act like scoundrels. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Wu family understood that when they were being demolished, they used a tough approach against the negotiating cadres, even beating them out with sticks. But when they met the demolition team, they acted like scoundrels, crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to commit suicide, and they were completely successful. Oh my God, you won't let me live. A woman collapsed on the ground and cried loudly, while rolling directly towards the front wheel position of the large machinery. The sound kept getting louder and even covered the roar of the machinery. Yes. It must be this way. They had witnessed with their own eyes that during the demolition, someone rolled too fast and made too little noise, so the workers didn't hear him and drove the machinery over him. That scene, it was so scary, it collapsed in an instant. Sure enough, the worker heard her voice and saw her blocking the front of the machine and did not dare to continue driving. See here, the other members of the Wu family were unwilling to be outdone. You're stealing my food in broad daylight. I'm going to fight you. Put my food down. You're relying on your numbers to bully the few, right? You rich people are bullying us orphans and widows. I won't live anymore. Someone come and take a look. Someone is being beaten. Robbery. For a while, the Wu family had a clear division of labor. A woman led a group of people to block the large machinery from construction. An old woman sat on the ground, crying and thrashing with her crutches. A middle-aged man intercepted the pickers, constantly scolding and threatening them. Someone else was responsible for calling for people to come and watch. Of course, it was too early and there was no one around. Occasionally, a few passers-by saw this scene but did not dare to come over. The Chinese people love to watch the excitement, but they can tell what excitement is. Only the vocational college security guard was watching at the door. Security guard Lao Wang, there's a fight going on. It sounds pretty brutal. I wonder if they've already started a fight. Who do you think will win? Security guard Lao Li said, Qin Jiang will definitely win. Those rotten guys from the Wu family can only bully ordinary people and honest people. They are nothing compared to ruthless people like Qin Jiang. The other security guards nodded. They naturally knew the character of the Wu family. They were a group of people who loved to take advantage of others and had no manners. They usually relied on their numbers and acted like scoundrels to bully ordinary people, and blackmailed some rich people who were unwilling to care about it. It might not be a problem for them, but they would be completely defeated if they met ruthless people like Qin Jiang. Su Don looked ahead and said, they deserved it for provoking Qin Jiang. They've taken advantage of him quite a bit over the years. Security guard Feng Zhao said, it's better to let them spit out some of it. Su Don, don't you really hate Qin Jiang and his gang? What's wrong? Have you changed your ways today? Feng Zhao, I understand that evil will be punished by evil. The Wu family are social parasites. In front of the open space, the scene suddenly became a little chaotic when the Wu family members started to make a fuss. Brush, several young men from the Wu family looked at each other, and in perfect tacit understanding, they moved secretly to the back of the large machinery. After moving out of everyone's sight, he quickly found a corner and took out the wrench tool from his pocket. Just as they were about to start removing important parts, suddenly I felt darkness in front of me and looked up. See you, Sun Yuan, along with 7 or 8 other people, looked at them with a stern smile. Busy, brothers. As an old hand at this kind of thing, Sun Yuan noticed the young men's actions as soon as they made them. Several young men from the Wu family looked panicked. You, what are you doing? We just came over to take a look. Ouch, stop hitting me. I was wrong, you can't do this. This is not right. In the car, Qin Jiang looked at the Wu family members in front of him who were dancing wildly and remained calm. He had seen many people like this in his previous life. The solution in my previous life was very simple and I just pushed forward. Although I won't follow the old path in this life, I won't indulge it either. Just see, Qin Jiang said calmly, throw them all out. Big guys, please give me some free gifts and pay attention to me. Chapter 71 Black Dragon Brothers, on the standard of legitimate defense, just do it okay. Wang Tao and his Black Dragon Brothers were waiting for these words. Without hesitation, they charged towards the Wu family with ferocious faces. You, what are you going to do? Wu Laosan and the others looked strong but were actually weak. If so many people really started fighting, they would definitely suffer, so their screams were even more miserable. Unfortunately, no one came to watch, let alone help them to make trouble. I'm telling you. Wu Laosan was the first to shout, we are Chinese citizens and are protected by the law. If you dare to do anything to us and blackmail you to death, can you afford the compensation? I have a heart disease. If anyone dares to touch me, I will get sick and you will have to treat me, he roared wildly. In the past, most people would not dare to approach him after hearing his words. But today, no matter how scary his words were, Wang Tao and others were not afraid but became more excited. Wang Tao clenched his fists and made a crackling sound. Go ahead and scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. I just like people like you. I feel, Wu Laosan, no, you have a special fetish. He subconsciously tightened his buttocks and looked at Wang Tao with fear and a hint of strangeness in his eyes. Halala. Amidst the shouts of the Wu family, the Black Dragon Brothers relied on their numbers to lift them all up and carry them to the middle of the road. Many women kicked their legs but were unable to break free. They wanted to use the grabbing and biting method but found that the Black Dragon Brothers were prepared and had controlled their arms and heads in advance. Let go of my mother. I'll beat you to death. A young man from the Wu family saw his mother being held up and didn't bother to stop the people picking vegetables. He raised his fist and hit a Black Dragon Brother. Brush. The Black Dragon Brothers had been prepared to dodge, but when they saw the Wu family youth about to attack again, they counterattacked without hesitation, muttering to themselves. Article 3 of Chinese law states that when citizens encounter an attack that endangers their personal safety and a violent crime, they may take legitimate defensive actions and are not criminally liable for injuries sustained by the unlawful attacker. As he spoke, he raised his fist and delivered an elbow strike. Bang! Ouch! The young man from the Wu family was beaten so hard that he took a few steps back and sat on the ground. His nose was bleeding and he screamed in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Mom! Mom! The other side. A young man wielded a homemade sword and attacked Wang Tao, intending to capture the leader first. Initially, his targets were Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijou. However, Qin Jiang was too imposing, especially the look in his eyes, and he couldn't help but feel guilty and didn't dare to rush forward. Not to mention Sijou, whose physique and appearance were not good enough for him to approach. He even suspected that if he rushed forward, the other party would twist his head off. Zhu Zhang was a good target, but there were more than a dozen Black Dragon Brothers and workers standing next to the opponent, so he had no chance of winning. Only Wang Tao, a middle-level figure, was left alone, and the other party was ordering people to carry them away, so he raised his sword without hesitation and killed Wang Tao. Halfway. It's a set of combos learned from TV and movies, and you can imitate the words on TV to increase your power. The Changhong piercing the sun sword. When it strikes, it will kill the enemy. Anyone who bullies my Wu family will pay with blood today. Give me your life, brush. Brush. Brush it. However, although he shouted with great vigor, he wielded the sword very messily. Because the blade was so sharp, he was afraid of it himself, so he kept shrinking his head and body while wielding it. What is the Changhong piercing the sun sword? If I really want to name it, a more appropriate one is Sword of Fear of Death. Opposite, Wang Tao naturally noticed the sword-wielding young man from the Wu family charging over. Far from showing any fear, he was extremely excited and muttered, Article 13 of Chinese law, when an assailant wielding a deadly weapon threatens a citizen's life, the citizen may fight back indefinitely until they are sure of their own safety. Finished mumbling. He didn't hesitate and easily dodged the attack from the Wu family youth with his sword. The Wu family youth didn't really dare to strike. How could someone who usually relied on extortion to kill others have the courage to actually commit a crime? He just wanted to scare Wang Tao and at most make a few cuts. But he didn't dare, but Wang Tao did. While dodging, he grabbed a brick on the ground and hit back. Bang, crash. The bricks also broke and fell to the ground, and the young man was also hit and his face was dazed, with stars in his eyes. He took a few steps back and the sword in his hand fell unconsciously. The pain made him shout, "Ah! I will kill you. Dare to hit me. I will chop you, chop you." He wasn't so much struck as to be desperate, but rather, his heart and liver were broken by the sudden blow. He was afraid that Wang Tao would continue to hit him. He wanted to use such words to scare the other party, so he deliberately showed some ruthlessness. However, it didn't matter if he showed ruthlessness. Once he showed it, Wang Tao became even more excited. The attacker hasn't lost the ability to continue the attack. Instead, he has become more manic. We can only continue to fight back indefinitely to stop him. He rushed out and started hitting with his fists. Who was Wang Tao? It is not easy to stand out in Qin Zhang's team. Being smart and capable is only one aspect. His fighting ability is also absolutely fierce. In his previous life, he was known as one of the 2 red sticks under 49. Not to mention the young man from the Wu family who dared not use a sharp sword. Even if he dared to use it, Wang Tao would dare to take it head on and knock the opponent down with one sword. It was not too easy at all. Bang, the fist made close contact with Mr. Wu's face. Ouch. Bang, the second punch hits the opponent's left eye to give him a panda eye, and the third punch is symmetrical with the front eye. Seeing that the young man from the Wu family was about to speak, Wang Tao punched him in the abdomen without hesitation. Puff. The young man from the Wu family was bent like a shrimp, with bulging eyes and a lot of saliva coming out of his mouth, but for some reason, he didn't let go of the sword in his hand, and even swung it unconsciously because of the pain. If Wang Tao hadn't been experienced in fighting, he might have been hit. Bang, bang. Bang, Wang Tao was so excited that he kept throwing punches. Since Qin Jiang was reborn and established the Black Dragon Company, he had set up various rules. He hadn't fought for a long time. He finally got a chance and naturally didn't want to miss it. He fought with all his might, punching flesh and of course being very measured, not hitting any vital parts, until the young man from the Wu family could no longer hold the sword in his hand. Sugar palm. The sword fell to the ground with a sound. Moment, Wang Tao was about to continue punching, but stopped. Chinese law: when an attacker loses his weapon and stops attacking, you should stop fighting after ensuring your own safety. It just qualifies as legitimate defense. If they continue, it will be considered excessive defense, which is difficult to handle. Similar scenes continued to play out in the open space. Sun Yuan and other Black Dragon men, who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time, began to counterattack the Wu family members who took the initiative to attack. And all the words in his mouth were, "Chinese law no, Huaxia law no." Chapter 72. The Wu family suffers, public security returns. For a while, the Black Dragon brothers fought with unbridled enthusiasm, while the Wu family members screamed and howled like ghosts and wolves. Of course, the rules must be followed. Anyone who put down their weapons would immediately cease their attacks. Also on several large machines, Sun Yuan was directing several of his younger brothers to record with video recorders, recording without blind spots, and explained, record it carefully, don't miss anything, and don't overdo it. You know, you are the biggest contributors to this. After it's done, I will ask Brother Jiang to commend you, and the bonus will definitely not be less. Okay. Leave it there, Brother Monkey. Many video recording brothers nodded. While I was a little envious of the brothers who were able to show off their skills, I also knew there were more wolves than meat. I might not even have a chance to intervene if I actually went down there, so it would be better to record the evidence from up there. When the time comes, they will not be left out when it comes to rewards based on their merits. Soon, all the people in the Wu family were beaten so badly that they dared not resist anymore. All that was left were screams and wails. Son, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. A woman rushed over to the wounded young man named Wu lying next to the long sword and shouted. The more she looked at the wounds, the sadder she felt. She looked at Wang Tao with anger, her eyes filled with resentment. Ah, you dare to hit my son, I'll kill you. Speaking of, just rush forward. Wang Tao had no intention of dodging at all. Instead, he was eager to try, clenched his fists and whispered, "Women will be beaten, brush." The young man from the Wu family straightened up halfway, as if resurrected from the dead, and grabbed his mother's hand. He could see that Wang Tao really wouldn't let those people avoid the fight just for the sake of a woman. His mother was pulled back but did not rush out. It was obvious that she knew what the consequences would be. These people who often take advantage of petty gains and bully honest people can see human nature more clearly. As a result, the Wu family, who had just been shouting and yelling about fighting and killing, and clamoring to confront Qin Jiang and others, no longer dared to take the initiative to attack. More people rolled on the ground, or sat on the ground, clapping their hands and shouting in hoarse voices, "Oh my God, come and see, someone is bullying others, big companies are bullying ordinary people, is there any justice left? They gathered in broad daylight to beat us, an orphan and a widow. Oh my God. I will not live, there is no law. There is no law. People are killing people." Ahead. Wu Laosan looked at the indifferent black dragons, and then at Qin Jiang, who was sitting in the car as if watching a clown show. He didn't know what to do. However, when he saw many of his own people injured, his eyes turned and he was not sad but a little proud. "You dared to hit people, and hit them so hard. Great. Originally, we were not in the right, but now, we are in the right." That's right, Wu Laosan knew very well that they were not in the right just now and were just making trouble. Now, it's different from them. They can stand on the moral high ground and attack wildly just because they were beaten. This time, Wu Laosan muttered, "It's not as easy as just compensating you with a few dollars. I have to make you bleed heavily. Otherwise, you really don't know how powerful I, Wu Laosan, am." He was actually a little scared. Qin Jiang and others look like gangsters, but after all, they are young, which makes him feel lucky. Besides, things are different now. His Wu family is not without backers, so even if he is involved in the underworld, he has to give them face. Furthermore, he is right. Who is he afraid of? He couldn't help but shout, "Quick, give it to Zhou Hua of the security team." Quickly, Wu Laolu immediately took out his cell phone and called, "Son-in-law, bring the team here quickly. Someone beat up all our family members." Opposite Vocational University. Su Dong and other security guards were a little surprised when they saw the situation on the opposite side. Security guard Lao Wang, "Looks like a fight has really broken out." Security guard Lao Li, "From the sound of it, the beating was pretty severe. How can you see blood spurting out even with your blurry eyes?" Security guard Lao Wang, "I saw it too." Feng Zhao frowned and said, "Although the Wu family is indeed very shameless, Qin Jiang is too impulsive. Beating people and driving them away is illegal. He thinks they're just students. The Wu family will definitely report him to the security team, and then even if he's right, he won't be in the right." Su Dong also frowned slightly. He admitted that Feng Zhao was right and that Qin Jiang was too impulsive, but he knew that life in society was like that. Furthermore, he knew Qin Jiang had a special background, so the Wu family was helpless. But if Qin Jiang and his gang continue to rely on violence to solve problems, then I have to be careful in the future. Su Dong murmured, "I can't have any real connection with them, otherwise I might get myself into trouble in the future. There's no future in society." Soon, Didi. Several security vehicles drove over quickly. More than a dozen security officers got off the car, led by two men, one of whom was a young man. When the young security officer got off the car, he saw all the members of the Wu family lying on the ground in a twisted state. Some were crying, some were cursing, some were screaming, and many of them had scars. His face changed drastically. "Wife, Dad, are you okay? Third uncle. Old uncle. Sixth aunt. 12th brother. What happened? Who beat you like this? Call 120. At the same time, he turned around and anxiously said to the security guards, "Call an ambulance quickly. Hurry up. Can't you see my brother and my family are vomiting blood? Hurry up." Good. The security team member first looked at Qin Jiang and others with a complicated expression, then immediately picked up the phone and made a call. "Zhou Hua, you're here." When Wu Laosan saw the security team arrive, he was especially excited to see Zhou Hua leading the team. However, he pretended to be very miserable and said, "If you don't come, we will be beaten to death. What's going on?" Zhou Hua asked anxiously. Wu Laosan said, "This piece of land has been empty for a long time. We grow some fruits and vegetables here. This morning, we heard someone say they were going to bulldoze the land, so we came to take a look. They said the land was contracted out to them. So, if it's contracted out, then it's contracted out. We can't break the law, so we figured we could pick some fruits and vegetables to get through the winter. It would have been fine if these guys hadn't let me pick the fruits, but they just came up and beat me without any reason. Oh. I beat them to death. Look, your cousins are almost beaten to death. This is illegal, you have to take care of it. He distorted the truth and avoided the important issues. Later, the other members of the Wu family also echoed, Shawazi, you're old, your teeth have been knocked out, you can barely even talk, the security team has to take care of us. These are just a bunch of hooligans who are bullying others by taking advantage of their power. After listening, Zhou Hua looked up at the black dragons with an extremely embarrassed expression and shouted, gathering together to assault others is extremely serious. We need to control everyone. No one can leave until we have thoroughly investigated this matter. Chapter 73 The security team does not move. Qin Zhang, show them the evidence, Wu Laosen said excitedly, arrest them all, and make sure they face legal consequences. Xiao Zhouzi, you must punish severely. The rest of the Wu family members also became excited, as if they saw Qin Zhang and others being captured and begging for mercy. At that time, according to the procedures, not only will we need to compensate them for their medical expenses, but we will also ask them to sign a letter of apology, letter of understanding. By then, wouldn't it be possible to get as much as they wanted? Besides, there were still people among them. Wu Laosan, it seems that these Black Dragon companies are quite large. The large machinery alone has so many employees and even more. When the time comes to ask for lost wages, mental damages, medical expenses, etc., a total of 1 million or 800,000 is not too much. It's much better than demanding land compensation. This time the Wu family deserves to get rich. Looking at his son whose face was covered in blood from being beaten, he no longer felt sad, but rather extremely satisfied. Good fight, great fight hard and money will come. Wu Laolu was even more excited. Zhou Hua is his biological son-in-law. It seems that he was right to marry his daughter to him without asking for any dowry. It is even more right to transfer his son-in-law over. Look at how stylish the uniforms of the security team are. Who will he be afraid of if he has a son-in-law who is a security team member in the future? If he doesn't steal things in the future, it will be considered a loss, but the next moment, everyone in the Wu family just stood there in a daze. Zhou Hua was also a little confused because after he gave the order, no security team came forward to take any measures. Instead, they stood there quietly. What's going on? Zhou Hua turned around and looked at the security guards, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. Right, the other leading security officer looked at Zhou Hua, then turned his gaze to Qin Zhang in the car. Boss Qin, what's going on here? Is what they just said true? Unlike Zhou Hua, the newly assigned security guard, the other security guards all knew Qin Zhang. Many of them had dealt with him in the last chemical plant battle. They had naturally seen how powerful Qin Zhang was that day, and they knew that he had a deep background. Catch him, without sufficient evidence, never mind any credit, you might end up in trouble over a phone call. In addition, they have been in charge of this area for many years, so they naturally know the character of the Wu family and will not believe one-sided words. Crash. Inside the car, Qin Zhang looked at the security guards and smiled. I'm sorry to bother you guys so early in the morning. Tao, go get some breakfast. Okay. Wang Tao agreed and ordered a few of his men to buy breakfast. The leading security officer waved his hand hurriedly. Mr. Qin, don't bother. We're here to maintain public order after someone reports a crime. Please explain what just happened. We enforce the law impartially and will never let any good person be wronged. He thought very clearly that as long as Qin Zhang was not involved in the fight, he should not be taken back easily. Otherwise, it might escalate things. Hear these conversations. Everyone in the Wu family was still in a daze, but Zhou Hua was stunned and guessed that Qin Zhang's identity was not simple and he had a background. But seeing his wife's family suffering from the injuries and miserable appearance, and then seeing Qin Zhang and others acting so arrogantly, just like gangsters, he couldn't help but feel angry. Who is he? A security guard who's just made a name for himself, a man who hates evil. Who cares what his background is? If he dares to hit someone, dares to break the law, no one can stop him. Old ho! Wu Xiaoluzi directly said to the other leading security officer, it's not obvious enough right now. They are clearly hooligans and social scum, beating people in public. Look at their big checkered bodies, like brown bears. They might have murder cases on their hands. Take them back for questioning. I'm not afraid of their background. I'll take the consequences if anything goes wrong. Speaking of just rush out. Brush, Lao Ho immediately dragged Zhou Hua back and had several security guards watch him. He whispered, "You just arrived and don't know anything. Don't mess around. Some things can't be judged superficially. Forget our rules, law enforcement is civilized. Also, since this matter involves your family, according to the rules you have to stay away." He was very dissatisfied with Zhou Hua's impulsiveness. What? When it comes to your own family, you are irrational. No wonder the policy has a rule of relative avoidance. If Zhou Hua had not just made a contribution and was new here, and had some relationship with the director, he would not have been willing to intervene, letting him act impulsively and see how much trouble he could cause. Immediately he asked several security guards to stop Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua, no. Who were these people? The senior who had treated me like a brother this morning was scolding me. The other Xian team members who had been so polite to me were stopping me. What, Shuayuan Road, why is it so dark? Lao Ho ignored his emotions. After the last chemical plant incident, he not only knew that Qin Jiang had a strong background, but also knew that the other party would know when to act. He couldn't help but smile and said to Qin Jiang, "Boss Qin, he just arrived and doesn't know you, so he's a little impulsive. I hope you can understand. Can you tell me what happened specifically?" Qin Jiang smiled and waved as Zhu Zhang waved his folding fan and said, "The story is very simple. First of all, this piece of land belonged to the vocational university. Now it has been contracted to the Black Dragon Company. Legally speaking, it is the property of the Black Dragon Company. But despite being informed in advance by the Black Dragon Company, these people not only did not remove the fruits and vegetables they had planted, but instead came to cause trouble and even took the initiative to assault our company personnel. Our company personnel acted in self-defense when their lives were threatened. Everything is reasonable, legal, and compliant." Fart. Zhou Hua frowned and pointed at his injured relative. "You beat my family so badly, and it's just self-defense, and it's legal and compliant. I think you are not a formal company." Bang! Zhu Jingyi closed his folding fan with a stern expression. "Security officer, you need to provide evidence when you speak, otherwise I will sue you for defamation." Zhou Hua was about to say something else. Old Ho interrupted him and looked at Qin Jiang, saying, Mr. Qin, there's no need to debate the ownership of the land. I'm sure no one has any objections. It definitely belongs to your Black Dragon Company." As soon as these words were spoken, the confused Wu family members did not refute. First, they were not quite clear about the situation. Why didn't the security team arrest Qin Jiang and others, and seem to be very polite to Qin Jiang and others? Second, they also know that the focus now is not the land. That thing is completely unreasonable. The focus now is the medical expenses. Old Ho got straight to the point. The main issue right now is that someone was injured, and the injuries were serious. You claim it was self-defense, but self-defense requires evidence, a medical examination, and so on, so we may need the assistance of the person who just took action in the investigation. Don't worry, it's just to assist in the investigation. There's no intention, he said. Nothing. Qin Jiang interrupted the calm and said, Black Dragon is a legitimate company, so they will naturally speak with evidence and facts. Monkey, show the evidence to the security team. Chapter 74. Wu's family was arrested. Qin Jiang, covering the sky with one hand. Evidence? Do they have evidence? Where does that evidence come from? Lao Ho, Wu Xiaoluzi, others, sigma degree. Several people were particularly confused, especially those security guards. They have dealt with many similar fights, and some of them said it was self-defense, but these days self-defense requires a very high chain of evidence, injury check, what happened, the witnesses, etc. It would be best to have surveillance video. Those who won the lawsuit and were deemed to have acted in self-defense all had surveillance video, but they just noticed that this was a desolate open space and there was no video surveillance. Opposite, there must be one at the entrance of vocational colleges, but the distance was too far and there were so many people here that it was impossible to take a clear picture. Moreover, there were quite a few injured people, and it might have been a melee just now, making it even more difficult to take a clear picture. Just when they thought it was impossible, just see, Sun Yuan led his fellow disciples to Lao Ho and the others with their heads held high and chests puffed out, handing them the video recorder. Show yourself the complete chain of evidence. According to article and of Chinese law, you should know clearly. Lao Ho and other security team members subconsciously took the camera and looked at the video projected inside with strange expressions. Let me see. Zhou Hua also leaned over to watch the video, and the more he watched, the more embarrassed and unbelievable his expression became. In the video, it fully records the unreasonable and shrewish behavior of the Wu family members, and it is true that the Wu family members took the initiative to attack, and the Black Dragon people were completely acting in self-defense. As long as the weapon falls, I will not fight back. As long as you don't take the initiative to attack, I won't fight back. The most important thing is, the Black Dragons did not carry any weapons, but the Wu family members carried various machetes, axes, and even big swords. This, Zhou Hua said in disbelief. You actually recorded the entire process. Why did you record it in advance? You must have planned it all along. Otherwise, why would you bring so many cameras to the open space? Shut up. Lao Ho hurriedly scolded him, saying that the boy was confused. Qin Jian looked at Zhou Hua as if he were an idiot. Where I take my camera is none of your business. Can't I just have the conditions? What? Is this illegal? You care? Zhou Hua opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. The video just now recorded it too clearly, and it was completely unreasonable for the Wu family to make trouble. He didn't have the face to say anything more. He knew clearly that with this video evidence, the Wu family would not be in the right no matter where the lawsuit went. Besides, Heilong Company obviously has a background, and self-defense will be established if it is in the right. Lao Ho hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Look, that clears it up now. The chain of evidence is complete, and it's legitimate defense. I think, let's disperse. He winked at Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua understood and hurriedly said to the Wu family, everyone, disperse and go home. Why are you making trouble on someone else's land? Third uncle, take the others back and treat your brother's injuries yourself. Everyone in the Wu family, Sigma, surprised face, Sigma degree, what the hell, let us go home. Why should we go home? A series of sudden situations left the Wu family members completely unable to react, so why were they allowed to go home? It seemed like the Black Dragon people beat them up and nothing happened. Instead, it seemed like these security guards were just acting in self-defense and just let them go. Never mind, bullshit, the land was lost, people were beaten? Can we just let it go? The Wu family had always been unreasonable and noisy, and now that one of their own family members was being beaten, how could it be considered a disgrace? They all shouted, it's okay that the Black Dragon Company abused their power to bully others and nearly beat your brothers to death. It doesn't count, it absolutely doesn't count. Xiaowazi, my aunt loves you for nothing. Is it because this Black Dragon has a background that you dare not offend? Everyone in the Wu family was lying on the ground and rolling around, which made Zhou Hua very worried, but he didn't have time to think of how to comfort them. But see, Qin Zhang's face suddenly turned cold. Forget it? Who said we should just let it go? When has there ever been a rule in China where someone who commits a crime with a weapon will not be punished by law? Why, are you bending the law for personal gain? Or? Qin Jiang looked at Zhou Hua, you are shielding your relatives and criminals. Zhou Hua's body trembled as if he thought of something. He looked at Lao Ho, who waved his hand and said, according to the video just now, all those who committed the crime with weapons will be arrested, and all the weapons will be collected as evidence. Crash, more than a dozen security officers took out handcuffs without hesitation and went forward to arrest the people who had just committed the crime. They had just noticed that although these people seemed to have blood on their faces, they actually had no broken bones and only had superficial injuries. They were just painful and did not need to be sent to the hospital. They could be taken back directly for treatment. The Wu family was at a loss when they saw the security team coming to arrest them. What are you doing? Why are you arresting us instead of them? Don't arrest my son. He's been beaten badly. You can't do this. You can't, Xiaowazi, please take care of it. But they found that Zhou Hua didn't say a word. As a security guard, he knew that he could do nothing. Otherwise, not only would he fail to save people, but he would add fuel to the fire and make things worse. See here, the Wu family is even more desperate. Oh my god, the sky on Shuayuan Road is too dark. The Black Dragon Company is bullying people and covering up everything. You are bullying us, an orphan and a widow. My son. How will I live if you were taken away? A woman rushed forward to grab her son, but when she couldn't get him back, she slapped the security guard twice. The result was obvious and he was also taken away. After seeing the security team take real action, the Wu family members finally got scared and stopped shouting. Instead, they all gathered together with fear on their faces. Wu Laosen in front trembled and said, Xiao Huazi, what's going on? What's going on? Well, Zhou Hua sighed and stepped forward to pat Wu Laosen on the shoulder. What you did today was a bit excessive. Go back first. I'll help take care of Fourth Ant and the others. Although they attacked with weapons, they didn't actually hurt anyone, so they won't be detained for too long. Criminal detention, several women were terrified their children will be detained, isn't that the end? He hasn't even gotten married yet, seeing that the situation had stabilized and all the people who needed to be arrested had been arrested. Lao Ho said to Qin Jiang, Boss Qin, those who just acted in self-defense also need to make a statement. Don't worry, we will enforce the law impartially. Qin Jiang didn't answer. He looked at Zhou Hua, who was about to get into the car, and said calmly, I'm reporting this in my real name. The Wu family in Sanshui community has occupied public facilities in the garden, and has been stealing electricity and water for years, illegally modifying the house, illegally digging a basement, and even running a gambling den, a small mahjong parlor, and illegally occupied the vocational college's land for 5 years, causing economic losses of up to 120,000 yuan. I wonder if you, Mr. Zhouan, will accept the case or not? Chapter 75, 3-day response. Ambulance also costs money now. Qin Jiang looked at Zhou Hua and spoke calmly, but the meaning of the words shocked everyone present. In fact, these words put Zhou Hua in a dilemma. As a security officer, he should handle the reports of these problems. However, this matter was all done by his family members. How can he handle it if it concerns his own family members? He can't do it to kill his own relatives for the sake of justice. Helping relatives but not others goes against the principle. Brush. Zhou Hua looked at his wife and her family in great surprise, as if he was getting to know them all over again. He really had no idea that the Wu family was such a people, but the people in the Wu family looked at him not with guilt, but with disappointment, as if to say, Xiao Liuzi, you can do it. Once you have made it, you will no longer care about us. Lao Ho stepped in again to smooth things over. He walked to the front of the Mercedes-Benz and said to Qin Jiang, Boss Qin, we will verify the issue you raised immediately. If it's true, we will definitely give you an explanation. Do you think I can go back and verify it? I'll give you an answer within 3 days. As for him, his relatives have to stay away from him. Qin Jiang looked at Lao Ho without saying anything. Depressed, the atmosphere in the whole venue suddenly became extremely depressing. This moment, Lao Ho felt an indescribable pressure gathering towards him. Qin Jiang was sitting quietly in the car, but he seemed like a mountain, and he felt very small. Rear. A dozen or so security guards were also a little nervous. In fact, he was completely in the wrong today, so Zhou Hua, as a member of the security team, came up and enforced the law rigidly. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with the case. But the bad thing was that one of the parties involved was his relative, and what was even worse was that his relative was not in the right. They happened to meet Qin Jiang, who was still unreasonable and had such a powerful background, which made the security team feel ashamed. Just when Lao Ho was feeling depressed and was about to say something, Zhou Hua was also about to stand up and say something. Qin Jiang suddenly laughed twice. Haha, what's wrong with Hoen's words? Let's give him some face today and let it go. Call, ha, ha. Lao Ho and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Qin Jiang changed the subject. But let me be frank. What I just reported needs to be implemented immediately. If you can't, I'll let Lu Yong and Zhao Kai do it. If they can't do it, I'll move on to someone else. I believe China is a reasonable place. I also believe that no one can bully Black Dragon, a legal, compliant and reasonable formal company, on Chinese soil. Boss Qin is joking, Lao Ho hurriedly said. If anyone violates the law, we will definitely enforce it and resolve it immediately. We must obey the law and no one can bully anyone. Finished. Without further ado, he led the team into the car, took the Wu family members and Hei Long and others away to take statements. Zhou Hua was also pulled into a car by several security guards, who were afraid that something would happen if he stayed. Before leaving, Brush, the security team members couldn't help but look at Qin Jiang with a complicated expression. Having a background is not scary, and being involved in gangs is even less scary. What is scary is having a background and a brain. If you offend such a person, he will beat you half to death and he will still be right. Isn't it infuriating? For a while, these security guards secretly decided that they should not provoke the Black Dragon without absolute evidence. Otherwise, it's easy to get yourself involved. The only people left at the scene were Wu Laosan, Wu Laolu, and others who had just been making trouble but had not attacked anyone. They looked at the departing security guards and the hundreds of Black Dragon employees gathered near Bensi, and they felt a chill run through their bodies. Fear, worry, all kinds of emotions continued to spread in their hearts. It's not that they don't understand the law at all. Even if they really don't understand the law, they can still see something from the situation just now. At least, they now understand one fact: Heilun Company has a background, Xinjiang has a very high status. It seems like all the beatings we just made were in vain, and those who were beaten seem to have committed crimes. All sorts of things that they had never encountered before fell on them all at once, leaving them a little overwhelmed. Wu Laolu shuddered. What's going on? What on earth is going on? Why is it like this? Even Zhou Hua is useless. Wu Laosan, let's go back first. As soon as he said this, the rest of the Wu family members stopped arguing. It was nonsense. They had just made such a fuss and got beaten up, but it had no result. Who would dare to make trouble again? Suddenly, two ambulances drove over from a distance. They quickly arrived at the open space, and several people got out and shouted, "Who's injured? Do you need a stretcher? Where is it?" No one answered. Several members of the Wu family subconsciously wanted to lie down and blackmail them, but were glared back at by Wu Laosan. The situation is clearly not right. Going to the hospital may not result in any money being extorted, but may instead lead to greater trouble. Brush, an ambulance worker picked up the phone and dialed Buzz. Wu Laosan's wife's cell phone rang immediately. Today is a good day. Everything you wish for will come true. Today is a good day, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, several paramedics rushed towards Wu Laosan's wife like hungry wolves. You were the one who called the ambulance. Where are the people? Didn't you say that several people were seriously injured and about to die? Yes, don't delay us from rescuing the patients. Wu Laosan's wife was a bit stuttered and said, everyone was taken away by the security guards. Took away? The faces of several paramedics turned dark. They knew that the security guards were sure that the people they pulled away were not seriously injured and could be treated by the doctors and the team. Mad, isn't calling an ambulance a waste of public resources? The paramedic extended his hand and said, 2 ambulances coming at the same time, the total fee is 600. Cash or card? What, you want money? When Wu Laosan's wife heard about the money, she suddenly realized what was happening and subconsciously shouted, Why are you asking me for money? I don't have any money. Go ask the person who just beat me up. He pointed in the direction of the Black Dragon. The rescue team members looked over and their hearts tightened. They smiled kindly at Xinjiang and the others, then looked at Wu Laosan's wife and their faces turned cold. Not to mention that this thing should be claimed by whoever reported it, or by the injured person. Even if they can't get it all, they dare not ask Xinjiang for it? They look like bad people at all, especially the one who looks like a brown bear. He might have committed murder on his hands, who cares? What? I've had enough of living, I can't help but feel. You, pay immediately. If you don't pay, I will call the police immediately. You will be held legally responsible for making a false ambulance call. Wu Laosan's wife was about to say something. Bang! Wu Laosan slapped her in the face. You stinky bitch, who told you to call an ambulance? Every day you think you're fine, but every day you're fine. I'm so unlucky to marry you. Pay money, give them money. Chapter 76. Xinjiang, the matter is not over yet, let's continue to deal with him up. Mrs. Wu was beaten so hard that she saw stars, but the pain in her body was far less than the pain of having to pay out 600 yuan. 600 yuan, how much corn does she have to steal from other people's homes? Ask her to get up early and grab hundreds of eggs. Want her to? Looking at Wu Laosan's eyes and feeling the pressure brought by hundreds of Black Dragon people not far away, the rescuer had no choice but to pay the money. After receiving the money, the rescuer cursed and warned everyone in the Wu family not to make false calls again. Before leaving, he did not forget to nod respectfully to Xinjiang before leaving. It's just subconscious. Everyone in the Wu family felt a darkness before their eyes finished. They know each other too, no wonder. These paramedics were so stubborn and unhappy, and they asked them for money right away. This Black Dragon really has the final say on College Road, and all of them are his people. What on earth have they gotten themselves into trouble with? Walk, Wu Laosan looked at Xinjiang and hurriedly pulled everyone from the Wu family away without daring to say a word. In front of the open space, only the Black Dragon brothers and 7 or 8 brave ones were left watching the excitement from a distance. When they saw the Wu family members leaving, they did not dare to stay for fear of being noticed by the Black Dragon and left in a hurry. Brother Jiang. Zhu Zhang brought Wang Tao and others to the front of the car. Qin Jiang said calmly, Zhang, take your men and clear the vacant land as quickly as possible. We'll start construction tomorrow. Good. Zhu Zhang nodded. The Wu family was just an incident that was not worth mentioning to them. The real problem to be solved was the building problem. For the first time to get involved in Black Dragon Company, every step is a challenge and you have to be careful enough. Otherwise, every step is a pitfall. Qin Jiang looked at the direction where the Wu family left and said calmly, Ratao, exist. They must pay back the money they've spent on land they've occupied over the years. Anyone who dares to bully Hailon Tu will be made to feel the pain. Especially Wu Laosan's family. Just 2 words, get them. I have only one request, don't break the law. I will have the vocational college issue a statement demanding the land be taken back, clear. Wang Tao nodded solemnly. These days, even if it's not illegal, it's not easy to create a family that takes advantage of others and acts unreasonably. Qin Jiang nodded and didn't say anything else. He suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, a college student on Shuayuan Road jumped from a building. The reason for his death was that he was helping a woman who had been hit by a car. The woman, unable to find the car's owner, blackmailed the student. Because there was no surveillance, the student was ultimately ordered to pay the medical expenses, and he ultimately jumped to prove his innocence. And if he remembered correctly, that person had once said during the discussion that the blackmailer was a repeat offender, some kind of Wu Laosan's wife, essentially antagonizing the current Wu family. He is not a pushover. If the Wu family didn't confront him, he wouldn't bother to care. But now that they have offended him, he would be sorry if he didn't teach them a lesson. Wow. Qin Jiang calmly closed the car window and said, let's go. Boom. The car roared towards the vocational university. The security guard at the gate saw the license plate 888 and opened the gate to welcome it without hesitation. Large machinery in the open space roared and began to work. After seeing Qin Jiang's power, the workers were not afraid or worried at all, but worked very hard. And nowadays, if a construction boss is a wimp with no background, there is a high probability that he will not stay long and his wages will be in arrears. Someone like Qin Jiang is more suitable. They also received some benefits when they started working. The fruits and vegetables grown in the fields were worth tens of thousands of yuan. Distance. The onlookers left one after another. At the same time, they also exaggerated what they saw today and spread a completely fabricated story. The Wu family is so unlucky. Several people were beaten half to death and even arrested by the security team. Let his family be so arrogant, now they are dumbfounded. Don't you see what Black Dragon is doing? Qin Jiang, that's a big brother in the pure Dao world. How dare these little scoundrels from the Wu family provoke someone so impure that they'll get themselves killed? The story becomes more and more outrageous. Who is the person in charge of Qinjiang College Road? What about Qin Jiang having someone beat up the Wu family, and not only was nothing done to them, he even had the security team arrest the Wu family members who were beaten? What kind of Black Dragon company has such a huge background, etc.? Anyway, the news became more and more outrageous. The most outrageous thing was that Sijio had been inexplicably responsible for many deaths. It can be said that this incident directly made the names of Qin Jiang and Heilong resound in the ears of most residents of Shuayuan Road. Gossip spreads the fastest these days, especially when it comes to the Wu family, who are known far and wide to be the most hated. Cardpool, are you blind? Lu Bo braked and stopped at the intersection. He looked at a young boy at the intersection and cursed, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Damn. I should kill you. He was still going to continue scolding. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Lu Bo was already pissed off after being rejected by Lu Yao on a date today, and now he was even angrier after nearly bumping into someone. He answered the phone and said angrily, damn it, who is it? Sixth brother, another one. Well, I can help wash it. Okay, no problem. Don't worry. I have shares in several night markets in the North District. There's not much else to the night markets, but there's a lot of turnover. It's just this commission. Okay, bang. After hanging up the phone, Lu Bo's mood improved a lot. In this day and age, making money is a good thing. As long as he has money, he has everything he wants. Lu Bo couldn't help but curse, when I make enough money, I won't have to serve that old witch in the big group anymore. Damn, that old pervert. Just saying. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again, and when I picked it up, an old woman's voice came from the phone. Baby, where are you? Come quickly, the steel ball I just bought will definitely suit you. It's so fun. bang. After hanging up the phone, Lu Bo's face looked gloomy that he didn't want to go, but he knew very well that he could hold shares in the night market and do business with those big bosses because of his background in the big group, and he could be in the big group because of the old witch. No. A woman who is 3 years older than a man will bring him wealth, a woman who is 30 years old will inherit the kingdom. Lu Yao, wait, sooner or later I will take you down, old witch, sooner or later I will make you eat shit too. Boom, Lu Bo stepped on the accelerator and sped away. The young student looked at Lu Bo leaving in the intersection in front of him, and his heart was beating fast. I felt inexplicably fortunate, as if nothing bad had happened to me. Security team. Lao Ho asked someone to take Sun Yuan and others down to take a statement, and at the same time quickly went to Zhao Kailai's office to report the situation. 10 minutes later, Zhao Kailai convened a meeting to let Lu Yong take full charge of the case, and Zhou Hua took the initiative to apply for abstention at the meeting. That night, Sun Yuan and others were released after taking their statements, and all the Wu family members who were armed with weapons were temporarily detained according to the procedures. When Zhou Hua shared the news in the agency's upcoming investigation into Qin Zhang's report, the Wu family wailed, unaware that something even worse was about to happen. Chapter 77 Black Dragon's Revenge. The end of offending Qin Jiang crash. Inside a mahjong parlor. A group of people were playing mahjong, and inside there was a small private room where several people were playing cards. Damn, $1,000, who wants? Wu Laoba, who are you looking down on? 1,000 yuan isn't even enough for your wife to go out and extort a little. Stop talking. I heard his wife was killed. Old 8. Your wife is in such a state and you still come out to play cards. How come you were so addicted? The middle-aged man called Wu Laoba's face turned pale, but he could only curl his lips and casually refute a few words at first. What they said was true. The news that the Wu family was bullied yesterday had spread to all the communities around. The people in front of him were all hooligans, many of them were quite ruthless, so he didn't dare to be complacent. The reason I went out to play today was because yesterday my wife came home and kept complaining about him being useless, blah blah blah. He came out specifically to have some free time and see if he could win some money here to make up for the losses in his vegetable garden. Even if you are stupid, you know that the land of the vocational college will never be returned and there will be no compensation. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of his wife's injuries. His face, which was not good looking to begin with, swelled up again. How miserable. Bang, he slapped himself hard in the face, secretly cursing himself for being a worthless person. Damn it. How can I be distracted while playing cards? Come on, add another 3,000, who wants to? Looking at the good cards in his hand, Wu Laoba completely forgot about everything else and kept adding weight to his own hands, and just when he was about to open his cards, outside, there was a noise. Bang, the door of the box was kicked open on the spot. Crash, several people rushed in and shouted, "Security team, raise your hands, quickly." Soon, Wu Laoba and 7 or 8 other people involved in the gambling, as well as the mahjong hall owner, were all arrested and escorted away. Just left the mahjong parlor. See you. A young man dressed in formal attire but with a nonchalant look walked over with his hands in his pockets, patted up and down. He looked at Wu Laoba and smiled broadly. TSK, see you again. Who are you? Wu Laoba looked at the young man in confusion. Several security guards also looked at the young man with questioning eyes and a hint of deterrence. Nowadays, even gangsters dare to act stupid in front of their security team. Yes. The next moment they were all stunned. The young man casually saluted the security guards and said, "I'm the one who just called you to report this." Several security guards, Sigma, surprised face, equals smiley face. No? What's going on? When will whistleblowers dare to openly show up at the scene of an arrest? Why? Are they afraid that others won't know, or that they won't retaliate? Whose general is this, so brave? The young man ignored the security guard's surprise and looked at Wu Laoba and said, "Dare to offend Brother Jiang? Huh, remember, this is just the beginning." He looked at the other arrested people and the mahjong parlor owner. "As for you, I can only say that you are unlucky." After saying that, he left without caring about how others reacted. The mahjong hall owner and several arrested people were stunned at first, but then they all reacted. It was obvious that Wu Laoba had offended that guy called Brother Jiang, and today the young man came to find Wu Laoba to make trouble, and they were completely implicated. An unexpected disaster. Brush, the mahjong parlor owner and others looked at Wu Laoba with extremely cold and angry eyes. "You good old Wu, just wait, today's matter is not over yet, I will kill you sooner or later. Wu Laoba, if you don't pay me the fine, humph, I'll beat the shit out of you and make you eat it." Several people cursed wildly and even wanted to beat Wu Laoba. Wu Laoba, it's not me. It has nothing to do with me. It's Qin Zhang. Every wrong has its perpetrator, go find him. He asked his younger brother to report it. Of course, the mahjong parlor owner and the others didn't listen to his excuses at all. Nonsense. They also roughly knew who Qin Jiang was, even if I didn't know it before. I knew it when I heard the gossip about the Wu family. He was definitely a big boss, doing engineering, owning a company, and had a lot of subordinates. These low-level thugs still want to cause trouble for others. What's the matter? Do they think their lives are not comfortable enough? Furthermore, how can we not use the ready-made scapegoat, Wu Laoba? If the security team had not stopped him, Wu Laoba would have been beaten to a pulp on the spot. Even so, Wu Laoba knew clearly what the outcome would be. He knew these people's temperaments too well and would never let him go easily. The security guards looked at each other and said nothing. Not after all, it's good for Qin Jiang to take revenge. Let someone report it. Not only did it not violate the law, it could even be said to be good citizen preparation that helped the security officers follow up. They also have to give bonuses to those who report something, and if the performance is outstanding, they will also award the reporter. Tuanzi Village, A bread truck was driving slowly along the village road. Click. Van opens. Wu Xiaoxi stuck his head out and took out a hook from his mobile phone. With a flick of his hand, a running yellow dog was hooked directly and was dragged into the car without even a scream. Wu Xiaoxi grinned at the big yellow dog in the car and said to his younger brother who was driving, "Let's go, back to eat hot pot." The young man driving the car said, "Fourth brother, you just got released. Our father told us to stay out of the house for the next few days. He's afraid that Black Dragon will cause trouble for us. It's best to be careful." Wu Xiaoxi angrily said, "Why are they still causing trouble for us? I was beaten and even arrested and locked up overnight, but the young man who beat me up was fine. Furthermore, the land we worked so hard to cultivate was taken away. What's the matter? They still think it's not enough. Besides, I'm injured now, so I can eat some dog meat to replenish my body. Just tell me if you want to eat it." The young man driving the car licked his lips and said firmly, "Eat, Wu Xiaoxi, then hurry up." Ouch. Ouch. Before he could finish his words, the car suddenly stopped with a sudden brake. Wu Xiaoxi's head hit the front of the car, causing the injuries on his body to ripple through his body and make him grimace in pain. Fuck. How are you driving, fourth brother? The young man driving the car pointed tremblingly ahead. Brush. Wu Xiaoxi looked up. There were 20 or 30 villagers holding farm tools standing in front, looking at the van with great anger. Without saying a word, they surrounded the van and forcibly opened the door. Seeing the dying big yellow dog, they became even more angry and directly dragged Wu Xiaoxi and the other two out of the car. Fuck him. Beat these dog thieves to death. Dare to steal my dog. Beat them up. These dog thieves deserve to die. Beat them. Beat them to death. They come here again and again, but they don't treat our Tuanzi village as human beings. Let's talk about them. Chapter 78. Zhou Hua's warning. Wu family looking for someone. Shuesafar away. On a wall, the two Black Dragon brothers were sitting with their legs crossed, smoking cigarettes and watching Wu Xiaoxi and the other two being beaten. TSK. These guys are really bad at beating people. Hit them right there. I'm sure your kidneys will get hurt. You're courting death by looking for trouble with Brother Jiang, and you're even stealing dogs. Stealing dogs is what I despise the most. Even though they were all small-time hooligans once, ever since Qin Jiang made up his mind to run the Hentang Hotel, the Black Dragon brothers have been transformed. Although many of their gangster habits cannot be changed, they have long been disgusted with low-level activities such as stealing and cheating. What to say, low-end, not presentable. They must be beaten. No matter how Wu Xiaoxi and his brother cried, the villagers did not stop. After all, more than 10 dogs had been lost in the past 6 months. If no one had notified them in advance today, the dog thieves would have gotten away. Bang! 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 By the time the security team arrived, the two men had been beaten so badly that they could hardly speak. Moreover, there were too many attackers and they all protected each other, and the Wu brothers had stolen the dog first. The security team also handled the situation flexibly, criticizing and educating the two people and many villagers. Before the two were about to leave, the two Black Dragon brothers appeared in front of them. Remember, offending Brother Jiang is just the beginning. On a motorway, the Wu family who had just committed the fraud saw the Heilong employees get out of the car with cameras and filmed the entire scene of their fraud. Report to the security team. Sue the Wu family for extortion. One-stop service. In the field of the Wu family who were stealing corn also met the relative of the real owner. the sworn brother of Black Dragon, and beat him up. He covered his head and beat him, and still threatened him before leaving. Mrs. Wu, who had just grabbed the eggs, returned to the gate of the community. Brush, passing Black Dragon Youth threw out a garbage bag. Crash, the garbage bag burst in midair, and the yellow, hot liquid inside poured over Mrs. Wu's head. Similar things happened repeatedly in a short period of time. Whenever the Wu family members went out, they all suffered more or less. At the very least, they were covered in dirt and dust, and at the worst, they were covered in wounds. He was even taken to Paris. He did not go out nor hide at all. After checking, the security team started to take action, ban the Wu family from opening a mahjong parlor in the community. Building construction law enforcement officers were dispatched to fill in the excavated basements, demolish illegal gardens, and issue a large number of fines for violations, and so on. A series of situations continue to unfold. Wu family, for a while, there was chaos and he became the focus of the entire community, with countless people gloating over his misfortune. In Wu Laosan's room, the Wu family members gathered here again. Unlike before when they were full of vigor and vitality, they were now extremely depressed. Most of them were injured, and even those who were not injured looked dejected. Some were even more severely tied up like dumplings. This was Wu Xiaoxi, the man who was beaten for stealing a dog. I couldn't help crying. Oh my God. Third brother. What should we do? Xiaoxi was almost beaten to death. He's just a top dog. That Black Dragon is such a jerk. Isn't he just a bully? Yeah. It was Black Dragon who got my husband arrested. He was almost beaten to death right after he was redeemed. Is there any justice left? Qin Jiang is torturing us to death. I went to the security team and they said they couldn't do anything. It's too damn dark on Shuayuan Road. Oh my God. I can't survive this, they cried out in grievance. They completely forgot how they had once boasted to those who came to reason with them that they could report to the security team if they had the ability. Outside. As soon as he reached the door, Zhou Hua couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why didn't you think about others feeling uncomfortable when you bullied them? Now it's your turn to feel uncomfortable and you know you're crying. What about the security team not doing anything when it's dark on Shuayuan Road? They've made a formal report, followed the proper procedures, and everything is legal and compliant. How can they possibly intervene? Forget it. If I continue to participate, something bad will definitely happen. So I might as well just leave. These days, he finally found out who the Wu family is through some old comrades in the institute. These people were not as friendly as they appeared to be in front of him. Instead, they were extremely dirty and despicable. Even it can no longer be described as cheap, they are simply parasites of society. During this period, his wife Wu Xiaoai's constant pressure made him see the other party clearly. He couldn't help but regret why he was so blind to apply for transfer to the local area. He didn't dare to think about what extraordinary things the already rampant Wu family would do with his identity. Moment. A determined look appeared on his face. He put down his hand that was knocking on the door and turned away without hesitation. In the house. Wu Laosan's brows were furrowed. The troublemaking method that had always been successful not only failed to work after encountering the Black Dragon, but also brought disaster to the Wu family. First, many people were arrested, and then they were constantly picked on for trouble. He looked at Wu Xiaoai and said, "What did your wife say? When will the boys at home be released? Why doesn't the security team care about Heilong?" All the Wu family members looked at Wu Xiaoai, and their originally friendly looks towards him turned into questioning ones. As if to say, "This is the man you were looking for. Didn't you say he is very powerful in the security team?" Wu Xiaoai looked embarrassed. "My husband hasn't come back these days and said he's busy with the team. I called to ask." Drop. The call was connected quickly before Wu Xiaoai could say anything. Zhou Hua's voice came over the phone. "I know what you're asking. Although those guys in your family assaulted someone and didn't cause any significant damage, the victim has already applied for emotional compensation and so on. If they don't issue a letter of apology, this will probably be turned into a criminal case and they'll end up in jail. The vocational college has also requested compensation from you for the land use fees over the past 5 years. If you don't pay, you will be summoned by the court. As a couple, let me remind you, go find Qin Jiang and apologize to him. This will save his face and give him some wiggle room. Otherwise, it's all over. I've said this now, it's up to you whether you listen or not." Bang, Zhou Hua hung up the phone. Toot. The busy tone on the phone made Wu Xiaoai stunned. She always felt that Zhou Hua's tone towards her seemed very cold, as if something bad was going to happen to her, because Wu Xiaohuai's phone was on speakerphone. Everyone in the Wu family also heard Zhou Hua's words and flew into a rage, accusing Wu Xiaohuai of finding a useless man and telling her to call Zhou Hua to get him out. They even asked Zhou Hua to lead the team to arrest Qin Jiang. Follow-up: after 2 days of being bullied, the Wu family could no longer bear it and had to compromise and compensate the vocational university for the land fee and the cost of the letter of understanding. However, they were naturally unwilling to give it all to Wu Laosan, so he had to use his connections to find an influential middleman to suppress Qin Jiang. One day later, ding ding ding, Wu Laosan answered the phone. The sound of playing cards came from inside. "I'll find the people for you, you prepare the money. Don't worry, Gaga is tough. He's number 1 in the North District. He has a powerful boss above him and dozens of brothers under him. Most of them are from the underworld and are not ordinary thugs. Everyone in the North District will give him some face. He is more than capable of being a peacemaker. What's your name?" "Shuai Si. Just call me Fourth Brother." Chapter 79, by family situation, preparation for investigation. Shuai Si arrives a certain compound inside a high-end residence. A middle-aged man with a stern face was sitting on the sofa watching the news. An intelligent and well-maintained woman was packing clothes, and a nanny was cooking in the kitchen with the aroma of food wafting in the air. Very warm, very harmonious, until, snap, the door opened and Bai Meng rushed in, holding a cake in his hand. "Dad! Happy birthday," the middle-aged man nodded casually, without moving his eyes away from the TV news. On the contrary, the woman who was packing clothes saw Gao Meng coming back, put down her clothes and came over directly. She took the cake with one hand and touched Bai Meng's face with the other hand. "Oh. My baby son has lost weight. Is it because you are too tired from work recently? If it were me, I would not be able to do investigation work. I'd rather transfer you to another department with less stress." Bai Meng smiled and said, "No need, Mom, investigating is good." Middle-aged woman: "What's good about that? Look at you, you're exhausted. It would be great if you could go to a more relaxed department." Bai Meng didn't wait to speak. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa scolded, "What do you know? He's a natural detective, otherwise all those years of studying would have been wasted. Why are you meddling in this? Transfer him? You can transfer him just like that. You treat the public security department like your own family." The middle-aged woman, as if on fire, retorted, "Your son finally came home and brought you a birthday cake, and you didn't even glance at it and started scolding him? All right. I don't need you, a big boss. I'll find someone to transfer my son myself. He's been doing investigations for so many years and has served the country well enough." "That's enough." After saying that, he turned around and went back to the house to make a phone call. "You are not allowed to go." The middle-aged man slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Just go." Middle-aged women also make a big deal out of it. In the end, Bai Meng said all the nice things he could and kept persuading his mother that today was his father's birthday. Before the two sides calmed down, soon the nanny brought all the food, and Bai Meng put the cake in the middle of the table and put candles on it. The middle-aged man glanced at the clock in the door unintentionally. With a hint of disappointment in his eyes, he said calmly, "Let's eat." Bai Meng, blow out the candles and make a wish. The middle-aged man scolded, "Superstition, brush." He raised his hand and extinguished the candle. "Eat." The three of them sat down at the table and started eating. The atmosphere was very awkward due to the conflict just now. Even though Bai Meng tried to bring up the topic several times, it was of no avail. In the kitchen, the nanny cleaned up calmly and there were no accidents. Suddenly, the middle-aged man asked while eating, "What is your sister busy with recently?" Bai Meng was stunned for a moment, a flicker of awkwardness in his eyes that quickly vanished. He smiled and said, "My sister has been very obedient lately. She goes to school every day and has passed all her exams. She's even enrolled in extracurricular classes to study hard. I called the tutor, and he said she's very good at finance." Bai Meng avoided the main point and spoke lightly. Of course, what he said was all true. Although he didn't know what means, Qin Jiang used to make his sister attend class obediently. The result was that his sister's academic performance improved dramatically. The teacher's feedback was true, but when he called the teacher a while ago to inquire, he found that the teacher's phone number was not connected. He wondered if the teacher had changed his number. The middle-aged man looked at Bai Meng deeply without saying anything. The middle-aged woman put down her bowl and chopsticks with tears in her eyes. She glared at the middle-aged man and turned back to the bedroom. Bai Meng ate a few mouthfuls of food. Every time this family mentioned his sister, they would end up in a quarrel. Moment after finishing his meal, the middle-aged man looked at the cake in front of him, carefully scooped a bite with a spoon, ate it, closed his eyes to savor the taste, then opened his eyes and smoothed the cake. Bang! He put down his chopsticks. Auntie Lou, clean up, I'm going to go for a walk outside. Finished. He stood up, grabbed a coat, and went outside. Walking in the neighborhood, he took out his phone and made a call. Xiao son, help me check something, find out what Bai Lu has been doing recently. When he hung up the phone, his eyes sparkled. Before becoming a leader, he was also a criminal investigator, so he could naturally notice that Bai Mang was speaking unnaturally. College Road, inside a restaurant. Wu Laosan and everyone else in the Wu family were waiting anxiously. Several of the women looked at Wu Laosan's bag from time to time with reluctance on their faces. They raised 20,000 yuan, this money, they were just trying to get the big brother from society to come and redress their problems. They had to. In such a short period of time, the Wu family had been arrested, beaten, and there were almost no survivors. Now they dared not go out easily. They'd been eating instant noodles every day for the past 2 days, soaked in cold water. Ugh! They didn't even know why the electricity went out. Third brother. A woman said, we can't waste 20,000 yuan. We'll ask that gangster to settle the matter. It would be best if we don't have to spend a penny. Not only will I have to teach the Qin Jiang a lesson, but I'll also have to make him release the letter of apology for free. Otherwise, what will happen to my son? The other members of the Wu family also started talking. Their long-term stingy habits make them feel painful when spending every extra penny, but they dare not continue to delay. Okay. I know, Wu Lao-san waved his hand and scolded, keep your words to yourself for a while. Those real big brothers in society all have bad tempers. Soon, bang, the restaurant door was pushed open abruptly. You just see, more than 10 people rushed in, all with fierce faces, with dragons and tigers carved on their bodies, and bulging waists. The leader shook his head slightly as he walked, and he had an extremely thick gold chain around his neck. It's exactly, Shuesi, the last time he was arrested and brought back. Although the nature of the case was very bad, as it involved a gang fight, there were no victims at all. Well, there was no way. They were basically just beaten. After all, the number of people on both sides was too different at the time, so Scar valued the relationship and spent money to get him out. Originally, he was going to be marginalized because of this incident, but as the saying goes, those who survive a disaster will have good fortune in the future. He spent a lot of money to find a way to make money, so Scar not only did not marginalize him, but rewarded him by letting him start watching the scene. All of a sudden, he has many younger brothers under his command. His status in the Scar group skyrocketed, from being called Shuelao-si to fourth brother. Of course, being a big brother is not an easy job. In order to maintain his face, he often spends a lot of money on food, drink, and defecation. For him, who has just become a big brother, he is extremely short of money, so he can only find ways to make money. There are only a few ways to make money on the road to debt collection: watch over the place and collect protection fees, and help others. I just happened to receive an order from the Wu family. Of course, the total amount is only 20,000, and the middleman has to get a share. Only someone like Shuesi can be interested in other big brothers, so who cares? Crash, a younger brother pulled out a chair. Bang, Shuesi sat down and looked at the restaurant environment. Damn, you usually come to the shabby place to find me. Chapter 80. Shuesi, damn, you offended Brother Giant. At the same time, when Shuesi and others came in, the expressions of the people at the tables who were eating changed slightly when they saw them. Really, I saw these people pointing at others and saying, have you finished eating? Go away. Go away, settle the score? What score? Put it all on him. These thugs pointed at the Wu family and said, see here. Several tables of guests turned around and left without hesitation. Soon, the only people left in the restaurant were the Wu family, the people brought by Shuesi, and the restaurant owner and his wife. The proprietress saw the customers leaving without paying and tried to stop them, but the boss reached out and grabbed her and took her to the kitchen. Bang. Shuesi looked at the Wu family and continued to curse, damn it. Even if you don't say henteing, it must be a big hotel. You are just fooling around with this fly restaurant. Wu Laosan looked embarrassed. He knew that people in society cared most about their reputation, so it was definitely not appropriate to have dinner in a small restaurant. However, the Wu family was not willing to eat in a big hotel. They couldn't help but say, it's a bit hasty. It's really a bit hasty. As long as things are too urgent, Shuesi cursed a few more times before shouting, boss, if you have any special dishes, bring them up and pick the expensive ones. Okay. The boss in the kitchen quickly agreed. Immediately, Xue Zicai looked at Wu Laosan and stretched out his hand. Where's the money? Here it is. Wu Laosan handed over the briefcase reluctantly. Xue Si threw it to his younger brother behind him without even looking at it. The younger brother took it and tucked it under his armpit. Xue Si looked at his younger brother and said, "Damn. You really have no sense. It's not easy for the eldest brother to count, and you don't know how to count." Bang! He glared at his younger brother and whispered, "Count." I opened the wallet and read the number Apu, 1 north. 2 north. 3, bang! Xue Si wanted to kick his little brother to death, but to save face as the big brother, he could only sit there and keep silent. Moment after counting, the younger brother put it under his armpit again. That thing, you see. Seeing that his younger brother was completely exhausted, Wu Laosan looked at Xue Si and tested him. "Isn't it just a matter of settling the issue?" Xue Si said nonchalantly, "I heard from Lao Ping, the middleman, that you offended a small builder, and they contracted the land you farmed, and now they're asking you for the money they paid for the land you occupied, right? It can be settled with just a word." He really didn't take it seriously. During this time, he had also helped others settle several cases, some of which involved builders. Of course, they were all small builders. As for whether the Wu family had offended a large builder, nonsense. The builders would not care about small matters, let alone conflicts with the Wu family. It must be a small scale, but out of caution, he subconsciously asked, "How big is the scale of that builder?" "Wu Laosan, we have contracted over 100 mu of land, with more than 10 cranes and excavators, and dozens of workers." Listen to this. Xue Si's face became more confident. For a builder of this level, Xue Si's face is definitely useful, not to mention that he has a big brother behind him. Scar is also a well-known figure in the North District. Although he is not involved in construction, he charges a lot of money to maintain order. To maintain order for others, one must earn at least hundreds of thousands of dollars and must have a high enough status. Xue Si made a flat hand gesture. "It's not a big deal, isn't it just asking them to pay less for the land occupation fee? Little Kara. Just flat." Wu Laosan nodded with satisfaction. He had also inquired about Qin Zheng during this period. Of course, with his ability, he only found out that the other party was a student gangster. He was lucky to receive compensation when the land he contracted was demolished, and his subordinates were all students. He could not be compared with a real gangster like Xue Si. The Wu family also thought so. They did not dare to go against Qin Zheng, but Xue Si was obviously different. "I can't help but say it would be best if he didn't have to pay a penny. Several of our family members are in jail, and we need him to issue a letter of clemency. Yes, it would be nice if I could teach him a lesson." "What the hell?" Xue Si looked a little unhappy. "You asked me to do so many things for 20,000 yuan, ask for less money? Give you a letter of apology? Help you teach someone a lesson? What's the point? You have more money than others. But I felt calmer when I heard the letter of apology, letter of understanding. Isn't this thing only needed when you're giving someone a shot?" In other words, the Wu family beat up the builders' people, reported them to the security team, and were arrested and required to provide a letter of apology. How could a builder who could be beaten by such despicable people like the Wu family be so powerful? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but say, "Damn, I only get 20,000 yuan for all these things. If I want to do it, I have to pay more, 50,000 for a hammer, 100,000 for a leg. As long as the money is in place, the North District will be completely destroyed." As soon as these words were spoken, and the Wu family members had no choice but to stop fighting. Money, add money. It sounds illegal to his family. Wu Laosan flattered his old self and said, "Fourth brother, I used to be a gangster too, nicknamed Sanguzi." Xue Si looked at Wu Laosan and smiled contemptuously. "Never heard of it." "Nonsense." Looking at Wu Laosan's poor character, you can tell that even if he really did get by, he wouldn't have made a name for himself. Wu Laosan, benefit, Lao Ping and I, Xue Si, don't mention him, he has no face. Wu Laosan had no choice but to gather together with the Wu family and discuss in a low voice. The restaurant owner served the dishes but did not fool people with all the fish and meat. Xue Si was in a good mood. He felt that the Wu family still had some money to gain, and he could squeeze at least 40,000 or 50,000 yuan out of them today. As for the builders, just give them some money. If a builder is really capable, he will build a building or a skyscraper, or at least a factory or something. Who can contract a piece of land and be beaten by the Wu family? The only bad thing is that the land on Shuiyuan Road is unlucky. I failed here last time, but he looked at Wu Laosan and suddenly asked, by the way, that builder, do you know his name? Without waiting for Wu Laosan to speak, bang, the restaurant door was pushed open again, crash. More than 10 young men in formal attire came in, led by a young man with a folding fan and a pigtail, exactly as Zhu Zhang. Wang Tao came in from the left and shouted, damn it! Wu Laosan, you dare to challenge Brother Jiang? Who gave you the courage? Is it me, your father? You even went after a gangster? Come, let me see what that gangster looks like. It turned out that Wu Laosan sent someone to invite Qin Jiang, but of course he couldn't see Qin Jiang, so he told one of his younger brothers, the Wu family is looking for someone, a gangster, a very awesome guy, and asked Qin Jiang to come over. If he didn't go, the gangster would come over and break his legs. If the Wu family members had not run away after shouting, they would have been beaten by Wang Tao and others. So Zhu Zhang, who was in charge of construction, brought people over to take a look. Now, when Zhu Zhang, Wang Tao, and others came in, they were stunned when they saw Xuesi and others, and immediately recognized their identities. After all, the two sides just fought face to face not long ago. Similarly, Xuesi and others also recognized the faces of Zhu Zhang and others. Everyone in the Wu family trembled with fear when they heard Wang Tao's scolding. There was nothing they could do as they were almost suffering from psychological trauma recently. But when they looked at Xuesi, they recovered. What was there for them to be afraid of? Wu Laosan pointed at Zhu Zhang and said to Xuesi, that's the group of people, but they're not the real boss. The real boss is Qin Jiang. You deal with them first, and I'll take you to find Qin Jiang. I know where he is. Xuesi glanced at Zhu Zhang and the others, then at Wu Laosan. The one you offended is Brother Jiang. Wu Laosan, what Brother Jiang? Xuesi, the builder you're talking about is the Black Dragon Company. Wu Laosan, yes, his name is Black Dragon. Do you know him, fourth brother? Xuesi, fuck you. Bang. Chapter 81, calling Brother Zhang and Xuesi. Go slowly and take good care of Brother Jiang. Bang. Xuesi turned around and hit Wu Laosan hard on the face, almost making him fall over. Wu Laosan screamed, covered his face and looked at Xuesi. Just as he was about to say something, his vision blurred again. Snap. Snap. Xuesi once again launched two fierce counterattacks. Bang. Wu Laosan was beaten so hard that he collapsed on the ground, covering his face and grimacing in pain. Ouch. He couldn't help but spit out blood foam from his mouth, which showed how hard Xuesi hit him. Third brother, third uncle, 3 members of the Wu family rushed forward to check on Wu Laosan, and at the same time looked at Xuesi in disbelief, having no idea why he suddenly started beating people when he was fine just now. But out of fear of the gangsters who bully the weak and fear the strong, they dared not say anything and could only keep asking Wu Laosan about the situation. Third brother, don't scare me, you can't die. If you die, how can I pay off the debts my family owes? Third brother, it seems like your front teeth are missing. Wu Laosan, no. If I get beaten, you guys won't speak up for me, but why do you have to curse me? What? 2 slaps and I'm going to die. Brush. He looked up at Xuesi, who was also confused. Just as he was about to ask something, he suddenly froze in place. Xuesi ignored the Wu family's reaction and smiled as he looked at Zhu Zhang. You must be little Zhuge. Zhu Zhang, Brother Zhang, right? I'm Xuesi. We just met a while ago. Xuesi? Zhu Zhang watched Xuesi repeat the other person's name. He recognized the other person's identity at first sight, but it was as if he had just recalled it. That day at the school gate, he brought people to cause trouble for Brother Jiang. Isn't that youthful and frivolous? Xuesi said hurriedly, Brother Scar told me long ago that we are family. Then he yelled at his subordinates, what are you standing there for? Calling me Brother Zhang, you are a bunch of tactless guys. A dozen younger brothers hurriedly said respectfully, Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. Zhu Zhang didn't respond but looked at Xuesi and said, what's the matter? The Wu family asked you to suppress Black Dragon and Brother Jiang, and you accepted it? You want to go against Brother Jiang? Ouch. Xuesi clapped his hands hurriedly and said, Brother, I'm also a victim. It's all my fault for not figuring it out clearly, and it's also all the fault of the damn Wu family for not telling them in advance that it was Brother Jiang who was offended. Damn. As he said this, he went up and kicked Wu Laosan hard again, knocking Wu Laosan and his family members who were supporting him to the ground. Xuesi continued, you should know that he offended Brother Jiang. Even if I had the courage, I wouldn't dare come here. Besides, what is the relationship between my brother Scar and Brother Jiang? The flood washed away the Dragon King temple. We are all one family. His tone was very respectful. After I came out last time, I heard about the meeting between Scar brother and Qin Jiang in the hotel, and I also knew about the chemical plant incident. He also knew that Qin Jiang had a powerful background, so even his own Scar brother had to give him face and not dare to offend him easily. So, he had just taken over, so naturally he didn't dare to offend Xiao Kaolumi. If he really offended Qin Jiang, the other party wouldn't have to do anything to him. Scar brother would chop him up and send him to the black Qin Jiang, so his attitude was so friendly and humble. Zhu Jiang, not standing up for him? Shui Si, I'm only here to support Brother Jiang. Just one word from you and I'll chop him up right now and then go apologize to Brother Jiang. Zhu Jiang, Brother Jiang doesn't have time to deal with this. Shui Si, yes. How can a big shot like Brother Jiang have the time to deal with these little scoundrels? Brothers, you must be hungry. Boss, what are you doing? Hurry up and serve the food, good wine, and good meat to my brother. You guys get out of here, Shui Si shouted at the boss and scolded his subordinates, asking them to give up the empty table. Zhu Jiang waved his hand, no need to eat. Shui Si, are you not satisfied with the restaurant? I'll ask someone to book a table at a restaurant outside so we can have a drink together. Zhu Jiang, I appreciate your kindness, but I won't drink anymore. I still have a lot of things to do on the construction site. Shui Si, Brother Jiang's place. Zhu Jiang turned around and waved his hand. I haven't seen you today, right? Yes, I haven't seen him today. Shui Si smiled and nodded. Although Zhu Jiang is much younger than him, he feels pressured by him. His speech and manners are not what one should have at his age. If he says something, he can see through it immediately. Let's go. Zhu Jiang led Wang Tao and the others away. Before leaving, he looked deeply at the Wu family and sneered, "You want to have fun, right? Then let's have some fun," Shui Si shouted from behind. "Slow down, be nice to my brother Dai Jiang, let's have a drink together when we have time." "Hello, Brother Dai Jiang." Until he brought a few of his men to the door of the restaurant, he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead as he watched hundreds of young men in formal attire rush out from both sides of the road and follow Zhu Jiang away. Damn, it was so close, I was going to get into trouble again today. Fuck, why did you say again? At first, some of the younger brothers didn't know who Qin Jiang and Heilong were, and didn't quite understand why their fourth brother was so respectful. But when they saw the number of people pouring out from both sides, they gasped. If there had really been a conflict in the house, they would have been finished if these people rushed in. Fourth brother. A younger brother asked, "Who is he?" "What Brother Jiang did you just mention? Who is Brother Jiang? And what is Black Dragon? Does he know Scar brother?" Bang, Shui Si rushed out with a sly smile. Ask, all you know is asking. What's up, you blue cat, you're full of questions? Looking at his right-hand men and women, he couldn't help but admire Qin Jiang even more. Look at his team. Even Zhu Jiang under his command had to be treated with caution and seemed unfathomable. Even the younger brothers who followed him stood straight, with extraordinary aura, and their words and deeds were in order. Compared with the people under his command, they were completely incomparable. Inside, Wu Laosen didn't care about the pain on his face or body, and just stared blankly at the door. Full brother, Flood's Dragon King Temple, how could I have the courage? Give it to Brother Jiang. They kept thinking about what had just happened to them, as well as Shui Si's extremely respectful and friendly attitude towards Zhu Jiang. Is he still the same social boss who flaunted his power and said he would give you a discount on your legs if you got the money? Isn't this just a case of bootlicking, a little brother praising the big brother? But is Shui Si a big brother in society? There was no doubt about this. Not to mention that the middleman would not cheat him. He himself had also gone out to inquire in the past few days and learned that Shui Si had become quite famous in the North District recently. Some big gangsters had to call him fourth brother when they saw him. He was someone that ordinary businessmen dared not offend. Just Shui Si obviously treated the other party as an equal. No, it seemed that what Zhuan said was one level lower. So, what is Zhu Jiang's status? What is the status of the Black Dragon ruler behind him, Qin Jiang, whom Shui Si keeps calling Brother Jiang, the big brother of the big brother in society? Chapter 82 Wu Jiafu begs for mercy. Bai's father comes to the college road crash. Xuesi brought his men back again, and several of his men quickly put away the weapons they had brought. Xuesi had just signaled them to put them away, fearing that Zhu Zhang would misunderstand. But at this time, Wu Laosen looked at Xuesi, hesitant to speak, not knowing what to say. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that Xuesi would not help him to settle the matter, or he did not dare to help him to settle the matter. When he saw the briefcase on Xuesi's arm, he finally reacted and said, "Fourth brother, that money." His meaning was very clear. Since Xuesi couldn't settle the matter, the money had to be returned. This sentence, Xuesi, who was already in a bad mood, attracted his attention and cursed at Wu Laosan. "Money? What money? Mad. You're causing trouble for me, aren't you? Why did you have to mess with Brother Jiang when you could mess with anyone else? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you touch Brother Jiang? I think Brother Jiang is too kind. Today I will deal with Brother Jiang. Beat me." He gave the order to crash. A dozen or so young men started fighting against the Wu family. What kind of existence were the Wu family? They were trash, not even the bottom-level thugs. In addition, a few young men who were really good at fighting were still in prison. They were no match for the thugs. I could only lie on the ground and wail, "Oh, stop hitting me, stop hitting me, you're killing me, my old waist, how can you hit a woman? I'm still a virgin girl in her 30s. Don't hit me in the face, we were wrong. We were wrong." A bunch of thugs have no sympathy for women, and of course no one can be gentle with women. More than 10 minutes later, Xuesi waved his hand to stop them. He squatted down and patted Wu Laosan's face, which was covered with scars. "Who hit you, Wu Laosan?" "Ah, who, you, no. No one hit us, we just fell accidentally while walking." "Xuesi, oh, you're not stupid, but you just don't know who to mess with and who not to mess with. You've been in the underworld before, you know the consequences of reporting to the security team." Wu Laosan nodded. I know. Xuesi stood up and left with his fellow brothers. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Wu Laosan and said, "For the sake of 20,000 yuan, I'm going to remind you, whether it's Brother Jiang or that black dragon boss you offended, you'd better give him whatever he wants immediately, otherwise, looking for someone to commit suicide. No one on the underworld can help you settle your problems. They can only bring disaster upon you. Some people are not to be messed with. Be careful and you might end up dying without knowing how." He naturally placed Qin Jiang on the same level as his own Scar brother, or even higher. If you offended someone of this level, could you find someone to settle the matter? Yes, you could. But the person who could settle the matter for you would probably never have the chance to meet him in your lifetime, let alone establish a connection with him, just relying on the Wu family. After saying that, he took his people away. Everyone in the Wu family watched Xuesi and others leave and felt like crying. One woman said, "What are we going to do? 20,000 yuan is gone just like that. He's so unreasonable. He didn't help us settle the matter, and he's still blackmailing us for 20,000 yuan. Shut up." Wu Laosan angrily scolded, "Are you concerned about this now? You are about to die and you still care about 20,000 yuan. What, death is imminent?" Everyone in the Wu family ignored their injuries and looked at Wu Laosan in confusion, not knowing why he said that. Wu Laosan stood up and grimaced in pain as he pulled at his wounds. "Hiss, didn't you see how Xuesi treated that Zhang Ge? He was so respectful that he almost knelt down and called him brother." The Wu family nodded subconsciously, recalling how Xuesi's humble attitude just now had nothing to do with his impending death. Wu Laosan cursed, "Don't you understand? The fact that Xuesi is so scared proves that the construction company is owned by gangsters. Qin Jiang is a gangster, even more powerful than Xuesi. We already offended him when we competed for land before. He just sent people to mess with us. We can only play cat and mouse. But if we go looking for someone to settle things, we have to confront them head-on. What do you think will happen to us?" Gulp, the Wu family members couldn't help but swallow their saliva and recalled Xuesi's warning before he left, as well as Zhu Zhang's eyes and words before he left. No one was stupid. Waiting for them will be. How can they resist the real revenge of the social big brother? Can they resist it? Nonsense, definitely can't resist. A woman couldn't help but say, "What should we do? I told you not to offend them." Do you remember the man standing next to Qin Jiang, who was over 2 meters tall? He looked ferocious and had obviously killed several people. Do you think Qin Jiang would just let that man come and kill us? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Wu family couldn't help but tremble inwardly. I couldn't help but imagine in my mind. Sijou forcibly pulled open the door of their house and threw them out of the window. There are people behind them, who might even label it an accidental fall? Who can I complain to? What to do? Third brother, can you come up with a solution? What should we do? Leave it alone. Wu Laosan shouted at the chattering voices, listen, there's no other way. The most urgent thing to do to save our lives is to pay the compensation as he demands. The money for the land occupation and the money for signing the letter of understanding. Everyone in the Wu family was hesitant to speak. Of course they didn't want to pay this money, as it would be like taking advantage of their flesh. However, no matter how much pain they felt and how much fear they felt in their hearts, they suppressed their stingy thoughts and nodded silently. Someone worriedly asked, third brother, will he forgive us? We can't just take the money and then take revenge later. Wu Laosan, social big brothers like to save face the most. Tomorrow, when you have collected all the money, we will go and stop that Jiang brother's car. Remember to act pitiful and beg him. You must pay what you owe. Only then can you possibly escape this disaster. The rest can only be left to fate. The Wu family had no choice but to agree. Money important, life is more important, you can't have both. Saving your life is the most important thing. Just about to leave, the restaurant owner came out and asked, what? Are you eating for free? Wu Laosan, we haven't eaten yet. Whoever eats should go, restaurant owner, then I'll report it to the security team. Wu Laosan, how much? The next day inside a certain university graduate school. The middle-aged man listened to the report on the phone, his brows furrowed more and more and his face turned darker. Qin Jiang, Black Dragon, student thug, bang, hang up the phone, buzz, he received an MMS on his mobile phone. Looking at the yellow-haired Qin Jiang in the center of the picture in the message, he felt his blood rushing up like crazy and his eyes turned a little red. He forced himself to calm down, brush. He quickly picked up the phone and called back, Xiao Sun, drive over to pick me up and take me to the North District, right now, quick. Chapter 83 Night Market Preparation, Vendors, Qin Jiang's Travel Vocational College. A huge plaque with the name of Black Dragon hangs on the third-floor office building, and 10 Black Dragon brothers are still sitting downstairs guarding it. That's right, Heilong office has moved here. After all, as the scale continued to expand, the space was no longer sufficient. Fortunately, the principal used the laboratory building in advance. It should be said that as a school that was built not long ago, every building inside is very new, and the decoration inside the 3-story building built as an experimental building is ready-made. Therefore, Zhu Zhang only asked people to purchase some office supplies, sofas, carpets, desks, etc. inside the third floor, the first floor. Office space for ordinary employees, all peripheral personnel of Black Dragon, and storage. Area for sundries. Second floor, core staff office area, such as Bai Lu in the finance department, Wang Tao and Sun Yuan in charge of the project department, and conference rooms, etc. The third floor, the boss area, exclusively for Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijou. Normally, other people can only come up after reporting. Inside the building, many people are busy coming and going, including some from outside the school, the foreman and some machinery rental companies who have come to discuss cooperation. It can be said that Heilong currently looks like a real large company, except that there are many aggressive young men coming and going who are obviously not good people, and the 10 young men standing guard at the door represent that this place is not the same as other ordinary companies. Third floor, there are 3 luxurious sofa chairs next to the huge desk, one in the middle and one on each side, representing the top 3 in Black Dragon. Now, Qin Jiang sat upright on the sofa chair, half lying down with his eyes closed to rest. On the right, Sijou was also sitting on a sofa, not spinning the iron ball. Instead, he was holding an extremely docile tabby cat. If the cat didn't have a scar on its eye, it would look even more docile. If any school student sees this, they will be extremely surprised. This tabby cat is a bully in the school. He beats people, cats, and dogs. He is commonly known as the campus bully, Sang Biao, but today, it kept meowing in Sijou's arms and licked Sijou's palms from time to time as if trying to please him. Bang! Wang Tao pushed open the door on the top floor and Zhu Zhang strode in. Wang Tao closed the door again and stood at the door himself. Zhu Zhang came to the left and sat down on the chair. Brother Jiang, the ground has been paved with cement. A huge stage has been built in the center, and space has been reserved on both sides. The vendor carts have been pre-ordered. Here are some pictures of the categories. Brother Jiang can produce them and ship them within 2 days after you select them. Speaking of. He took out 2 stacks of photos and placed them on the table. Qin Zhang didn't even look at the photos. You can decide on these. How are the vendors preparing? Vendor, is it important for night markets? Very important. A newly established night market wouldn't be able to thrive without enough vendors. Therefore, recruiting vendors is absolutely crucial for Black Dragon right now. The night market that Heilong wants to run is not a small-scale one with only 30 or 40 stalls, but one with hundreds of stalls, and the types of stalls cannot be too similar. So, it naturally takes a lot of effort. Vendor. Xu Zheng's expression also became more serious. I have already found a lot of middlemen to promote the event as instructed by Brother Jiang. According to our regulations, those middlemen were all asked to go to Hentang for a meeting at 2 p.m. this afternoon. The cost of the middleman alone is not small. Although he doesn't care much about money, but since he was in charge of the entire development and construction, he naturally knew how much it cost to build a night market. The costs of land, labor, machinery rental, and building materials are all frighteningly high. Xu Zheng couldn't help but wonder, is it worth spending so much money to set up a night market and whether he can recoup the cost, at least for now. Even the most prosperous night market in the North District cannot support such huge expenses. Of course, due to his unconditional trust in Qin Zhang, he did not raise any objections, but instead carried out the plan to the end. Good. Qin Zhang nodded. Recruiting a large number of vendors naturally required more than the usual methods. In 2010, it would be a waste to do business without some tricks. He pointed at the table, and Xu Zheng understood and shouted, "A Tao." Bang! Wang Tao pushed the door open and walked in, looking at Qin Zhang and the other two and nodded. Brother Jiang. Qin Zhang said, "Go to the finance department now and withdraw 1 million in cash. Record it as the investment attraction fee." Good. Wang Tao nodded and left. Finance office. Bai Lu frowned when she heard Wang Tao's words. 1 million, it's not a small amount, and Heilong's spending during this period was too high, and his various expenses made even her, a finance student, dumbfounded. But there was no nonsense, and he directed a few female students to start counting the money and packing it into boxes using a money detector. Watching Wang Tao leave with 1 million. Bai Lu turned around and looked at the schoolmates and said, "Our company is doing big business, with millions of dollars in revenue. You should follow Sister Lu and work hard. You will have a bright future." Several schoolgirls stared blankly at Wang Tao as he left, and then looked at the core brothers of the Black Dragon who were constantly coming and going on the second floor. A long time, someone whispered, "Sister Lu, is Black Dragon a legitimate company?" Didi, the Mercedes-Benz C-Class convoy drove out of the school again, although there were no motorcycles to escort them, only 4 or 5 Volkswagens followed. It was the weekend and a large number of students were entering and leaving the college. When they saw the Mercedes-Benz C fleet, they all gave way. Different complexions. Look. Qin Zhang's motorcade. I heard the Mercedes-Benz C he's driving is worth nearly 2 million? He's really rich. I heard there's a night market going on across from the school. It's going to be huge. I saw they're using trucks to haul the cement. We're both college students, so why is he so awesome at school, driving a luxury car and surrounded by followers, while I can only ride a Sanlu, a 3-wheeled electric vehicle that was popular around 2010. The fare is usually 3 to 5 yuan, and have to bargain. If I could just sit in the car like a sister-in-law, I'd be willing to travel and eat lobster and abalone every day." Recruitment and jealousy abound. Hate. No. Or rather, don't dare. There are also many people who want to take refuge. Corner location. A young man from the Wu family wearing a hat and a mask heard a commotion and subconsciously looked up at the vocational university. He was shocked when he saw Qin Zhang's motorcade driving out of the campus. Immediately, without hesitation, he ran to the restaurant in the distance. In the restaurant, dozens of members of the Wu family gathered together. Unlike their former glory, they looked extremely miserable today. Many of them were wrapped in gauze, many were leaning on crutches, and so on. Some of them were pretending, and some were really injured. The leader, Wu Laosan, was wrapped up like a dumpling. It was not that he was disguising himself, but that he was beaten too badly by Xuesi and others. To be precise, most of their injuries were caused by Xuesi and others. After all, Wang Tao and the others who were beaten are still in jail for assault with weapons, waiting for a letter of clemency. Bang! The restaurant door opened. A young man from the Wu family, wearing a hat and a mask, ran in and panted to Wu Laosan and the others, "Qin Zhang is out, driving a motorcade. He's sitting in the luxury car up front." Chapter 84, Surrounding the car and begging for mercy. Compensation is over, and Bai's father is angry. On the road to the college. An Audi D was driving, with a middle-aged man sitting in the back with a stern look on his face. The young man in the front was driving. Seeing the middle-aged man's stern expression, he couldn't help but say, "Leader, I may not have explained it clearly to you on the phone. Bai Lu's academic performance has improved dramatically recently, and all her grades are A's. Qin Jiang recently saved Bai Lu from a gang fight and they became acquainted. Black Dragon isn't a gang name, it's a registered company name. It's registered inside the vocational university. It's said they even have an office building on campus, a small 3-story building." He took advantage of the free time at the traffic light to hand the documents on the passenger seat to the middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man took the file and opened it. Inside was Black Dragon's information, including how Black Dragon's first pot of gold came from the card reader, how he obtained the second pot of gold, and all kinds of other things. It should be included in great detail. If finished reading, the middle-aged man's expression softened slightly. As a person in a higher position, he should be able to remain calm even if the sky is falling. However, no one can accept that his daughter is involved with Huang Mao, let alone a gangster student. Fortunately, the information in the file made him feel a little relieved. Xiao Lu, who was driving, saw that the middle-aged man's expression had eased and continued. Bai Lu is currently working for the Black Dragon Company. I heard she's in charge of finances as a financial manager. Seeing the middle-aged man didn't speak, Xiao Lu quickly changed the subject. Of course, since Bai Lu hasn't graduated yet, her studies must be more important. It's better to talk to Bai Lu first. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Lu with a slightly focused gaze. "Xiao Lu, I went to dinner with Bai Meng yesterday." Xiao Lu's face froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and smiled. The leader is really observant. Immediately. No more words. After a long pause, Xiao Lu pointed ahead and said, "The vocational college is up ahead. Next to it is the Black Dragon Company's industrial complex, and they've reportedly filed a record with the government for a night market." In front of the door, Qin Jiang's convoy had just driven less than 100 meters. Crash. 50 or 60 people rushed out of a restaurant on one side, card pool. Wang Tao was driving when he suddenly braked and several cars behind him also braked and stopped. Wang Tao subconsciously reached down to get his baseball bat, and people in other cars behind him got out quickly, but the next moment everyone was slightly stunned. Dozens of people rushed out, all injured, some wrapped in bandages, some leaning on crutches. Wang Tao quickly recognized some of them as members of the Wu family and cursed, "Fuck. How dare the Wu family come here to cause trouble?" Qin Jiang said calmly, "I'm not here to cause trouble." Xu Zhang seemed to have realized what was happening and nodded. They don't have the guts to continue causing trouble, for fear of being begged for mercy. Really, there were cries and shouts from outside. "Boss Qin, Chairman Qin. Boss Qin. We were wrong. We shouldn't have offended you. Please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again, we are just ants on the ground. You, a big shot, can crush us to death with your feet. Just treat us like a fart, we've got all the money you want. We've brought it all today. Really? It's all here. Take a look." As he spoke, Wu Laosan raised the briefcase in his hand high and opened it, revealing the brand new 100 yuan bills inside. For a while, the Wu family surrounded the Mercedes-Benz C car and kept begging for mercy and crying miserably. They did not dare to make any more demands, nor did they dare to bargain or just play the victim. This scene happened not far from vocational university. Therefore, countless students witnessed the scene with their own eyes. Looking at the scene where many Wu family members were begging frantically, crying and still giving in, I couldn't help but say, "What the hell? What's going on? Who are these people? Why are they surrounding Qin Jiang and begging for mercy? Is there even a need to ask? It's right in front of our eyes. These people offended Qin Jiang and are being targeted. Now they're afraid." If I remember correctly, these people are from the Wu family, right? They were frightened so badly. He is worthy of being the leader. Qin Jiang. His power is admirable. For a while, countless students couldn't help but express their feelings. Many students admire Qin Jiang's power even more. Before, it was only among students, but now it is killing everyone. Student A, is this the legendary brother Jiang from our school? What kind of person must he be to be so submissive? Student B, how impressive. I know these people are all scoundrels from the neighborhood. They are so scared that they look like they have suffered a lot. Student C, did you see the injuries on those people? They can't even stand steadily, and you can't see it? They've obviously been beaten and are frantically begging for mercy. At this time, not only were students discussing the matter, but some people were also watching the fun and became even more awed by Qin Jiang. Some things are not very clear just by hearing about them. Only seeing them with your own eyes can make you feel more profound. This time, the scene was to make them awed. Qin Jiang's power was simply beyond words. Inside the car, Qin Jiang remained calm as he listened to the Wu family members begging for mercy outside. Everything was exactly as he expected. The Wu family, after all, they were just a group of scoundrels who made their fortune. They couldn't even be called a family. Such an existence was not worthy of Qin Jiang's attention. He also knew that the other party would compromise. Therefore, he didn't include the Wu family in his plan at all. A rubbish, never show up on the stage. Even though Qin Jiang knew that the Wu family would definitely come and beg for mercy, his face turned cold when he saw the Wu family's behavior. Sometimes, the colder the attitude, the more awe-inspiring it would be. As expected, faced with Qin Jiang's disregard, the Wu family not only did not feel angry, but cried even more miserably. "Please spare us. We don't dare anymore. Why would you bother with us when you're such a big shot? Just point out a letter of understanding." Inside the car, Qin Jiang's expression was icy. "Expel them all. Give the money to the vocational college. Give the letter of apology the required amount. Everything should be done according to the rules, regulations, laws, and regulations." Halala, many of the Black Dragon's followers got out of the car and stepped forward to separate the Wu family from the convoy and began to drive them away. "Come on, go away. If you want to negotiate, go to the vocational college. Go, you're here to cry. If you don't leave, I'll show you what I can do. Don't be so shameless." Intercepted by countless Black Dragon's minions, the convoy quickly drove out of the blockade and headed into the distance. At the same time, under Zhu Zheng's instructions, a younger brother led the Wu family to seek compensation from the vocational university and others, and distributed the money that should be given to the vocational university according to the rules, and the tuition fees that should be forgiven were forgiven. The Wu family is offline. Brush, the convoy passed by OD. The middle-aged man watched Ben Si leave through the window with a stern expression, even colder than when he first arrived. "A long time," he said coldly. "You go back, notify the North District Public Security Department to hold a meeting. Shuayuan Road schools are newly established and have a mixed bag of people. We must pay attention to public security management and create a positive learning environment for students." Chapter 85, Return to Cloud Top. Merchants gather at the school gate. This scene allowed countless students to once again witness Qin Jiang's terror, and also changed the definition of the Black Dragon. There were also nearby residents and people who were eating who saw it. As Chinese people love to be lively, they gathered to watch. After seeing Qin Jiang's convoy leave, looking at the miserable appearance of the Wu family, they couldn't help but say, "Oh my God. Who is this? What's going on? What's going on? You don't know. I heard a long time ago that the Wu family offended a big shot and fought with him for land, and he took it away. I didn't expect it to end up so miserable. TSK. They overestimate their own abilities. What's that goose thing to say? Deserved. The Wu family deserved this fate entirely from their own fault. Many people couldn't help but gloat secretly. Certainly. As for the big shot that the Wu family offended, Qin Jiang and Black Dragon Company all mentioned it. Anyway, afterwards, when they passed by the vacant land under development, they would just take a few glances and didn't dare to get close. "I'm afraid of being misunderstood and bringing disaster." Afterwards, Heilong followed the rules and transferred the land money to the finance department of the vocational university. The vocational university then donated the money to the cafeteria to improve the meals for free. Similarly, Qin Jiang also ordered the compensation money from the Wu family and the letter of understanding to be given to the cafeteria. This move of the quality of food in the vocational college cafeteria has greatly improved, and Qin Jiang has become more and more prestigious among the working college students, who does it like a big brother from society who never bullies his own people, makes sure that other people in the school don't bully others, and helps improve the food for free. No. It's the senior. All of a sudden, Qin Jiang's reputation in school also grew rapidly. Hantang, Qin Jiang's convoy arrived again. Although this time was not as grand as last time, the ceremony was still as grand as before, and the younger brothers got off the car in advance and followed it. Bang! Wang Tao immediately got out of the car, opened the door and covered the roof with his hands. Qin Jiang got out of the car. On the other side, Zhu Zhang also got out after his younger brother opened the car door. Wang Tao closed the car door and took the box of money that had been prepared in advance from the trunk. Brush, he threw the car keys to a hotel security guard and said, "Park the car and clean it." Then he led the other brothers to follow Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijou into the hotel. The security guards at the gate were already accustomed to such pomp and circumstance, and they all said respectfully, "Welcome, Mr. Qin, to Hentang." Inside the hotel, many people also noticed this scene and couldn't help but look at Qin Jiang and others with doubts. Who is this guy? He looks so impressive. Whose family is he from? He has quite an aura, don't you say? What a pretentious guy. It's easy to offend someone by pretending to be so pretentious. Who will you provoke? TSK, my kid does this, you see I won't do him, he looks a bit gangster-like. He's probably the second generation of some engineering group. I wonder if he's a local. The dragons crossing the river they are referring to are naturally large foreign engineering groups. There are no poor people who can come to Hentang to eat. Many of them are managers and senior executives of large companies. For them, Songjiang is so small and the North District is right under their noses. No matter what business an outside group does, it is likely to affect their interests. Therefore, I couldn't help but respect Qin Jiang even more. For a while, many people asked the waiters who Qin Jiang was. Of course, the waiters, including the manager, had no idea who Qin Jiang was or what he did. They only said he often booked dinner at the top of Hentang Highlands, and it was always packed. For these people, having a name is enough. They can then call someone to check on Qin Jiang, but when they found out that Qin Jiang was just a student thug who had made his fortune by extorting 7 million from security guards and was currently planning to open a night market, they all stopped paying attention and even mocked him secretly. The student thug is trying to imitate the gangster's tricks? He really thinks he can be invincible by blackmailing a security guard. Damn, nowadays everyone is pretending, even if they are just ghosts. He's worth only 7 million, but he's pretending to be worth 700 million. Opening a night market. It's a lack of structure. How much money can a night market make? It won't break the bank. Qin Jiang naturally didn't know that his appearance at the hotel entrance would make his name spread again among the senior officials in the North District. At the same time, there are countless people waiting to laugh at him. Certainly, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In the top floor box, countless men, women, young and old, dressed in plain clothes were waiting, and they looked extremely reserved. From time to time, he looked at a few middlemen, who were the merchants found by these middlemen for Black Dragon. Vendor, the vast majority of them live at the lower level, and even if some of them have seen the world, they have definitely never seen a 5-star hotel. Look, it's coming, it's coming. A middleman pointed downwards and said, in an instant, hundreds of vendors gathered in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and just happened to see Qin Jiang appear below. I couldn't help but be dumbfounded and amazed, and felt that the scenes in the movie were reflected in reality for the first time. For a while that he didn't say anything at all. A long time, before they could react, click, the 3-meter-high door on the top floor had been pushed open by the service staff, and Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and others appeared in the sight of many vendors ahead. The manager still led the way very humbly. "Mr. Qin, please, Boss Qin, we just invited a 5-star chef from abroad today. He will prepare a dish specifically for you. I wonder what you'd like to eat." Sweet and sour pork. This can be made. As long as you want to eat it, we can make anything. Soon Qin Jiang and others came to the central position. Crash. Wang Tao led a few of his younger brothers to pull out 3 chairs. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijou sat down directly, while Wang Tao and others all stood upright behind the 3. Brush. Zhu Zhang waved his hand. The manager immediately smiled and said, "I'll go to the kitchen to urge the dishes to be served." Then he led several waiters away. From beginning to end, Qin Jiang and the other 2 didn't even look at the vendors. They were so powerful that the vendors felt nervous inside. "Are you showing off?" Very pretentious. But this was in 2010, and many people's horizons had not been broadened by the era of the short video explosion. Therefore, for these vendors, instead of thinking that these scenes were pretentious, they would think, "Very cool, boss, second generation, the big brother of society." For a moment, they were a little confused about Qin Jiang's age, as if they were not in front of a 20-year-old youth, but a top boss in his 30s or 40s in the North District, or even in Songjiang. Moment, several middlemen reacted and came forward. They didn't dare to talk to Qin Jiang directly, but instead spoke respectfully to Zhu Zhang, with whom they had dealt several times before. "Well, Mr. Zhu, these are the vendors you're looking for. They're all top-notch in the North District. They have all kinds of food, mainly gourmet food, grilled cold noodles, pancakes, and fried tripe. Chapter 86, Dealing with Vendors, Publicity, who says inviting celebrities costs money. Zhu Zhang nodded. Immediately. Tio Qin Jiang, brother Jiang, take a look, there may be. Before he could finish, a middleman immediately gave Qin Jiang an apologetic smile and said, 121 vendors, most of them are from the major night markets in the North District, but there are also some from other districts, and some mobile vendors. We put a lot of effort into finding them. Of course, it's our honor to find someone for Mr. Qin. He bowed and nodded to Qin Jiang with great respect, looking like a complete lackey. To this, Qin Jiang nodded without saying anything. There is no shortage of such people in today's society. When facing their superiors, no matter whether they are direct superiors or not, they will naturally be respectful and subconsciously flatter and fawn on them. It's not even for the purpose of being useful in the future, it might just be a topic to brag about other middlemen. You're the one who finds the fewest people in the room, and you get to do all the talking? You're not good at finding people, but you're the best at flattering people. What? You want to be in the top position, but they didn't say much. Zhu Zhang had promised to give them 500 yuan as long as they could find a vendor to come to Hentang. They came just to get the reward and would leave naturally after receiving the reward. At this time, Qin Jiang scanned the entire audience. Brush, anyone who was seen by him dared not look at him but lowered their head and remained silent, or felt uneasy and clasped their hands. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers on the chair and got straight to the point. I'm setting up a night market. It's already been set up, and we're planning to officially open next week. Meeting is fate, today I'll give you a treat. Next week you can set up a stall at the Black Dragon Night Market. Merchants, Sigma, surprised face, _. What's the fun? Shall we set up a stall at Heilong Night Market, or give us a chance? What? It's forced buying and selling. But before they could say anything, Siyu Qin Jiang waved his hand. Wang Tao came out carrying a box and slowly opened it in front of everyone. Wow, the red banknotes come into view. There is a kind of red that is Chinese red. There is also a kind of red called banknote red, money, stacks of money. Millions of RMB, ha, ha, the vendors couldn't help but breathe faster, and it was hard to stay calm when seeing the millions of banknotes in front of them. Bang, Zhu Jingyi closed his folding fan and said, these are all benefits brother Jiang has given you. I'm telling you that the stall fees for entering the Black Dragon Night Market are completely free, and each stall will receive a 3,000 yuan entry fee. The minimum monthly income is 10,000 yuan. If it's less than 10,000 yuan, Black Dragon will make up for it. I can advance you 10,000 yuan as a guarantee, and I'll refund you any excess or make up for any shortfall at the end of the month. Agreed, give me the money now. What, 3,000 entry fee, 10,000 yuan guaranteed per month, give money now. Countless vendors think they have problems with their ears and that the treatment is too generous. It should be clear that it is 2010 now. There are definitely people who can make 10,000 yuan a month by setting up stalls, but there are definitely not many. Most of those who are introduced by middlemen are not good at setting up stalls. They can only be said to be average. Many of them may not even make 3,000 or 4,000 yuan a month by setting up stalls. Now someone guarantees a minimum of 10,000. What's the difference with giving out money? Not to mention them, even the middlemen were stunned. They guessed that Black Dragon would definitely give discounts to the merchants when he summoned them, but there was no need for such big discounts. How can you do business like this? You must pay to death. Is this true? Some vendors couldn't help but ask what was really on their mind. Brush, Wang Tao threw 10,000 yuan to him and said, take it now. It's yours. You can return it in a month or make up for the difference. I'll give you 3,000 on the day you move in. Gulp, the vendor was stunned when he saw the 10,000 yuan in his hand. This, just give the money, no? They didn't even ask what I was selling, or even the name. They just gave me money. What's up? The boy who distributes wealth. This scene also stunned the other vendors. Money. Real money in hand, a guaranteed minimum of 10,000 yuan a month, a guaranteed minimum of 120,000 yuan a year, 10 years. 120,000 yuan in 2010, for most street vendors, it was extremely tempting. Qin Jiang looked at the vendors and spoke again, it's settled. Those who agree can stay and pay to register their names. Those who register first will be allocated good locations in the Black Dragon Night Market. I still have things to do, Tao, exist. I'll leave this to you. After saying that, he stood up and walked out quickly. Zhu Zhang and Si Jiu also stood up and followed him. Before leaving, Zhu Zhang suddenly turned around, looked at the vendors, and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang is not short of money, he wants noodles. If you take Brother John's money, you have to do the work. If you take the money and don't do the work or run away," Si Jiu turned around and laughed. This laugh frightened many vendors, watching Qin Jiang and his two companions leave with a group of younger brothers. At Wang Tao's urging, the vendors lined up to receive their money. After all, Heilong didn't require them to sign or seal their names. They only needed to register their names and the items they sold to receive the money directly. A final number of registered vendors, 89. The remaining people who did not register had their own reasons. Some of them were already in good locations with good business and came here just to get the middleman's face and also heard that they could eat in a 5-star hotel. Some of them were not vendors at all and just came to make up the numbers. They also wanted to collect the money just now, but when they thought of Si Jiu's smile, they couldn't help but feel scared and didn't dare to point. 10,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. Compared with life, it's nothing. Downstairs, the manager looked at Qin Jiang respectfully and said, "Mr. Qin, are you leaving so soon? The entire top floor box will be recorded. I'll back up the footage to your people after it's over." Qin Jiang nodded. "That's right, you can choose not to sign the contract, and you cannot sign it, guaranteed minimum of 10,000, it's only the first month. I'll want it again in the future." His appearance today was to create the impression among these vendors that he was very powerful, rich, and had a high status. By taking advantage of them, he would give them money to set up stalls just for the money, but they would be afraid of his status and would not dare to fool them too much. Quick decision. Just in case anyone asks if the minimum guarantee is always 10,000, he has an answer if they ask. Snap. Snap. Zhu Zhang patted the manager on the shoulder and said, "Just serve them some fancy-looking dishes. Use the remaining money to pack up the good dishes for us to take away." He stuffed a wad of bills into the manager's pocket. "We understand and ensure they feel at home." The manager smiled and nodded. Outside, Qin Jiang was in the car and Zhu Zhang was driving. Zhu Zhang, "Brother Jiang, we've already delivered a batch of about 3,000 lovelocks, and we're still working on the rest. The vendors are already in place, and the Black Dragon night market is about to open. Should we make some noise? I had some fan and tissue ads made for students, but I'm worried they won't be enough. Should we put ads in the newspaper?" Qin Jiang, "We need to create buzz for our new business, but newspaper advertising is so ineffective. Do you know what's the fastest and most effective way to create buzz in today's society?" Zhu Zhang, "Star effect." Qin Jiang, "Yes. We need more than just one celebrity endorsement, the more the better." Zhu Zhang, "But the endorsement fee." Qin Jiang, "Who told you that inviting celebrities costs money?" Chapter 87 Free Publicity, Navy Preparation. No money. Zhu Zhang looked a little stunned and confused. He racked his brains for a while but still couldn't figure out how to hire a celebrity endorsement without spending money. Could it be? He couldn't help but say, "Brother Jiang, you mean to use force, but that's not a good idea, right? I'm afraid it will have a bad impact." Obviously, he subconsciously thought that Qin Jiang intended to force those celebrities to endorse the products. It was very simple, just sending people to capture them and force them to shoot commercials. This is not uncommon in Hong Kong movies. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, "Well, let me think about what celebrities there are in Songjiang. I'll send someone to find out their whereabouts." Then, Qin Jiang, degree V, "No. You're such a gangster, how come you can do anything in that way? If you don't spend money, you have to just rob." Of course, he also understood that Zhu Zhang always had a gangster mentality, and it would take some time for him to pull him back. He said directly, "We don't need to pay celebrities, and we don't necessarily need to force them to endorse our products. We just need to make others think that they are endorsing us, or that they have been to the Black Dragon night market and praised it." "Brother Jiang, you mean?" Zhu Zhang seemed to have guessed something. Qin Jiang nodded and took out a poster from his pocket. "They will come to Songjiang to promote it soon." "This is?" Zhu Zhang's eyes lit up as he looked at the poster. "Come watch the meteor shower together?" Morong, Shangguan, Duanmu, that's right, the poster is a still from the movie Let's Watch the Meteor Shower Together. It is definitely the most popular TV series in 2010. It is unparalleled in the eyes of students and is a hot topic. What may seem like an extremely stupid, funny, and low-end plot in later generations is extremely fashionable today. Several of the protagonists in the film became popular all over the country and became household names that year. Qin Zhang, they found a few people who were similar in size to them, dressed the same, appeared at the Black Dragon night market at a specific time and place, and happened to be photographed by someone, and quickly spread the word. Weibo, Tianyu, and other forums should hire some online trolls. The more exaggerated the story, the more likely it is to make Songjiang College known to everyone. This time, we can prepare our own online troll team. Xu Zhang nodded, I understand. He believed that this plan would make the Black Dragon night market instantly popular, attracting countless students to follow suit, making it an instant hit and a sure thing. Moreover, there was no risk in hiring celebrities to endorse the market without spending a penny. After all, they did not actually invite the celebrities to come, and all of this was just online rumors and groundless speculation. Not high, it's really high. Xu Zhang looked at Qin Zhang with a bit of admiration. He was shrewd, had a good mind for making money, and had great charisma. It would be a loss to society if such a person didn't become the godfather. Qin Zhang didn't care about Xu Zhang's admiration. Such commercial promotion will only be considered ordinary in the future. He even considered having a certain Hua endorse his product. More precisely, he'd directly advertise for him without informing him, then wait for him to sue him, a stalemate that could last 2 or 3 years. There were only 2 possible outcomes. First, he'd pay an apology and pay the endorsement fee. Second, he'd make him the official endorser and double the fee. Either way, he'd get all the traffic he deserved. Qin Zhang did not choose this option. It's not that he's honest. Just because he doesn't plan to get involved in society in this life doesn't mean he's honest. It's just that there's no need to use any tricks at the moment. There are simpler ways to get the first wave of traffic at the night market anyway. This method will be used when Songjiang City that never sleeps. If he takes a fancy to a certain star, then he will be lucky. Qin Zhang tapped the seat and watched the Songjiang River passing by outside the car window, thinking about his next move after the traffic arrived. Night market, what does it take to become popular? Street vendors. Delicious food? No. None of this matters. It depends on the flow of people, the popularity of topics, following the trend, and the fact that I have been here. The star effect can definitely attract the first wave of people, but to keep these people and make them recognize the Black Dragon night market, it is impossible to rely solely on the star effect. It takes 21 days to form a habit. A night market can only establish its status and attract people to go there subconsciously if it continues to be popular for several months. And to remain popular for several months, it certainly cannot rely on the star effect. If it were that simple, they would have done everything long ago. Moment, Qin Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. Who is the main target audience for the Heilong night market? Naturally, it's students from various universities. So, what's the most popular topic among students right now? Of course, it's the campus beauty pageant. So, as long as Black Dragon makes the selection process grand and prestigious, it can establish its real status. Coupled with the overwhelming publicity that will become popular in the future, it is inevitable that it will become popular. Guard the yard. Ye looked at the newspaper in his hand with excitement. During this period, he learned from his failures and became more and more courageous. After seeing Qin Zhang's 7 million compensation, he no longer had any hope in his business, so he transferred his business and started to do the internet. He believed that the internet was the trend of the times, so he recruited some college graduates to build a student forum website. The effect is very good now, and the number of registered people has reached 40,000 to 50,000. Ding ding ding, he answered the phone and quickly hung up. Damn it! You're just trying to buy the website I worked so hard to build for $500,000? What a pipe dream! Do you think I'm a complete novice who's never seen anything in the world? Boom! Boom, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yi Zhe said calmly. A young man walked in excitedly and said, Mr. Yi, someone is planning to advertise on our platform. Yi Zhe's eyes lit up. Really? The young man nodded. The bid is not low? Yi Zhe, what type? The young man said, some celebrity gossip. I think they'll send us some photos of them eating so we can share them later. Yi Zhe nodded. Okay, I'll take it no matter how much they offer. I'll be more proactive in communication. He believed that the website being able to accept advertisements was the first step towards profitability. As his first breadwinner, how could he not be friendly? In the future, when his advertisements became more and more popular, the valuation of the internet company would also become higher and higher. By then, he would become a true star entrepreneur that Qin Jiang could not compare to. He couldn't help but smile that he'd also heard Qin Jiang was setting up some kind of night market. Ha ha. It's true, if you're not destined for wealth, you're doomed to have nothing to lose. What good ideas can a gangster have to start a business? My uncle even asked me to pay attention to him. What is there to pay attention to? A vendor, how can it be compared with high-tech companies? The young man opposite said. Many students have been posting funny videos on our forum, causing it to freeze. Listen to this. Ye Zixian was slightly stunned. Funny video? How many hits did it get? Young man, we have a lot of hits, but the server can't keep up. If we want to upload more, we might have to update the server. Otherwise, the lag will definitely affect our ability to attract new users. Yi Zhe, then delete the ban. The young man nodded and was about to leave. Wait. Yi Zhe continued, keep some of the most popular videos and delete the rest. Videos, maybe there is some feasibility. Chapter 88 Security Team Mobilization, Black Dragon Night Market, Opening Security Team. I in the office. Zhou Hua had just finished processing the Wu family's release paperwork when he returned to his office. His colleagues looked at him strangely. Pity, regret, pity, etc. Bang, Lao Ho patted Zhou Hua on the shoulder and said, Xiao Zhou, the director wants you to go to his office. Alas, you. Old Ho sighed as he spoke, and finally said slowly, relax, after all, you have made contributions. Okay. Zhou Hua nodded blankly without saying anything. He stood up and walked to the director's office and saluted in a standard manner. Zhao Kailai nodded and gestured for him to sit down. When he saw him, bang, Zhou Huabu was still sitting in his chair. Full of energy, Zhao Kailai put down the documents in his hand, looked at Zhou Hua and said, the appointment has been made. You will be transferred to the Mu County, Lianhua Township Public Security Station as the director. Of course, your rank will be promoted one level, Deputy Section Chief. Zhou Hua's body trembled, his back remained straight, but a look of loneliness flashed across his eyes. A provincial capital city security station, local township security office, the two are completely incomparable. Even if he becomes the director, what can he do? I'm afraid he won't have many official security guards under him. Zhao Kai saw through his thoughts and said, the situation at your wife's house is outrageous. The country has already issued a policy to investigate it. If you hadn't realized it in time, if Qin Jiang hadn't actually reported you, and if you hadn't just made a contribution, based on what you said in the video, I'm afraid you would have been stripped of your clothes. Don't worry about it. I heard you're seeking a divorce from your wife recently, but you've seen the character of the Wu family. They won't give up easily if you're on the list. If you continue to stay on Shuiyuan Road, they might continue to use your name to do something. It's a ticking time bomb. It's better to leave. First, raise your rank. It's not easy to get to the first level of the 10th level in the officialdom. Zhou Hua's expression relaxed a lot. He obviously knew that his wife would never give up and divorce him. It would never be that easy leaving. Maybe it's a good choice. As for Qin Jiang, he really doesn't hate the other person, he was even a little grateful. If the other party hadn't seen through the Wu family's character, he might have been implicated one day, not to mention losing his job in the future. Zhao Kailai added, you don't have to worry about the future. I've also been transferred to Mu County as the Chief of Public Security. I promise you that I'll transfer you back to the County Bureau within a year, no less, within 6 months. You'll have a bright future then. Zhou Hua was stunned at bang, he stood up and saluted, thank you, Director. Go ahead. Zhao Kailai waved his hand. When Zhou Hua was about to leave, he suddenly said, that Qin Jiang, you'd better not have any conflict with him. His background is not simple. Zhou Hua froze in shock, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He then nodded and left without saying a word. Moment Lu Yong came to the office of Zhao Kailai, congratulations on your upcoming promotion. Lu Yong, thank you for your care, Director. Zhao Kailai, I know Qin Jiang has a background, but I advise you not to have too much contact with him. People like him might fall one day and drag you down with them, and you have to remember that the security force is a national security force, not a security force that serves certain individuals. Lu Yong, please don't insult my character. Zhao Kailai, personality, very good, bang. This is the announcement I just made at the meeting. Regarding the security of the North District, there's an emphasis on the University Town security operation. I'm leaving now, so you'll take charge. Time goes by, the Black Dragon Night Market was built at a visible speed. The construction was not large, just paving the ground, building a stage in the middle, making some artificial bridges inside, and other odds and ends. Black Dragon Company, top floor. Zhu Zhang said to Qin Zhang, "Brother Zhang, everything is ready. We will start the promotion tonight." Qin Zhang looked at the night falling outside and said calmly, "Tomorrow, the Black Dragon Night Market will officially start." Xu Zhang nodded, "Okay." The next day. On a certain campus, a couple was dating after school, being affectionate and sweet. Honey, I'm going hiking and picnic with some of my besties tomorrow, so I can't go with you. Well, will you still love me when you come back? What do you say? Disgusting. Then you have to accompany me today. I've booked a room at the Tangting Hotel behind the school and prepared 3 boxes. Why are we going to the hotel at 4 p.m.? Let's go somewhere first. I heard someone was handing out flyers and making a big fuss in front of the school yesterday. They said there's a night market opening in front of the vocational university today. Let's go check it out. I saw it too. There were more than 10 people handing out flyers. They sounded awesome. I might as well go and take a look. Talking about it, the two of them walked out of the school holding hands and took a 3-wheeled electric vehicle to the night market. In front of the night market, the couple was slightly startled as they got out of the car. The night market was far larger than they'd anticipated, with 7 horizontal and 12 vertical sections, and 100 to 200 vendors alone. Once, many more vendors joined after hearing about the guaranteed pay and guaranteed income, and Black Dragon Company welcomed them all. Noise, lively, wait, the warm atmosphere is overwhelming, and the number of people was more than they expected. From what they could see, there were probably at least 1,000 people walking around inside. Apparently, the large amount of publicity they saw yesterday was not only at the entrance of their school, but because the night market is so large, even with thousands of people inside it still seems a bit sparse and not a lot. The couple walked towards the night market, just arrived at the door. I saw many people gathered at a certain place and took photos. The two looked in the direction of the photo and saw those people taking photos with a street sign. What's the photo of the street sign, etc. They looked carefully and found that there was no street written on the street sign. Instead, it said, "I miss you very much in Songjiang." Behind the sign was a black dragon carved out of wood, ready to take off. The couple was amazed at the sign, a sign they had never seen before. The girl instinctively said, "I want to take a picture with it, too." Ka. After queuing up for a photo, the two looked towards the main entrance of the night market. Letter Heilong Night Market Trample. When they entered through the main gate, they saw many vendors on both sides already shouting, "Grilled cold noodles, who eats and sleeps in confusion, Old Capital's fried tripe, just go and eat it, Yao check now, Jen Bingwazi, give me a set, Northeastern big string, 1 string knocks down." The enthusiastic shouts unique to the Northeastern people made the couple smile knowingly. Of course, there was no special reaction. This kind of scene is extremely common in any night market in Songjiang. The things sold are also similar. Even the same snacks in every night market will taste the same, but the two of them remained stunned where they were, because there is a sign above the corner of the snack street. If you don't visit Heilongjiang City in this life, it will be in vain if you travel all over Songjiang. The couple subconsciously took out their phones to take pictures after seeing this sentence. On both sides, other people were also taking pictures. As they continued to move forward, they suddenly found that similar slogans could be seen everywhere at the intersection of the night market. Frowny face, since I can't lose weight, why not eat something good? In the wind and rain, I'll wait for you at the Heilong Night Market. Beautiful scenery of the Snow City in the north, Heilong Night Market in Songjiang. Chapter 89, Black Dragon Night Market, Fire on the Marriage Bridge. The couple couldn't help but take pictures of every slogan they saw, as these slogans seemed extremely novel to them. Some people even posted selfies on their QQ group. Rain or shine, I'll be waiting for you at the Heilong Night Market. The couple continued walking forward. Suddenly, several man-made bridges appeared at the intersection of several night market streets. There was a special stall on the artificial bridge that was surrounded by a large crowd of people. Naturally, couples were very curious and squeezed in to take a look. There were a lot of copper locks and bright red ropes on the stall. What really caught my eye were the 3 people sitting in front of the stall. In the center was an old man with white hair and a youthful face holding a red book. His appearance and dress were very similar to the legendary Yu Lao. With two boys standing on both sides. Seeing this scene, the onlookers had some guesses. After all, they were all smart college students. Looking at the Yu Lao's costume, the copper locks, and the red ropes, no one would be clueless. Someone who knows the answer quickly. They sell couples copper locks and red ropes. Buy one and it will last a lifetime. The routine is quite novel. Yu Lao stroked his beard and said, "Not entirely, King of Understanding, you don't sell locks?" Yu Lao, marriage is decided by heaven, why would you need money to match them up? King of Understanding, no money? What does that mean? How do I do it? As he said that, he pulled his girlfriend next to him. Yu Lao pointed to the book on the table in front of him and said, "Sign your name and don't lie to the heavens." The King of Understanding signed his name with his girlfriend. Rear. Many couples who followed to join in the fun whispered, "Do you understand what I mean?" "I don't understand." "There's no such thing as a free lunch. They don't charge now, but they'll ask for money later. This young man is so gullible." Ahead, the King of Understanding also vaguely heard the conversation behind and couldn't help but sneer. Spend money, how could he be a sucker? Whenever Yu Lao talks about money, he will let the other party know what it means. You know nothing about the speed of athletes. After the King of Understanding couple signed their names, wow. The matchmaker picked up a pen and quickly wrote their names in the red book. Marriage is destined by heaven, 1,000 miles apart, a thread connects us. Oh shit, someone pointed at the red book and suddenly said, "Look, that red book." He didn't need to say anything, as others had already seen that the words that Yu Lao had just written on the red book were slowly disappearing. What's going on? Could it really be a heavenly book that has been reported to heaven, far away? On the central platform, Qin Zhang, Xu Zhang and Sizhou stood solemnly in front. Rear. 20 or 30 younger brothers stood quietly behind him. Xu Zhang looked at the several places where the crowds were gathering. Those are the places with slogans, especially the one that said, "I miss you so much" in Songjiang. There are so many people, it's perfect for taking photos and checking in. Although various dating apps and ways to show off these days are not as widespread as the circle of friends in later generations, forums such as W and Tianyi are still active. Many people take photos and upload them to become big verses. Obviously, these novel slogans that have never appeared before are very attractive, but Qin Zhang was not proud of this. These slogans were very novel and talked about a lot, but they could not last long due to many reasons. They would soon be imitated by other night markets. It was impossible to completely tie the slogans to the Heilong night market. After all, this is an era where plagiarism is prevalent, and the real plagiarism king has not yet fully emerged. Fortunately, the route he wants to take is different from that person, otherwise even if he has many new ideas, he will not be able to resist plagiarism. Brush. Qin Zhang looked in a certain direction. There were a lot of people gathered. Xu Zhang also looked over and said, "That should be Yu Lao Bridge. Doesn't it look like there are a lot of people coming and going?" Qin Zhang said calmly, "This is just the beginning. In the future, this bridge will bring 1/3 of the traffic to the Black Dragon night market, and it will be popular for many years." Xu Zhang was stunned. A bridge and a moon god can really do this? Certainly, Qin Zhang had no explanation and could not explain it. In any era, love is always the easiest way to make money, and women often like romance the most, while men like free things the most. Yu Lao Bridge, it's both romantic and free, it can continuously attract countless couples to the Heilong night market. But will there be enough couples? Don't forget where this is. Gakuan Road, University Town. What universities have the most of his couples, and the number of them is constantly increasing every year, making it a perfect place to fight monsters and level up. In front of Yu Lao Bridge, Yu Lao looked at everyone's surprised expressions and said nothing. Sometimes mystery is what makes people yearn for the most. Of course, there's really no explanation. It's just a special ink pen that disappears when exposed to heat. I saw the boy on the left pick up a copper lock and come to the left side of the stall where there was a machine covered with red cloth, place the copper lock inside and click it quickly a few times. Buzz, buzz. There were slight vibrations coming from inside, but these sounds were drowned out by the love music playing from the speakers on the red cloth. Brush. The boy took out the copper lock. Just see the names that the two people had just written were actually engraved on it. The boy on the left said, "Lovers, please hang your marriage locks on the marriage bridge, and may lovers finally get married." The King of Understanding and the couple took the copper lock and hung it on the marriage bridge according to the boy's instructions. The boy on the right opens his mouth. 1,000 miles of fate have brought us together, and from now on our love will be stronger than gold. This moment, the couple was completely fascinated by the series of ritual words, and the girl's face was full of happiness as if their love was really known by God and their love was stronger than gold. Even Trump, who was determined not to waste money, thinks that as long as the amount asked is not outrageous, he will pay it. But after the ceremony, no one asked them for money, and Yu Lao continued to ask the next person who was destined to be with him, King of Understanding, really, it doesn't cost any money. This, immediately, countless couples' eyes lit up with excitement. As the saying goes, love costs no money and is definitely sweeter than honey. Ahem, just kidding. It's that students of this generation absolutely believe in love, and they're incredibly eager for the series of rituals they've just witnessed, without encountering any of the usual traps. They're not supposed to spend money, but are instead asked to buy something, purely often more popular among these college students. Soon, countless couples began queuing up to write their names. After they personally hung the marriage locks on the Yu Lao Bridge and listened to the boys' blessings, they all smiled happily. The matchmaker suddenly spoke up, if there is a wrong marriage, the copper lock will definitely break. Check it from time to time. Maybe man can conquer nature. As soon as these words came out, many girls looked at the boys and snorted, I have to check frequently. If the copper lock breaks, I will destroy you. It can't be interrupted. It absolutely can't be interrupted. I'm sincere to you. If you don't believe me, we can come and see you every day. Trust me, there will be absolutely no problem. The boy said words of assurance as if they were free. The matchmaker smiled mischievously. You break? How could it be broken? Those are copper locks. They won't break for decades. At most they'll get rusty. You can just come and scrape them off when the time comes. He just said that just to get these people to come and do it more often. Chapter 90, Celebrities are coming? Black Dragon Night Market is a blast, now attracting countless people. At the same time at Yu Lao Bridge, someone outside discovered that there was another cross bridge in the night market, which was the Friendship Bridge. Guangdong is above this. Also catch all the single students. It is very popular these days for many boys in the dormitory to become sworn brothers or become the oldest in the group. Now there is a place that is free and has commemorative significance. It would be amazing if you can come and see the bridge when you have nothing to do in the future. So it creates, the Yu Lao and Friendship bridges were packed with people. After hanging the copper locks for free, few people choose to leave. They all spend money to buy food at the night market. Even rational boys rarely spend a penny in the night market. At the same time, many students have started promoting the Two Bridges sister. Bring your boyfriend to the Black Dragon Night Market. There are a lot of movies here, and you can also find your match. Son, come to the Black Dragon Night Market. Don't ask, just come. I'll treat you to some cold noodles and we'll make an iron lock. The flow of people kept increasing, making many vendors a little dazed. The night market was much more popular than they had expected. Of course, they also prepared a lot of ingredients, knowing that even if the night market in the university town was not very popular in the first few days, it would be popular. Suddenly, the girl who was buying grilled cold noodles froze in shock, pointing to the distance and saying in disbelief, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." She jumped on the spot and uttered "oh my God" several times but couldn't even say it out loud. Brush, the boy said as his girlfriend pointed in the direction and looked. I saw a few people wearing hats and sunglasses standing in front of the Friendship Bridge. They were dressed in a very unique and elegant manner. They had more than 10 people who looked like bodyguards standing in their hands to intercept other people. Star? The boy didn't recognize her and asked in confusion. The girl said excitedly, it's them, it's them. You can tell from the background. Come together to see the meteor shower, Chu Yushuan. Shangguan, Duanwu, Morong. Ah. I'm going crazy. Speaking of women don't care where the boys rush. Wait for me, the boys quickly followed. As the two rushed to the gathering place, they saw several people in strange attire hanging iron chains on the bridge and starting to walk out. At the same time, the bodyguards who were quickly separating the crowd kept shouting, "Make way, stop taking pictures, thank you, thank you." These words, let everyone trust their own judgment. More nonsense. Isn't that what celebrity bodyguards love to say? Why would a celebrity be so tightly guarded? And quite a few people have already spread the news that the meteorite shower star was in Songjiang for promotional events. For a moment, the night market was completely boiling. Countless people chased the team and kept shouting, "Duanmu, Morong, I love you, I want to give birth to a baby for you, Shangguan." Broken voice, on the high platform Zhu Zhang, Wang Tao and others couldn't help but look strange when they saw this scene. They knew that these people were not celebrities, but just some people with figures very similar to celebrities. At the same time, they couldn't help but be shocked by the madness of the Starchasers. Seijo didn't even look there, but looked at the stray cat in the corner and smiled subconsciously. Whoosh, the stray cat ran so fast. Qin Jiang also felt a little emotional. He knew that these stars would have their reputations ruined, get into trouble, or be ridiculed in the future, but that did not affect their current popularity, especially among students. He waved. Wang Tao understood and picked up the intercom. Action. Crash. A large number of Black Dragon brothers in formal attire rushed out. They quickly intercepted the chasing students and escorted the group away. They were quickly taken out of the night market and brought to the door, where they got into a few rented luxury cars and left. At the entrance of the night market, countless students watched the departing celebrity with a sense of loss, until someone said, they came to the night market to eat, and they also hung iron chains on the night market's internet-famous bridge. No, I want to hang my own, too. I want to hang my own on the same bridge as my beloved brother Duanmu. As soon as these words were spoken, countless voices echoed them. Immediately once again, countless people flocked to the two popular bridges. Many vendors shouted, Duanmu just checked in for the grilled cold noodles, and he even added an egg. If it doesn't taste good, I won't charge you. Moron came to eat intestines, lovesickness and sorrow broke my heart. Shangguan ate a lot of water and burst his stomach, and kept saying that his life was full of satisfaction. For a while. A large number of vendors were surrounded by countless star-chasing students. Qin Jiang looked at the incredibly noisy scene below and said calmly, the first step is over. The second step is publicity. Tonight, the Black Dragon Night Market will resound throughout the North District and Songjiang. Xu Zhang nodded, I understand. He quickly uploaded the photos he had taken to major campus forums, Weibo, and some websites where students are more active. Brother Jiang. Wang Tao was a little puzzled and said, are these celebrities pretending to be celebrities and waiting to promote them? Will the real celebrities come out to refute us or even sue us for spreading rumors? The other brothers were also a little confused. Qin Jiang said calmly, rumors? What kind of rumors? Even the promotional language didn't mention anyone. Everything is just speculation. Black Dragon Night Market won't come forward to confirm it. Even if the rumors are all over the place, regardless of whether those celebrities care about the night market, even if they come forward to clarify, it might be a good thing for us. As long as you clarify that there is any accusation against Black Dragon in your words, don't blame us for filing a defamation lawsuit against him. Jiang Tao, Sigma, surprised face, other brothers, Sigma degree, good job, what a pure guy, isn't this pure scoundrel? Taking advantage of others and then biting back, ha! Hi! Really high. As for whether the means are shameless, they are not good guys. What they do can be summed up in 2 words, basic operation. That night, a school dormitory. A fat otaku who was browsing the web suddenly froze at the page, his face filled with disbelief. Holy crap, all the celebrities who came to see the meteor shower all came to eat at the Black Dragon Night Market in the North District, and even hung a copper lock on the internet-famous bridge inside. I have to go to the Black Dragon Night Market too. I'll go after school tomorrow. No. I'll just skip class, a girls' dormitory. An internet-addicted girl screamed, after seeing that her favorite celebrity had been to the Black Dragon Night Market. After, when the whole dormitory found out, they screamed, then everyone said with determination, I'm going to the Black Dragon Night Market. Similarly, various hot posts about the Heilong Night Market are posted online on various forums. Many of them are written in the first person, saying that they have eaten the most delicious snacks at the Heilong Night Market, and they imply that they are a certain celebrity. At the end, they will deliberately add a sentence, I am not so-and-so. It is this last sentence that makes countless people more convinced. All kinds of gossip information in various novel and explosive headlines about the Black Dragon Night Market have made the Black Dragon Night Market a hot topic. That night, the words Heilong Night Market were at the top of the topic lists in various forums on Shuayuan Road, North District, and even Songjiang. It can be said that overnight, Heilong Night Market became a huge hit. Chapter 91, Continued Popularity, Daily Visitor Numbers, 5000. With Heilong's promotion, the popularity of Heilong Night Market has continued to rise, especially in the student circle. If we talk about people who have the most free time these days, it must be college students. They have little pressure from studying, are curious, and are at the age with the most energy. They will never give up if there is something exciting going on. Therefore, on the second day of the opening of the Halong Night Market, even though it was a Thursday, a large number of students still arrived at noon. The market reached its peak at night, with the daily flow of people climbing to 5,000.5 thousand people a day. That's no small amount in 2010. It's pretty good for a night market. Among them, the two most popular bridges are Ulao Bridge and Friendship Bridge. There are always queues in front of the two bridges. At the same time, the huge flow of people has enabled many vendors to make a lot of money, and it even seems that there are not enough vendors. To be clear, there is an essential difference between night markets and shopping malls. Shopping malls shop more, buy less. Out of 5,000 people, only 1 in 10 are real consumers. Night market, if you are here, you have to eat something. If there are 5,000 people, only 1 in 10 will be left without consumers, therefore 0.5,000 vs 100. It seems that the quantity is totally insufficient, and some people even failed to buy any food. The vendors were naturally very satisfied with this. Who doesn't like to have a long queue in front of their stall? Day 3, it's Friday. The number of visitors to Halong Night Market has surged again 8,000 times at the same time. The red rope matchmaking stall at Ulao Bridge and the bull-breaking wine stall in front of the Friendship Bridge also became popular and climbed to the top of the topic list on various college student forums in Songjiang for a while. Students often discuss the Halong Night Market with each other, as if they would feel out if they didn't say a few words. Guard the house, Yi Zhe had just driven back with an extremely gloomy expression on his face. The only way for him to return to the guardhouse was through the Black Dragon Night Market. Naturally, he saw how popular the Black Dragon Night Market was, and the flow of people made him hate it. Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! As soon as he stepped into the company, several offices provided to him by the security guards, many employees greeted him, which made Yi Zhe's expression ease a little, but then he heard several employees murmured from the back, "I'm going to the Black Dragon Night Market after get off work. I heard that Ulao Bridge is so effective that even celebrities hang copper locks there. Go! You must go. A man should drink big gulps and smash bowls of wine. You deserve it. I heard it's very lively, well managed, no one dares to cause trouble, and it's safe and reliable. These days, many places are still a bit dangerous at night, and there is no shortage of drunken troublemakers. However, Halong Night Market is guaranteed to be absolutely safe, and even if someone causes trouble, it will be resolved immediately, legally, reasonably, and in compliance with regulations. If the problem can be solved, solve it. If the problem is difficult to solve, solve the person. Anyway, Halong is a formal company. Grass, Yi Zhe's face was furious again. What kind of shit luck did Qin Jiang have? He had celebrities come to support his business on the first day of opening. Those celebrities are fucking crazy. How come they have never seen a night market? Let's take a look at the newly opened one. Isn't there a large night market in the South District? Damn. Ulao Bridge, Friendship Bridge, what kind of Chinibu names are these? What's so exciting about them? This is totally crazy. He did not doubt that those stars were invited by Qin Jiang and did not think that Qin Jiang had such a big face. He also did not doubt that those stars were played by people hired by Qin Jiang. Bang. He pushed open his office and sat in the boss chair. He took 2 deep breaths and said, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. If you get angry and become sick, no one will be able to help you. You will just be taken advantage of by others." What's a night market? Even if it gets lucky and becomes popular for a few days, the celebrity effect will soon fade, and by then the Black Dragon Night Market will surely die down. Besides, how much can he earn from the stall fees? Besides, the owner of a night market sounds low class. How can he compare to the chairman of a tech company like me? As long as I can increase the popularity and registration volume of the forum, the market value will skyrocket, and celebrity entrepreneurs will have their own place. By then, what will a mere Black Dragon bumpkin mean? After half an hour of psychological suggestion, his restless mood finally calmed down. He slowly turned on the computer and entered his own forum page. Bang, an ad popped up. Beautiful scenery in the snow city of the north, Halong Night Market in Songjiang. Below the ad, a beautifully dressed woman holding a night market marriage lock shouted, "In the wind and rain, I will wait for you at the Black Dragon Night Market." Bang, Yi Zhe was so angry that he slammed the computer. I'm so angry. Why is he everywhere? Qin Jiang, Qin Jiang, Qin Jiang. Broken voice, vocational college. Wu Yu was reviewing documents in his office. Boom. Boom, Director Wang knocked on the door and came in, handing over some documents. The president and all the departments have begun the reform process. The names have been submitted. Here are the documents. We have also selected a number of talented individuals with outstanding skills and are establishing experimental classes to allow teachers to provide individual training to improve their proficiency. Wu Yu nodded continuously while listening to the report. He felt fascinated by the feeling of watching the reform plan being implemented. After the report, Director Wang saw that Wu Yu was in a good mood and quickly complimented him. The school's rapid progress in reform is entirely due to the principal's leadership. Oh, and the Heilong Night Market, which the school supports, just opened, is also incredibly popular. The principal has a very sharp eye. Wu Yu's smile widened upon hearing this. He naturally knew that the Black Dragon Night Market was booming. Nonsense! The Black Dragon Night Market was right across from the vocational university, and it attracted thousands of people a day. As the president, how could he not know? Originally, when he supported the Black Dragon Company, some leaders in the school had some complaints, but they didn't dare to say anything because of his face. But now, those leaders see him and compliment him highly. It makes Wu Yu feel very accomplished, but he remained calm and said, "It's just a night market happening to be a trend driven by a few public figures. It's unclear how long this popularity will last. It needs time to settle." He didn't mean to be disparaging. It seems that the Heilong Night Market is extremely popular, but it is simply due to multiple factors such as novelty, geographical location, and celebrity effect. However, without the support of short videos these days, the effect of a topic following the trend will not last too long. What's more, if Heilong has 2 bridges, why can't other night markets have them? As long as they can make money, there will be no shortage of imitators these days. But Wu Yu changed the subject. Classmate Qin Jiang is quite courageous. He spent 2 million to build the night market from the beginning. Even if other night markets wanted to follow suit, it would take some time to adapt to such a high cost. Students and schools like this should be supported. We can be more lenient with the academic performance of students who join Heilong Company. After all, we are a vocational school, and employment and practical training are important courses. We should give extra points if they are needed. Director Wang nodded quickly. I understand. But he has always had some doubts in his heart. Can he make back the money he invested in the night market? 2 million. Qin Jiang really doesn't take money seriously. Chapter 92. A surge in traffic. Qin Jiang, I want 30% of the turnover. Same. The popularity of Heilong Night Market has also affected other night markets in the northern district, with Tianhua Night Market being the most affected. Tianhua Night Market is also located near the university town and relies on students for meals. As most of the students go to Heilong Night Market, its traffic has dropped rapidly and the vendors have complained a lot. In response to this, the night market manager said, the flow of people will recover within a week. Obviously they don't think the popularity of the Heilong Night Market will last long, as students these days are very curious and forgetful. As long as the novelty wears off, people will naturally lose interest, and then the flow of people will naturally return to normal. Even if there are more black dragons competing for the market, it will not be as bad as it is during this period. In addition, some night market managers have secretly come to Heilong and looked at the 2 popular bridges and are ready to imitate them, but the prices are too high and some are reluctant to do so. After all, the copper lock is provided for free, but that costs money. The money they earn is the stall fee, and the stall fee is fixed. Whether the vendors make money or not does not affect their current income, so naturally they don't care too much. Yes, no one had expected that Black Dragon would become more and more popular day by day, constantly refreshing the flow of visitors. Day 3, Saturday, the number of people visiting Heilongjiang reached a new peak that day, 10,000. Day 4, weekend. The number of visitors to Heilong reaches another level, 13,000. Day 5 on Monday, the number of visitors to Heilong increased instead of decreasing, reaching 15,000. It turned out that the hot event expanded from the student circle, attracting many residents and young people from the North District to visit the night market. Hentang Hotel, inside the 5-star suite, several popular stars were talking in low voices with smiles on their faces. Anyone who becomes famous all over the country and a hotshot thanks to a TV series will be happy. Bang! The celebrity's agent came in and saw them chatting. Tomorrow is the last day of promotion in Songjiang. The day after tomorrow we'll go to Southern Province for promotion. Rest early today, good. Several popular stars nodded. The agent suddenly asked, by the way, did you go to the night market a few nights ago? When did you go, night market? Several stars looked at each other in bewilderment. They had been extremely busy these days and had no time to go to the night market. Bang, the agent took out a tablet and went onto the forum, directly showing them the photos taken by passers-by of the celebrities visiting the night market. Several celebrities were stunned by the photos. It has to be said that with the blurry pixels and severe packaging of the photos today, as well as their iconic outfits during promotion, even they themselves were a little dazed. What, did they lose their memory? See this situation? The agent nodded and said, if it's not you, then it must be the work of the Black Dragon Night Market. I've read the forum information, and the Black Dragon Night Market hasn't responded directly. The information is ambiguous. I guess they're just using you for free publicity. It's best not to respond to this kind of thing. Several stars nodded. Even if they feel a little uncomfortable, there is nothing they can do. It is not easy to be a public figure these days. Soon, the agent left with his assistant, Swish. Several celebrities suddenly looked at each other, then smiled knowingly and began to dress up quickly. Black Dragon Company, top floor. Qin Zhang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijou sat upright in their seats. Sun Yuan in front respectfully reported, Brother Jiang, this is the rough statistics of the traffic and turnover of the Black Dragon Night Market over the past 5 days. Day 1 turnover, 28,000. Second day's turnover, 42,000. Sales on the third day, 80,000. Sales on the fourth day, 95,000. Sales on the fifth day, 130,000. Speaking of, Sun Yuan took out the report and put it on the table. Zhu Zheng opened the fight and handed it to Qin Zhang. It contains the sales statistics, visitor flow statistics, and general analysis of the stalls at the Heilong Night Market. Of course, the statistics are not very accurate. The turnover is estimated by a large number of Heilong brothers through observation, and the flow of people is probably calculated based on time and number of people. There will definitely be some discrepancies, but they will not be particularly outrageous. Looking at the various data, Qin Zhang's expression remained calm. Traffic flow, Shuayuan Road is said to have 300,000 students, but the Black Dragon Night Market has only had a peak visitor flow of less than 20,000 people these days, not even counting the nearby residents and the people in the North District. In other words, the visitor flow is less than 1/20th of that of the students. Is it too much? It can only be said that it is within an acceptable range. Turnover, even lower. If you really calculate it, it's even less than 10 yuan per person. Of course, this is understandable. In 2010, prices were not as high as they are now, and students were not as wealthy as they are now. 2010, in this era, many college students only have a few hundred yuan a month for living expenses, which is pitifully small compared to the later generations where 3,000 yuan is often not enough to spend. Naturally, the turnover is also not so good. Of course, the main reason for such low turnover is too few vendors. A good cook cannot cook without rice, and no matter how many people come to the stall, there will be no sales. Zhu Zhang said of Brother Jiang, the turnover is indeed not proportional to the number of people. There are still too few vendors in the Black Dragon Night Market. We have built such a large place, but a lot of space is still empty. As long as the stalls are open, the sales will definitely increase dramatically. It shouldn't be a problem to reach more than 10 yuan per person. Expanding the number of vendors. It's time to put it on the agenda. Ahead, Wang Tao also said, Brother Jiang, many vendors have come to us recently, asking if they have relatives who would like to set up stalls here. Some other vendors have also come to us on their own and asked to move in, saying that they don't need any entry fees or guarantees. Qin Zhang was half lying on the sofa with a calm and disdainful expression. As the saying goes, you ignored the former Black Dragon, you can't afford the current Black Dragon. Want money? Even if you give me money, I may not even look at you. Tao, have you bought the surveillance camera? I bought it. After the night market closes tonight, please install the surveillance cameras and make sure every stall is covered. Wang Tao nodded, yes. Qin Zhang, how about contacting the TV station? Sun Yuan, Songjiang Entertainment Radio said that as long as we donate 100,000 yuan, we can co-host the school beauty contest. Qin Zhang, we can give them the money. Let them come to the Black Dragon Night Market tomorrow to report on the sales of the Black Dragon Night Market stalls. We can also publicize the sales of the Black Dragon Night Market stalls. Sun Yuan, I'll do it right away. Bang, Qin Zhang put down his wine glass and looked at Zhu Zhang. Has the contract been drawn up? Zhu Zhang nodded, okay. As he said that, he took out the contract he had prepared earlier and handed it to Qin Jiang, and the contract opens so the content is not complicated. A Party A, Black Dragon Company, Limited. Party B, Vendor. Party A provides the venue, management, and auxiliary operations, etc. Party B must pay Party A 30% of the turnover as an operating and management fee. At the same time, to ensure catering hygiene and maintain the smooth operation of the night market, Party A will keep 1 month's turnover as a deposit for Party B. If Party B's food is substandard, students are sickened, etc., Party B's deposit will be used to compensate the injured party. Party B must apply to Party A 1 month in advance to leave, and Party A will return the deposit. Small print. The final right of interpretation belongs to Black Dragon. Chapter 93 Financial Expansion. Stars arrive. That's right, from the beginning, Qin Jiang had no intention of setting up a night market and only collecting stall fees. How much could he collect from just the stall fees? Moreover, the stall fee is fixed, so even if he comes up with a more amazing idea, it will not increase his income. So, charging stall fees might be a good idea for other night markets, but it is completely stupid for Black Dragon. Qin Jiang's plan was to charge a management fee, 30%, not too much, not too little. After all, a certain group in later generations also took a similar commission, and they were just middlemen. Heilong Night Market. We provide venues, booths, marketing promotions, and more. The marketing promotion alone is worth too much, and the commission-taking thing is not unique to Black Dragon. He remembers very clearly that many shopping malls currently use this method. There are also small-scale pilot projects in the south, but there are no large-scale ones like the Heilong Night Market yet. Only by daring to be the first in the world can you make big money. As for the final right of interpretation in the contract, well, these days, if you don't have a strong point, business is tough. Now, Sun Yuan and Wang Tao also saw the contract on the table. They just glanced at it and couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Commission, 30% if the daily turnover is 100,000, wouldn't they be able to take 30,000, 900,000 a month, and more than 10 million a year? This, pure profiteering. Wang Tao couldn't help but ask, will those vendors agree to a 30% commission? I'm afraid they'll make a scene. Qin Jiang, anyone who dares to make trouble will be kicked out and asked to return the guaranteed money. After all, Black Dragon didn't sign any contract with them. Everything is legal. Xu Zhang, Brother Jiang, has long understood that night markets are different from other commercial entities. Those stalls require no technical skills. To put it bluntly, anyone on the street can do it. They don't want to do it. There are people out there who want to do it. As long as the Black Dragon night market continues to be popular, there will be no shortage of vendors. Wang Tao and Sun Yuan couldn't help but nod their heads, looking at Qin Jiang with even more admiration. They had originally thought that spending 2 million to build the night market would not guarantee a payback period, but according to this plan, it would take at most 2 months to get a payback, half a year to double the investment, and 5 times the investment in a year. This is simply too outrageous for a physical business. Qin Jiang pointed at the contract and said, we've made some changes here. To ensure the health of the ingredients and that students can eat with peace of mind, starting next month, all night market ingredients will be purchased centrally by the Black Dragon Night Market. We've told them the cost won't be higher than the market price. At the same time, Black Dragon will set up a transport team. Let the brothers who have finished the construction project do the transportation. Xu Zhang nodded, okay. He was worried about how to arrange the personnel. There were already 60 core brothers who had accompanied Heilong's development, and more than 200 brothers who were following him on the periphery. Many of them were in the probation period and could be converted to regular employees at any time. The Heilong night market alone was really unable to accommodate them all. After all, there can't be hundreds of people watching the night market every day. The establishment of a transport team can at least divert some of the people away. He also thinks that working in transport is in line with his ideal of socializing. Qin Jiang didn't pay attention to Xu Zhang's thoughts. He wanted to set up a transport team to prepare for his future business empire, whether it is Songjiang City that never sleeps, real estate, or other subsequent commercial entities. They all need their own transportation departments. He understands that no matter what business model, one must ensure that one's own ecosystem is intact in order to avoid being controlled by others. Qin Jiang looked at Bai Lu and said, your finance department needs to be busy. They need to collect and count the sales every day, and make sure nothing is missed. I'll approve any applications you need. Your new finance office is ready and you'll be able to move in soon. Furthermore, the finance department can be expanded to more than 10 people in the short term. Bai Lu, who was standing aside, finally reacted and nodded in surprise, completely overwhelmed by happiness. When the finance department was first established, she only had 2 people under her command. Although she had millions of cash in hand, she was still a little confused, especially since Heilung spent too much and her money was getting less and less. It was extremely painful for Bai Lu, and now she is extremely excited to know that the finance department will have a monthly income of several million and a profit of millions, and that the finance department will be able to expand and have a new office. I couldn't help muttering, my own sister Lu. I'm very close to the goal brother Jiang set for me. I'll soon be able to gain a foothold in Heilung and be known as Sister Lu by everyone. It's almost there, almost there. She understood very well. The Black Dragon brothers called her Sister Lu entirely out of Qin Jiang's respect, knowing that Qin Jiang valued him. It's not sincere, and she also has her own unique pride. Soon Qin Jiang assigned a few more tasks, then Bai Lu and the other 2 left. Sun Yuan went to manage the night market. The night market was very popular during this period and there were a lot of things to deal with every day. Wang Tao led Bai Lu to the newly renovated room on the 2nd floor and opened the door. This is the newly renovated finance office that Brother Jiang ordered. Take a look and see if anything is missing. Bai Lu walked in with a happy look on her face. It's much bigger than our current office, and all the office equipment inside is new. I felt the air was filled with a pleasant smell, and happiness came so suddenly that my head felt dizzy. Wang Tao, that's the smell of formaldehyde. You fainted from the fumes. Come out first. I'll have someone bring some green plants in. You can come back to work after the smell has cleared. Bai Lu, whoosh. She rushed out of the room and quickly closed the door. Wang Tao, alas. I haven't left yet. Midnight. Qin Jiang and the other 2 were having a midnight snack in the office. Wow, suddenly there was a burst of noise outside, as if countless people were shouting, which made Qin Jiang and the other 2 frown slightly. To be clearer, there wouldn't be anyone shouting on campus, and even the noise from the night market opposite the vocational college would be minimal. The noise you could hear here now definitely meant thousands of people were shouting, and can make such a sound. So, there's a problem at the night market. Bang! Zhu Zhang immediately stood up and went out and shouted, what's going on? Where are the people? Quickly ask what's going on. Outside, the guard was stunned for a moment before reacting. He quickly took out his intercom and shouted, Brother Jiang, what's going on outside? Call me back immediately. Salad, walkie-talkie salad. For a moment, Sun Yuan's voice came from inside. Damn. Those stars are really here, the meteor shower, Duanmu, Shangguan, and others. These students are going crazy now, constantly crowding, and the night market is completely messed up. Because the top floor door was opened, Qin Jiang and the other 2 heard Sun Yuan's voice on the younger brother's intercom. Zhu Zhang stepped forward and took the intercom and said, immediately evacuate the crowd and get those celebrities to the cars as quickly as possible. Make sure there are no casualties or large-scale stampedes. I will send the brothers out to provide support immediately. Sizzle, Sun Yuan's voice came from inside. Zhang, Brother Zhang, no, there are too many people, the road is blocked and there is no way out. Zhu Zhang was stunned. The situation outside so chaotic. Qin Jiang raised his hand and pointed downwards. Zhu Zhang understood, take them to the vocational university and have them seal off the campus. Chapter 94, Stars Surrounded, Entering Vocational College, Crisis Moment Now. Qin Jiang looked at the situation outside with a serious expression. If a stampede occurs, it will definitely be a fatal blow to the Heilung night market, so the crowd must be evacuated as soon as possible. Zhu Zhang also had a serious expression. Even he, who was devoted to socializing, knew the seriousness of today's incident. Sijio looked at the 2 of them. I'll go down and help. After saying that, he left without Qin Jiang or Zhu Zhang trying to stop him. Guard the house. Yizhe couldn't help but come out to see what was going on when he heard the noise outside. He was stunned at first. What the hell is so good about this night market? Why do those celebrities like to come here so much? When he saw a large number of students rushing out of the campus and gathering there, his face was stunned. Immediately, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. It has to be messy. The messier the better. The messier the better. Security office. Lu Yong had just laid down on the bed when his phone rang. He subconsciously put the phone to his ear. Flap. He suddenly stood up and yelled, "What? You said a large number of celebrities showed up at the Black Dragon Night Market on Shuiyuan Road, attracting a large number of students and causing traffic congestion." An anxious voice came from the phone. Yes, there are a lot of celebrities